Amalgam Lockhart's Folly. Death wants free of its master and proposes sending Harry back in time to avoid the unnecessary deaths in fighting Voldemort. Harry readily accepts, thinking he'll start anew as a Firstie. Instead, Harry's soul, magic, and memories end up at the beginning of second year in Gilderoy Lockhart. This produces a new person altogether, a person with the memories, loyalty, and strengths of Harry Potter, and the ostentatious, flamboyant, publicity-hound tendencies of the fraud known as Lockhart. An amalgam. This story comes from the abandoned Amalgam by 10,700 words, who has graciously released the story to anyone who likes the idea and wants to finish it. I've noticed very little fanfiction using Lockhart as the hero and I thought his premise had much merit. I have considerably expanded and reorganized my version. Like all fanfiction, I post this work at fanfiction.net with the kind forbearance of the owners of the Harry Potter fiction franchise, J.K. Rowling, and her publishers. I claim nothing of note, as removing all references to her Harry Potter universe would render my story nonsensical. Not to mention unreadable. A high-quality version of the cover photo is available from Magical 3 HQ Gallery. Yes, I know that the correct term is amalgam, not amalgam, when referring to a mixture or blend to two dissimilar materials. However, amalgam was the original spelling used by and so I continued to use it. _ Author's note, JKR set the exchange rate for galleons to pounds at 1:5. In 1992/3 the average British citizen earned £10,000 a year, a person considered in the elite top 1% earned £46,000. Because the wizards have nearly the same economy, that means the average wizard earned 2,000 galleons a year. With an estimated population of 100,000, the gross economy of Wizarding Britain is 168 million galleons. This places an upper limit on wealth for the richest wizards. There are no billionaires, and bloody few millionaires. For comparison, the first multimillionaire in the US was John Jacob Astor, at $20 million net worth when he died 1848. The US economy at the time was $1.5 billion. Reducing both by 10 makes a fair approximation for Wizarding Britain, thus 2 million galleons is a reasonable richest person limit. I would have used a British example, but all the Google hits were for game show winners. Also, net worth includes not only money in a bank, but properties, residences, items, and businesses owned. Typically, most individuals have a ratio of 60 to 70% of their net worth in fixed assets, that is, property, equipment, inventory, and buildings. Thus, our galleon millionaire, for every million galleons, would have only 300 to 400,000 in actual free galleons, sickles, and nuts. This is the money left in the bank each month after adding all monthly income and paying all monthly bills. A positive number after calculating the income minus outgo means the wealth is growing, a negative number means you are spending your principal. There is also the convention that in most of the UK, what the Americans call lunch and dinner, respectively, are called dinner and tea, supper. 6/4, minor editing changes. _ Chapter 1. Dining Hall Disaster. Professor McGonagall led the new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry students, the first ties, from the East Hall into the Great Hall where waited the rest of the student body. It was time to sort the new students into one of the school's 4 houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw. One by one the new students' names were called. One by one each student sat on the sorting stool and put on the sorting hat. One by one the sorting hat placed each student in the dormitory that would be their home for the next 7 years, accompanied by the applause and cheers of their new family. They were midway through the sorting when the headmaster startled, jerking his head up in surprise and shooting a look at Potions Master Severus Snape. Professor Lockhart, the newest addition to the staff, had been waiting for just such a sign. His alert charm on the Whomping Willow would have sufficed, but seeing the castle's protective enchantments alert the headmaster as soon as the boys crossed them gave him a few moments more warning. It was showtime. He jumped up onto the teacher's table just as his alert charm arrived. He pulled something out of his pocket. It rapidly expanded and the shocked students saw it was a new Nimbus 2001. To their amazement, he climbed on it and shot out over the heads of awestruck students and out the open Great Hall doors seconds later. Shocked silence filled the hall. A lone voice from the Gryffindor table broke the silence. "Well, usually, our new defense against the dark arts professor," said one red-headed student, either Fred or George, but definitely a Weasley. "Takes an entire year," said the other one. "To rush out of the castle. This one didn't even make it to the feast." The wizards laughed aloud at the comment as the witches shrieked in horror. It took 2 minutes for the commotion to die down, and that was only when the headmaster made a loud bang with his wand. After conferring briefly with the headmaster, the potions professor, Severus Snape, headed for the professor's entrance at the side of the headmaster's table. The stern depute headmistress and transfiguration professor, Minerva McGonagall, said, "I think there is a proper explanation for this." But before she could continue, the missing DADA professor walked back into the dining hall with his hands on the shoulders of 2 students covered in tree debris. He cleaned their robes with a simple spell and almost everyone could identify them as the legendary boy who lived in the loud-mouthed 6th Weasley, Ronald. He casually asked them, his voice clear and loud in the silent hall, "Now that we are nice and safe, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," removing all doubt as to the identity of the two students trying to sink into the floor in shame, "would you like to eat something?" He smiled, showing his sparkling pearly white teeth to great effect on the females in the room. "I am not hungry, sir," the boy who lived replied. Showing a great amount of restraint for his bottomless stomach even as it growled in protest, Ron nodded in agreement with his best friend. "That's excellent. Now that the pleasantries are finished, ahem," the professor cleared his voice, and then his face turned red as he shouted, "What in the name of Merlin's beard are two students doing on the top of the Whomping Willow in a muggle car?" The professors had been waiting uneasily for the aforementioned two students since the other students' arrival half an hour previously. It was only when the two had not appeared with their best friend in the Great Hall with the other students that they understood something was amiss. Now they gaped at the professor and his two charges in horror. Hermione Granger had been nearly sobbing after finding her two best friends still missing from the Great Hall when the sorting started. Based on her expression now, though, she clearly didn't know whether to be relieved or horrified at their entrance. She seemed to be leaning towards horrified anger. Professor Snape grimaced and held up the evening version of the Daily Prophet, which clearly showed a flying car over King's Cross Station. Ron gulped at that and took a step back. Lockhart quickly caught him by his shoulder, yanked him back into place, and shouted again, "When I ask a question, it means I need an answer. Speak up." When both students found the floor of the Great Hall very interesting, Lockhart asked the nearby prefect, Percy Weasley, "To which house do these two idiots belong?" "Gryffindor, sir," was the prompt, albeit reluctant, response. "Then 100 points from Gryffindor for skipping the sorting feast and disrespecting the new students, the staff, and your fellow students and venturing into the forest at this hour, each. And a week's detention, each." The whole hall gawked at them in wonder. The Gryffindor house students were eyeing them murderously for losing 200 points before the year even began, planting the house firmly in the negative. Many of the Slytherin house students were cackling in glee, or grinning broadly at the very least. "We never ventured out, sir," the black-haired boy replied, tremulously, "we were just coming back to school." He swallowed. "We missed the Hogwarts Express." "In that case, Mr. Potter, kindly fill us with your fantastic tale of coming back to school," the DADA. Professor snapped. "Does it include riding hippogriffs, outflying dragons, besting trolls, rescuing a fair maiden, and battling an evil wizard at great risk to your own life?" The half-blood and pure-blood students laughed at the blatant references to the Boy Who Lived's children books. The last three, though, got a sharp look from Harry and a bushy-haired witch at the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger. Ron was too busy staring miserably at the floor to notice what was said in particular. Blushing furiously, Harry started, "I don't mean any disrespect, sir, but..." The potions professor at the front of the hall cut him off, "You two dunderheads have breached the statute of secrecy by magically flying a car in front of muggles." "Ah, very well. In that case, Mr. Potter, please come with me to the headmaster's table and explain your little act of mischief before the entire hall," said Gilderoy. "I'm sure the students will learn a very important lesson from that as we get this sorted." Lockhart pushed the two students towards the front of the hall. Both boys were horrified at that, but, within a moment, Harry Potter screwed up his courage and walked slowly towards the headmaster's table while a horror-stricken Ron stood rooted in place. Harry stopped in front of his head of house and began. "I am extremely sorry, ma'am, but if you are willing to listen, I wish to explain, Professor McGonagall." The Slytherins hooted in delighted amusement at his humiliation. When the stern professor nodded silently, lips pressed tightly together, he continued, "We were already running late at King's Cross Station and we could not cross the magical barrier there. We panicked and took Mr. Weasley's car hoping to catch the Hogwarts Express and get here on time. But the car went lopsided when we reached here and landed on the Whomping Willow." "You say you could not cross the barrier, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, "could you elaborate?" "He did. You could have waited outside the barrier for some parent or staff to come back and sought their help," Lockhart said when the black-haired wizard finished. He had followed the boy, dragging the other behind with a firm and painful grip on his arm. "You could have waited for Mr. Weasley to return. I'm sure he hadn't planned on staying at the train station all day. Or you could have told your predicament to your head of the house with your familiar, Hedwig, whom I see you had with you in the car. But no, that would have been smart. That would have been using you head for something other than a bludger target. Instead, you stole Mr. Weasley's car. Instead, you flew straight ahead to Hogwarts, which by your elaborate and detailed tale you didn't know the way to. You could have killed yourselves or put someone in grave jeopardy. You understand that, boy?" This struck a nerve in Harry. The emotions the new DADA professor brought up by sounding exactly like his Uncle Vernon, right down to that detestable tone, were devastating and, by his expression, Gilderoy let the boy know he knew just how devastating his tone had been. Not to mention breaking the statute of secrecy and wasting hours of ministry time as the obliviators try to correct your dunderhead error, boy. Professor Snape appeared startled, and then pleased, at the use of his favorite epitaph. I understand that now, sir, Harry said, visibly controlling his anger. I am very sorry for any disturbance we, may have created. I also apologize for causing you, or anyone else, any trouble over this. I'm sorry, sir. Very sorry. I shan't do it again. I say what you did was very foolish of you, boy, Lockhart continued in the same grating Uncle Vernon tone. The blonde-haired professor struggled to keep his face stern. It was clear from Harry's expression that no matter how angry he got and no matter how much he wished to punch straight through Lockhart's face, he was going to hold his temper and behave as he behaved with his uncle. He had unfortunately learned that lesson early in his childhood. Then, yes sir, I am very foolish. I'm sorry, sir, I will try to do better. I am willing to take any punishment for my foolish act, he replied. The professor smiled at hearing this. He beamed at the boy and looked up across the many students in the great hall. He said, all learning begins when one accepts one is foolish. Especially as a child. It requires a good amount of thought and understanding of oneself to accept that. And for this understanding, you receive 10 points. Given that you have no proper background in magical ways and yet you are quick to realize you are wrong and promptly apologized appropriately, I award 10 more points. Approaching staff and teachers without any prevaricating or complaint when required in a situation such as this is also a good trait. For that, you receive 10 more points. It takes a good amount of courage to admit one's wrongdoing in front of a gathering of your peers despite the fear of them mocking you for doing what is right, 10 more points. For excellent presence of mind while on the Whomping Willow, I award you 10 more. In addition, I reduce the original 100-point penalty to 50, Lockhart finished, leaving everybody awestruck. The smarter students had worked out that that meant Harry Potter had cost his house no points at all. Smiles were breaking out across the Gryffindor table. Neither the students nor the teachers knew what was happening. Dumbledore usually took or awarded points for such misdeeds or accomplishments when in the Great Hall. This new professor not only had taken 200 points, but also readily awarded 50. Before the mass of students and professors could recover, Ron indignantly cried out, "Hey, I drove the car. Shouldn't I be awarded some points?" With a smirk, Lockhart turned to the boy. "I don't assume you have a valid Muggle driver's license, do you?" At the boy's blank look, he continued, "And yet you had the audacity to take one of your father's projects, misuse it badly, and put another student's life in hazard while breaking numerous laws which you, as a pure blood, should be well aware of. And I had to drag you to the headmaster's table where you still haven't apologized for your irresponsible and poorly planned conduct. The original 100 points stand, your detention starts Monday next." And, conveniently, the night after Harry finished his last detention. Keeping the boys separated and preventing Ron from holding Harry back intellectually, romantically, and socially, was one of Lockhart's goals. "And for both of you, your parents will be notified." Ron stared at him, face white in shock and appalled that his ploy for points had backfired. Before he could say anything, though, Gilderoy turned him sideways and gave him a slight nudge towards the Gryffindor table. He caught the eye of the nearby 6th year, Percy, who had followed them up to the headmaster's table. "Here, take this fool and try to keep him out of trouble for the rest of the evening." Lockhart turned back to Harry and nodded his head towards Hermione. "Go sit with your friend," he said softly, giving the boy his best "I understand and forgive you, I know you didn't do it on purpose" smile. "I think she was worried about you," he added in an undertone only Harry could hear. The hall watched in silence as Ron's older brother escorted the sullen boy to a spot at the Gryffindor table while a relieved Harry quickly headed over to his anxious female friend. "Now that our new defense against dark arts professor, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, has completed the task of awarding and removing points," Dumbledore announced, eyes twinkling. At the confirmation of their suspicions about the wizard's presence at the school, the Weasley twins had been guessing the female students in Hogwarts Great Hall sighed loudly. The male students, not nearly as happy, groaned indeed, many showed faces of disgust. Professor Lockhart was wearing elegant robes of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes, his pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy blonde hair, and he was smiling broadly to show off all his flawless teeth. He looked good and he knew it. He waved cheerfully to his adoring fans as he returned to his seat at the headmaster's table. Deep sighs from the females in the room, and their admiring looks, seemed to make his smile shine even brighter. The handsome wizard took a moment to soak in the attention, not noticing, or not deigning to notice, the dark looks the males in his audience were shooting his way. His easy manner with the witches filled them with jealousy and suspicion. No one could be as good as that wizard seemed to be. And watching as their girlfriends fawned over the wizard merely flamed the fires their resentment and envy. Dumbledore continued. "I think we should finish the sorting." The rest of the sorting feast passed quietly, especially at the Gryffindor table. But if glares could speak, the entire Gryffindor table yelled at Ron Weasley the entire time. The other tables were stunned into whispered conversations, worried that the new DADA professor might take offense and start docking them points. Both the headmaster and Professor Snape spent the time studying Gilderoy while he laughed and flirted with Professors Sprout, McGonagall, and Sinistra. Professor Trelawney looked jealous that her seat was too far from the man to engage him in conversation. Dumbledore was dumbfounded. This wizard was not the fraud he had requested teach the students this year. The headmaster had intended to expose the wizard this year as the charlatan he was to the world. On the other hand, maybe this was just a fluke. If it weren't impossible, he would have said that Lockhart knew the two young wizards were going to crash into that tree and had been prepared all along to rescue them. And how had he known when they had crashed? He couldn't have felt the protective enchantments react to their presence. The castle's protective enchantments only reported intrusions to the headmaster. It was a mystery, and the headmaster disliked mysteries. Underscore. Gilderoy, smiling his trademark smile, and yes, it really was trademarked. An insured sat leaning against his desk as the second years walked in. Harry was sulking at his desk, trying to hide behind a tower of Lockhart the Fraud's books. It was much harder being here in the past than he had thought. Lockhart used that smile and smarmy exterior to hide the pain he felt seeing his friends alive again. He wanted to grab them and hug them, to tell them that they weren't going to die this time. To rejoice that they were alive, unscarred, and just so young. Watching Neville walk into the classroom so hesitantly, knowing that he had died saving the lives of a Muggleborn's family while taking half a dozen Death Eaters with him, was heartbreaking. He felt tears gathering at the edges of his eyes seeing them all, even the Slytherins. He wasn't sure how he would have handled this as a 12-year-old again. He coped by retreating and letting Gilderoy control things. Gilderoy didn't know these students. Gilderoy had a happy childhood. Gilderoy did not have repeating nightmares watching his friends die horrific deaths in battles with vicious dark wizards. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her." He waited for them to laugh. A few smiled weakly. The witches mostly sighed. "I want everyone's undivided attention in this class as I present you with the preeminent opportunity to learn defense against dark arts, a field in which I am uniquely qualified." If they only knew just how unique his qualifications truly were. He beamed at the class cheerfully. "Based on what other classes mentioned about your previous professors, I worry you might be extremely misinformed. Worry not, my dear young fellows, because I have accepted the task of teaching you something that you are seriously lacking, and believe me, I am usually successful in my ventures. To that end, we're starting the class with a simple test to see just what you know." The class groaned. "Nothing that complicated, 20 questions, just a simple assessment of what you know. It will not count against you, I assure you. Don't even put your names down. I want your honest answers, no cheating. Cheating hurts you, not me. Answer as quickly as you can, skip any you are not positive of and return to them after doing the rest. You have 5 minutes." He waved his wand and parchments appeared on their desks. Still groaning, most of the class started at once. After 10 minutes, he said, "Time's up," and waved his wand. The parchments flew to his desk, some with long ink lines on them as their owners had failed to lift their quills fast enough. "Pull out your copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. Start reading Chapter 1. If you don't have your copy with you, share with someone else. No talking." He spent a few minutes flipping through the tests. He sighed deeply. Had it really been that bad? No wonder they fell in battle like wheat before a thresher. "Time's up," he called. "Who finished the chapter?" Naturally, Hermione raised her hand, as did Harry and Ron. Gilderoy knew the girl had read the entire book, twice, before she even arrived at Hogwarts, and had browbeat the two boys into reading the book as well. But they had lied to her, and had barely read halfway through. But they were still far ahead of most of the class. Who finished and understood the first page? Everyone raised their hands. Second page. Several hands fell. He sighed. Third page. Most hands fell. Anyone besides Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley finished the 4th page. Nobody raised a hand. His smile faltered. Right. He sighed. Homework. Owl home and have your parents send you your copy of last year's The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Read the complete book before our next class next Wednesday. The entire class gasped, and then groaned. Hermione looked ecstatic. There are only a few copies in the library, so share. It's called teamwork. Get used to it. If you don't, you will fail. And what you learned last year is the basis for everything you learn from this day forward. He gave them a moment for that to sink in, and then he smiled brightly. Magic is all about intent. If you hold up your wand and say Lumos, he demonstrated, holding up his wand, the tip of his wand barely glowing, your wand lights up. He pointed at his upheld wand with his other hand. Then he frowned at the barely glowing tip. Not very bright, is it? Well, perhaps if I thought about needing a bright light I might get a better result. He held up his wand and said, loudly and firmly, Lumos. A blinding bright light filled the classroom, the students yelped and held their hands in front their faces. Perhaps that was a bit too much, eh? Knox. The light disappeared. Whether dark or light, it is your intent that drives your magic. I could point to any one of you, he pointed at Hermione with his wand, and say Avada Kedavra. A pale green light burst from his wand and hit Hermione in the chest. The class screamed in horror. He shielded himself from several spells cast his way to were from Harry. Hermione stared at Gilderoy, down at herself, then back at her professor. Stand, please, Miss Granger. He said, dodging another set of spells. Hermione, almost in shock, rose to her feet. The clamor in the classroom slowly died down as they realized Hermione wasn't dead. Into the silence, Harry/Gilderoy said. I could cast that spell all day at Miss Granger and she would walk away unharmed. Why? Because I do not want to hurt her. He would sooner cut his own throat than deliberately harm her. He directed his next comment to her, Miss Granger, what did that feel like? She stared at him for a moment, and then hesitantly said, it tingled a bit, kind of like pins and needles, you know, like when your arm falls asleep because you leaned on it for too long at an awkward angle. He put his hands on his hips and beamed at the class. Intent. The most powerful healing spell will fizzle if you don't want it to work. The most deadly dark spell will fail if you don't mean it. The difference between light and dark spells is all about intent, as well. He started pacing, his robes swirling dramatically. Dark spells are usually designed to hurt people. They can be used to help people, such as Reducto being used in demolition work or Diffindo being used in forestry to cut down trees, but their primary purpose is to harm people. He looked out at the students. You will hear people claim that the unforgivables were originally designed to help people. The AK, for example, as a painless way to ease a patient in agony from a cureless disease or fatal wound, but if your intent is to help a patient, why does the AK require a healer to hate the patient? And it takes a great deal of power to execute it, as well. Light spells are designed to help people. They can also harm them. Such as Wingardium Leviosa, harmless, right? What if I use it to lift you 1,000 feet in the air, and then drop you? That will kill you as surely as a Reducto. Augmenti is harmless, right? If I shove my wand in your mouth and cast it, you'll drown in seconds as your lungs fill with water. You're just as dead as if I hit you with an Avada Kedavra. The students were looking properly horrified. I am a great wizard for the light, as you can see merely by reading my books. I've traveled the world and seen things you cannot imagine and fought monsters you can't dream of, some human, all to protect the innocent. He stopped pacing and looked at the students. And yet, I know 100 or more dark spells. Why do I know those spells? Why, so I can recognize them and counter or dodge them, as I need. You can't fight evil wizards and monsters unless you know their spells, their strengths, and their weaknesses. Now be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. He swept the room with a glance, meeting everyone's eyes. First, everyone stand. He waved his hands up. As soon as they stood, he swept his wand and all the desks slid to the back of the room, along with everyone's books and bags. And I'll stick them together so they are safe. That was another wave. Now, form Wizard Witch teams. For example, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. It took a moment for the teams to settle. Ron ended up with Lavender Brown. Next, we practiced the shield charm, which I used in all my books to great effect. A very versatile spell, that one. You simple rotate your wand like so, he demonstrated, and say Protego. Say it with me, Protego. They repeated this 10 times. Now practice the wand movement, exaggerate it, like so, and he again demonstrated it. Then he made them repeat it until they all could do it. Now do the movement really small, like so, and he did, barely moving the tip of his wand. And made them practice it 20 times, while he chanted, smaller, smaller. Perfect. Wonderful. He smiled broadly and struck a pose, hands on hips. On 3, cast. 1, 2, 3. The results varied from Hermione and Harry's quite solid performance, to almost nothing from Ron except a bit of sparkle. Again. 10 times later, he said, good, everyone got it. Most of the class appeared quite happy with their results. Ron scowled at the sparks popping from his wand. Next, we go to the freeze charm, which I used to quite good effect in breaking with a banshee, don't you know? They practiced that spell and wand movement 20 times as well. Excellent, he gave them another sample of Witch Weekly's most charming smile. Now, know that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. He lifted a cage hidden behind his desk. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Neville was cowering in his front row seat. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice, waving one hand theatrically. It might provoke them, he half-whispered, giving them a stern look. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. How he managed to say that with a straight face was a mystery. He sounded like a barker at the fish market. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't pretend was a scream of terror. The Slytherins looked amused. Yes. He smiled at Seamus. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Seamus choked. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger at Seamus. Devilish tricky little blighters they can be. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a cage full of budgies arguing. The moment the cover came off, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making faces at the class. He resumed his heroic pose. Now, witches, you use Protego to protect yourself and your partner. Wizards, you use the freeze charm to defend yourself and your partner. With that short warning, Lockhart opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 3 bounced off the window, on which he had cast an impervious charm that morning. Come on now, round them up, they're only pixies, Lockhart shouted, hands on his hips, his grin beaming broadly at the class. Half the class was trying to shelter under the desks at the back of the class. Neville was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling where the pixies had left him. The pixies were split between harassing the students and attacking their belongings, which were fortunately charmed closed and stuck to the desks. The other half, though, those girls with slightly faster reactions, had popped up their shields between themselves and the attacking pixies. 2 had even remembered to protect their partner. Harry, hiding behind Hermione, was shooting the freeze charm with decent accuracy at any pixie that tried to sneak around her shield. Lavender had backed into a corner, which prevented the little monsters from flanking her, but also prevented Ron from casting the freeze charm because he was with her, not that he could cast it, anyway. Blaise Zabinai had taken cover under a desk in the corner and was sniping at pixies as quickly as possible. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were shielding each other. Lockhart stood at the front of the class, laughing. The pixies knew well not to attack him, he had earlier that day put the fear of Harry/Gilderoy into them. Finally, he waved his wand, freezing the remaining pixies. A second wave put the pixies back into their cage, which he recovered. Another wave saw Longbottom rescued from the chandelier and the desks moved back to their proper positions. Still chuckling, and shaking his head, Lockhart said, Right, then, who can tell me what you did wrong? After a moment of silence in which they all just looked at each other, Hermione slowly raised her hand. Yes, Miss Granger. We were too slow. And the wizard turned to the blackboard and a chalk flew up and started writing as he said, 1 point to Miss Granger. First, he pointed to the line the chalk had just finished, there was no teamwork. The witches, except Hermione, ducked their heads down. A few of the wizards joined them. Second, he pointed to the next line, almost everyone forgot their spells. The rest of the class looked shamefaced. 5 points to Mr. Potter and Miss Granger for actually acting as a team and properly working together to defend themselves. 3 points each to Miss Brown, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, Mr. Carty, and Mr. Zabinai for remembering their spells, even if they were late. And these were pixies. Pixies that you lot laughed at and called harmless. And they completely rooted you all. What will you do if you meet an Acromantula? Or even a Kurupira? I tell you now, hiding under desks will not save you from a werewolf, banshee, hag, vampire, or troll. Not even hiding in a toilet stall or under a sink will help, will it, Miss Granger? Hermione blushed a bright red and Harry looked outraged. Several students gave a surprised look at the witch, wondering what the story was behind his remark. I don't expect you to go toe-to-toe against dark wizards with decades of experience, but I do expect you to be able to properly defend yourself, and your family, while you escape. He glared fiercely at the class. Only a fool fights a wizard with decades of experience. Only a fool fights head-on against a witch with more power than himself. He paused, now looking tired. And I have been the fool too many times, and if not for an unreasonable amount of luck I would not be here today. And I have lost more friends than I care to count because I was a fool. He glared at them. That's why I am here, to teach you not to be foolish. The class was staring at him wide-eyed. The next 2 classes, maybe more, will be remedial classes covering last year. You should already know this material backwards and forwards. I expect you all to master all of last year's material in 2 weeks. Remember your homework. And teamwork. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, a word before you leave. Harry slowly picked up his bag and stuffed his books back in it. Hermione and Ron were hanging back at the door as the rest of the chastised class left the room. Lockhart sat in his chair and watched Harry reluctantly approach. And the word, Mr. Potter, is detention. The professor said cheerily. Harry's eyes shot wide open and his mouth dropped. Both Ron and Hermione looked surprised, as well. Gilderoy knew they were thinking that Harry was being given a new detention and that Harry was about to protest. Ignoring the students' reactions, Lockhart cheerfully continued, Your 7 detentions from yesterday will be with me, starting tonight at 7. Harry's mouth clicked closed. Gilderoy beamed happily at his pranking Harry. Harry would figure it out later. Maybe. Dismissed. Yes, sir, the boy said, turned smartly, and stiffly stalked out the door. Lockhart waved his hand and the door closed. It wasn't going to be easy, but he intended to have the entire second-year class working on third-year material by June. And similar plans for the other years. The 7th years were in for a big surprise as he planned to run them through all 6 previous years before Christmas. When they hit their newts, they would be prepared. He had already chosen 4 6th years to act as teacher aides on the written homework for the 3rd through 5th years. He planned to approach the Weasley twins about doing the same for the 1st and 2nd years. He was not going to watch poorly trained students die fighting Death Eaters. 2 detention and more. Lockhart smiled to himself as the proximity alert on his door sounded a soft chime. Someone was approaching with the intent to enter. He waited patiently for the knock, saying, Door knocker, say, Professor Lockhart will be with you in a moment. He studied the mirror on the inside of his door, reflecting what the door knocker's eyes saw. He couldn't help but laugh at the despondent expression on Harry Potter's face. It had been absolutely ace taking the mickey out of the boy prior to his herbology class. As a prank, it certainly approached the top of the chart. He thought Harry was going to bust a seam when he had said, Gave you a taste for publicity, didn't I? And the way Harry's eyes had bugged out when he said, I mean, a few people have heard of you, haven't they? And then. Colin Creevey set up. Another fantastic line, there may well come a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go, but I don't think you're quite there yet. He thought poor Harry was about to have a coronary. And his face had been as red as Ron's hair. Harry/Gilderoy had laughed himself silly once he arrived back in his office. Good grief, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. And then in the actual classroom, via the listening charm he had placed on the boy who lift's robes, he had heard Ron say, You'd better hope Creevey doesn't meet Ginny, or they'll be starting a Harry Potter fan club. Ha! He had forgotten about that. Now, there was an opportunity. A few words to a couple of the more impressionable Firsties, and Viola. He could even volunteer to be the staff advisor for their little club. The pranking potential was astronomical. He added a few notes to his list and then put the scroll in his desk drawer. He walked over and opened to the door, smiling broadly. Ah, here's the scalawag. He said. Come in, Harry, come in. You can address the envelopes. Lockhart told Harry, as though this was a huge treat, pointing at the box of envelopes on his desk, beside the huge stack of photographs. This first one is to Gladys Gudgeon, bless her, huge fan of mine. The time flew by for Lockhart. He made sure to talk softly, as if he were offering real advice to the boy, saying things that sounded ridiculous and that only amateurs might pay attention to, like, fame's a fickle friend, Harry, celebrity is as celebrity does, remember that, it's not what you know but who, and always make a proper entrance. But for the professional, who knew he was always on stage, these were actually vitally important. Harry would gradually realize that the advice he snorted at today was actually quite essential for the successful politician, businessman, or sports hero. If you acted with confidence, people assumed you knew what you were doing and trusted you, even if you were completely lost as to what was really happening. And people were always watching you when you were an important or popular figure. After a couple of hours, he pushed the stack of finished mail into a box, and moved the photographs and unused envelopes to another. There now, he said. Harry looked at him blearily. Now that the fun stuff is over, we have some real business to discuss. Sadly, Harry had learned that Lockhart really did enjoy autographing his books and photographs. It was soothing and relaxing to the man. Harry used the opportunity to think about other things while letting his Gilderoy side run on autopilot. Harry Lockhart leaned back in his chair and studied the tired student, lightly shaking his weary fingers. In all seriousness, Harry, you cannot let your fame drag you along in its wake, like a helpless leaf caught in the wind. I realized when I was a student here at Hogwarts that you have to seize control of your fate, or it will make your life miserable. And I am more than happy to help you navigate those treacherous waters, for it is all too easy for fame to slip from your grasp and leave you as a has-been, a nobody. You have to work at being famous. The black-haired boy frowned at him. The professor could just about read his mind. Now what is the twit going on about? He leaned over, picked up, and placed a pile of thin books on the desk. Do you know what these are, Harry? He asked softly. The boy looked at them briefly, and then made a disgusted face. Those fakes. Precisely, my boy, precisely, said Gilderoy. And do you realize that the publishers and authors of those tomes are getting rich off of you? The boy looked up at him, astonished. That's right, they have stolen your name, your face, your fame, and are making money hand over fist. The boy frowned at him. And all the while telling lies about you to the gullible public. Now it's okay to exaggerate your deeds on occasion, everyone expects that. But to portray pure fantasy as the truth? Well, that will only backfire on you in the worst possible way. How many times have you run into someone who said, "Oh, I've read all the Harry Potter adventure books, it must be wonderful to live in castle. Do you really have a dragon for a pet?" Or, worse, to let stand as fact things you know are lies, such as what happened on October 31st, 1981. The wizard watched Harry stiffen. There are history books, modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century, to name just 3 that purport to tell what happened that fateful night. You and I know they are all lies. No one alive knows what exactly happened that night. From the evidence and spell residue we can make conjectures as to the sequence of events, but what was actually said and what really happened? No one knows. Nor does anyone know what your life was like after that incident. Yet these books. He waved his hand at the stack on the table. All claim to tell the unvarnished truth. According to these frauds, you grew up with a loving foster family, with older foster brothers and younger foster sisters who all adore you, in a castle hidden somewhere safe where you have many adventures because you're just that sort of kid who can't help falling into thrilling escapades. And they are all lies, aren't they? The man shook his head sadly, but the little wizards and witches, the children, they really do believe them. They think you are rich. They think you are spoiled. They think you have a loving foster family who dotes on your every wish, spoiling you shamelessly. And when you don't live up to those expectations, they hate you for ruining those expectations. Everything you say or do that reveals you know nothing about wizard kind, wizard traditions, and wizard lore, they take as an indication that you really do know those things but are too arrogant to pay attention to them. You really don't know those things, but it is easier for them to believe you do but don't care. Otherwise they would have to admit that the books were lies, and nobody likes to admit they fell for a lie because it makes them look foolish. The boy was looking more and more astonished with every sentence. And the publishers are continuing to feed that image that you don't care by putting out new books every year telling them how their hero, the boy who lived, is still being a hero when in truth you are just a student trying to make the best of a bad situation. Harry leaned back, blinking. And the reason they are doing that is that you have let them steal your name and likeness, and make up these fantastical stories. You have done nothing to say, but those books are all lies. The boy's eyebrows shot up. But before he could say a word, the professor continued. I know what you are going to say, but here's the deal. By not saying anything to them, by not complaining about what they've done, you have tacitly given them permission to continue in what they are doing. By not talking to them, you have given them permission to continue making up lies about you, to continue selling dolls with your face, to continue stealing money from you. And while you might not think the money is important, given your family's great wealth, by doing nothing you give the impression that it is perfectly fine for them to continue to lie about and steal from you. Now, I know your guardians have been somewhat lax in that regard, that your family lawyers have ignored the problem, but that doesn't excuse last year. Last year you had ample time to tell everyone the books are lies and start correcting the record. You had ample time to contact the publishers and tell them to stop. And you didn't. That you didn't know you should is not an excuse they are willing to accept. By the way, did you know they released three books about your first year in Hogwarts? And not one of them even comes close to matching what really happened, except that you are the youngest seeker in 100 years. And they have you single-handedly winning every game with your teammates cheering you on from their brooms. And by not saying anything you let people think you are an arrogant braggart with delusions of perfection and grandeur. He paused and let Harry think about that. Lockhart could see the boy getting angrier and angrier. And the angrier the boy became, the easier it became for Gilderoy to do what needed doing. And he had somehow missed Gilderoy's references to his family's wealth. The professor decided to let that lie for the moment. And I bet you're thinking, but what can I do about any of that? I'm just a kid. Well, Harry, what I propose to you is to let my legal firm Fleecem, Cheatham and Beatham take care of this for you. Naturally, on hearing the firm's name, Harry's eyebrows repeated their climb to his hairline. Lockhart had to suppress a smile and pretend not to notice Harry's incredulous reaction. Wizards really were oblivious, not to mention naive, in many areas. Most wouldn't even blink on hearing that name. He wasn't going to mention that he actually owned that firm. He had set it up last month and staffed it with hand-picked sharks. What they will do, at no charge to you, is go after these scoundrels and make them pay the royalties they should have been paying you all along. I realize you don't care about the money. If you cared about money you wouldn't wear those atrocious muggle clothes and you'd dress like a proper gentle wizard. Or at least dress in a manner that didn't suggest you were a homeless gypsy who accidentally wandered into the castle by mistake. He pretended not to notice the blush that lit up Boy's face. That's one of the reasons people don't take you seriously, and why the Slytherins make fun of you. If you don't take yourself seriously, why should they? They think you are insulting them by ignoring proper dress traditions, so they get mad at you for dressing like a homeless person. Harry looked startled at that. And well he should. By the time future Harry had learned that lesson it was far too late to be useful, he was too busy dodging snatcher squads and muggle strafing and bombing runs. Now, then, knowing you are rich, a lot of people will be outraged that you would dare to attack the books that every, and I do mean every, wizarding child owns. To combat this, to control the narrative, that is, I suggest you set up a foundation that will use the funds those scoundrels give you to provide muggle-borns, and underprivileged half-bloods and purebloods with adequate schooling materials. You know, he said in a coaxing manner, so that they don't have to use hand-me-down or broken and defective wands, so they can get books that aren't falling apart with age. He stopped, covered his mouth, and said cough *, Ron and Ginny Weasley *, *. He dropped his hand and cleared his throat. Sorry about that, had a frog in my throat. Harry was staring at him in shock. If it's a grant from a foundation, it's not charity, now is it? Especially if it goes to a large group of people, right? Anyway, you announce this right off and it immediately puts those scoundrels off their game. Harry was blinking rapidly. Gilderoy could almost see the gears turning in his mind. Of course, there will be a means test in the process. We don't want rich snobs like Mr. Malfoy, who can easily afford a wand, expecting to get a free one. And, if there are sufficient funds using only the interest, not the principal, of course the foundation will replace those aging and decrepit brooms Hogwarts uses to teach firsties about broom flying. That way future students can avoid accidents such as befell poor Mr. Longbottom last year. So, you would be doing a tremendous service to the wizarding community, your friends, by doing this. And it would show that you are not someone they can take lightly. If they cross you, there will be consequences. And just to alleviate any concerns you might have on the matter, I, myself, will be on the board of directors of the Lily Potter Foundation to make sure the funds are used for the stated purposes and not used to line some rich purebloods' pockets. Harry jerked his head up on hearing the name of the foundation. The smarmy professor smiled knowingly. Yes, this would be an excellent way to honor your mother and keep her name alive in the wizarding world. And with only a minimal amount of effort on your part. Plus, as I said, it shan't cost you a single nut. The legal firm will take their fee from the monies collected. Normally those legal fees can range anywhere from 30 to 50%, but for the Lily Potter Foundation I've talked the solicitors down to a mere 20%. He pulled a parchment out of his pocket. If you would just sign right here, he pointed to the bottom of the parchment, they can get started on this immediately. Harry looked at the proffered quill and looked back up at Lockhart, frowning heavily. The professor leaned forward and said, quietly and sincerely, Harry, I swear to you on my magic that what the foundation does will make you proud. He stared into the boy's eyes, projecting his sincerity. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor promise you that this is not a trick and not a scam, that the Lily Potter Foundation will do exactly as I promise. It will provide needy students with the tools they require to succeed at Hogwarts. The contract here even specifies that my compensation as a member of the board of directors will never exceed 1 galleon a year, and that none of the other directors will earn more than 100 galleons. He didn't need any money, the kudos and access to other rich movers would more than pay him for his time on the board. Not to mention the fact that he was earning a finder's fee of 1% on every galleon earned from the miscreant firms and any new licensing arrangements. Harry hesitantly took the quill and scrawled his signature on the bottom of the parchment. The professor took the quill and signed just below Harry's name. Excellent, Harry, Gilderoy practically purred in satisfaction. Next, he offered a small silver knife. Just use this to prick your thumb and let a few drops of your blood hit your signature. Moving slowly, watching the professor from the corners of his eyes, Harry did as asked. The professor waved his wand and the cut on Harry's hand disappeared as if it had never existed. Harry set the knife on the desk. Lockhart took the knife and pricked his thumb, letting his blood drip. As the third drop hit the parchment, Gilderoy smiled widely. A copy of the contract had just magically appeared in the legal firm's office. They would begin first thing in the morning. Lockhart sighed contentedly, beaming happily, as he rolled up the parchment. I promise you, Harry, you will be astonished at the goodwill this will generate in the long term. People will be talking about the Lily Potter Foundation and what it does for generations after you and I are long gone. He tapped the scroll with his wand and handed the new duplicate to the boy. Let your friend, Miss Granger, have a look at that contract, he said as he dropped his copy into a small green Otzoling tube and sealed both ends. He tossed it into the box with the rest of the outgoing owl mail. I'm sure she will find it fascinating. And she will agree that I am treating you fairly. As if he declared dramatically, would stoop so low as to attempt to stymie the promising career you have ahead of you. Why would I do that, he asked rhetorically, when by helping you I can demonstrate to everyone what a wonderful mentor I am. He struck a heroic pose, with one arm on his hip holding back his dress cape and holding the index finger of the other hand up at eye level for several moments. Then he relaxed. By the way, just in case you change your mind, there is a 10-day cancellation clause before the contract becomes permanent. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me at any time. I will always be willing to help you achieve your life's goals. Gilderoy beamed proudly at the boy and looking forward to showing Harry how to manage his fame. Harry watched and listened carefully, clearly thinking about what had just happened. They sat in silence for a minute, both contemplating the future, but for very different reasons, with just as different goals. Lockhart knew the contract wasn't worth the parchment it occupied, but it did provide a framework for them. Plus, he knew that the only person to object to the contract wouldn't, as it would out him as the boy's illegal guardian. And in the absence of challenges, the contract would stand. There is one more thing, Harry. The black-haired boy looked up curiously. Photographs and autographs, the wizard said. Harry groaned. Hear me out, Harry. This could make it much easier for you here in Hogwarts for the long term. The boy sighed dramatically and crossed his arms as he sat back in his chair. Colin Creepy. Harry's eyebrows went up again. Is going to be stalking you. I know the type, I really do. He's going to be taking pictures of you all the time. Whether you want him to or not. He is your very own, personal paparazzi. He paused a moment, reminiscing, this takes me back to the beginning of my career when I realized I had my first, real fan. He sighed theatrically. Harry rolled his eyes. Mr. Creepy's a nice kid, he really is, but he's like a bull terrier. Once he gets after you, he never stops. All you can do is set some boundaries. Took me a few years to figure out that little tidbit, I tell you now. He grinned conspiratorially at Harry. Harry sighed again. It was funny how Harry never asked just how Gilderoy knew this about a student he had only met that day. You can either threaten him or you can work with him. The first will make everyone hate you for being mean to a Firstie. The second can make a huge difference in making you look like a good guy. Here's how it works. Tell him to meet you after dinner Saturday next, tell him to bring plenty of film. He'll be giddy with excitement, but make him promise not to tell anyone, at all, or everyone will show up and interfere with what the two of you will be doing. When you get together, make a deal with him. You will make him your official photographer. Once a month, the two of you will get together and he will take pictures of you around the castle. Once a month, the two of you will get together and review those pictures. He has to give you a copy of every picture he takes, and you together will select which pictures he can sell. Harry sat up straight in astonishment, opening his mouth to protest. Wait, the professor held up his finger. Looking mutinous, Harry sank back in his chair. In exchange, Mr. Creepy will agree to not take pictures of you anywhere else, and to not bother you at all. Harry was doing a fair imitation of a goldfish bulging eyes and gaping mouth. And this way you control what people see. I guarantee you that he already has people asking him for pictures of you. And you really don't want every picture he takes available to everyone in the castle. I'm sure the Slytherins would queue up by the dozens to buy pictures of you picking your nose, scratching your arse, or falling on your face after someone trips you. Harry was looking alarmed. So, you set a price of 6 nuts for each photograph, and he has to split it with you 50-50. And if anyone brings you a picture and wants your autograph, you charge them 2 sickles. 2 sickles. The boy was going to get emotional whiplash if he wasn't careful. Yes, 2 sickles. This does several things. First, it keeps hundreds of students from swamping you, every day, wanting you to sign the picture they just bought. When your friends ask why you are charging for the autographs, you say it is to keep the arseholes away, as only someone serious will be willing to pay 2 sickles for your autograph. Plus, you can use the autographed pictures as a reward to select people. Knowing that you are giving them something free that normally people have to buy will raise its value in their eyes. But to everyone else you say, because it's going to buy the house's new Quidditch brooms. Harry stared at him, astonished. That's right, you're going to use that photograph and autograph income to make sure all the teams, not just the Slytherins, have modern brooms. No longer will it matter if one team has better brooms than the other because they'll all have the same brooms. Harry sat back thinking. You see how this works, don't you? You control what pictures people see. Nothing embarrassing, nothing that might be scandalous. You don't have to worry about picture-hungry fans following you. They all go bother Mr. Creepy if they want a proper picture. If someone does want your autograph, then they have to buy Mr. Creevy's authorized pictures because you will only autograph pictures taken by Mr. Creevy. That will cut down dramatically on the number of people surreptitiously taking pictures of you. And when someone grumbles about having to pay money for an autograph, remind them that you aren't making any money, all the money coming into you is going to a good cause, new Quidditch brooms. And how can anyone hate you for doing that? And that makes you a good guy. Lockhart sat back. Anyway, you think about that. If you're smart, you'll do it. Otherwise you might find someone selling pictures of you taking a shower in the bathroom. Which had happened to Harry in the other timeline. He had been most embarrassed to discover the poster-sized image. He had found it near the end of the war in the ruined remains of some unknown witch's demolished house, on a bedroom wall. It was quite scandalous, even by Muggle standards, truthfully, and taken in the Quidditch locker room sometime in his 6th year when he was captain of the team. Harry stared at him in horror. Lockhart raised his eyebrows and nodded. So, you think about that. If you want to go ahead with that plan, Gilderoy opened a drawer in his desk and took out a scroll. Here's the contract I suggest you use. He handed it to Harry. And it's nearly curfew, so out of here you scamp. Lockhart made shooing motions with his hands. Harry stood and stumbled to the door, holding the contracts and frowning. After the door closed, Lockhart sighed deeply. This was harder than he had expected. But it was all vital in keeping the boy's feet on the ground and surviving the turmoil that the professor knew was coming. The next few nights he would lecture the boy, while they addressed letters and signed autographs, on the various social necessities the wizarding world expected from the heads of houses. He would teach the boy how to navigate the shark-infested waters that were the so-called pure-blood houses. Gilderoy may have been an opportunistic twit, but he did know the rules of wizarding high society. Physical fighting, Harry had learned, was only a small part of the war. With the right nudges and diplomacy, a skilled tactician could prevent some battles entirely, and save countless lives in doing so. He pulled out his to-do list from the drawer, and perused it once more, moving the 2 completed tasks to his dun parchment. Tasks to complete as a Hogwarts professor. First, improve the student's current rating in DADA from pathetic to a minimum of adequate. And achieve fame as the best DADA teacher ever. Gilderoy kept trying to reverse the order of those 2. He didn't seem to get that the fame would naturally follow the other without any additional effort. Second, Part A, destroy the friendship between Ron and Harry as subtly as possible. With the exception of last year, Ron had turned on him every year they had attended Hogwarts. His jealousy and temper had ultimately destroyed the wizarding world. Not to mention the hell he put Hermione through every year, starting with their first year with his constant put-downs, and degrading comments, and continuing until he deserted them. Second, Part D, fan club for Harry Potter. Ginny, Luna, Colin to start. A fan club for Harry would drive Ron to distraction. Third, catch the rat and bring justice to his godfather. Use his position in the public eye to make sure the ministry doesn't bury the story. Maybe he should write a book with the rat as the centerpiece. And, not incidentally, garner himself some wonderful headlines and even more fame, the Gilderoy side whispered. Fourth, help Neville gain confidence to become the great wizard he is capable of being. And ensure at least one steadfast pure-blood supporter should he ever need the help of a distinguished ancient and noble family, added Gilderoy. Fifth, Luna Lovegood. Make sure the bullies never have a chance. Her quirky outlook had saved his life more than once while they were on the run. He owed her that. Sixth, retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem from the come-and-go room, and destroy the soul piece in it. Fiend fire. Seventh, retrieve the Slytherin locket from Grimmauld Place, dependent on when Sirius is released. Fiend fire. Eighth, destroy the diary and the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and save Ginny Weasley. That is definitely a book he will publish. Acquire Phoenix Tears just in case. Keep a sharp eye on Ginny. Maybe get the map from the twins? And cash in on the salvage of the basilisk. The venom alone is worth tens of thousands of galleons, put in Gilderoy. He would have to wait on that and let the year play out the way it had previously. After all, while he did know where and what the monster was, speaking Parseltongue was a secret he wanted to keep as long as possible. Publicly, he was dependent on Harry for that. The money from the basilisk would easily pay for sending Ginny to a mind healer afterwards, and prevent the after-the-fact suffering she had endured in the previous timeline, which the Muggles called post-traumatic stress disorder. In the meantime, his hands were tied. Ninth, retrieve the Gaunt Ring and destroy it. Definitely use basilisk venom for this. 10th, retrieve the Hufflepuff cup and destroy it, or get the goblins to do it for me. 11th, remove all the bones from the Riddle graveyard and replace them with something else, perhaps roadkill squirrels or a Chromantula chitin. Let's see him try to rally the purebloods looking like a spider. 12th, find and kill Nagini. Is she even a Horcrux yet? 13th, what to do about Harry's portion of Riddle. 14th, remove, with extreme prejudice, Malfoy and all the other Death Eaters, in and out of Azkaban. Deprive them of their power and wealth, which played a large role in controlling Ministry and ruining people's lives. Not to mention crippling Voldemort's financial base. No, loot their wealth, and buy a beach house on his own island, added Gilderoy. And find a lot of ladies to shag. Sinistra looks like a good one to start with. No, wait, that last was solely Lockhart's list. The list review stopped abruptly due to some serious inner turmoil. Harry was still not used to interacting with adult women in the manner Gilderoy wanted. Chapter 3. Snafu. It was on October 31, 2004, that Harry finally succeeded. He had won the final war. The mighty task of killing the monstrosity known as Lord Voldemort, make that Voldemort, was complete. In the final battle at what was left of the Ministry for Magic, he had taken Riddle head-on. He had done that many times before, but this time he outright won. He had killed Riddle with the sword of Gryffindor. He had finally eliminated that abomination from the face of Earth. It was a Cadmean victory though. Tom's insanity had dragged the Muggles into the Wizarding U.K's pure-blood civil war. Tom simply did not understand the power the Muggles had. His last real interaction with the Muggles had been the year before World War II ended, 1944. He had missed entirely the United States dropping the atom bombs on Japan in August 1945. If he had realized the damage just one of those could do, he never would have bothered the Muggles. His failed Death Eater attack on the Prime Minister and Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace in 2000 had been an unmitigated disaster for the wizards. Yes, one wizard can kill dozens, or even hundreds, of Muggles, but even bees can swarm and kill a man. And the ratio of Muggles to wizards in England was 600 to 1 in 2000. Most Muggleborn could do the math. Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, certainly hadn't bothered to do so. The turning point was when the Muggle death toll from attacks reached 15,000 in 1 year. The Obliviators simply couldn't keep up, and that Voldemort and the Death Eaters were in charge of the Ministry and the D.M.L.Es didn't help either. The Muggle military, with the help of a few Muggleborns who had turned to the Muggle government after seeing their families killed at the instigation of the Ministry, started with ordinary tactics. However, the shields and protective enchantments the wizards used demonstrated the impracticality of that approach in the first month. And few, read none, non-Muggleborn wizards came to help the Muggles, so the Muggles quickly adopted a policy of annihilation instead of confrontation for all non-Muggleborn. They started using cannon-fired tactical nukes on wizard enclaves. No wizarding shield can stand up to the 10 million degree heat of a nuke. And while electronics fail in a magic field, few magic fields extend to the height necessary to effect an exploding nuclear bomb. A bomb capable of creating a crater of 500 yards in diameter when it explodes 300 yards in the air above a target creates a blast wave that goes through protective enchantments like a blowtorch through a marshmallow. And unplottable only works if you haven't plotted everywhere else. Their orbital satellites certainly helped the Muggles in that regard. They didn't know what was in the blank spot on their charts that the computers said was there but they couldn't see, but the Queen's government certainly didn't approve it. That made it fair game. In a matter of a month, the UK wizarding population plummeted 50%. In desperation, the wizards turned to the Imperius, but the Muggle military was long used to enemy infiltration and quickly adopted measures to mitigate the attacks. And when you have isolated teams that only work via radio, and require 2 confirming sources for their orders, how do you get close enough to the decision-maker to use the Imperius? Especially when you have a clueless pureblood whose understanding of passing as a Muggle was zero. A few times they did succeed, though, changing instructions or coordinates, and sent the nukes towards Muggle London or another large city. By the end of a year, the UK wizarding population numbered less than 10,000, and 6 million Muggles had perished. Which only hardened the Muggles' resolve to eradicate the wizards. By the second year, less than 2,000 wizards remained alive, while the Muggles had suffered another 3 million deaths. And the blatant violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy brought the world's attention to the magical world. With the typical wizard response being one of obliviation for the Muggles, the war spread rapidly. Obliviating a local Muggle witness doesn't help when someone kilometers away on the receiving end of a video camera saw what had happened. And that viewer saw the wizard doing the obliviating as well. Wizardkind was dead, the survivors just didn't know it. The shopping districts, the business districts, Hogwarts, the Ministry, wizarding villages, the Quidditch stadiums all provided gathering areas where wizards and witches could congregate and meet potential spouses. Those were now nothing more than smoking ruins. The magic gene is a small genetic variation affecting less than 0.2% of the world's population in the 20th century. Without the support structure of magical villages, schools, shopping districts, and other places wizards and witches could congregate, any wizards or witches that were born now would be unable to find a spouse to propagate the species. The situation was the same as it had been over 1,000 years ago. Wizards and witches had to wander the world to find others of their kind. Only today's world provided a near infinite number of ways where a Muggle could detect the wizard or witch hiding in their midst. And the ratio of wizards to Muggles now was so much higher. A needle in a haystack was easy by comparison. The spells to find these new wizards were lost with the destruction of the governmental buildings and schools. So now there was no way to reach those new wizards and witches to tell them about the magic community and to show them how to use their magic. Any infants born now were sports, one-off flukes whose accidental magic would end up killing them when it finally revealed them to the now virulently anti-magic Muggle governments. And any who did survive would marry a non-magical spouse, and eventually the gene that allowed for magic would disappear from the gene pool. The magical species centaurs, giants, trolls, and so forth had simply been wiped out. They usually inhabited isolated locations with no shielding whatsoever. Tactical nukes finished them off handily. Not even the goblins and dwarves could survive a nuke driven deep into their tunnels by a Muggle-born suicide squad intent on revenge against all things magical for destroying their families. The Muggle world was licking its wounds. The magic war had done something nothing else had: united the various warring Muggle tribes into a cohesive whole. That cooperation, of course, would soon break apart into disagreeing factions. But the war had shown they could work together against a common enemy, no matter their individual differences. That experience would temper future disagreements, and help keep them focused on finding and eliminating any new wizards or witches. Mitigating the environmental damage of the war, ironically, were the few surviving Muggle-born wizards and witches who were using their magic to clean up the radioactive bombing sites and restoring them to usefulness. And to think, it all began to unravel because of one selfish pig, stupid Weasley, Ronald the jealous git. His brother, Bill, had taken him in after he had left Harry and Hermione in the Forest of Dean during what should have been their 7th year at Hogwarts. He had watched the boy mope around his apartment for weeks. Misunderstanding the boy's inherent laziness as guilt, Bill had taken him to dinner at the Leaky Cauldron. He had planned to console Ron with his favorite activity, eating. When Bill tried to persuade him to let out his guilt, Ron had angrily shouted the details of their secret Horcrux hunting mission in the crowded pub. Harry blamed Dumbledore for that situation. If the man hadn't been so close-mouthed about his secrets, if he had spoken plainly to Harry instead of in riddles and questions, if he hadn't wasted months and years doing nothing, the original search wouldn't have taken so long. And Ron wouldn't have been able to betray them. Instead, after the bumbling wizard's death, they had wasted valuable time wandering in the wilderness looking for things he should have been searching for and destroying before Harry had ever heard of Hogwarts. And just what had the headmaster been planning? Either he was senile, incompetent, or a sociopathic master manipulator who enjoyed playing with others' lives, never really understanding or caring about the pain and heartache he created. Or how much he risked in not sharing what he knew. And why hadn't he taught Harry any valuable fighting skills? That lapse alone had added years to his fighting with Voldemort. Naturally, a Death Eater, or a sympathizer, had overheard Ron's wobbler at the Leaky Cauldron. Lord Voldemort immediately retrieved and rehid his remaining Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem behind Fidelius's charms. In typical Voldemort fashion, he left taunting messages and traps in place of the former Horcruxes. It had been spirit-crushing to break into the Lestrange vault and discover that it was all for nothing. Going after the diadem at Hogwarts was where Hermione had been cursed. The withering curse was unstoppable, just as it had been when it killed the headmaster. Harry's quick reaction in cutting off her arm an instant later had saved her life, but only temporarily. It took her 5 long pain-filled years to die. Riddle moving those last 2 Horcruxes cast the wizarding world into the abyss with magical and Muggle world suffering alike. It had taken Harry 7 more years to destroy the Horcruxes, with friends and allies dying at his side, while he killed Voldemort's followers whenever and wherever he found them. Voldemort didn't care whom else died, he was immortal. But with tremendous determination and tenacity, Harry had fought on, watching his friends and allies die one by one. He reluctantly became the Master of Death and used Death's help to locate and destroy the final Horcrux himself. And then killed Tom with Gryffindor's sword while the Git was celebrating his victory over Harry. Death had enjoyed the feast provided by the war. Not even Joseph Stalin's and Mao Zedong's communist purges had yielded such a bonus of wizardly deaths. It gladly helped Harry Potter to his victory, and gained the long-awaited soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Why would it not enjoy this? Both the boy and his nemesis had provided it with a plethora of souls and activity. But it had lost its freedom to Harry Potter. And was looking at being terminally bored for thousands of millennia to come. The second was annoying, but the first was intolerable. No one was allowed to escape death. Now all Death had to do was trick Harry into giving up his mastery. Harry Potter was a master of many arts, but no one is more cunning than Death. One day, Death presented itself to its master. Harry was sitting on a park bench in a bomb-blasted radiation-ruined town destroyed by an errant nuclear shelling, lost in his thoughts of self-loathing at losing everyone and everything he held dear. He berated himself for not doing more sooner, for not preventing the disaster that destroyed wizard kind. Living held no appeal, and being the Master of Death meant he couldn't die. He couldn't even get rid of the items by throwing them through the Veil of Death in the Ministry. Voldemort had destroyed it, fearing Harry might use it to kill him. And the damn things could withstand a nuclear blast. Glancing around at the destruction, Death commiserated with him. It is sad, is it not? You could have avoided all this ruin if only you had known how it was going to be and had the knowledge and power you have now mastered. All your friends would still be alive. You could have been a lord among them. You could have been king of the world. Death proclaimed. Harry laughed. If it were possible to go back in time, I would gladly do it even if it saved only one person who had died. I don't want to be lord over all the people, I just want them living and going on with their lives. And I want my friends back. Ah, such nobility, you make me proud, young master. You may not consider it, but you are my lord and I dislike my lord putting himself in a right strop, locking himself in his self-constructed prison of desolation, and driving himself potty, Death said in a mock humility. Harry chuckled weakly at its antics. You amuse me, using flamboyant words and slang in the same sentence. Forgive me, my lord, but I change with the times, get more innovative in my ways, and this is one such thing. Death replied. But, my lord, I have a proposal for averting this destruction. I am listening, Harry said, one eyebrow raised curiously. I can send your soul, together with your core and knowledge but not your body, to a time in the past where you can imprint yourself on a younger version of yourself. That would give your younger version the right amount of knowledge and power. You can achieve your destiny without much effort, and prevent much destruction, Death explained. And never get the Elder Wand nor Resurrection Ring, leaving Death in charge of itself, masterless forever. Harry leaned back, thinking, considering. That was one way around the time travel restrictions. He'd never have to worry about meeting himself because he was himself. And Aloise Mintumble's problem of changing the past and dying a horrible death when she returned to the present wouldn't matter, as he would never return. That was the flaw in all the time travel theories, they assumed one would return. Or one had to return. The so-called paradox of eliminating one's father, then being not born, and then being unable to eliminate one's father didn't exist in this case. All he had when he arrived in the past would be a seer's knowledge of a possible and avoidable future. What's in it for you? Harry asked, knowing well that Death doesn't like to make deals. My master, you are very clever for your age, but that can be expected from what you have survived. I am magical. I like to have a regular and timely supply of those magical souls where I can guide them into their next great adventure, but all this destruction has left me nearly jobless. I am no demon, master. I am just an inevitability, like life itself, the magical embodiment of a course of action that has to take place after a certain amount of time. I enrich the living, prompting them to see how valuable a life they have. I am an entity like all life, but beyond them, for I have a power over them too. One day, I will take them all with me too, but that day is nowhere near, Death said. I'll do it. Harry readily replied. You have not heard everything, master. When what you have accepted is done, you will no longer be my master, but like any other mortal. Death said gravely. You don't understand me, do you? I don't care for immortality or riches. I care only for what I can bring back. I am accepting you deal, Death, Harry said quietly. Very well, master. Death silently chuckled. I will send you back in time, to a time where your current self is most compatible with your younger self. But be warned, my master, you will imprint upon the first body you meet when you arrive, and the fusion of your current self with the younger self will make a radical change in your personality. You will have to be circumspect in your actions or others around your younger self will notice and wonder why you changed. Are you done yet? I am willing to take anything you throw to undo the damage. I have undergone a lot of pain and inner turmoil ever since I was a toddler, and I can surely beat whatever problems this might cause. Even if it is death, I gladly accept because I cannot exist with the guilt of if only I had accepted it. Do it now, Death. Harry yelled angrily at his servant. As you wish, my lord. Death smiled at Harry Potter, who grimly smiled back in return. Death began a long and steady incantation that burned the body of his master, liberating his soul. With a powerful push, Death forced his master's soul back in the stream of time. Underscore. It was a terrible day for Harry Potter. First, he got lost in some side street to Diagon Alley, only for Hagrid to rescue him ignominiously. Now he was being forced to pose for a picture for the Daily Prophet along with this overly smiling smarmy new defense against dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Just being near the wizard set his teeth on edge. There was something that made him feel unsafe in the wizard's presence. It was then that something strange happened, during the camera's brief bright flash. Something powerful seemed to be coming at him. Harry, with a decade of dodging his cousin Dudley's blindside attacks, lunged to the right. As his future professor was holding him tightly around the shoulders, this dragged the buffoon into the incoming thing's path. It happened then, before the camera flash vanished, something hit Gilderoy Lockhart. He swayed a moment in the aftermath, then his eyes rolled up and he slipped to the floor, unconscious, taking poor Harry with him. There was utter chaos in the crowd when their favorite author and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award collapsed over the boy who lived. Molly Weasley immediately dragged young Harry Potter from beneath the unconscious Gilderoy Lockhart and looked in horror at her favorite author on floor. The management of Flourish and Blots immediately responded to the crisis and transferred the stricken wizard to St. Mungo's. They promised his disappointed fans that there would be another autograph signing at a future date. It took half an hour to disperse the crowd remaining at Flourish and Blots, most of them going to St. Mungo's where the expert healers were trying to awaken Lockhart. During that time, Draco Malfoy announced Harry had caused this by striking the preeminent author with a dark spell. That developed into a fight between the Weasleys and the Malfoys. It ended when the half-giant Hagrid separated the two adult combatants, but not before Arthur Weasley punched Lucius Malfoy in the nose. No one noticed, in that commotion, the extra book slipped into the cauldron of a young Miss Weasley, the seventh child of the Weasley family and the first witch in 7 generations. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and soon to be Hogwarts' most beloved defense against the dark arts professor, at least in his own mind, returned to consciousness feeling lightheaded and extremely tired. The healers informed the gathering crowd eagerly awaiting news regarding their favorite author that it was merely a case of exhaustion and with good nutrition potions, he would be fine soon. What startled everybody was hearing, "What the bloody hell is this?" from the room housing the self-important Poppin J. For some reason the photograph taken at the bookstore came out blank. Underscore. It didn't take long for Harry to realize Death had played a prank on him. But while most people would have been mad, he was grinning happily. Sure, Death may have thought Harry would be humiliated in being bound to the body of a bloody fraud and cheat, but it didn't understand that Harry would not mind being a mistreated house elf or even Fang, Hagrid's giant dog. As long as he could prevent the widespread destruction caused by the war, he was happy. And being Lockhart gave him a front row seat on the events of second year. Getting out of St. Mungo's was a bit trying, as he seemed to be at war with himself. Finally, he just relaxed and let things flow instead of trying to fight. He still remembered how to get back to Gilderoy's home, thankfully. And he was equally happy that he didn't splinch himself in his current muddled state. He had a lot of work to do in the short amount of time before school started. First on his agenda was adjusting to his new body. Fortunately, after years of battle, he knew how to adapt quickly to any new situation and use it to his advantage. He swiftly realized that he was neither Harry Potter nor Gilderoy Lockhart, but a confusing combination of the two. At any given moment, one or the other seemed to be in command. Thus, sometimes he acted just like he remembered Lockhart acting like in Hogwarts as a smarmy publicity hound braggart, basking in the firm belief that he was adored by everyone and that his every pronouncement was met with acclaim. Other times, he was humble Harry wanting to avoid the crowds, downplaying his achievements, and just craving to pass unnoticed in the background. In other words, one wanted to be a star, the other wanted to be normal. Fortunately, melding with the narcissistic wizard had one tremendous side effect: his post-trauma stress disorder was almost gone. The sudden panic attacks were moderated by Gilderoy's sunny confident personality. No more paralyzing bouts of certainty that Voldemort was stalking him, because Lockhart loved the fans constantly following him. No more flashbacks where he attacked anyone around him thinking they were Death Eaters. One of the reasons he had been hiding alone in the radiation-scarred ruins was to protect those around him. Instead, the smarmy buffoon acted as a buffer. He simply couldn't conceive why anyone would want to attack him. Gilderoy's wand would still drop into his hand at any startlement, tip glowing with an uncast spell, but he quickly returned it to its holster and no one ever noticed. As the days passed, however, he began to notice that more and more, the Harry Potter he remembered was becoming Lockhart. And that Lockhart was becoming Harry Potter. The line between the two began to blur and disappear. He had Harry Potter's courage and moral fiber for wanting to do what was right and Gilderoy Lockhart's cunning and smooth-talking confident ways. He still craved the attention and admiration of others, but at the same time demanded that it be for the right reasons. He wanted to dress and look the part of a successful public celebrity, yet at the same time to be nondescript and unnoticeable. He wanted to be the focus of everyone's attention and to hide in the shadows, unnoticed. His emotions were in a constant turmoil between his two characters. That required a good week or two to settle down. He still vacillated between the two states, but now the ends were not so far apart. Gradually, the smoldering pain of inner turmoil as the two personalities merged subsided. Harry/Gilderoy Lockhart was a brand new person, with Harry's determination, speed, and empathy, and with Gilderoy's presence, quick cunning, and confidence. They still quarreled in his head, but now it was over nuances of their amalgamated personality. The most surprising discovery was that Harry enjoyed flirting with the witches just as much as Gilderoy. It was actually fun. And Gilderoy's confident manner easily dragged the hesitant, insecure Harry into conversations loaded with innuendo whenever the witches were around. He noticed his power levels increasing too. In a scale of magical power calibration, from what he had seen or experienced, he would give Dumbledore a 10, Voldemort an 11, and himself a 7. Gilderoy may have been a fraud, but he was very good at extraordinarily difficult memory charms. Harry gave him a rating of 3 on the same scale. Of course, he had never had the opportunity to measure any of these on an objective scale, so he could have been wrong in his relative rankings. Complicating things, though, was that Harry was supposed to have merged with his younger self. Being identical, his older core would simply have replaced his younger one's core. His new core was an adult's core, but if he were careful, he would merely appear very magically advanced for his age. That had been his first thoughts when Death proposed this adventure. However, now, with Death's prank, that was out the window. Instead of replacing Gilderoy's core, they had merged into one larger core, one with two centers offset from one another. What that meant he hadn't the slightest idea. On the bright side, he was probably on par with Dumbledore in power. Unfortunately, that was still less than what Voldemort had available when he was reborn. But Voldemort cheated. His Death Eater mark was also a power leech on his followers, artificially boosting his power to ridiculous levels. That was another reason it had taken Harry so long to flush the shite. Harry had to reduce Tom's marked followers to the point where Harry had a decent chance of beating him, although some might consider it cheating to apparate behind the other wizard and lope his head off with a sword. And his changed magical core meant that Gilderoy's wand no longer worked very well for Gilderoy/Harry. The wand chooses the wizard, and the wizard he now wasn't the one that Gilderoy's wand had chosen. He needed a new one, and fast. Harry might be proficient in wandless magic, but as a Hogwarts professor, he would need a good working wand to demonstrate the spells. And while it might be fun to teach them all wandless magic, not everyone had a magic core capable of standing the strain of that style magic for extended periods. So, a new wand was in order. But he couldn't just pop into Ollivanders. As crazy as the old man appeared, he was extremely sharp on wands and would definitely suspect something was wrong. And Harry/Gilderoy most definitely didn't want people getting suspicious of him at this stage of the game. After the potions were finished from the damned unlively healers at St. Mungo's, the witches had been remarkably resistant to his natural wizard charisma. Gilderoy thought this amalgam of Harry, and Gilderoy decided to go fetch a custom-made wand. But Gilderoy did have a point that there were some very hot meddy witches wandering around in St. Mungo's. When Gilderoy began categorizing them according to their hip-to-bust ratio, and how much fun they might be in bed, or against a wall, Harry's response was an uneasy, "Stop it," followed by the distraction of planning how to get the various Horcruxes. Flirting was one thing, going farther was an area Harry wasn't sure he wanted to explore just yet. He wanted to get a bit more comfortable with his new body. He might be ready for such blatant activities in, say, 30 years. Though Ollivanders was the best place to get your first wand inexpensively, there were many other wand makers available in and around Europe serving the needs of the magical population. Gilderoy remembered meeting a wizard who made very powerful wands to suit the needs of a wizard perfectly. Unfortunately, that wizard wouldn't do the same for witches. When that wizard first established his shop, his exacting and thorough measurements that Ollivander would never attempt chased most young witches out of his shop in disgust. And then only after their parents had hexed the wand maker in the most painful ways they could manage. He started refusing them to save himself the pain. Those wizards, and rare witches, that did put up with his unusually thorough measurements praised his wands as the best in the world. Harry apparat to wand maker Marcus Flintoff's shop and met an elderly man in his 180s. He was thoroughly groped, measured, by the old man Gilderoy/Harry was unsure just how much of the measuring was actually necessary, but he would put up with much worse indignities in his quest to destroy Voldemort, and had in the future. "Very unusual," said the old man, staring at Harry. "Your core seems so, for the lack of better word, variable. The power level dips, rises and pulses at random intervals. Usually, such a person would be sedated to control the pain and in the permanently disabled ward in a wizarding hospital, but you are standing here." He smiled, "But for such an unusual customer, I am a very unusual wand maker." He held up a finger in pride. "You require a combination wand. I see cherry and holly for the wand, wrapped and rolled intricately with each other and held together with willow tree root fibers. It will be flexible to meet the changes in your core and at the same time, remains tenacious and strong as a carrier of your magic. It will be almost impossible to break. It will be very flexible and you even could bend it into a circle, like a bangle, and wear it on your wrist. But the willow root fibers return it to straight after bending. You see, you get a very elastic wand and that's very unusual." Harry wanted to facepalm while Lockhart wanted to grin like a goof at the uniqueness of the wand. The result was a calm and observant expression. "So, the exterior of the wand is fixed, next is a suitable core." He paused and regarded the blonde-haired, elegantly and smartly dressed wizard. "For such a special person as yourself, is required a combination of cores. I see in your magical core a combination of two very different energies, so you need two different materials. One is blue flame ambers, marking great power and resilience. The blue flames are the hottest and most potent, yet they give off little light, and are difficult to extinguish. On the other hand, I see tidal waves of low energy that crave attention. I could use phoenix feathers to match the flames, but it will not allow another core. Dragon heartstring is potent but is unsuitable for your nature." The old man frowned. "A fire salamander's spinal cord is small in size but holds a constant low fire, and it is amphibious in nature, so it is well suited to be superimposed on another core. It represents your subtle dangerous nature and desire for attention. Some consider fire salamanders to be evil, an unjustified reputation, if I say so myself. A good one I can obtain from an alchemist friend of mine, it will be pricey. A hint of a smile touched his lips. To accommodate these two conflicting cores you need a good binding and stabilizing agent. To bind these two, we require a powerful object with adhesive and cohesive properties. Amethyst, mixed with gold, can be used for this by melting it, laminating it around the cores, and wrapping the wood around at the right time to make an excellent wand. Harry/Gilderoy listened to the rambling patiently and paid a good amount of galleons with a promise to get 2 wands in a week. A smart wizard always carries 2 wands into battle. The second had a small gold band on the handle to differentiate it. He also had Marcus make a 13-inch long wand, cherry wood with a unicorn hair core, an 11-inch wand, holly with phoenix feather core, and a 10 3/4-inch wand, vinewood with a dragon heartstring core. The 3 extra wands were marked with a small gold band on the handle to indicate they didn't have the English trace on them. And he picked up a score of dragonhide wand holsters with automatic sizing, comfort, invisibility, and anti-summoning runes. Christmas was coming and it was only smart to buy early. He did some casual shopping to pass the time while waiting, buying trivial items like a new Nimbus 2001, clothes that were elegant and at the same time inconspicuous, some books on teaching, Muggle exercise equipment, and a particular cabinet from Nocturne Alley. There would be no way into the castle, bypassing the protective enchantments that Harry didn't control. The exercise equipment was because Lockhart's body was not at his full fitness level. Over the years, while on the run, Harry had learned the value of being fit. A healthy mind and a healthy body were requirements. Too often, he had seen a wizard or witch fall in a fight, not to superior magic, but to a lack of stamina. With the training Harry intended, he should be at peak performance in a matter of a few months. Later, with a few other odds and ends purchased, and after a rescheduled autograph session at the bookstore, he was ready for Hogwarts. Gilderoy/Harry Lockhart knew that Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley, after missing the Hogwarts Express because of Dobby's interference, would crash land on the Whopping Willow on the first day of school. Harry Potter from the future wanted to thwart, subtly, Dobby's plans. Gilderoy Lockhart from now wanted maximum publicity and attention out of it. Their compromise should result in a 100-point loss to Ronald Weasley, with Ron being held as the ultimate goofball and loser. Harry should come out of it unscathed. And the new DADA. Professor obtain maximum positive attention at the school, a perfect stage with a captive audience for the next 10 months. And that situation would be the beginning of the wedge Harry/Gilderoy planned to drive between the two boys. Ron would never be close enough for Harry to consider asking him for his help in a dire situation. And Ron would be too jealous to volunteer. Chapter 4. Tearing down, building up. The first weekend at school arrived and Lockhart was tempted to prevent the Slytherins from taking the field from Gryffindor. Then he realized it was a perfect opportunity to deepen the divide between Ron and Harry. So, early Saturday morning he was visiting with Hagrid, Natalie dressed and wearing robes of palest mauve, cheerfully explaining how to keep kelpies out of a well, how Hagrid could ask for his advice anytime, and how he had banished a banshee. He wanted to maintain the fiction of Gilderoy being a right prat for a little while. After hearing Oliver question Colin's presence in the Quidditch stands through his listening charm on Harry, Lockhart hustled right on over, using a notice me not charm in case he arrived too soon. His timing was exquisite. He arrived just as Ron started coughing up slugs and missing the insult to Hermione. He allowed his notice me not charm slowly to dissipate as he walked up. "We'd better get him to Hagrid's, it's nearest," said Harry to Hermione, who nodded bravely, and the pair of them pulled Ron up by the arms. "What's all this then?" Lockhart interrupted, beaming his brightest smile at the two teams. "Did I see this idiot actually hex himself?" The Slytherins, trying to appear somber in front of the professor, dissolved into laughter again. The Gryffindor team, still angry, were nonetheless gritting their teeth to avoid laughing at Ron's predicament, especially his twin brothers. "We were just going to take Ron to Hagrid's to see if he could help with this," Hermione explained. "No need for that, no need at all. I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, can take care of this without any trouble at all. This is right up my alley." As Gilderoy leaned closer and pretended to study the young man, Ron, despite the slugs he was coughing up, got a panicky look in his eyes. Harry looked almost as panicked as Ron did, but Hermione appeared thrilled. Lockhart looked down at Ron's broken wand, which was still spitting tiny sparks. "Oh, dear," the professor said. "If that was the wand you used, I think I should take you to Madame Pomfrey. There's no telling what the actual spell was that hit you. Your wand might have malfunctioned and changed the spell substantially. And as any witch will tell you, a defective wand is a serious issue. You should always keep your wand well polished and in perfect working order, right ladies?" The witches present all blushed as they nodded in agreement. Ron may have blushed as well, but his slugfest had already turned his face red, so it was difficult to tell. The wizards were all laughing, except Harry, who looked puzzled. The professor straightened. Naturally, I could fix this myself. But it is Hogwarts policy to take a student to the resident healer in such a situation. And I wouldn't want to violate policy, now would I? He glanced at the students waiting for the nods affirming that he shouldn't do that. What kind of professional would I be if I did that in front of students? Even we professors must obey the rules, you know. He smiled and raised an eyebrow, as if confiding in friends. Hermione looked conflicted between following rules, and a professor's lead, and wanting immediately to help her friend who had tried, and failed, so chivalrously to defend her. Gilderoy took Ron's arm from Harry, preventing them from leaving before Lockhart was ready. He looked over at Colin Creevey and smiled, artfully turning Ron so that in any pictures it would appear that he was helping the poor child. Now that we have that sorted, why don't you get back to your pickup game? What? Said Oliver. We had the field booked for practice this morning and now these Slytherins are trying to steal it from us. The other team members all nodded. We have a note from Professor Snape saying we can use the field to train our new seeker and work with our new brooms. Declared Flint, his team nodding behind him. He waved the note. Lockhart's smile broadened. Why, I don't see the problem with that in the slightest. Both teams looked at him as if he were barmy. I'm sure that both teams, he turned his beaming smile on them as he placed a hand on his hip and struck a pose while maintaining his grip on Ron's arm with the other, need practice now that summer halls are over. Even the professional teams spend a few weeks just reviewing their old plays, working the kinks out, and getting back into shape before they try anything new at the beginning of their season, he said, again as if confiding a secret. In fact, he said cheerily, I think you should have a practice game. What better way to work off the summer doldrums than a jolly good friendly match? He ignored the evil eyes each team gave the other while the captain stared at him, aghast at the thought of cooperating. Yes, that's just the ticket. He said. He waited a moment. Well, what are you waiting for? He made shooing motions with his free hand. Get to it. Gryffindor can take this goal, he pointed to his left. And Slytherin that one, he pointed to his right. Go on. I have no doubt you all will have a fabulous time. Neither team was happy with the professor, but both knew better than to object. Less than a minute later, both teams were on their brooms and in the air. It would have been hilarious to remain and watch as the two teams tried to beat each other half to death without a referee to stop them, but he knew that no real harm would come. The Slytherins would need weeks of practice before they completely adapted to their new brooms, throwing off their timing and aim. They would spend more time today avoiding crashing into the stands and each other than trying to hit the other team. And those same handling problems would keep the Slytherins safe from the Gryffindors. They would never be where the Gryffindors expected them to be. Any accidents would be just that. And most likely self-inflicted. Hermione began to follow them as Harry/Gilderoy started dragging Ron off to see Madame Pomfrey. He planned to use the longest route possible, of course, while also walking as slow as he could manage without it being obvious. Ah, Miss Granger. He said over his shoulder, giving her a brilliant smile showing his perfect teeth. You can remain here. Your concern for a fellow student does you credit, even if he is unworthy of it. I assure you that Mr. Weasley is in my very capable hands. I will deliver him to Madame Pomfrey safe and sound, I promise. If you don't want to watch your boyfriend, Mr. Potter, why don't you visit with Hagrid? She blushed red again at his insinuation of her relationship with Harry. I was just at his hut, telling him an exciting story out of my book Break with a Banshee. He was quite interested. He's such a nice fellow and he told me he's so looking forward to seeing you and Mr. Potter this morning. She stopped uncertainly, and he waved her off towards the Quidditch stands. Mr. Weasley will rejoin you in no time at all, I'm sure. He said as the two headed for the castle. As soon as they were inside, he surreptitiously cast a spell that reinforced the slug spell. That made the boy temporarily impervious to low-powered healing spells, making Madame Pomfrey's job much harder. Knowing the woman as well as he did, Gilderoy knew Ron wouldn't get out of the infirmary until dinner at the earliest. He might not get out until after supper this evening. Then he conjured a bucket for the boy. Don't want to upset Mr. Filch, do we? And while appearing solicitous of the boy's condition, he actually did his best to delay their arrival at the hospital wing. The stairs were amusingly cooperative in that respect. They went past the third floor at least 4 times. Along the way, he said, what a delightful couple Mr. Potter and Miss Granger would make, don't you think? What a great prank, asking questions while the victim couldn't answer. Hermione's dentist parents would be proud of him. She's so smart, a perfect match for him, don't you agree? Plus, she's going to be quite pretty in a few years and unlike yourself, Mr. Potter can easily afford to buy her the things she deserves. She's rather a bookworm, I've been told, and he is quite rich. He paused, and then continued as if just struck by the thought, why, he can buy her a whole library if she wants and barely dent his fortune. And her wardrobe. Ha! He can dress her in the finest acromantula silks out of his daily pocket money. Ron made a choking sound, but Gilderoy wasn't certain if it was because of his comment or a particularly large slug. Not that he cared. And he shows such restraint, keeping his grades only a little better than yours when he could easily outdo you, like she does. I can tell such things, you know. Finding monsters all over the world gives you the ability to measure people accurately when you meet them. You must be great friends, right? There was that peculiar noise again. Maybe not as great friends as they had been 5 minutes ago. Although I do wonder why he hasn't offered to buy you a new wand, considering how rich he is. He could make it an early Christmas present. They walked a few steps in silence except for Ron's regurgitating slugs. That's what I would do if I were your best friend, said Gilderoy. Best friends buy each other presents at Christmas, and as many nuts you get as an allowance. Why, Harry has 10 times no, 100 times that many galleons. Did you realize that? He could buy a wand and not miss the galleons he spent, no more than you would miss spending a nut to buy a candy. But I'm sure you don't care, do you? You're just that kind of friend, never jealous or upset that your friend has so much more money and fame than you ever will have. You're such a good friend to be perfectly happy to stand in his shadow, knowing you'll never have it as easy as he does. Yes, as famous as Mr. Potter is, things will just naturally come his way without him even having to try to get them. People will shower him with attention, gifts, and opportunities simply because he is Harry Potter. Why, with his fame, I'm sure he could get the seeker position with Chudley Cannons without even having to attend a tryout session, as you would have to do. Imagine just what you would do if you had what he does. Yep, definitely, Ron was trying to say something but the slugs were coming too fast. And based on the look in his eyes, he hadn't anything nice to say. Unless, and here Gilderoy/Harry stopped. He had had a brainstorm. Unless you're one of those wizards who secretly enjoys pain and being humiliated. He stared innocently at the boy. Do you believe he lets you hang around him just so he can look better because you are so pitiful at casting spells and studying? That would be right humiliating, wouldn't it? For those who appreciate such things, why that would be the perfect relationship. Ron looked horrified at that thought, getting out a frantic no. Even as he coughed up another slug. The wizard ignored the boy's frantic denial. Well, never fear, my young wizard, your secret is safe with me. I wouldn't dream of spreading gossip like that. They resumed walking. Ron managed to say, I'm. Before another batch of slugs burst forth. However, Gilderoy/Harry continued, blithely ignoring Ron's struggling protests, I will have to tell the headmaster and your head of house of your predilections so that they can keep an eye on you. We wouldn't want those little humiliation and pain games of yours getting carried away and actually causing you permanent physical harm. Ron looked positively desperate, no. No. And was again interrupted by more slugs. Excellent, I'm so glad you agree. The hospital wing doors finally came into sight. Ah, here we are, Harry/Gilderoy, guiding the sick boy with his nearly full bucket of slugs through the doors. Madame Pomfrey, he called loudly and jovially, we have need of your assistance. As the witch hurried over, the wizard turned to the boy and added, loudly, you should seriously consider confiding in your only 2 friends. I'm sure they would understand your unique needs. If you want, I can even broach the subject to them for you so they can properly maintain the best levels of humiliation and not leave you unsatisfied. Ron looked like he might faint at any moment. Harry knew Madame Pomfrey passionately hated people telling her how to do her job, which he proceeded to do. She chased the irritatingly and apparently useless professor out of her ward in under a minute. The hex he dodged from her as he reached the doors was surely just an accident. She was a healer, after all. Sunday, the last day of Harry's detention, and after a grueling evening addressing letters and listening to his Professor discuss his books, interspaced with advice on how to woo witches, especially a certain bushy-haired bookworm know-it-all, Harry heard a voice of breathtaking, ice-cold venom. Come. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. What? The student said loudly. I know. Said Lockhart. 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list. Broke all records. No, said Harry frantically. That voice. Sorry. Said Lockhart, pretending to look puzzled. What voice? That voice that said didn't you hear it? Lockhart looked at Harry in high astonishment. What are you talking about, Harry? Perhaps you're getting a little drowsy? Great Scott, look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. I'd never have believed it, the time's flown, hasn't it? Gilderoy sighed as the door closed behind Harry, rubbing the side of his face tiredly. Now the game began in earnest. Breakfast Monday morning was another win for Lockhart. He hadn't planned to do this particular task until much later, but when opportunity appears. And knowing he was helping Neville so early helped assuage his guilt at seeing the boy die defending a Muggle-born family and giving him time to escape after destroying the Hufflepuff Cup's Horcrux. Merlin, Hermione. This year is going to be awful, the human garbage disposal said. What with all the extra work from that git-da professor, and in addition to all our other classes, I think that before the year ends I'll be in the magically exhausted section of the infirmary, complained Ron as they entered the Great Hall ahead of several Slytherins. Actually, it's not that difficult, Ron, Hermione admonished. All Professor Lockhart told us to do was reread a book we all read last year. We have a wonderful professor in Professor Lockhart. One with vast field experience, and more than willing to share that knowledge with us. You should watch and learn from Harry. He is doing quite brilliant and winning points for our house instead of losing them like you do. She missed the darkening expression on the redhead's face at that comparison as she turned to her other best friend. By the way, Harry, you're doing very good. You should do that in our other subjects. Harry said eloquently. Thanks, Hermione. But DADA is easy for me. Just like herbology is for Neville. I can't compare to him, he is just ace in that subject, Harry said as they neared the Gryffindor table. Harry wasn't used to being back at Hogwarts yet. If he had been then he would have noticed the Slytherins following them, listening closely. As well as who those Slytherins were. What did I just hear? Malfoy said loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. Potty thinks Neville is great? Surely, Potter, you know that Neville is a squib who cannot do even basic magic. To consider Longbottom good at anything is a serious insult. He is a bane to the name of Longbottoms. Draco's bookends, Crabbe and Goyle, chuckled at that, while Pansy Parkinson giggled behind her hand. Gilderoy looked around for Neville. He had arrived before the other Gryffindors and was eating. Neville had his fork partway to his mouth. As Lockhart watched, and the rest of the hall laughed, Neville stood, clearly planning on leaving the hall. It would do you good to hold your tongue, young Mr. Malfoy, said Lockhart sternly, approaching from his position by the doors. He had been waiting for Harry and his friends to arrive before making his own entrance. He was overdressed for the occasion, as usual, wearing his mauve coordinated outfit. 10 points for disrupting breakfast and 10 more for spreading lies about a fellow student. Now go and sit at your table and eat your breakfast. Quickly. I object, Professor Lockhart, said the Slytherin prefect Charles Gamp. It is Potter who is spreading lies about the magical prowess of Longbottom. Everybody knows he is little better than a squib. It is unfair to deduct points from our house. Mr. Potter is the one who should be disciplined for this. This statement got a chorus of agreement from the Slytherin table and soon the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in. House points honestly earned through superior work should not be lost by simple acts, was the popular sentiment. It was bad enough that Professor Snape tended to pick on Gryffindor, they didn't want another professor skewing the system even more. By this time, Neville had reached the table's end, his tears barely contained, with his head down in shame and back bent in defeat. 1 second, Mr. Longbottom. Lockhart moved towards Neville and caught him by his shoulder. Please sir, don't. I cannot take it, Neville pleaded. Lockhart squeezed the Gryffindor's shoulder. It's okay Neville, he said kindly. They can think whatever they want. But it is not true. Not true? I am the most pathetic student the school has ever seen. I can do nothing. Neville cried. Nearby students all nodded in agreement. Malfoy smiled smugly. Neville, listen to me, you're wrong. You don't know your own strength. Lockhart gently guided the boy back towards the doors, subtly erecting a muffling enchantment. Tell me Neville, how useful is a sapling? A sapling sir? It just sprouted from seed. Very few are useful at the stage, but when allowed to grow it might become an herb or shrub or a tree where it will be most useful, Neville replied tiredly. Exactly. All the pre-owl students are in the sapling stage. Some grow faster than others might, others could be more useful, but all are just that, saplings. When allowed to grow, these saplings will grow into valuable plants, each unique but definitely useful. From what I see in you, Mr. Longbottom, you will grow into a huge tree that provides shade and shelter, fruits and flowers, and supports a great level of life. Don't take what others say about you to heart. You are much more capable than what you assume. Do you really think so, sir? Asked Neville, despair plain in his tone. Of course, Lockhart replied gently. He turned the child back into the Great Hall. You would like a little demonstration? Close your eyes and imagine this. You, your father, and your mother on a picnic in a rose garden. Neville immediately froze and looked up at him with an expression reminiscent of a deer unexpectedly caught in bright lights. Relax my boy. I know this is hard for you, but a little imagination shan't hurt, will it? Gilderoy/Harry said as confidently as he could. Now imagine yourself laughing and playing tag with your father, and your mother's looking at you admiringly. Can you do that? Close your eyes, it might help. Neville slowly nodded. Gently rubbing the boy's back, Harry/Gilderoy said softly, now carefully look at your mother. She loves you so very much. You can see it in her eyes, the way her hair swings in the breeze and the way her smile makes your tummy warm. The look in her eyes when she sees that her little boy is someone grown to be so strong, you are her wonder. Now look at her spread arms, which are inviting you to a hug. The happiness in her is like the warmth that radiates from the Sunday. Neville, eyes now closed, moved as if in a trance, imagining the whole thing while Gilderoy carefully guided him back towards the Gryffindor table, the boy barely noticing he was moving. The other students watched as they returned, wondering what the professor was saying that they could not hear, the younger ones not realizing that Harry/Gilderoy had cast a mild muffling charm to hide his words. Now look at your father. He is the strongest man in the whole wide world. He radiates strength and confidence. Move closer to them and hug them, Neville. Hug them tightly. Say that you love them, Neville. Say it, with each syllable showing how much you love them and want them to be with you. Say it, Neville, say it. Neville was mesmerized with the vision and tears dripped freely from his eyes, and yet his face had the most peaceful expression anyone had seen. Some were envious. His lips moved as he quietly said, I love you. Thank Merlin, the silencing spell blurred one's lips, or those capable of lip reading would have had a field day, thinking Neville was speaking to Lockhart. Feel that love flowing all through your body, down your legs, down your arms, your very fingers tingle with the feeling of that love. Lockhart slowly tapped Neville to make him open his eyes and in the same soothing voice said, Here, hold this, and handed him a 13-inch long wand, made of cherry wood with a unicorn hair. Surreptitiously, he cancelled the muffling charm. Now lift your hand and imagine that love flowing down your arm and out your hand, like the gentle flow of water. Now say Expecto Patronum. Neville's lips move as he silently said, Expecto Patronum. The tip of the wand glowed slightly. Excellent, Neville, excellent. Now say it strong, say it loud, make your father and mother proud with your love and confidence as you say it. Neville, still in that blissful state, did exactly as his professor requested. A white light burst from Neville's wand, blinding the entire hall. The light coalesced into a beagle, which looked around the hall, searching for danger. Seeing none, it began to gambol about Neville's feet as he stared at it, smiling blissfully at the visible manifestation of his love for his parents. While everyone was still blinking at the bright light, Gilderoy gently removed the wand from Neville's hand and stashed it back in his cloak with the others. Everybody was awestruck. Slowly the light diminished and the beautiful creature vanished. Now, Mr. Gamp, what is that called? Lockhart asked, turning to the stunned prefect and bringing his audience from their awe. That, sir, is a fully corporeal patroness. Charles replied with some difficulty. Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin. Now that you know what the boy has achieved, you should also know that the patroness is a very advanced charm. Let me also inform you that 99% of the Newt students will fail to produce one, and even highly qualified wizards can conjure barely a white mist. He allowed the statement to settle, and continued, Now who says this boy, who achieved this phenomenon, is anything but a powerful wizard? There was silence in the entire hall as everyone looked at Neville in awe. 10 points, Mr. Longbottom, for the excellent patroness charm demonstration. The DADA. Professor turned to address the students, magic is all about intent and will. The deeper the intent and the more powerful the will, the more powerful the magic will be. It is in the very nature of magic to respond to intent. It was Mr. Longbottom's love that strengthened his intent and today made him the youngest wizard to achieve a fully corporeal patroness. 11 years ago, it was his parents' deep-rooted love of that allowed a young toddler to defeat the darkest tyrant known. It is the intent that drives magic and the emotions that drive the intent. It is not the greatness of a single person, but the greatness of magic. Fools think they have achieved an in-depth knowledge of magic by reading books, but fail miserably in understanding it. It has been proven repeatedly that magic is not measurable, it cannot be created, but only transformed from one form to another. Every one of you will have to understand that to become great wizards in your own right. The other professors were staring at both Lockhart and Neville, astounded at what they had just seen and heard. Gilderoy/Harry leaned down and said softly, Go sit with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Ignore that Ron fellow, he's an idiot. Neville looked back at him frowning slightly, but the good feeling brought on by the patroness refused to dissipate, and he hurried over to the Gryffindor table. Hermione quickly began an inquisition on how he had produced the patroness while Harry listened attentively. Ron looked at his broken wand and scowled at the other three. Headmaster Dumbledore had decided to eat in his office that morning, catching up on his paperwork. On hearing what had happened, he vowed to be in the Great Hall for every meal. How had that fraud of a professor managed to get that ineffectual bumbler Neville Longbottom to cast a patroness? Lockhart appeared a buffoon of a narcissistic wizard, but twice, now, he had appeared much more competent than Dumbledore had expected of him. Fortunately, he didn't seem more than superficially interested in Harry. He would require some close watching, though, just in case. Dumbledore couldn't risk any interference in his plans. Later, as Neville headed to his first class, Hannah Abbott came up to him and said, Hey Neville, that was really cool. I never thought you would be able to do something that amazing. She walked with him to their next class, and even sat beside him. Watching Neville blush amused Harry and Hermione, sitting on his other side. Ron scowled. The rest of the morning passed in a blur for Neville. The classwork formed a convenient distraction. But in between classes? He brooded. He could not believe what he had done. He could not understand what had happened. All the upper years said he had done a very complicated spell that many grown wizards couldn't even think of doing. And now, he was a celebrity. People had been coming up to him all morning. People who had ignored him, or even looked down on him, were suddenly vying to sit beside him. It was when he was on his way to dinner that it hit him. People would expect great things from him. Just like at home where his grandma was continually voicing her disappointment in him for failing to live up to her expectations. And now that visible disappointment was going to be here. His knees buckled, and he staggered. If everyone thought him a failure, he disappointed no one. "What's wrong, Mr. Longbottom?" came a voice beside him. It was Susan Bones. Others were gathering around him. He looked at them wildly. He couldn't stand to see those disappointed looks here, not here, as he did at home. He had to get away. He pushed his way through the circle and started running wildly out of the castle. He ran and ran and ran until he could run no more, and he collapsed near the lake. His stomach and ribs hurt from running, and sweat poured down his face. His legs seemed to be on fire. He hated himself. He couldn't do anything. He was pathetic. He just laid on the ground, too exhausted to cry. "Hey, Mr. Longbottom, get up." The DADA professor was standing beside him. He said, "So you've decided to get in shape by running? That's good. But running in robes, that's bad. You need proper attire. Here, allow me." The professor flicked his wand and Neville's was dressed in red and gold a pointed t-shirt, shorts, and running shoes. The professor, Neville saw, was dressed the same, all shades of color-coordinated lilac. "There, now you can run." Lockhart started to leave, but returned. "This is my jogging time, join me and I will teach you a thing or two about it. Come on, child." The wizard cajoled the boy into running with him. Panting for breath, Neville could barely walk and allowed Lockhart to drag him around the lake. Before long, he collapsed again. "This is the first time you are running, hey?" "But running in t-shirt and shorts," Lockhart said, "is way better than running in the robes, don't you think?" Neville nodded, still panting. "Similarly, you will find it much easier to focus your magic with a wand that suits you instead of your father's," Lockhart said. Neville looked horrified. "But it is my father's wand, sir, I cannot give it up. I simply can't." "Who said you should? I am not asking you to throw away your father's wand, Mr. Longbottom, it's important to you. Keep it with your mother's wand in a place of honor. You will find that your father's clothes at age 20 will not fit you today, similarly, your father's wand does not fit you." "No, sir, that cannot be possible," Neville replied haughtily, echoing his grandmother. "Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother sees your father in you, but remember you are as much your mother as you are your father. Your grandma fails to see that. You must accept you have both your mother and father in you. By only using your father's wand, you are disrespecting your mother. Tell me, why are you using only your father's wand and not your mother's? Do you not love and respect your mother?" Neville looked stunned. I. Neville gulped and remained silent. "Here, try this," Gilderoy handed the boy his wand. Neville stared at it, eyes wide. "I couldn't do that, it's your wand. Take it." Reluctantly, Neville took the wand and held it as if he thought it were glass. "Good. Now cast Wingardium Leviosa on that leaf." Lockhart pointed. The boy did, but nothing happened. "Now, try your wand," the wizard said, taking his wand back. The leaf, fluttering, barely rose an inch into the air. "Good. Now try this one," and handed the boy the same wand from that morning. The leaf shot into the air and disappeared. Neville stared up, then at the wand in his hand. "You see, Mr. Longbottom, how different wands work differently for the same wizard." Neville nodded, still wide-eyed. "Tell you grandmother about this. Tell her you cast a Patronus with one wand, but can barely cast Wingardium Leviosa on a leaf with your father's wand. Tell her I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, said she was actively hurting you by forcing you to use an incompatible wand. If she refuses, let me know, I will convince her of the error in her thinking." They stood silent for several moments. "Well," said Gilderoy, rubbing his hands together, "I don't know about you, but I've worked up an appetite." "Mixie." A house elf appeared. "Professor Tusser has called Mixie." "Yes, a quick picnic dinner please." "Mipsy can do that, sir." She disappeared. Later that afternoon, an owl took a letter to Neville's grandmother relaying the day's events. That evening, dozens of other owls took flight, also relaying the day's events. The first of many seismic changes in the wizarding political arena had started. 5 closeting one, freeing another. His plot to break up the Golden Trio was progressing nicely. His comments to the headmaster and Professor McGonagall about Ron's predilections had borne fruit, of a sort. The headmaster had promptly, and subtly, violated the boy's mind, later declaring that he knew the boy wasn't into humiliation and pain as Lockhart had insinuated. And Lockhart had promptly turned them in another direction. While it was true that the magical world was more accepting of same-sex couples, they still were scandal-worthy in wizarding England. Especially regarding wizards expected to provide heirs to a house. And almost impossible to disprove no matter how much one protested. Lockhart had questioned the headmaster at the staff meeting 2 weeks into the term. Has Mr. Weasley confessed his peculiarities to his friends, yet, headmaster? At the headmaster's sharp look, Gilderoy had continued, you remember, I told you in the first week that he seemed to enjoy things most wizards find unpalatable. With the exception of Madame Pomfrey, the others had looked puzzled. Madame Pomfrey was giving him a narrow-eyed look as she remembered his comment for Ron's slugfest incident. He had caught Professor Snape especially flat-footed. Not that I have an objection to such pursuits, mind you. For those that like that sort of thing, well, I suppose it's just the sort of thing they like. He concluded happily, beaming. Eyes twinkling, the headmaster had said, nothing to worry about, Professor Lockhart, you simply misunderstood what you saw and heard. But he seems to get himself into such humiliating situations, don't you know? I can't tell you how many times I've heard him and Mr. Malfoy having words. And Mr. Malfoy always seems to get the better of him. It's as if Mr. Weasley enjoys it when Mr. Malfoy publicly humiliates him. Gilderoy tried to project an aura of confusion. If he didn't want such situations, why would he set them up? After all, he could simply ignore any comments made by Mr. Malfoy as beneath him as a pure blood. Instead, he responds in a way guaranteed to escalate things, as if he enjoyed the encounter regardless of his apparent anger. Professor Snape was listening with eyebrows raised, and the hint of a smirk. He clearly understood what Gilderoy was implying and was amused that Lockhart was apparently so simple as to believe such things. No, Professor Lockhart. The boy merely has a temper, and Mr. Malfoy enjoys provoking him. It's all in good fun, the house's rivalry in verbal action, the headmaster assured him. Oh. Gilderoy said as if he finally understood he had made a mistake as to the boy's intentions. Then he exclaimed, as if he had just thought of it, is this a case of opposites attract? Mr. Malfoy is a fine-looking lad, after all. Unlike most lads his age, he takes his appearance seriously, and except for his conflicts with Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, and Miss Granger, he has impeccable manners. And both are pure bloods. He paused contemplatively. Usually you see such opposite pairing between wizards and witches in the upper years. But with this age group, the wizards usually resort to insults and verbal attacks as a way to show their interest in witches, except we're talking about 2 wizards in this case. The youngsters haven't yet learned that you gather more ants with sugar than vinegar. Professor Snape coughed. Professor Flitwick fell out of his chair. The others all indicated some sort of shock at that insinuation. The headmaster paused and cleared his throat. He had not considered that, it appeared. No, definitely not that, Professor Lockhart. I assure you, none of your concerns has any basis in fact. May we continue? The rest of the conference passed quickly, and Harry/Gilderoy did his best to seem as a flighty airhead. His last comment as they were leaving the conference room was to Professor Snape, while Professor McGonagall hovered in the background. Well, still, the saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, still seems appropriate for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. They fight like some of the old married couples I've seen. And it does appear as if Mr. Malfoy seeks out Mr. Weasley just for the pleasure of his company, even if it is under the guise of an argument. The Transfiguration professor seemed a bit concerned about her trio of lions, after that. Professor Snape seemed more than a little taken aback at the thought. Underscore. Now I want everyone to divide your books into 2 piles to represent 2 sessions of the class, Lockhart said. The 2-week review had turned into a 3-week remedial course. Heavy on practical work in the class, and just as heavy on theory in the homework. He had even given the second-year classes detention the second and third Saturdays of the month for 4 hours and worked them hard on the practical side of casting spells. And then given them all, except Ron, 5 points each for their improvement each day. Ron's broken wand was really holding him back. Finally, though, the second-year students were where they should have been on September 1st. Today was the start of the second-year coursework. He paused and surveyed the class, hands on hips, teeth flashing in the sunlight coming in the windows, his hair perfectly coiffed, and his periwinkle robes just as perfectly tailored. In the first part, we will go with the regular curriculum as prescribed by the ministry studying the dark creatures one is likely to meet, and in the second part we discuss various spells, curses, jinxes, and whatnot practical defense against dark arts. They were going to learn the counters to all the dark spells he had encountered in fighting Death Eaters. Learning this is easy. Once you recognize the patterns, everything will fall into place. Certain things you need to memorize, others require hours of practice. But when you are done, you'll look back and say, wow, that was hard work, but it was easy. My books, which you all bought, were designed to act as a guide as I expected brighter prospects from you all, but, alas, now they are not as useful as I had anticipated. So I am giving all of you a copy of The Ins and Outs of Defense Against Dark Arts, an excellent book in that subject by Mr. Sean McPhee, who is brilliant in this field. Even I have learned a thing or two from him. As you see, it is on your desks and it is available to you with your promise that you will pass it on to next year's students, after the end of this year, in a good, usable condition. Just leave your copy in the library on the last day of school. Am I clear? Sean McPhee was one of the brilliant heroes Lockhart had obliviated and claimed his victory as own. The two souls agreed only on giving the valiant hero a bit of recognition, though one fought for revealing the entire truth and the other tried to suppress that as much as possible. All his students complained about the workload, especially the 5th and 7th year students, but they were beginning to see that his method of teaching was superior to their previous teachers. They were actually learning the spells and to cast them quickly. More and more wizards were beginning to agree with the witches that Lockhart was a great professor. And several witches had even not so subtly propositioned him. Gilderoy was all for it, with a quick obliviate to prevent any scandalous stories from emerging later, but Harry put his foot down. The witches were turned away, frustrated. Gilderoy was outraged, repeatedly telling Harry that the age of consent under wizarding common law was 11, established when the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692 separated the wizarding world from the Muggle world. English common law became wizarding common law. And wizards could care less what laws, and the reasons for them, that the English Muggles had passed since then, he had explained. Harry's response was that it was not an age issue, but one of power. In a professor-slash-student relationship, someone could argue that the student felt she had no choice, it would affect her grade to say no, or that she had expected to earn a better grade by doing it. Thus, all such relationships were tainted from the beginning. It was best to avoid them entirely. Slyly, Gilderoy pointed out that meant that any 6th or 7th year witches not in his DADA class were fair game. Harry stalled him. Girls still made him nervous. The only girl he felt comfortable around was Hermione. And because she was now a 13-year-old, to pursue that any farther was wildly inappropriate, he felt. She belonged to Harry now, not Harry future. Forcing the students to sit in wizard-witch pairs and swapping them every class kept Harry and Ron separated while sharing the misery that was Ron with everyone. Oddly enough, no one appeared to notice that Gilderoy teamed Harry with Hermione far more frequently than chance would suggest. The witches tended to argue over who sat with Neville. That simpleton, Ron, still hadn't twigged to the fact that all he had to do was ask and Harry gladly would hand him the money for a new wand. His false pride prevented that easy solution, and so Ron suffered on with his self-imposed handicap. And got angrier and angrier with his inconsiderate friend for not helping him. Gilderoy, during Harry's detentions, had subtly suggested that giving Ron the galleons or gifting the wand would be an insult to the boy's pride. It would be better if Harry just pretended not to notice the redhead's difficulties. Compounding the situation, Gilderoy, during the lone detention Ron spent with him instead of Mr. Filch or Professor Snape, had subtly suggested Harry was being a tightwad and didn't want to share his galleons as a proper best friend would have. He had subtly suggested that maybe Harry really didn't consider Ron to be that close a friend, regardless of what he said, or he would pay far more attention to Ron and far less to that know-it-all bookworm Hermione. During his detentions, Gilderoy also repeatedly declared to Harry how important it was to have high grades and how Hermione could help Harry achieve his maximum potential. He pointed out how skiving off on study and homework, as Ron did, directly led to poorer grades and performance. Noting that the Dursleys considered him a lazy stupid freak and expected him to fail brought a gleam of determination to Harry's eyes and drove him to spending more time studying and away from Ron. And he had broken Hermione of the habit of being the first to raise her hand to answer any question. She had to compose her answers as a limerick. She had taken to whispering the answers to her friends when she couldn't come up with a good one fast enough. He noticed she was sticking parchments into her book with pre-written limericks just in case he asked questions on those topics. Because they were invariably on the most important points on each topic, Harry asked questions on things that depended on knowing those important points, but not mentioning them directly. It was quite amusing to watch her frustration at creating all those limericks and then not being able to use them. By now, most of the staff were watching Ron and Draco with a bit of worry, and Professor Snape seemed to be keeping an unusually close eye on his snake. Snape. Using his mind rapes, he knew the boys hated each other, but it was the appearance of a relationship that he wanted to avoid. That meant fewer incidents between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors, as he tended to call Draco over whenever he noticed Ron was about. That, in turn, resulted in a quieter castle for all concerned. The headmaster seemed a bit flummoxed, as if he had no idea how to handle the situation. Harry/Gilderoy knew neither boy was a poof, but it was just so much fun to take the mickey out of the staff by saying things like, "I think Mr. Weasley is jealous of how much time Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe spend with Mr. Malfoy. Have you seen the way he glares at them, even when they aren't anywhere near Mr. Malfoy? And have you noticed that whenever Mr. Malfoy has words with Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley always jealously butts in, as if he can't stand the thought that Mr. Malfoy might be paying more attention to Mr. Potter than to himself?" Making a few of those comments where older students could hear started a very convenient rumor mill. Gilderoy continued to press Neville into the developing Golden Trio group, making Ron feel the outsider as he struggled with lessons that the others breezed through. Neville's new wand made a huge difference in his self-confidence, and that confidence showed up in his homework and study habits. The three, Harry, Hermione, and Neville were consistently at the top of their classes. Ron was a distant follower, barely passing the tests and homework. And his abysmal wand prevented his spell casting from coming close to matching his friend's efforts. His anger at Harry bled over to Hermione, so he was reluctant to ask for help. And if he did ask, he blew up when she refused simply to let him copy her work. His grades suffered as a result, reinforcing the gap between him and his friends. Harry had taken Gilderoy/Harry's advice about Colin, and they got together twice a month for an hour or so. Colin would have Harry pose at various locations doing magical things. Then, in an empty classroom, they would review the pictures and pick the best ones for distribution, and decide which ones needed reshooting. Colin happily spread the word that the photos were available and where the money went is mostly to camera-related expenses and Harry's to the Quidditch Broom Fund. Several times Harry agreed to specific picture requests, charging extra for the students that wanted to pose with him. Just to annoy Harry, Gilderoy had happily spread the news to all the Firsties that there was a Harry Potter fan club. The club dues included 2 discounted autographed pictures of Harry. Gilderoy had made that suggestion to Colin. Colin made no profit on those 2, but sold far more of the new photos each month as Harry okayed them to club members than he would have otherwise. He just brought a batch of newly approved copies to each meeting, and Viola, he sold them all, increasing his income in one big jump. Gilderoy's quiet gift of a feather-light bottomless bag made it easy for the small boy to carry his entire inventory and satisfy any customer on the spot. Malfoy had at first taunted Harry about his glory-seeking. Harry, after some coaching by Gilderoy, had shut him down by merely observing that the other boy was just jealous of his success. And pointing out that someday Draco might be able to garner some fame and respect himself and no longer need to use his slogan, "When my father hears about this." When he first heard what Colin and Harry were doing, Ron had exploded in a jealous rage. Even after being told the Profits were going to get new brooms for the teams, he still kept his temper at a low boil over the unfairness of his best friend buying expensive brooms for the teams while ignoring his best friend's malfunctioning wand. The fan club kept up the pressure as he was constantly seeing evidence of his best friend's fame wherever he looked. That resentment flared up even higher when the Daily Prophet announced Harry's lawsuit versus the publishers, especially as the desire to taunt Harry brought the Malfoy heir to the quartet even more often than before. Boy Who Lived is Boy Who Sues. By Rita Skeeter. Today, Fleece Cheatham and Beedham announced that Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, was filing suit against 4 publishers. Winnicus Press, Flourish and Blotts Publishers, LCA Comics, and Little Red Books. All were served legal parchments for portraying as truth stories about Harry Potter that they knew were lies, for defamation of character of an ancient and noble house, invasion of privacy of an ancient and noble house, theft of royalties from an ancient and noble house, and falsely claiming trademark on an ancient and noble house. Gilderoy Lockhart, author of such works as Magical Me, Biography, and Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award explained, "Mr. Potter came to me recently complaining about these books that had been written about him without his knowledge or permission. He asked my help in the matter." And by these books the famous author indicated a pile of books on the table at the legal offices of Fleece, Cheatham, and Beedham. Books with titles such as Harry Potter and the Golden Needle, Harry Potter and the Price of Being Noble, Harry Potter and the Muggleborn Uprising, all books our children read and enjoyed. All of which purported to tell the true story of Harry Potter's life after October 31, 1981. Naturally, this well-known author was happy to lend his extensive experience in the publishing world to a young wizard in need of proper guidance. Now a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Lockhart added, "The young wizard's guardian's lack of respect in handling the boy's name and public image respect is deplorable. And, lest anyone think this was only about making money," he explained, "any and all monies earned in the lawsuits will go to the Lily Potter Foundation. The foundation will use that money to assist disadvantaged wizards and witches afford the expensive items required when attending Hogwarts: wands, books, potion kits, and so forth." He went on to say, "Mr. Potter is only concerned with regaining control of his public image." Professor Lockhart said that the monetary damages that he expects the legal firm to collect for the boy who lived to be in the thousands of galleons. "After all," he said, "we are talking about over 10 years of books being published without a single nut being paid in royalties to Mr. Potter." Requests for statements from the affected companies were not returned by the time this paper went to press. What astonishes this reporter is the brazen theft of money from an orphan. It went on in that vein for several more paragraphs, bemoaning the poor state of publishing that they could so abuse the legacy of Harry Potter, to whom the wizarding world owed so much. Ron saw all that attention and the money going to his best friend and helping other wizards and witches, but not him. It was all too much, and the poor boy stormed out of the Great Hall, and assiduously avoided the black-haired wizard and his friends for most of the next few weeks. This, naturally, threw Harry, Hermione, and Neville together, and highlighted Ron's envy and ever-present anger when he did rejoin them. Good afternoon, boys, Gilderoy said as he leaned against the wall opposite the one-eyed witch, buffing the nails on his right hand. He was impeccably dressed, of course, in lavender robes. He grinned at them, showing off his perfect smile. The Weasley twins were staring at him, aghast, both carrying a crate of butterbeer for a planned celebration. They had checked before exiting the secret tunnel that there was no one in the area. How had they missed the professor? Had the map been in error? Good afternoon, Professor Lockhart. Is there something we can do for you? He could see them sweating slightly. Caught, red-handed, they could be expelled for this. They desperately tried to pretend nothing was wrong, that the contraband in their hands wasn't really there. He put his nail buffer in his pocket. It's not what you can do for me, but what I can do for you. And your first lesson you have already learned: the map is not infallible. Their mouths dropped open. How had he learned of their map? The Marauders only put on the map what they knew, and there are things in Hogwarts that they never discovered. I used one of them to catch you. The come-and-go room had created a temporary passage from itself to this location. He had simply waited until his alert charm told him the boys were coming out from their passage to come out of his. Except his passage disappeared as soon as he exited it. A mild notice me not that he defeated when he spoke finished the prank. If you ever see something on it you can't explain or understand, let me know. Now, then, the two of you are wasting your talents in pranks. You should be developing items that you can sell as pranks, such as invisible glasses that let you see through clothes. I'm sure every boy in Hogwarts would purchase a pair. And then an amulet that makes the glasses useless, that every girl in Hogwarts would buy, as well. In fact, once word of even one pair of glasses gets out, every girl will purchase the amulet. Imagine that, a product with a built-in purchaser base of 500 students. The twins stared at him, wide-eyed. Actually, you could probably sell the glasses outside Hogwarts, he said thoughtfully. Perhaps even approach Madame Malkin about licensing to her the preventative charm to include with her robes. That would bring in a steady supply of galleons for expenses. Blimey. That's brilliant. If you work hard enough on your pranks items, you might even be able to open a shop in competition to Zonko's. He paused to let that sink in. I might even know someone who would be interested in investing in such an endeavor. Their expressions ran the gamut from surprise to calculating in only a few moments. Let me know what you think. He turned to walk away, but stopped and turned back to them. I expect to see your grades reflect your true intelligence. After all, you never know when an owl or newt in a subject might grant you access to a supplier or expert who would otherwise ignore you. He walked off whistling cheerfully. Ah, Miss Lovegood. The DADA. Professor said as he came up behind her in the corridor. How are you this fine evening? He smiled his trademark smile, posing to show off his best side, his teeth gleaming and his plum-colored robes perfectly arranged. It's past curfew, shouldn't you be in your dorm? The little witch turned around and looked up at him with large eyes and a dreamy I am not here expression. Oh, hello Professor. She frowned slightly. You seem remarkably free of rack spurts. Her gaze sharpened for a moment. Isn't it a tight fit for the two of you? Yes, this was definitely the Luna Lovegood he remembered. He laughed happily. Not at all, my dear. Plenty of room. But sometimes we disagree terribly. I hope in a short while to become simply one again. The girl's insights into people frightened him, sometimes. She was so accurate, but seemed unconcerned with the consequences about blurting out things that might be better kept quiet. Please don't tell anyone, it's a bit of a secret, you know, he added in a conspiratorial whisper. She nodded and the faraway look returned. And your dorm? He prompted. Oh, the raven has forgotten its riddle. I blame the Nargles. Harry/Gilderoy smiled cheerily at the girl while seething inside. Nargles indeed, he said under his breath. Well, let's check it just one more time, shall we? He surreptitiously cast a warming charm on the girl. A few minutes later, they were standing in front of Ravenclaw's door. The raven ornament eyed them uncertainly. Tell me, my good friend, Lockhart said, what's the riddle today? Silence. He cast a detection charm at the raven. I see. He sighed sadly, then perked up and smiled at the girl. We'll get this sorted right quick, just you watch, he declared, teeth gleaming in the dimly lit corridor. Mixie. With a pop, a house elf appeared beside them. Professor Two Sir has called Mixie. Yes, yes I suppose did, said the professor jovially. Would you mind fetching Professor Flitwick? Please tell him it's a matter of some importance to his house. Mixie does that, the elf said, poking away. He looked down at the girl, who was staring off down the corridor. I think, Miss Lovegood, that it would do you good to sit with Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger during meals. Ignore Mr. Weasley, he's an idiot and unworthy of your talents. He leaned closer. Tell Miss Granger I said there are more things under the sun than she has ever dreamed and those things haven't, yet, made it into any books. For example, the duck-billed platypus was called impossible and a hoax until one was captured and brought back to England, alive. The girl looked up at him questioningly. He smiled back her encouragingly. Have you seen the thestrals that pull the carriages? She nodded. Tell Hermione to ask Hagrid to show her the thestral herd. And don't let anyone tell you that you can't sit at the Gryffindor table. He said sternly. You are only required to sit at your house table for the official feasts. He smiled, you could even invite them to the Ravenclaw table when you feel comfortable with that. There was a pop and Mixie was back. Mixie told small professor. He be here soon he say. Thank you, Mixie. You may go now. I hope you have a pleasant night. The house elf stared at him a moment. A huge tear appeared at the corner of her eye. Use thanks Mixie. He smiled at the house elf. Of course I do, you deserve nothing less and considerably more. Now off with you. And he made a gently shooing motion. The elf poked away. Luna looked at him speculatively for a time before returning to her usual dreamy state. Moments later, the diminutive professor came hurrying down the corridor, still shrugging on his robes. Professor Lockhart, what seems to be the problem? Ah, Harry/Gilderoy turned to the half-goblin, how good of you to come so quickly, he smiled and tilted his head just so to make his hair sway as if touched by a light breeze. I was wandering the halls this evening. You see I was pondering how I should write about my experiences here at Hogwarts this year. I realized that the book wouldn't be as exciting as my others would, but for the nostalgia, it might be fun for my fans. I could explore some of the old stories about the castle, such as what happened to Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and Gryffindor's sword. Perhaps even find the missing items themselves. Wouldn't that be smashing? And then there's the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe I could call it hunting in Hogwarts? He shook his head, tossing his hair artfully. So, I was wandering the halls trying to decide where I could get the best background for my cover picture. Have to be careful of where we shoot, he said confidingly. I don't want the castle colors to clash with my robes. It mustn't be too dark, or it shan't bring out the colors in my robes and the highlights in my hair. I can't pose in front of any of the house doors, of course, because some might view that as a slight on the other houses. The Great Hall is too busy and the colors definitely would pull attention from my robes. The moving staircases might be fun, but the movements might distract people from me. I'm just not sure. He sighed dramatically, projecting the image someone frustrated at their lack of progress. The charms professor's eyes narrowed dangerously. I hope you didn't call me out here just to tell me that, he said flatly, fingering his wand. What? Said the DADA. Professor, feigning surprise, oh, of course not. I needed to call your attention to your little lost Ravenclaw here. He stepped aside to reveal Luna, now peering dreamily at her head of house. Flummoxed, the little professor just stared. Yes, as I said, I was wandering the halls and found her doing so as well. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Well, it is after curfew, so I decided the thing to do would be to escort the young witch back to her dorm. Imagine my surprise when your raven refused to ask its riddle, even when asked politely. Now, how is Miss Lovegood, a demure and proper young witch, supposed to return to her dorm when there is no riddle for her to answer? She can see auras quite well, but she can't walk through closed doors. Professor gave a sharp look at Gilderoy and then looked searchingly at Luna. Then he turned to the raven and started casting a detection spell. It looks suspiciously like someone has cast a confuse spell on the bird, Gilderoy added helpfully. Now, he said, I'm not one to tell another how to run their house, but surely pranks such as this, leaving the poor girl wandering the cold stone corridors all night, are in bad taste. He paused. Especially when the dear girl has, here his tone dropped flat, no shoes. Flitwick took a startled look at the girl's bare feet. Yes, Gilderoy continued, hiding one's shoes is a firstie prank, but casting a confuse is clearly well above this girl's class's skill level. His voice was no longer light and airy, now it begins to look like upper-year students bullying a lower year, he said low and sternly. He stared down at the Ravenclaw head of house. And aren't prefects supposed to check that all pre-owl students are in the dorm and in bed at lights out? Especially the first ties? Someone has obviously failed in their duty. And Flitwick could tell that Gilderoy was clearly thinking that it was one short professor who was at fault and not the prefects. Professor Flitwick was looking decidedly upset. When I first entered Hogwarts I was told the house was my family, that we looked out and helped one another, Gilderoy continued. Well, I had my share of family disagreements, but I never maliciously stole things, nor locked anyone out of the dorm in their bare feet. Nor did anyone do that to me, even when I was at my most obnoxious. He pulled out his wand. Let's make a test, shall we? Is it a prank or bullying? I sincerely hope it is merely a lone prank carried a bit too far. He took a deep breath and forcefully said. Oxio Luna Lovegood's things taken without her permission and are outside her house. The charms professor took a step back. He had felt that spell. The three stood in silence and the time passed. After almost a half a minute with nothing happening, Lockhart turned to the other two, smiling, and said, well. I must admit I am relieved. At that moment, a book sedately came flying down the corridor. His face fell. Maybe not, then. After a minute, there was a small pile of homework parchments, books, a blouse, and 3 pairs of shoes. Each shoe of a pair came from a different direction. It was a bit more than a dozen items, total, but it was enough to prove his point. Luna was looking at him with a blank expression. Flitwick was furious. Well, Gilderoy said quietly, I will see you at breakfast then. He turned and started back towards his quarters, muttering, stalking with students? Persuading with professors? Helping at Hogwarts? Bashing a basilisk? Restraining a rat, called the little witch, suddenly. Gilderoy spun, stunned, and stared at the little Ravenclaw. Flitwick was staring, puzzled at both of them. The flamboyant wizard abruptly grinned happily, an excellent suggestion, Miss Lovegood. I shall keep it in mind. He turned back and walked off, whistling a light tune. He would do everything he could to make sure that Luna had the opportunities she so deserved this time around. The next morning, students were surprised to see that Ravenclaw House had lost 200 points, and that the Ravenclaw table seemed especially quiet. Almost no one noticed that Luna Lovegood sat between Hermione and Harry. Hermione looked puzzled and was mouthing the words Nargle and Platypus. Harry and Neville looked completely befuddled. Ron was upset that someone not a Gryffindor dared sit with his best friend, Harry. Even if he was mad at Harry at the moment for being a spoiled rich prat. Underscore. Gilderoy paced back and forth on the 7th floor, opposite a tapestry of some daft wizard trying to teach trolls ballet, one of the few tapestries that didn't move. He had had a wild thought the night before and was trying it today. He knew that Come and Go room held Ravenclaw's diadem and the only thing holding him back was that he needed basilisk poison to destroy the Horcrux. And his current finances were insufficient to acquire what he needed. But last night, as he was mushing on that, he had thought, why not ask the Come and Go room if there was a safer way, a better way to get rid of the Horcruxes. Hence, today, he was pacing in front of that room's hidden entrance, thinking, I need a way to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the object containing it. His third pass a door appeared, a stone door with a metal handle. With more than a little trepidation, he grabbed the handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He frowned thinking, and then grinned. He pushed the door, and it slowly and smoothly opened. The foot-thick door was beveled so that the short corridor inside was bigger than the door by several inches, and a step down, much like a bank vault door mounted backwards. The door's slow movement was because of its great weight and not that the hinges needed oiling. 4 yards away was another door. The second foot-thick door was just as massive, also opened away, and similarly beveled to be bigger inside the chamber into which it opened. The chamber was a large stone room of perhaps 4 yards on a side. Engraved into the floor was a runic circle. He bent and examined it. The circle was actually a set of tiny runes repeated around the entire circle, 20 rows total. Other runes covered the rest of the floor, and the door, walls, and ceiling, such that a half a dozen runes occupied every square inch. A scroll was lying on the floor just outside the circle. He picked it up and read, wait 1 hour. Place the Horcrux in the circle. Place your wand tip to the circle and say, Exorcisamus Immundus Spiritus. Immediately exit and close the inner door. Wait 5 minutes before reopening the inner door. I dub thee, the Horcrux room, said Gilderoy gleefully after reading the parchment. He dropped it into his pocket and carefully closed both doors as he exited. The door vanished once he was back out in the corridor. Now all he had to do was grab the diadem. He grinned broadly. Gilderoy was beside himself with glee. It was going to be great fun to announce that he had discovered the long-lost diadem of Ravenclaw in Hogwarts. He could almost picture Professor Flitwick's face as he presented the Ravenclaw's lost diadem to him, saying it was in the castle for the last 50 years. His books were going to see a huge jump in sales when that news hit the public. He would have to time it very carefully. Yes, wait until after Ginny opens the Chamber of Secrets, then he can claim he found the diadem while searching for the chamber. Oh, this was shaping up to be the best book of them all. And the best part, it was all his doing. He wondered what Dumbledore would say when he told him the diadem had been cursed with extremely evil magic that he, Gilderoy, had managed to vanquish using his in-depth knowledge of runes and a protection circle. And then tell the headmaster that he is very concerned because he can feel the same taint of evil magic emanating from Mr. Potter's scar, as well as another somewhere in the castle. Chapter 6. Trick or Treat, Malfoy. The days seemed to crawl as Gilderoy waited for the Death Day party. It was quite an apt name for the day, actually, for Harry. While his friends looked forward to an exciting day of costumes, candy, and parties, the lad mourned the loss of his family. Neither did Neville look forward to Halloween. The day itself wasn't an issue. Shortly thereafter, though, an attack on his parents had rendered them as good as dead, but without the closure that death brings. Instead, they were in the permanently disabled spell-damaged ward at St. Mungo's. He could see them, but they did not know him or his grandmother. It was a torment of a different sort than Harry knew, but it was a torment. Halloween finally arrived, and for the first time he could remember, Harry/Gilderoy actually enjoyed himself. The food was good, he wasn't worried about his friends, he knew what was going to happen next. Everything was going according to plan. And having to share his soul with Gilderoy, half the pain centered on his lack of family. And while seeing future Harry's dead friends alive was still a shock, sometimes, Gilderoy remembered his family and his childhood, and how much fun he had had on Halloween. And by allowing Gilderoy a bit more control, Harry discovered that Halloween could be fun. And so was flirting. And everything did happen, just as it had last time. He had even managed to take the mickey out of Snape by insisting that Professor Snape didn't need to waste his valuable time and that he could whip up the Mandrake restorative draft instead. Snape had been ready to hex him by the time he relented and allowed as how Professor Snape probably could make the restorative as well as he could. Watching the Git, robes billowing dramatically, as he stormed down the corridor later was quite gratifying. The only thing that could have added to his fun would be if he could dock the Git house points. His constant nattering in the background didn't endear him to the headmaster or Mr. Filch, either. The wizard professors still considered him dodgy while the witches still adored him and hung on his every word. Except Madams Pomfrey and Sprout, they still hadn't forgiven him for trying to tell them how to do their jobs. _ 10 points from Slytherin for such a derogatory comment, Mr. Malfoy. Lockhart appeared out of nowhere and stepped between the blonde braggart and the red-headed idiot, smiling broadly. Ron was pointing his broken wand at the Slytherin. Malfoy, being Malfoy, just couldn't seem to avoid calling Hermione a mudblood every time they met. This time, though, a professor who didn't believe in bullying in any form had caught him. Neither did that professor believe in respecting those who had better connections and more political power than he did. Gilderoy was working to change his circumstances, though. You cannot remove points from me like that, said Malfoy, shocked at the sudden appearance of the professor and point loss. Lockhart arched an eyebrow artfully, a disbelieving expression on his face, 20 for questioning a teacher's authority. He put his left hand on his hip, stylishly sweeping his robes back. But I didn't do anything. Malfoy protested. 30 more for suggesting a professor can't see properly, and a detention. Good God, this was fun. And explained why Snape seemed to enjoy it so much. His normally expansive smile grew slightly larger at seeing Malfoy's face turn red. Seeing the hated Weasley suppressing his laughter enraged Malfoy. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his Slytherin classmates. His bookends Crabbe and Goyle were beside him, with Nott, Zabini, and Parkinson behind him watching. He continued to argue, but Professor, that blood traitor pulled his wand on me. 40 points, Mr. Malfoy, for using yet another offensive term. And make it a week's detention instead of a day. Harry/Gilderoy shook his head sadly, as if reluctant to penalize a student so much. What? The child wizard was turning an interesting color of red, somewhat reminiscent of a certain Muggle relative of Harry's. The Dursleys. How could he have forgotten the Dursleys? 60 points, Mr. Malfoy. If his smile were any broader it would touch his ears, just as the Cheshire Cat's did. The small group of Slytherins and Gryffindors in the corridor were staring, stunned. Ron had transitioned for trying to suppress his laughter to standing with his mouth open in amazement. You can't do this. When my father hears about this. Draco was almost yelling. Don't raise your voice to me, Mr. Malfoy. 80 points, Mr. Malfoy. And 2 weeks detention. Do you want a month's? Gilderoy said harshly, now frowning prettily. It had taken him weeks to get that particular expression correct, witches tended to swoon when they saw it. The Slytherin stopped further debate by Nott's expedient action of slapping his hand across the boy's mouth from behind. He whispered furiously at Crabbe and Goyle until they grabbed Draco's arms and the three started dragging him away. Pansy trailed in their wake, casting confused glances between a struggling Draco and Professor Lockhart. Blaise Zabini turned to the blonde-haired professor. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Malfoy, but we'll get him straight to Madame Pomfrey. He was sweating. The professor, now with both hands on his hips, his hair swaying slightly as if in a breeze, and looking like a hero staring off into the sunset, stared as the other 5 disappeared into an alcove. Yes, perhaps you should. And 10 points each from you other 5 for failing to stop a fellow Slytherin from losing his mind like that. It is really quite unseemly, he continued smiling as if he were discussing his latest book, that the supposedly cunning Slytherins are accosting other students like common Muggle street thugs. His lazy smile disappeared and suddenly he looked much scarier as he scowled. Lord Slytherin would be so disappointed at the current crop of Slytherins being unable to build alliances outside their house, and antagonizing potential allies in such a crude fashion. If purebloods truly are superior to Muggleborns, then why is Miss Granger here at the top of her entire second year? He waved his right hand elegantly at the stunned girl. And by a rather wide margin, as well. And, of course, that doesn't explain why Misters Crabbe, Goyle, and Weasley, all purebloods, are nearly at the bottom of the same year's ranking. Based on that evidence, it would seem that it is the purebloods that are inferior, wouldn't you say? The remaining Slytherin was red-faced in embarrassment. Please remind Mr. Malfoy of those pertinent facts when you next see him, as well as his total point loss. I think he might not have been paying attention. He pointed down the corridor with his chin while staring at the boy, obviously dismissing him. Theodore nodded his head in respect at the professor, smartly turned on his heel, and then followed his compatriots. 290 points, Hermione half whispered, her voice revealing her odd surprise. Harry, Ron, and Neville glanced at her, astonished, and then turned to their professor. The Gryffindor wizards were staring at Lockhart as if they were about to fall to their knees and worship him as they well should. Gilderoy's voice echoed in the back of Lockhart's mind. Gilderoy preened slightly at the looks of admiration they all had. "Cor," said Ron softly, "I never thought I'd see the day when Draco lost that many points. Fred or George have never managed to lose that many points all at once." He hadn't noticed Lockhart lumping him with the 2 Slytherins as the worst in their year, too dumbfounded at seeing Draco so chastened. The professor smiled at them genially. "Well, now that that's sorted, perhaps you should be on with what you were doing before Mr. Malfoy accosted you." He watched the 4 Gryffindors hurry on to tea, knowing that Draco's point loss would spread like a wildfire at supper tonight. The loss of prestige in his house would sting something fierce. Gilderoy was quite content that the afternoon's project had worked so well. None had noticed the small hex he had cast on the Slytherin braggart when Gilderoy had first appeared and amplifying the boy's anger. Nor that he had cancelled it when Not had acted. Madame Pomfrey, nor anyone else, would find no evidence of his meddling. And the infuriated boy would predictably send off an owl missive to his parents after tea tonight. He expected to see Mr. Malfoy Sr. tomorrow afternoon. If things went to plan, he would be much richer by the weekend. Underscore. That Thursday, the next morning, Harry/Gilderoy decided to teach the second-year students critical thinking. "Oh, come now, children. Haven't you figured this out yet? It's been 5 whole days. I figured out what the monster was that night. It's simple." He beamed at the class. They were looking more than a bit uncertain. "Let's look at the facts, shall we? First, it's supposed to be Slytherin's monster, so we ask ourselves, what would Lord Slytherin have as a monster?" For the first time in a long time, almost the entire class raised their hands. "Mr. Zabanai." "A snake," he said with a smirk. "Correct, Mr. Zabanai. It should be from the snake family." "Next, what snakes, if any, petrify?" Nobody raised a hand. "Okay, rephrase the question. What snakes kill without biting?" Hermione leaned over and whispered to Neville, who raised his hand. At Gilderoy's nod, he said, "Constrictors like the boa or python." "Correct, but Mrs. Norris wasn't squeezed to death." "Anyone else?" "No?" "Okay, what creatures do we know petrify?" Hermione leaned over to Harry and whispered. He raised his hand. "The cockatrice. A good example, I've run across 1 or 2 in my travels. But not a snake. Anyone else?" "No." "Excellent. Class homework assignment, Slytherin vs Gryffindor, find me a snake that petrifies." The class groaned. "Open your books to page." Underscore. The second year DADA was almost over, less than 10 minutes left, when a phoenix patroness flew into the room. The moment Gilderoy saw the silvery blue creature he cast a muffling spell around himself and the phoenix. No one else heard it say, "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart, but Mr. Malfoy would like to speak with you. Please come to my office." Earlier that morning, before breakfast, Gilderoy had taken a morning constitutional, and walked to the front gates and left an alert charm on the gates. If Mr. Malfoy came through the gates, he would know it. Similarly, he had placed one on the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Unfortunately, they hadn't worked. Just his luck, instead of sending a student or Mr. Malfoy to his class, after allowing the wizard to enter the school through his flow connection, the headmaster had sent his bloody patroness instead. He cast his own patroness, a hyena, and said, "Please tell Mr. Malfoy I would be delighted to meet him in my office as soon as my class is out in 10 minutes, and sent it with that message. Then dismissed the muffling spell. All right, he said with his brilliant smile, that should be enough for today. Next class we'll work on falling. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Granger, one moment please. He really didn't want to include Ron in what was coming next, but felt it might be an opportunity to take points and add a detention or two, and farther separate him from Harry and Hermione. Follow me, please. He took them to his office. Sit, he said, pointing at a couch against one wall. Tell me, he said, sitting behind his desk, what do you think of the class so far? You four cover the entire range of the class, from top to bottom. The four students looked at each other, they clearly didn't understand why he would ask them that question. It took him a minute to get them to understand he really did want to know what they thought of his class compared to their previous professor, and the other professors in the castle. They spent a few minutes telling him how much better he was than Quirrell. Truthfully, he didn't really care. He was just killing time. So, for the next 5 minutes they talked about what they thought were the strengths and weaknesses of his class. Ron, naturally, complained about the copious amounts of homework. When Malfoy appeared, announced by Lockhart's warning chime, and the children clearly saw him walking up to the door in the mirror, Gilderoy acted with precision. With a simple swish and flick of his wand, Lockhart silenced, bound, and disillusioned the children. A second flick and a glamour made the couch appear to be a bookcase, and gave the four a front row seat for the action. They were about to get a lesson in manipulation, how to use an opponent's belief in their own superiority and firm belief that they were far smarter to ruin an enemy just as easily as combat. Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. What a surprise that you have come to see my humble self, he said as he opened the door and waved the pompous pureblood inside with a sweeping gesture. I am here on behalf of my son, Professor. It is extremely unreasonable to remove so many house points, 290, for a simple mistake. I, as head of the Board of Governors for this school, cannot allow this, Lucius Malfoy said in an authoritative voice as he entered. As the blonde-haired suspected Pons had expected, Draco had duly told his senior about the insult the half-blood professor gave to the Malfoy house, and the subsequent loss of prestige for Draco. That Draco knew his father considered the peacock-dressing wizard to be rather dim-witted only added farther insult to the matter. That was never my intention, Mr. Malfoy, Lockhart said unctuously. Kindly take a seat here. Please forgive my lack of furnishings to properly honor such an important pure-blooded and head of an ancient and noble house as yourself, he continued, playing the part of someone desperately trying to placate a powerful superior. Would you like some tea? He said, a silver tea set appearing on his desk. Fresh from India this morning, he added subserviently. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy said graciously, sitting and accepting the offered cup. Young Draco was lacking quite more than a little finesse in his words, and I was forced to do what I did, Gilderoy said, projecting regret at what he had done. For being a child of such an important house as Malfoy, I was surprised at his failure to employ the cunning and tact that the House of Slytherin is renowned to possess. Not to mention the insult to manners in using such a vile term in front of Miss Parkinson, a young lady from an important house looking to affiliate itself with yours. Gilderoy had to let the wizard know his son had transgressed wizardly etiquette. One simply doesn't say such things in front of ladies. Harry/Gilderoy didn't need legilimency to know what the pureblood was thinking. Just watching his expression and listening to his projected emotions gave Lockhart all he needed to know to guide the wizard down the primrose path to rack and ruin. This fraud wants nothing more than attention and whatever money he can get with it. To have me in this position must puff up his self-importance, Malfoy thought. I must accept that my son's behavior was not up to your expectations, Professor, he said, condescendingly, but losing so many house points is simply outrageous for such a minor offense. I can see that, Lockhart answered consolingly. He must be very dejected at making such an unlettered fool of himself before his fellow house members. He paused as if thinking. I suppose I could consider this as an isolated incident of childhood tendencies and reverse the punishment. As you perhaps may have heard, Mr. Malfoy, things are quite negotiable with me. And there it is, Lucius thought and smiled inwardly. He applies the touch for a bribe almost like a pure blood. What is your proposition, Mr. Lockhart? I warn you, though, I am quite good at negotiating. Your reputation as a negotiator precedes you, Lucius. Gilderoy said. You don't mind if I call you Lucius, do you, Mr. Malfoy? The pure blood, secure in his knowledge that he was going to soon own the idiot, nodded easily. He planned to put the Burke in his place, later, after his usefulness was complete, after his son had achieved high scores and finished the class. Once the dandy was out of Hogwarts, Malfoy intended to show the twit just how dangerous it was to try to use his son in an amateurish attempt to seek favor. Oh, thank you. Lockhart paused again, giving the image of one who is thinking deeply. I say you donate a nut for the first 10 points taken, double that to 2 nuts for the second 10 points on to the 200 points, with the final sum donated to my Dark Arts Defense Fund. I will happily restore the points taken and give only a single detention to your son on proper wizarding conduct. Is that agreeable to you, Lucius? Nuts. I can pay you in galleons for what you have offered, Gilderoy, Lucius said with a smile. Oh, that's all right. In all good conscience, I cannot charge more for such a simple mistake from a child of such a preeminent parent as yourself, Lucius. Besides, I value your friendship much more than galleons, Lockhart said with a smile and charming wink. Consider it done. Lucius said with a victorious smile and thinking, as if I would ever consider such an obvious suck-up a friend. He probably engineered that whole scene yesterday just for this chance to meet with me and pretend to do me a favor. Excellent. Let's shake hands on the deal, Lucius. Gilderoy waved his wand and a parchment appeared on his desk. He quickly jotted down the terms of their agreement. In exchange for reversing 10 points, 1 nut shall be removed from the House of Malfoy vault to Gilderoy Lockhart's vault for the Dark Arts Defense Fund, with the second 10 points doubling that to 2 nuts, and so forth, on up to 290 points being reversed. He signed it and spun the parchment around for Malfoy's signature. Both allowed 3 blood drops to hit their respective signatures. Lockhart offered his hand to the pompous arse, knowing that when they shook hands, the spell on the parchment would be completed and a copy appear on a certain goblin's desk at Gringotts. The goblins would immediately begin transferring 544,493 galleons 14 sickles, and 2 nuts out of the Malfoy vaults. If Lockhart had calculated properly, that should be almost 60% of the entire Malfoy family's net worth. Like most rich people, his money was in real estate, so this would easily wipe out his cash reserves. Plus, if there weren't sufficient funds in the Malfoy vault to pay the debt in galleons, and in absence of previous orders to the contrary, the goblins would begin selling Malfoy properties until the sum was paid in full. Gilderoy expected to get several valuable money-making properties. And that would cripple the Malfoys' ability to make a quick recovery. They promptly shook hands and drank the finest champagne Lockhart had to offer. Gilderoy made a show of handing the parchment to Malfoy without bothering to make a copy for himself. I trust you implicitly, said Lockhart, I don't need a copy for myself. He didn't explain that a day after the transfer completed both parchments would disintegrate into dust to remove any possibility of a parchment trail for an investigator to find. The best part was that Malfoy could not complain about the transfer, the gold simply disappeared from his vault. There would be no evidence to explain what happened. As far as anyone ever would be able to determine later, money disappeared from Mr. Malfoy's vault, for due cause according to the goblins and approved by Mr. Malfoy. That was all the goblins would say on the matter. That a large amount of gold appeared in Lockhart's vault at the same time was a coincidence. That several former Malfoy properties became Lockhart's was interesting, but Lockhart had clear bills of sale to show that Lockhart purchased those properties with funds from his vault. That those funds had been moved to his vault as part of a previous transaction executed only moments before was not disclosed. The same laws that allowed Malfoy to get away with bribing Wizengamot officials would hide and protect Gilderoy's transactions. Both were immensely pleased with themselves. Mr. Malfoy mistakenly believed he had the right measure of the popinjay and had managed to change his son's sticky situation with his classmates for a ridiculously small bribe. He had never purchased such influence for so little, and he had assured his son of excellent scores for the rest of the year. Gilderoy was doing a little happy dance in his head, and suppressing the urge to do it in real life. He had just increased his vault's contents by a factor of at least a 50. In one fell swoop, he had propelled himself into the rarefied atmosphere of the top 0.1% wealthiest wizards in Britain, numbering less than 10 houses total. Lord Black was at the top with a net worth of 2 million galleons, and, until today, the Malfoys had been in the top 3 of that pack at about 800,000 galleons. Oh, how he had decreased House Malfoy's wealth. He had even reduced the Malfoys' ability to make money. Normally, when someone transfers an amount that exceeds the galleons in their vault, the goblins begin selling off properties starting with the lowest valued ones first. He had arranged with the goblins that anytime anyone transferred him gold and their vault had insufficient gold to complete the transfer, the goblins would start selling the smallest income-producing properties first and selling them to him. In essence, he was using his victims' gold to buy their properties, and then they gave him his gold back. All he did was pay a special purchase price fee of 20% to the goblins, again using the victim's gold. It was just as if the victim were giving the property to Gilderoy at no charge. And Gilderoy would get all the future income from that property, more than making up for the current loss of additional galleons in his vault. After finishing their toasts to each other's health, Mr. Malfoy said, "I must be off, there is business I need to attend to this afternoon." After Malfoy left, Lockhart removed the silencing, binding, and glamour charms from Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville. "You utter bastard! You sold yourself for bloody peanuts," Ron cursed. "You are so cheap, selling yourself for bloody nuts," Ron raged. Harry Potter was looking at Gilderoy with daggers in his eyes. Neville and Hermione looked disappointed and confused. "Remember the legend of the chessboard, Miss Granger?" She frowned for a moment, then her eyes popped wide open and her mouth formed an O of astonished recognition. Poor Neville still looked puzzled. Harry frowned, having heard of the legend in primary math classes, but not remembering the details. As far as Harry/Gilderoy could remember, that particular cautionary math tale wasn't taught to wizard children. Is the punishment sufficient, Miss Granger? He beamed at them happily, confident in his solution. It is not enough, don't you agree, that the younger generation learns some manners, but also the old? That should teach both Malfoys a very valuable lesson, is that not right, Miss Granger? Lockhart smiled, showing his dazzling smile to the shocked and blushing brunette. And, 10 points and another detention for cursing at a professor, Mr. Weasley. I don't understand, Harry Potter said in wonder. Harry, can't you see it? Hermione said excitedly, Mr. Malfoy mistakenly believes he paid a small bribe when he actually spent a huge amount of his money. She turned back to the adult wizard, Professor Lockhart, that was truly sneaky. Huge amount of nuts? So what? Bloody hell, Hermione, you are mad. Ron admonished. 2 detentions, now, Mr. Weasley. For your detention, Mr. Weasley, calculate the exact amount of nuts Mr. Malfoy lost today and convert that to galleons. Then I want 2 feet on why you should never accept a contract on finances unless you understand completely what you are signing and the particulars are described in excruciating detail. To the others, he said, I am sorry I had to put you under body bind, but I didn't want you to interrupt our little business deal. 290 points, so he was punished 29 times. Harry Potter replied. So Malfoy loses twice of 29, 58 nuts for his behavior, that's just 2 sickles. Peanuts. If that is so, he will bung it again and again, using his money to avoid punishments. This is duff. Ron cried. Ron, shut up. It's not 58 nuts, but... Hermione started to lecture her friends. Allow them to do their work, Miss Granger. Lockhart interrupted. They should learn the value of keeping cool and working with a calm mind rather than letting their emotions dictate their actions. He stopped and sighed. Word spreads quickly in the pure blood circles and now they will remember to hold their tongues. Lockhart said. One last thing, do not tell anyone what transpired in here today. He stared at them, blank-faced. Neville and Harry gulped at the obvious threat. If too many people hear of this too fast, you could undo what I have done and strengthen Draco Malfoy's position in Hogwarts. It is to your benefit that we allow others to do our work for us. Miss Granger will be able to explain it to you, if you're smart enough to listen, that is. He turned his gaze on Ron for a moment before smiling broadly and tossing his hair with a slight movement. If I hear anyone talking about this, I'll know where to find the culprits responsible for the tale, and you 3 will spend the rest of the year in detentions. Hermione nodded frantically at Gilderoy and gave a harsh look at Ron. Now that that's sorted, I thank you for your kind comments about my class and I will do my best to bestow upon all of you as much of my vast experience as I can cram into the school year. If I see enough improvement in the next month, I might even start a dueling club where you can hone your practical skills. Wouldn't that just be delicious? He chuckled happily, rubbing his hands together. Dueling, where you can legitimately hex your worst enemy with your professor's approval. Hermione and Harry stared at him a moment, wide-eyed. Then Harry smiled. Neville looked worried. And Ron? Well, Ron merely looked constipated. The kids left his office quietly, but no sooner did they leave than Harry/Gilderoy heard Hermione start to explain just how badly Gilderoy had shafted Malfoy. Gilderoy was wearing a lilac wizarding outfit as if to a formal occasion. He stood out from the surroundings as only a true peacock can do. He knew that the neighbors were watching as he strolled down the street. Every time he saw a curtain waver he nodded, smiled broadly, and waved at the person peeping out, causing them to quickly drop the curtain and step back a moment before spying once more on the strangely dressed man. Naturally, the Dursleys were too busy watching their favorite telly program to notice his approach until he knocked vigorously on the door. Little Dudley opened the door. For an odd moment, Harry felt sad. His Dursleys had perished, along with most of the citizens of Little Whinging when a nuke had landed not more than a kilometer away from this very spot. And now, here was the little turd, all fat and obnoxious. He almost wished he could drop another nuke here. Mom, the gormless bully called, there's some weirdo here. There was an inarticulate squawk from inside and the sound of hurrying feet. The horse-faced woman that appeared next surprised Harry. He didn't remember her being this different from his mother. It was difficult to square the horse-like face and beanpole shape of this woman with the pictures of his smiling kind-faced and very curvy mother. Did they even have the same father? Or the same mother? Could one or the other be adopted? He shook his head slightly. If he found out one or the other was adopted he would draw and quarter the headmaster, slowly, very slowly. Blood protection, indeed. Meanwhile, his aunt was staring at him in abject horror. He gave her his best smile. Good evening, Mrs. Dursley, may I come in? He pushed on the door and stepped forward, preventing any other action from her. She was about to try to slam it in his face anyway when he added, pleasantly, we wouldn't want to cause a scene out here for all the neighbors to see, now would we? Her eyes flickered to the lighted windows of the houses across the street, where she could see nosy neighbors watching closely. She stepped back, hissing, well, hurry then. He walked into the sitting room. Mr. Disley was already struggling to his feet. Get out, UFRE. Gilderoy's wand was at the man's throat. Finish that word and you'll spend the last moments of your life as a pig in a slaughterhouse that makes bangers. The walrus-sized man collapsed back into his favorite chair. Dudley was watching with wide eyes. Antonia said, Dudley, upstairs now. The little turd was fast, Harry had to give him that. He was partway up the stairs by the time Harry yelled, no, everybody in here. Right now. Sit. Years of shouting orders in combat gave him the voice of command that garnered instant obedience. Petunia and Dudley were on the couch almost before they realized they had moved. I'll make this short and sweet, said the wizard. Did it not occur to you that those freaks you are afraid of might take offense at your treatment of one of their own? That, maybe, one of them might decide to return to you exactly what you did to the boy. See here, now, blustered Vernon. Petunia, on the other hand, turned white as a sheet. Dudley, of course, looked confused. Shut it, walrus, said Harry. He twitched his wand and the man's mouth disappeared. Such a small and targeted spell would trip no alarms looking for splashy accidental magic or the messy efforts of a child's wand. So, this is what you're going to do. Starting immediately, you will treat the boy as your long-lost love child or Dudley here gets to reprise every single blow he gave to Harry. And you get to explain to Child Protective Services why your Duddykins looks like you beat him half to death with a golf club. He added snidely, I'm sure that saying it's the freak's fault will convince a judge you're innocent. He glared at them. Enchant your neighbors just love the scandal. Petunia turned even paler. You can start with Christmas presents. Drop them off with Mrs. Fig, she'll make sure they get delivered. She's not one of us, but she has a relative who is. He smiled, much like a shark smiles at his next meal. Petunia shrank back. Well, now that that's sorted, I'll say goodbye. The smile disappeared. And you had better hope you never have reason to see me again. He walked to the door. I'll see myself out, thank you. He flicked his wand and Vernon's mouth came back. Chapter 7. Murder by Bludger. Harry/Gilderoy really hated the Quidditch game that Saturday, but he dared not deviate from the course of events. The hardest part, the absolute hardest part, was to pretend to botch the healing spell on Harry's arm. He had established a measure of respect with the Golden Quartet, and the rest of the students, and this pretty much scuppered it completely. Madame Pomfrey would never forgive him. Oh, well, he had the rest of the year to recover it in. So it was that late that night in the hospital wing, seconds after the house elf mentioned the Chamber of Secrets, Gilderoy acted. Wrapped in Harry's invisibility cloak and hadn't that been a beastly bitch to get. Surrounded with a silencing spell, a powerful notice me not spell, and a scent suppressing spell, he had hidden under the boy's bed all night waiting. As soon as the words, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more, left Dobby's mouth, Gilderoy hit him with a stupefy, with his wand almost touching the elf's foot, and then bound him. As the elf collapsed to the floor, Gilderoy stood up on the other side of the bed, shoving the cloak into his pocket and silently finiting the other spells on himself. Aha! He cried aloud, I knew something was wrong with that bludger. I knew there was a game afoot. He adopted his Superman stance, standing with hands on hips, his lavender cloak flung behind him, head held at just the right angle to impress onlookers. Harry's head whipped around from staring at the bound elf on the floor to look at the professor. He stared at Gilderoy, eyes wide in shock. Sorry, Harry, he looked at the boy sadly, I really had no choice. If we wanted to find out who was trying to kill you, I needed you isolated and apparently helpless. This way I could watch over and protect you, and catch your enemy before he did more harm. As I just did. Harry continued to stare at him, You vanished my bones on purpose. The outrage was clear in his voice. Oh, come, Harry. This hurt me far more than it did you. Gilderoy rolled his eyes, smiling. It's going to take me weeks, if not months, to repair the damage to my reputation. Even after we explain what really happened. You, on the other hand, will find your arm as good as new by morning and you'll have an exciting tale to tell your admiring fangirls, and, someday, your grandchildren. He gazed down on the boy wizard benevolently. Then he smiled sneakily and said, You really need to improve your flirting skills. I think you should practice flirting with that pretty friend of yours, Miss Granger. I know she shan't mind. Harry stared at him, blinking, processing what he had heard. What really happened? What really happened? The boy was too shocked to speak coherently, at first. What really happened, he said furiously, is that you deliberately vanished the bones in my arm. Harry, the professor said, I know what you're thinking, but, please, trust me on this. We have thwarted a plot by Draco Malfoy to kill you. Harry stared at him, mouth gaping open. Kill me? That prat. Gilderoy nodded. Yes, that's precisely what happened. You see, Dobby, here, is the Malfoy house elf. And everyone knows that house elves always do exactly as they are ordered. So, if he cursed that bludger, he had to do it because Mr. Draco Malfoy ordered him to do it. That bludger was trying to splatter your brains all over the Quidditch pitch yesterday. If not for your quick reflexes, it would have succeeded, too. Fortunately for you, the Weasley twins managed to corral it after it demolished your elbow and prevented it from plowing your head into the ground while you were lying there helpless. Harry stared at him speechlessly, eyes wide in shock. Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's exactly it. Draco Malfoy wanted you eliminated so he easily could catch the snitch and the Slytherins could win the game. He couldn't just wound you, that's too easy to fix and you'd be right back in the game. It had to be something serious, so serious you'd be off the field immediately. So, he had his house elf curse the bludger in an attempt to eliminate you permanently. In other words, to kill you. This was nothing less than an attack on House Potter by House Malfoy. Harry finally closed his mouth and said, bewildered, but that's not what he said he was trying to protect me. Harry, Gilderoy said condescendingly. You don't understand. House elves have to do exactly as they are ordered. And Draco Malfoy, his master, told poor Dobby, here, to kill you and then tell everyone he was trying to protect you, that it was all an accident. He can't tell the truth when his master has ordered him to tell a lie. And it is impossible for a house elf to act independently. Unless they are insane, he didn't add. House elves simply can't run off and do something unrelated to their normal house duties without direct orders. They just can't, they have to have orders from their owner. Lockhart shook his head. It would have been the perfect murder, too. You die in a tragic accident by a rogue bludger and Draco wins his first game to the accolades of everyone in Slytherin. And then the Slytherins win both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup at the end of the year. And, incidentally, Draco then inherits the Potter fortune in addition to the Black fortune. And that effectively derailed Harry Potter from everything. Potter fortune. He said loudly. The DADA professor looked at Harry, frowning slightly. Why yes, Harry, you are heir to the Potter fortune. Hasn't your magical guardian told you about your heritage? The Potters are an ancient and noble house in England. When you become an adult, you will take the reins of one of the 10 wealthiest houses in England. And you and Draco are third cousins by your great-grandmother, Doria Black. If you die, then Draco inherits as the next closest relative. Unless you make out a will to the contrary, of course, which I suggest you do as soon as possible. Your vast riches are one reason Mr. Ronald Weasley is so jealous of you. They heard, well, Gilderoy heard a commotion outside the hospital wing door. Harry was still too much in shock at hearing he was wealthy, and related to Draco, to notice anything farther away than his bed. In the next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was floating what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall followed a second later. Harry and Gilderoy watched as the headmaster deposited it onto a bed. I say, said Gilderoy, what is all this, then? The headmaster and Professor McGonagall turned quickly. They had been too involved with the statue to notice the other professor standing beside Harry Potter's bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, said Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Ah, Professor Lockhart. What a surprise to find you here. The old wizard blinked, eyes twinkling, and then he sighed. Another attack, I'm afraid, said Dumbledore. I found him on the stairs. Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. Harry/Gilderoy sighed as well. He looked at Harry and saw his expression of horror as he realized it was Colin Creevey. Colin's eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. That was fishy, Gilderoy thought. Why would the headmaster walk to the kitchens through an icy cold castle late at night for a hot chocolate when a simple request to a house elf would have it in his hands in seconds? Did the headmaster already know about the basilisk and was tracking its movements through the castle? And therefore needed a reason to go rescue the latest victim? He knew that Dumbledore was a tricky old goat, but did he really have that little regard for the safety of the students? A moment later, they all stared at the smoking ruin that was the insides of Colin's camera, with Dumbledore ominously saying, the question is not who. The question is, how? Now that was fishy, it implied that he already knew who. Into the silence the headmaster's question produced, Gilderoy said, well, that's all very fine and good, but we have a more serious problem over here. The DADA. Professor pointed to the stunned and bound house elf on the floor. The three clustered around the petrified young wizard jumped, startled. They had forgotten the other wizard, so wrapped up were they in Dumbledore's drama queen moment. Madame Pomfrey said, a house elf. Looking back and forth between Lockhart and the elf. Gilderoy was in his element, a captive audience with questions only he could answer. And no one could contradict him. Not just any house elf, he corrected the witch, posing dramatically, but the very one who cursed a bludger to kill Harry Potter. The others looked at him astonished. You see, I knew something was wrong with that bludger. It followed only Mr. Potter, it tried to hit only Mr. Potter. Several times I saw Mr. Potter just barely elude a direct strike against his head at speeds guaranteed to kill, isn't that right, Mr. Potter? How many times did you hear the whistle of the wind as it narrowly missed your head, Mr. Potter? 3 times? 4. 4, whispered Harry. Aha! 4 times the bludger barely missed killing our little wizard, here. He looked down at the trussed-up house elf. And I heard this little bugger confess to Mr. Potter that he was the one who did it. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded again. Surely, you must be mistaken, the headmaster interjected, eyes twinkling. Why would a Hogwarts house elf do anything of the sort? Ah, but you see, my dear Albus, this house elf is not a Hogwarts house elf. Gilderoy declared gleefully, holding up a finger in triumph. The headmaster leaned closer and stared at the house elf. Ah, I see. None of the Hogwarts house elves would wear such a tatty attire. The 2 witches were listening attentively. Furthermore, the house elf admitted that he was the reason why Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter were unable to access platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He also confessed to stealing the boys' owl mail last summer. The 2 witches gasped. The headmaster frowned in thought. A house elf stealing mail? Unheard of. And it did all this at the instructions of its owner, Gilderoy concluded. A clear case of attempted premeditated murder disguised as an accident. If Mr. Potter were just a tad slower in dodging, we would be making funeral arrangements. We need the Aurors here as soon as possible to handle the house elf's interrogation. I don't think we need to involve the Aurors in this, Professor Lockhart, said the headmaster, projecting a concerned grandfatherly image. Gilderoy interrupted, oh, yes, we most definitely do need the Aurors here. I have many talents, he paused momentarily to preen, and I'm sure I could interrogate the house elf and learn all his secrets, but this is now a legal case, not a prank. We have an outside house elf that has invaded Hogwarts and attempted a murder. This is not a mere schoolboy prank. We must call the Aurors. It must be handled delicately, though. I'm positive his owner ordered the house elf to lie about why it did these things. That it will claim it did all these things without its master's permission or orders. He looked at the others incredulously. Can you imagine any house elf acting on its own, without orders of any kind? And doing something that its owner definitely would not want it to do? Imagine the uproar if it was proven that a house elf had deliberately attacked or killed a wizard of its own accord, and against its master's wishes. Professor McGonagall said softly, a house elf cannot do anything it thinks its master might not want it to do. In the absence of general or express orders, it can only do things it knows its master will approve of it doing, generally housekeeping chores. The headmaster again tried to downplay the situation. I think we can handle this here at Hogwarts without needing the Aurors, he said, eyes twinkling. Headmaster, Gilderoy said grimly, this is no longer just a school Quidditch prank. It is quite possibly an attack on a student by an adult from outside this school. If that is the case, what will you do? Dock him points? Make him write lines with a blood quill? Send him out on a detention in the Forbidden Forest? This was a murder attempt on the only surviving member of House Potter. It would easily have succeeded were it not for the lad's exceptional flying skills. And the next legal inheritor, or his family, orchestrated the attack. The perpetrator has a motive, he has the means, and at yesterday's game, he had the opportunity to do it. If you do nothing, he will try again. And next time he might succeed. He paused a second to let them think about that. If you do not call the Aurors, I will. He declared, posing again in his heroic Superman stance. The headmaster sighed, let us move to my office then, and he turned to leave the hospital wing. And that is why we need to call the Aurors, headmaster. Gilderoy declared loudly. You would have us remove the house elf from the scene of the crime and perhaps destroy important evidence? Or worse, leave the house elf here with Mr. Potter unable to defend himself and hope the house elf doesn't wake and finish his master's orders? I will remain here and protect the crime scene while you notify the Aurors. Perhaps you could use Madame Pomfrey's flu. The headmaster turned and looked at him, eyes not twinkling at all. The headmaster was not happy with Lockhart ordering him around like a common wizard. 10 minutes later 2 Aurors walked out of Madame Pomfrey's office, with Pomfrey escorting them, into the brilliantly lit hospital wing. The only conscious patient was Harry, and everyone knew he wasn't getting any more sleep tonight. The lead wizard, a tall, powerfully built black-skinned man, introduced himself as they approached the small group by the beds. "Hello. I'm Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, and this is Auror Gawain Roberts." He nodded to the head healer. "Madame Pomfrey tells me you have a case of attempted murder." He raised an eyebrow inquiringly. "Perhaps," stated Dumbledore, "I believe it isn't nearly as serious as that, but Professor Lockhart," he turned slightly, lifting his hand dismissively to indicate the wizard, "seems to think that this house elf," he pointed at the still stupefied and bound elf, "attempted to kill Mr. Potter," he pointed vaguely at Harry. "Oh, no," said Lockhart, "I don't think that, I know that. After all, the house elf confessed to trying to knock Mr. Potter off his broom while he was playing Quidditch yesterday, when the child was 100 or more feet in the air. And the bludger he cursed was aiming at the boy's head. Even a glancing blow could have been fatal." At first skeptical, the Aurors quickly realized the seriousness of the situation as Harry and Gilderoy filled them in on what happened during the Quidditch game. Professor McGonagall quickly corroborated their stories with her view from the commentator's booth, although she had only seen 2 of the near misses. The DADA. Professor then offered his conclusions about the motives involved and that a substantial fortune was at stake. Then he gave his deductions about the house elf's instructions from its owner, laying it on thickly that no house elf could ever attempt anything as serious as murder without the orders of his master. As evidence that the owner had to have ordered the house elf to lie about his motives, Lockhart told the Aurors about how the house elf had closed the gateway to platform 9 3/4 and stole Mr. Potter's owl mail. One of these actions could possibly be explained as the house elf misunderstanding an order, Gilderoy explained, but all 3. The wizard shook his head. "Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is malicious intent," he concluded. "I notice you have avoided saying the name of the person you suspect is behind this house elf's actions," said Shacklebolt. Smiling broadly, as if he were introducing a celebrity to an audience, Gilderoy said, "Why, Draco Malfoy, of course." The uproar was instantaneous. The headmaster flatly refused to believe it. "Nonsense, that boy would never do something like that. Pranks maybe, attempted murder? Never. Let's look at the facts, shall we?" Lockhart said reasonably. "This is the first game that Mr. Malfoy is the Slytherin Seeker. His father bought the team new top-of-the-line brooms just to get the boy on the team. If he didn't get the snitch, not only does he disappoint his father but also the Slytherin team will be upset with him for losing them the game. And after all the bragging he did about how he's so much better than Mr. Potter, well, you can see he has a lot on the line here, can't you? And Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter have been at loggerheads since they first met last year on the Hogwarts Express. Ask any student. First, Mr. Malfoy ordered the house elf to prevent Mr. Potter from returning to Hogwarts by stealing his mail and preventing him from getting his Hogwarts letter with the year's requirements. When that failed, he ordered the house elf to prevent Mr. Potter from coming to Hogwarts, physically, by blocking the platform entrance. When that didn't work, Mr. Malfoy started to get desperate. He tried several times to get the Mr. Potter in trouble by provoking him into a fight, hoping to get him banned from the team, but that didn't work either. Finally, Mr. Malfoy ordered his house elf to remove Mr. Potter from the game, and if it happened to be permanently, well, so much the better. Shacklebolt turned to Roberts. "This is way above our pay grade, go get Madame Bones. She's not gonna appreciate a call at this time of the morning," said the other Auror. "Well, unless you're volunteering to get in between House Potter and House Malfoy." The other Auror sighed. "Not a chance," he muttered, and turned to Madame Pomfrey. "May I use your flue?" She nodded and the 2 headed back to her office. Shacklebolt stared at the DADA. "Professor. You realize this all hinges on this being the Malfoy's house elf?" Gilderoy smiled confidently. "An easy solution. Bring the boy here and ask him if this is his house elf. To confirm it, have the boy order the house elf to bring him something from his home with the family crest on it. Only a Malfoy house elf could enter the Malfoy mansion and retrieve a belonging." Shacklebolt harumphed in reply. He stared at the bound house elf impassively. "I suppose," Lockhart said, frowning, "that the boy could be innocent, but in that case it means that Mr. Malfoy's father was the one giving orders to the house elf. The problem there, of course, is why the father would involve himself with Mr. Potter. What possibly could the wizard have against this boy? Unless it is to ensure that his son inherits both House Potter and House Black. Worse crimes have been committed to lock in an inheritance, don't you know? And those 2 houses added to the Malfoy house would make him the richest and most powerful wizard in the world. Ah, before I forget, I am willing to submit my memories of the game and everything I heard in the hospital tonight, just to make sure there are no mistakes made in what I heard or saw. I'm sure Mr. Potter is also willing to provide his memories." The dark-skinned Auror nodded his understanding. At Harry's wide-eyed, providing memories. Gilderoy gave him a brief explanation of pensieves and how they make it possible for people to view others' memories of events. And eliminate many he said, she said arguments because others could see and hear exactly what happened and who said what. "Headmaster," Gilderoy said, smiling broadly, "because this involves a Slytherin, I think you should have Professor Snape observe the proceedings when Department of Magical Law Enforcement head Madam Bones arrives, don't you? He stared at the wizard expectantly briefly. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin House here at Hogwarts, and acts as parentis in locus for his students, Lockhart said to the Auror. It is only proper that he be here considering it concerns not only one of his students, but also the son of a good friend of his. He paused, cradling his right elbow in his left hand as he tapped his finger on his chin. I think he's the boy's godfather, actually. He straightened as if he had just thought of something. In fact, being such a good friend of the family, he might be able to identify the house elf for us. The Auror looked at the headmaster inquiringly. The headmaster said, eyes twinkling, yes, let's do that. He lifted his wand and a phoenix patroness burst from his wand. Moments later, it winged out of the room. It took the dungeon bat almost 15 minutes to wake, dress, and cross the entirety of the castle to the hospital wing. He swept in the door, robes billowing dramatically, like a giant bat in the night. Headmaster, he said, eyes sweeping the people in the room and pausing momentarily on the Auror. What has Mr. Potter done this time? Are you finally going to expel the miscreant troublemaker? The Auror looked incredulous at the unfounded accusation. He shook his head slightly and introduced himself, I'm Auror Shacklebolt. Snape stopped beside the headmaster and stared at Harry and Gilderoy. Gilderoy smiled cheerily. Ah, Professor Snape, ever the jokester. Everyone except the Auror stared at Gilderoy in disbelieving amazement. Professor Snape? Make jokes? Was the DADA Professor mad? With his audience suitably distracted from their bickering, the dandy moved to the end of Harry's bed and pointed. Do you, perhaps, know this house elf? Snape's eyes flickered down at the bound house elf, and a frown appeared. That is the Malfoy house elf, Dobby. He had no reason to lie and he knew that to deny he recognized the house elf would only cause problems when the truth came out later. Aha! Declared Gilderoy in self-satisfaction, I told you he was Malfoy's. You are positive? Asked the Auror. As positive as I can be about the identity of any house elf I've seen. Only Mr. Malfoy could tell us beyond the shadow of a doubt. He shot an accusatory glance at Gilderoy and Harry. He knew that somehow those two were the cause of this late-night crisis. While they waited for Madam Bones to arrive, the headmaster filled Snape in on the night's events. Gilderoy filled Harry in on how to make out a will, with the promise that he would take him to Gringotts over the Christmas halls to file it. And suggested having Hermione help him in making it. In the meantime there were books about the subject in the library, after all. Whatever you do, Harry, do not make me a beneficiary, the blonde dandy ordered earnestly. I know how much you admire me, but I have sufficient funds to keep me happy. The purpose of a will is to make sure that your estate money and property stays out of the hands of those you dislike while ensuring it does go to those who deserve it the most. And while you might not realize it yet, Miss Granger is your most loyal friend and ally. You would be better served to leave the Potter holdings to Miss Granger. With her intelligence, she would use what you give her for the betterment of all wizards and witches. Give only a small amount of a few thousand galleons to each of the Weasley family. You know how they feel about charity. Think carefully about who has supported you both last year and this year. And you should definitely tell Miss Granger that she has your permission to use Hedwig to write to her parents. She is your friend and she has no way to communicate with her parents. It would make her ever so happy if you were to do that. And it would give Hedwig a sense of purpose instead of just hanging out in the Owlery all the time being bored. I'll add a spell to the owl so that any muggle who sees him will only see a common bird like a pigeon or swallow, that way she shan't attract any attention in the Grangers' neighborhood. Harry nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. Finally, a tall, stern-looking woman with a monocle exited Madame Pomfrey's office, followed by 6 other Aurors. Madame Bones, Gilderoy said as if greeting an old friend. Gilderoy had never met the woman. I am delighted to see the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is finally taking note Mr. Potter's trials and tribulations at Hogwarts. The woman looked at him, frowning. This is the first time this year someone has tried to kill him. At that declaration, Madame Bones' frown grew even deeper. Why last year, the wizard continued blithely, there were no fewer than 3 times that the DADA professor, Quirinus Quirrell, tried to kill him, and the last one put him in hospital here for several days. He grinned at her broadly. This year, of course, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, am Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor. I do my utmost to keep all students safe, thus things are not nearly so desperate for the boy. He posed proudly. I knew I would have to be on my toes this year when at the opening feast Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley were purposely delayed. I knew there was a game afoot. Crime is common. Logic is rare. Therefore it is upon the logic that I dwell. He leaned closer to the witch, as if confiding a secret to a friend. I knew the game was afoot and that it was merely a matter of time before there would be another blatant attempt on Mr. Potter's life. When Halloween passed with merely a threat on his life and no action, I knew it would be at the first Quidditch game, just as it happened last year. She wasn't stupid, she caught his reference and he knew she would wonder why no one had advised her department of a serious attempt on the life of an heir of an ancient and noble house. He straightened and beamed at her happily. I'm not one to meddle in an official investigation, but if I were you I would ask Mr. Potter for his memories of fighting the troll, the first Quidditch game, the attack in the Forbidden Forest, and his fatal encounter with he who must not be named during finals week last June. Madame Bone's monocle fell out as she stared at him. He nodded knowingly. And you might want to ask him about some of his more violent confrontations with Mr. Malfoy from last year as well, to give you a bit of background on Mr. Malfoy's unashamed antagonism towards Mr. Potter and his close friends, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. There is even a dragon involved. Gilderoy knew the headmaster was not going to be happy with the memories Harry provided to the Madame Bones about his adventures the previous year. They would show neither the headmaster nor the school in a good light. And when they finally noticed the petrified student and got that story, the DADA professor knew the headmaster was going to be in a world of hurt. And, he added conspiratorially, just you wait, there are things going on this year that make last year look placid. He smiled, my next book is going to eclipse all my previous books, I promise you. The head Auror looked worried. Then he shook his head, sadly. Mr. Malfoy, Draco, that is going to profess his ignorance of the house elf's activities, naturally. And the house elf can only say what his master has told him to say, so we shan't get the truth from him, either. His master has ordered him to say that the house elf only wanted to warn Mr. Potter away, not kill him. The only solution, you know, is to have an inquiry in front of the entire Wisengamot, and give the child a dose of Verita serum. But his father will never let that happen, and we both know it, don't we? What parent would in such a grave matter? His normal smile was absent and he sincerely looked unhappy. But based on the facts at hand, what can we do? If we do nothing, the child will be emboldened to try again, and next time I might not be close enough to Mr. Potter to foil the attempt. He sighed. I hate to say it, but the only course I can see is for Mr. Draco Malfoy to either give a wizard's oath that he will not pursue his feud against Mr. Potter or have his father remove him from the school until both children are of age. He shook his head again, feigning sorry. Over the next hour, different Aurors interviewed Harry and Gilderoy several times. Both stated, repeatedly, that they would be happy to provide memories of the events they witnessed. Personally, Harry/Gilderoy was hoping that Draco would end up at Durmstrang, but his swindle earlier that week might have made that school a bit too expensive for the Malfoys. While the ministry paid the tuition at Hogwarts, the ministry would not fund a student to a school in another country. He would settle for an oath that Malfoy would cease his hostilities towards Harry and his friends and stay out of any house disputes. They would have to word the oath carefully so that the two boys could interact in school classes, and play Quidditch, and just limit the oath to prevent the boy from plotting to harm Harry either in person or via a second party. He mentioned as much to Madame Bones. But Gilderoy would leave the particulars to the DMLE, the headmaster, and Malfoy. If the headmaster managed to convince everyone that an oath wasn't required, then Harry/Gilderoy would have to up the ante and get Draco removed from the school in disgrace. They summoned Mr. Malfoy from his dorm, and, as Gilderoy had predicted, he admitted the house elf was Dobby, from Malfoy Manor. However, he was adamant that he did not order Dobby to harm Harry. In fact, he insisted he had never given any orders to the house elf regarding Harry or any other student at Hogwarts. Naturally, the headmaster violated the boy's privacy by invading his mind, without coming out and actually saying he had, and declared the boy innocent. Fortunately, Madame Bones refused to take the word of an old wizard, no matter how venerable, in a case of what clearly was attempted murder and line theft. Especially when the wizard couldn't provide any concrete evidence to back up his statement of innocence without disclosing that he had committed an Azkaban-worthy mind crime. Gilderoy almost felt sorry for the boy. For once, he truly was an innocent in the proceedings. When the Aurors finally left, almost 9 in the morning, it was with the Slytherin boy, Professor Snape, and the headmaster. Madame Bones had allowed Professor Snape to call Mr. Malfoy to meet them at the ministry. The DADA professor watched Harry rush off to tell his friends the news about both Colin Creevey and Malfoy. At dinner, the headmaster still had not returned, so Gilderoy took it upon himself to tell the tale to the students, very dramatically, about Colin Creevey being petrified. And how he had spent the entire night with Mr. Potter, lying in wait to trap the culprit responsible for putting Harry in the hospital wing. That got Harry looks of pity from the boys and ones of envy from the girls. The students were astonished when he said that the culprit had returned that night to gloat, and that he, Gilderoy Lockhart, had caught him and turned him over to the Aurors. He did not mention either Draco or the house elf by name. The Slytherins were not the only students to notice Draco Malfoy's absence at their noonday meal. Chapter 8. Malfoy's Waterloo. The headmaster had returned with Draco not too long after dinner that same day. Gilderoy's alerts on the front gate and the headmaster's gargoyle had told him the boy was back. He had intercepted Professor Snape escorting the young wizard to his dorms from the office. "Ah, Professor Snape," Gilderoy had exclaimed jovially as he accidentally came across the two in the third-floor corridor heading for the stairs. "I see you have returned." He struck a pose with arm on his hip holding his plum-colored robes to the side dashingly. Draco glowered at the floor silently while the potions professor scowled heavily at the DADA professor. "I presume that Mr. Malfoy, here, will still be with us in classes this week," he continued. If looks could kill and with certain creatures they can, but fortunately for Lockhart Snape wasn't one of them, then Gilderoy's next major event would have been a funeral. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy is still a student." He swore he had nothing to do with the bludger attack or the other two incidents. He has agreed to avoid Mr. Potter, he practically spit the name out, and his troublemaker friends. He glared at Gilderoy. "The headmaster will give them the details after tea tonight." "I am relieved to hear that," Lockhart replied cheerfully, lying through his teeth. "What happened to the poor house elf?" "That creature was given clothes by Mr. Malfoy, Sr., Snape ground out. "Oh," said Gilderoy calmly, "they didn't execute the house elf. The headmaster successfully argued the creature was not at fault." "Well, he was only following orders he could not refuse," Gilderoy said consolingly. "Hopefully his new master will not have a vendetta against the boy who lived or any of his allies." The dungeon dweller snorted derisively and pushed his charge lightly to get the boy moving. "Excuse us," he said, still scowling as they walked past the other professor. "By the way," Lockhart said, aggravating the potions professor still more, "now that we have a wizard casualty, when will the Mandrake restorative potion be ready?" Professor Snape stopped and sneered at him. "Surely your limited intelligence can comprehend that the mandrakes will not be mature until late May at the earliest. To give a date for the potion's preparation is premature." "Oh, that's right," the foppish professor said as if he had forgotten. Then he continued in a very condescending tone, "I keep forgetting that others are not as well-traveled or world-educated as myself." He smiled patronizingly, preening slightly, letting the others know he was indeed superior to them. "South Africa has the opposite climate as England. What we harvest as mature in late May, they harvest as mature in late November. There are even greenhouses where they grow mandrakes to mature every month. With my extensive world-spanning connections, I can have freshly mature mandrakes here by December 1st at the latest." Then he frowned at Professor Snape. "It would unconscionable to make Mr. Creevey lose almost his entire first year because the school refused to spend a few galleons to cure him this term, wouldn't it? After all, if he misses the entire year because the school chose to pinch nuts, the ministry would have to fund his tuition for an extra year, which is considerably more than a few mandrakes. Not to mention how reprehensible it would be to force him to lose all his friends and start over as a first year next year. The alternative would be to pay for tutors all summer so he can attend second year, which would be far more expensive than a few mandrakes." The dungeon bat looked furious at the insinuation that Lockhart was better than he was. He stared at the other professor for a moment, struggling to control his urge to hex him. "Indeed," he finally forced himself to say. Draco was staring at Gilderoy as well. Clearly neither had considered the world outside their cozy corner. Scowling, Professor Snape turned and led Draco down the corridor, leaving the disgustingly cheerful dandy behind them. It was late afternoon and Gilderoy was sitting in his office grading papers. Harry was with his friends in the Gryffindor common room rehashing what had happened that morning in the hospital wing, and the fact that Draco was back from the ministry and hiding in the Slytherin dungeons. They hadn't yet touched on wills, or the fact that the Potters were rich, but there was plenty of time for both those topics in the coming weeks. His door alarm went off and he looked up to see Lucius Malfoy walking up. About time, he thought. He had expected the wizard to be here much sooner. Gilderoy opened the door as soon as the other man knocked. "Lucius," he said ingratiatingly, acting surprised. "What a pleasant surprise." The wizard gave him an ugly look, shoved his way inside, and then turned to face the dapper professor. "Get out," he ordered. "You're fired." He thrust a scroll at the professor. Lockhart pretended to be surprised as he took the scroll and unrolled it. "I just came from a Board of Governors meeting," continued Malfoy Sr., "and you've been sacked." Hey," said the professor as he scanned the document. Hey, interesting, hey." He looked up at the irate wizard and smiled. "I'm sure I don't understand what this is about, but in any case, this," he waved the scroll negligently, "is meaningless." "What?" Gilderoy walked over and tossed the scroll on his desk. "Yes," he said, still smiling pleasantly, "the Board of Governors is an advisory group to Hogwarts. According to their charter, they have no control over what actually happens. They can't hire anyone. They can't fire anyone. They have no control over how departments spend their money. All they can do is issue directives to the headmaster on what they think he should do. He is free to ignore them at his will. The only one they can fire is the headmaster himself, and then only for due cause, such as gross negligence, financial mismanagement, or endangering the students' welfare. That last condition, considering the Philosopher's Stone last year, should have had the old goat out on the streets already. Malfoy stared at him, furious at being thwarted, furious that this professor had accused his son of a serious crime, furious that this popinjay had bested him. The charter also says that if the governors have any questions about a staff member's conduct, they can request that he or she attend a meeting where they can discuss the matter with him or her. Now then, if the governors feel I am a liability to the staff, they can recommend the headmaster remove me. If they do so, I will not oppose them. I am free this evening, if you wish to call the governors together. There now, the noose was set, and the rope made available. Would Lucius be stupid enough to hang himself? The head of the Malfoy clan bared his teeth ferociously. Yes, I think I shall. He turned and stormed out of the room. Gilderoy smiled broadly. _ At tea that evening, as Lockhart watched Draco Malfoy studiously ignore Harry Potter's little group, a lone owl winged its way to him at the headmaster's table. The Board of Governors meeting was set for 7 in the Hogwarts boardroom. Just as he was finishing his second treacle tart, the headmaster leaned over to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, my dear, would you please ask Mr. Potter to come to my office after tea tonight? You will need to accompany him. The cat Animagus nodded genially. Of course, Albus. The old wizard then stood and made his way to the side door, and thence to his office. Harry/Gilderoy hurried to his office. He seated himself comfortably at his desk chair, cast a silencing charm around himself, and then on himself. Into the profound silence that produced came the sounds of Harry and Professor McGonagall walking. He set a parchment on the desk and readied his quill. A minute later he heard dum-dums and the sound of stone grinding on stone as the gargoyle moved. The escalator staircase was mostly quiet. Moments later came the headmaster's voice, enter. Harry, my boy, I hope you've had a good day. He heard a familiar snort. Naturally, Snape was there with McGonagall and Harry. Yes, sir. He heard the creak of leather as Harry sat in one of the office chairs. And your arm is in tip-top shape. Yes, sir, but Madame Pomfret told me to treat it easily for the next week until the bone is back at full strength. Good, my boy, good. Would you like a lemon drop? There was a long silence. The old goat was trying to soften the boy up by making him nervous. Silently stare at Harry until he started to fidget. Once the boy is fidgeting, he's less likely to think about his answers. Gilderoy had discussed negotiating tactics during a detention with Harry, with special emphasis on those used by Dumbledore and Snape. After explaining the techniques favored by both in condescending tones, he had said, smiling broadly, watch them closely, they do so love their little mind games. The headmaster sighed dramatically, and Harry/Gilderoy could picture him sitting forward and placing his elbows on the desk with one hand wrapped over the other. I had a long talk with Mr. Malfoy and Draco. Both deny having anything to do with their house elf attacking you or stealing your mail. The actions of this Dobby were a complete surprise to them both. Professor Lockhart said house elves can't do anything without the permission of their owner, said Harry. Neville told me the same thing. If that's so, then how did Dobby do those things? We don't know. But both Mr. Malfoy and Draco swore oaths on their magic that they did not tell Dobby to take your owl mail, nor to stop you from getting on the Hogwarts Express, nor to curse the bludger to attack you. And they both can still do magic. Silence as the boy thought that over. Is that all? Isn't it enough, Potter? Came Snape's sneering voice. No, it isn't, said the headmaster, gently. Harry/Gilderoy could imagine the sidelong look that the headmaster gave Snape. Draco Malfoy also gave an oath to neither insult or start any fights with you. What about Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ron? Gilderoy was happy to hear Harry immediately catch the loophole for Hermione, Luna, and Neville, not so much for Ron. They are included, as well. Why aren't they here? I'm sure you will tell them what they need to know, of course. Bastard. All 3 students should be in there, not just Harry. What about the other Slytherins? What's to prevent him from ordering one of them to do his dirty work for him? Potter. Came Snape's voice, again. Apparently, the headmaster stopped him with a look from saying more. Mr. Malfoy is prohibited from using his influence in Slytherin House to have others accost you or your friends. Another silence, then, thank you, sir. Just a word or warning, this only applies to Hogwarts during the school year, the headmaster said sternly. More silence. Well, I think your friends are wondering what you're up to, so you should probably hurry back to your dorm and bring them up to date. There were the sounds of chairs scraping. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Harry. Gilderoy waited until he knew Professor McGonagall and Harry had left the office before cancelling the silencing spells on himself. He reviewed all his notes and sighed. There was still so much to do. He pulled up a fresh parchment. He needed to make an appointment with Rita Skeeter. She should love some of the dirt he had on Malfoy Sr. With her doing the pushing, it shouldn't take too long to get Malfoy kicked off the wizen maggots for behavior unbecoming a wizard of that body, although he wasn't sure how anything a member did might be considered unbecoming behavior for that body. Underscore. Gilderoy stopped just outside the door to the governor's boardroom on the 3rd floor and made sure everything was set: his perfectly tailored mauve robes with matching vest and pants, his hair just so, his shoes shining flawlessly. Appearance was vitally important on a first introduction. After all, as he had told Harry many times, proper preparation prevents piss-poor performance. Hiring Dobby had been truly gratifying. He was Gilderoy's first house elf, and the wizard was amazed at how his fortunes were changing and growing. For Harry, it was wonderful to see Dobby once more alive, and as hyperactive as ever. The little guy had cried with happiness when told his job was to look out for Harry Potter and spying on Harry's enemies. It was showtime. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out, knocked smartly on the door and stepped inside, his robes billowing artistically behind him, his gorgeous smile distracting his opponents, his foppish manners making his enemies underestimate him. He smiled confidently as his gaze swept the room. The corner room normally gave a magnificent view of the lake and Quidditch pitch, but tonight was moonless and the dark windows ate the candle's light ominously. There were 13 members on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and Lucius was currently the head of the board. He glared at Gilderoy while the others looked at the professor with varying degrees of interest and curiosity. "Good evening, wizards and witches. As you no doubt know, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor. It is with great pleasure that I received your invitation to this meeting. What can I do to solve your problem?" He stopped at the foot of the table, looking across at Mr. Malfoy seated at the head. Mr. Malfoy launched directly into the matter after a sweeping look across the other board members. "As I told you all earlier today, this professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, is entirely unsuited to teach at this prestigious school. He is only interested in increasing the gold in his pockets by selling books. You only have to look at how he has made all 7 years of DADA students buy all his published works. How can the same books be of use to all 7 years of students? I call for a vote to have the headmaster remove him." Lockhart pretended to be startled. "My goodness, Lucius, I thought we were friends. Why, we had tea together just Thursday and you seemed quite happy with my performance as a professor then. Whatever could have happened to bring about such a drastic change?" "You do not have my permission to use my first name, Mr. Lockhart," he said frostily. "Oh, come, Lucius. You were quite pleased to grant me that permission earlier this week. Have you forgotten that as well?" He paused a moment staring at the other wizard. "No, I haven't forgotten. I take it back. You accused my son of trying to kill Harry Potter." Lucius was barely in control of himself. "Ah," said Gilderoy, "I understand. You're referring to how your house elf attempted to murder Mr. Potter, aren't you?" Malfoy stared at him murderously. "I have no idea what that idiot creature was up to, nor does my son know." The other board members were watching with surprised and shocked expressions. "But Lucius, that house elf Dobby, I believe his name is, freely admitted that he cursed that bludger to try to hit the boy in the head. The house elf claims he was trying to save Mr. Potter by injuring him. Clearly, the poor creature is not right in the head. He certainly is not right in the head. I have no idea why he was after Harry Potter." Lockhart stared at the angry wizard. "I think that might be what's really at issue here." "What? Have you explained how Hogwarts' most famous student," said Gilderoy, "Mr. Harry Potter, sole heir of the ancient and noble House Potter, was almost killed by a rogue bludger yesterday? That I spent the night guarding him in the hospital wing and caught the one responsible for cursing the bludger to chase him? It was I, the world-renowned adventurer, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor who turned the miscreant over to the Aurors. That it didn't kill Mr. Potter during the game yesterday was due only to the boy's exceptional flying skills. No fewer than 4 times did it barely miss smashing his head to paste. But Dobby was your house elf. How can you say you don't know what the creature was doing? House elves cannot do anything without permission, we all know that." He plowed on, over the sputtering objections of the other wizard. "So we are left with only 3 possibilities. 1. You ordered Dobby to kill Mr. Potter and then told Dobby to lie about it. 2. Your son gave those orders, either at your behest or by himself. Or, 3. The house elf is insane." Malfoy was in a towering rage, his face red and his hands trembling. "How dare you?" he said softly. "The first 2 possibilities you categorically deny, but they still need to be stated lest we overlook something," Gilderoy said in a condescending tone, as if stating an obvious and simple fact. "By Merlin, yes, I do deny," shouted the wizard. "Which means that you had in your possession for months, if not years, an insane house elf, and you never noticed. Malfoy stared at him, his fingers twitching towards his wand. How could you not notice your house elf was insane? You are the lord of your house. You should have noticed. It is your job to notice. The professor paused and posed dramatically, making a fist with his index finger extended and touching his temple. Unless you couldn't, he said carefully. He dropped his hand to his side. I remember reading that you were an unwilling accomplice to he who must not be named, 11 years ago. Malfoy was confused at the change of subject, but still enraged. I was used, you dandified fool, he said vehemently. I also heard that you were crucioed several times by him as punishments for attempting to disobey him. Glaring, the other wizard merely nodded angrily. And brutally legilimened. Another angry nod. Well, it's well-known fact that too much exposure to the Imperius, and you said you were under it almost monthly over a period of several years, can lead to mental problems later on in life. Things like being unable to tell reality from fantasy. Malfoy's eyes began to bulge and his face turned even redder. He definitely was trembling. His color reminded Harry of Vernon just before he exploded into violence. And the crucio, you testified he crucioed you many times for trying to disobey. And a side effect of crucio is difficulty in keeping one's temper, and allowing one's emotions to overrule their reason. And unless a legilimens is performed with extreme care, permanent damage to one's psyche can result. And you said he wasn't one to care about his followers. Reducto, screamed Malfoy, leaping to his feet, his wand appearing in his hand almost instantly. As fast as Malfoy was, Harry/Gilderoy was faster, and he had been expecting such an action. Even as he dodged to the side, he said loudly, Expelliarmus stupefying carcerus. So fast they sounded like one word. The other wizard was unwanded, unconscious, and bound in ropes before he even realized his wand was leaving his hand. Gilderoy magically caught the wizard before he could fall to the floor and eased him onto his chair. Instead, he applied a light innervate so the wizard would wake in 10 or so minutes. The wizards and witches around the table barely had time to realize Malfoy had attacked the professor and the duel was over. Lockhart dropped Malfoy's wand on the table and put his left hand on his hip. Well, that was unexpected. Good thing I'm the best dueler in the country, or he might have tagged me. He waved his wand negligently over his shoulder, saying, Reparo. The reducto damaged wall fixed itself. After all, I'm not the professor of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class because of my smile. He said, displaying his gleaming smile. He glanced around the table at the stunned witnesses. You all saw that, he attacked me without warning. And while some might view the things I said as a provocation, he is the lord of an ancient and noble house and should have much better control over himself than that. In fact, I'm sure many of you have seen him receive worse provocations and shrug them off. And I wasn't even accusing him of those things, merely pointing out facts that we all know are true about exposure to those unforgivables. He sighed. I feared this might happen when I met with him earlier this week. He seemed edgy, irritable, and changed moods quite quickly. And in August, he actually got into a physical fist fight with Mr. Weasley in Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Can you imagine? The lord of an ancient and noble house fighting with his hands in the street, rolling around and swinging his fists like a common muggle thug instead of using his wand as should a proper wizard. He shook his head sadly. All those Imperios, Crucios, and Legilimens have finally caught up with Mr. Malfoy. He looked back at the others around the table. As you can see, his desire to have me sacked has nothing to do with my qualifications and all to do with his inability to control his temper amid perceived slights to his family and house. Such a great man to have fallen so far. He shook his head sadly. Lockhart motioned with his wand and an unoccupied chair slid across the room to the table. He sat, wearily. My actions late last night were taken in consideration of the safety of all students, not just Mr. Potter. I knew we had someone trying to kill our most famous student, and if he succeeded, he wouldn't stop there. Why should he? If he got away with killing a famous person, why would anyone care if he kills a nobody, he would reason. He leaned back in the chair. He would next start attacking Muggleborn and poorly connected half-bloods. Eventually he would attack those purebloods he considered as blood traitors, just as his former master did, reasoning that it was for the greater good to do so. The house elf is insane because Mr. Malfoy is himself not entirely sane anymore. Several people around the table made noises of disbelief. He smiled, tiredly. We all know that house elves take their magic from their masters. If the master is not entirely sane, then neither is the house elf, for one is completely dependent on the other. I'm sure that neither Mr. Malfoy nor his son, Draco, gave any kind of direct orders to Dobby, their house elf, regarding Mr. Harry Potter. Unfortunately, house elves get the intent of their masters through their magic. It's how they know when their master wants them, and in most cases can anticipate their orders depending on what their master is doing. Those of you with house elves know what I mean. How many times have you called your house elf for tea, only to have him or her hand it to you already prepared? Several of the older witches nodded in acknowledgement. In this case, the damage done to Mr. Malfoy's mind by he who must not be named was never properly corrected by the skilled mind healers at St. Mungo's. I imagine he felt too embarrassed at admitting he needed the help of mind healers, and just tried to ignore it. Unfortunately, if you fail to fix the physical damage from such attacks, the physical mind slowly deteriorates until suddenly the victim begins acting in a bizarre manner, making wild accusations and claims, and acting out their base impulses instead of acting as rational wizards. He sighed. For example, I do not doubt that later this week he will start to accuse me of robbing him, of swindling him, if he hasn't started already. That I was supposed to take a bribe to reverse some points lost by his son in the house points system. Never mind that such bribery is against school regulations and for a governor to act in such a manner is clearly an abuse of his position. And he will claim that I somehow tricked him, instead, and stole hundreds of thousands of galleons from him. Several members protested that statement, saying that surely he must be exaggerating. Gilderoy shook his head. Just wait, it will happen. And remember, his house elf would have his point of view. Why Mr. Malfoy would want to attack Mr. Potter I can't say for sure. Perhaps he wanted to strike out at his dead Dark Lord for hurting him so much, and Mr. Potter, being associated with the fall of the Dark Lord, became a convenient target guilty by association. Maybe he was upset at how often Mr. Potter has upstaged and humiliated his son. At home in private he raged at the unfairness of it all. And in his unstable mind, he played with the idea of revenge on Mr. Potter. Daydreamed, perhaps, about how he would kill the boy if only he had a chance. Dobby picked that up and acted on it, much as a normal house elf brings you your tea almost before you ask. He looked up and met their eyes. No one will ever know for sure. In the meantime, out of respect for what Mr. Malfoy has done for Wizarding Society over the last 10 years, we should keep quiet about what happened in here tonight. Most of the board members seemed willing to do that, by their expressions. He smiled sadly. I'm not one to meddle on another's business, but based on Mr. Malfoy's clearly unstable actions today, I would suggest you remove him from the Hogwarts Board of Governors before his erratic actions can have a negative effect on Hogwarts and, by extension, yourselves. Just look at how he has forced you to have 2 meetings in one day for what is clearly an illogical personal vendetta. Lockhart rose to his feet. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this meeting. It has been most educational. He bowed and headed to the door, where he stopped and turned to face them. Oh, by the way, I do have a suggestion for a replacement for Mr. Malfoy. Madam Dowager Longbottom. Her son is here in his 2nd year and I think she would be a good fit for the board. He carefully closed the door behind him. He grinned happily. No one had noticed the anger hex he had hit Mr. Malfoy with when he first entered, nor the silent 4th spell, a mild cheering charm, in the stream he had sent at Mr. Malfoy. The wizard would wake up in just a few minutes, well before the meeting finished. He would not be angry, as everyone would expect, but calm and a little bit pleased with himself. It would wear off in a short amount of time, and the rage would return almost as severe as before. It would be a big mood swing to back up Gilderoy's argument that the wizard was unstable. _ Monday's dinner appointment with Rita went about as well as Gilderoy expected. Rita, my dear, he greeted her expansively, and swept her and her photographer into the private dining room he had rented at the 3 Broomsticks. He made sure his teeth sparkled in the light. He had researched her habits and the meal provided was a fancy Sunday roast, prepared by Dobby. Rita took one look at the table and turned a jaundiced eye on Lockhart. All right, Gilderoy, what's the deal? You wouldn't waste money on a meal like this unless it was something big. The professor grinned. He and Rita knew each other, and both considered the other a con artist. Rita, you wound me. Hey. And. Sit, we can talk while we eat. She sat and pulled out her quick quotes pen and a parchment. Rita. You shan't need that one. This story is juicy enough you shan't have any need to embellish it. She raised an eyebrow in doubt, but exchanged the quick quotes quill for a standard dictation quill. Here it is in a nutshell. House Malfoy is going downhill. Fast. She sat back in her chair and studied him. What do you have? She asked flatly. He gave her the rundown on what had happened Saturday and Sunday morning, concluding, and here are copies of the memories to back it all up. With a flourish, he began placing a half-a-dozen memory vials on the table. She watched with wide eyes. The memories were carefully edited versions of the events of Saturday and Sunday, including the Board of Governors meeting. He also included his memories of Dobby stealing his mail and admitting closing platform 9 3/4. They did not contain some of the things he had explained to Harry. She stared at the vials hungrily. I presume the Daily Prophet has a pensieve, he stated. Oh, yes, she breathed softly. She looked up into his eyes. There are several things to note in these. First, one thing I did not mention is that Mr. Draco Malfoy and Mr. Ron Weasley appear to have a love/hate relationship. They are always getting into scraps with each other. Although both deny it, they seem to derive satisfaction from their interactions and seem to seek each other out to pursue them. Don't take my word for it, though, ask some of the students. Perhaps Mr. Malfoy sees Mr. Potter as a rival for Mr. Weasley's attentions and sought to remove him from the romantic field, as it were. Second, watch Harry's reactions to some of the things mentioned. They do not jibe with what we've been told about him. I wouldn't mention them yet, just take note of them. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but it is impossible to be imperused into taking the dark mark. You have to want the mark. Any hesitation in it shan't take. Just as threatening a family member as blackmail won't work. So Mr. Malfoy and the other Death Eaters have been lying through their teeth. Perhaps you can get an interview with one of the Azkaban prisoners and give him Veritaserum. It shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to get one of them to agree by simply saying they were imperused and just don't want to admit they are ashamed of what they did for the Dark Lord. You're smart, you can figure an angle that will work. Ask how they get the dark mark and what they had to do to get it. I guarantee it will turn your stomach. He started eating and giving her time to mull over what he had told her. She asked a few more questions, which he readily answered. At the end of the luncheon, as they were about to leave, he said, "Rita, you do a good job on Mr. Malfoy. If you can get him stripped of most of his influence in the Ministry, I'll guarantee a one-on-one interview with Mr. Potter. If you can get him censured and bounced from the Wizengamot, or, as I like to call it, the Wizenmaggots, I'll make sure his girlfriend is included." No quick quotes quills, though. Potter and his girlfriend. Harry/Gilderoy could see the greed in her eyes at the stories she could do with that. Well, I don't think they realize they're an item yet, but it's obvious to everyone else. He looked her in the eyes. "Rita, play nice with Harry and you'll have a steady supply of blockbuster stories for years. I guarantee it. And, you'll be able to publish the definitive Harry Potter biography. With authorized photos." She stared back, and then nodded. On that note, they left the three broomsticks and went their separate ways. That evening, as Harry Potter was preparing for bed, a parchment and a glass of something appeared on the desk beside his bed. "Mr. Potter. While you were in the hospital wing, I noticed that you are suffering from malnutrition, due, not doubt, to the neglect of your relatives. For the next several months, every night before you go to bed, a potion will appear on your work desk. Drink it all. Sometimes it will be vitamins and nutrients, other times it will be healing potions to correct the damage done to your body. No one except you shall notice the glass. It is up to you if you wish to disclose this to any of your friends. If you do, I suggest you start with Miss Granger. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the Dark Arts professor." Harry sighed heavily and dropped the note to his bed, then jumped slightly as it fell to dust before it hit the bedspread, and then disappeared. He drank the potion. Like most potions, it tasted terrible. Chapter 9. Slytherin's Heir. Tuesday mornings the Daily Prophet made Harry/Gilderoy smile while bringing exclamations of dismay from a certain Slytherin student. Before breakfast was over, the entire school knew that Draco Malfoy's house elf had cursed the bludger into chasing and trying to kill Harry in order to win the game. And that the great adventurer Gilderoy had captured the errant elf, who had confessed to the crime. There was even a side article asking if perhaps Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley were soon to be an item. Neither Ron nor Draco were pleased to see that speculation in print. Professor Snape seemed a bit put out about the story, as well. Dumbledore just twinkled his eyes. The evening edition continued the bludger story as it had played out in the Ministry, with both Junior and Senior Malfoy proclaiming their innocence yet being unable to explain how their house elf managed to do so many things without their orders. The article called into question the veracity of their oaths and explored how they might have been able to order the house elf without explicitly giving an order. The house elf might have responded to the Malfoys' vaguely expressed desires and intent without actually getting a direct order, the paper concluded. That Mr. Malfoy had failed to quash the stories was a testament to how severely Harry/Gilderoy had hurt the wizard financially. Gilderoy found out just how badly he had damaged House Malfoy when an owl from Gringotts arrived that evening with a list of properties he now owned, all producing a good income. It seemed that House Malfoy had a much lower on-hand galleon reserve than he had assumed. It must be all those bribes Malfoy paid for his pro-pure blood agenda. This made him smile even more. With all the available gold now in Gilderoy's vaults, if Malfoy wanted galleons for something, say, making a bribe or 3, he had to wait for his income-producing properties to make their monthly deposits. But that presupposed that his current income exceeded his current bills. Considering the lifestyle the Malfoys enjoyed, that was not a guarantee. And the properties Gilderoy now owned decreased that income capability, making it that much more difficult for Malfoy. Malfoy could demand immediate repayment of loans he had made to others as a businessman, but that would reveal his financial situation, weaken him politically, and turn friends into enemies. It would also cascade through the Death Eaters as his debtors called in debts from others. Honest people and businesses who had made the mistake of borrowing from Malfoy would suffer. But the goblins, for a price, had promised to tell Gilderoy of those with such difficulties and give him the opportunity to help if he could. That would mitigate the crisis a bit, as well as increasing Lockhart's political pull. Borrowing from anyone but the goblins would also reveal Malfoy's vulnerable position. Gringotts would loan you money, but the rates were exorbitant even if you had property to put up for collateral. Naturally, the goblins kept any income from those properties until you repaid the debt, which made it that much more difficult to do so. If you didn't have collateral, the rates ran to almost 50% of the loan amount. Unpopular distasteful clients, the ones who made no secret of their dislike for goblins, would find the rates for either type of loan to be considerably higher. In all cases, Malfoy was no longer a major player in the ministry. He had been number 3 in the top 10 richest wizarding families. With this one stroke, Lockhart had knocked House Malfoy out of the top 100, while moving himself into the 10th position. Gilderoy gleefully sent an owl to Rita hinting that Malfoy might be having financial difficulties, and wouldn't that make a juicy story about how far the mighty have fallen? Plus, hinting that if Malfoy had mismanaged the ultra-rich House of Malfoy that badly, perhaps those rumors of his mental instability had a basis in fact. Wednesday's headlines were all about how the Hogwarts Board of Governors had reluctantly removed Mr. Malfoy because of his unstable mood swings. It included copious quotes from the other board members about how appalled they were of late at his questionable actions and obvious bias. No mention was made of any one thing in particular, but the impression was that the Bludger event was just the latest difficulty in which Mr. Malfoy had found himself. Ah, yes, the wolves were circling wounded prey. Thursday morning, the story on how one gets a dark mark broke. Several people in the ministry did point out that this information came from convicted Death Eaters and that you couldn't really rely on them to tell the truth. Of course, others pointed out that only the most powerful of wizards or witches could lie under Veritaserum, and none of the prisoners came close to having that power, especially after a 10-year stay in Azkaban with Dementors as their hosts. Rita managed to get Madame Bones to agree that the next time they caught someone who had the dark mark breaking the law they would use Veritaserum to determine the truth about the mark. In the meantime, the tide of public opinion viciously turned on Malfoy and several other rehabilitated known marked Death Eaters. Rita, meanwhile, was getting front-page headlines in both morning and evening editions of the Daily Prophet, a unique and highly profitable situation for her. It was all the better in that what she wrote was the truth and none could complain she had exaggerated and used salacious slander to sell her stories. Later that same day, in DADA, Gilderoy decided to examine the whole thing about the heir of Slytherin in the waning minutes of class. I've heard some students discussing just who the heir of Slytherin could be and that only the heir of Slytherin can control the monster. He paced across the classroom. Let's get this sorted, shall we? He faced the class and pointed his finger at the ceiling. First, Slytherin is a dark family. So, whomever it is must be from a dark family, right? Most of the class slowly nodded agreement. However, with all the cousin marriages in the pure-blood world, every pure and half-blood in this castle is related to Slytherin somewhere in their family tree. Several Slytherins nodded agreement at that conclusion. So, not being in Dark House isn't a decisive condition disqualifying anyone from being the heir, is it? Nodding heads, again. Harry looked puzzled, clearly not seeing where this was going. Unfortunately, which family has the best claim on being the heir is almost impossible to determine. The last person to claim to be the heir of Slytherin was Voldemort, and we all know what happened to him. Most of the class gasped or hissed at the name. His mother was from the Gaunt family and they claimed to be the only surviving direct descendants of Lord Slytherin on the distaff side. However, all the Gaunts are now dead. So, again, familial connections are indecisive at best. On the other hand, Mr. Potter did vanquish Voldemort, the last person who claimed to be the heir of Slytherin. Several of the Slytherin students were frowning at his use of Voldemort instead of Voldemort. The first time Mr. Potter bested him in battle, it was defending himself when he was a mere toddler at 15 months old. How, no one knows. Maybe it was something his mother or father, or both, did. Doesn't matter, Harry Potter, last heir of House Potter, defeated the self-proclaimed last heir of Slytherin in fair combat, combat initiated by the other wizard. Doesn't that mean Mr. Potter is now the heir to Slytherin, by right of conquest? Most of the class looked startled at that conclusion. And for those who don't know, by right of conquest is a penalty to prevent powerful wizards and witches from taking over weaker family lines simply by killing the lords and heirs. You can only inherit a line by right of conquest if you are defending yourself from an attack and the attacker you kill is the last lord or heir of his or her house. Well, Voldemort did attack him without provocation, but he became a wraith. Is that sufficiently dead to qualify for right of conquest? Possibly. Gilderoy stopped, as if in thought. It is somewhat confusing, isn't it? However, last year, Mr. Potter once again vanquished Voldemort. And this time it was quite clear-cut. The Dark Wanker tried 3 times last year to kill Mr. Potter, and failed all 3 times, once during a Quidditch match, once in the Forbidden Forest, and finally under the castle during finals. The class was making noises now, especially from the Slytherin side. Oh, come on. That's not possible. You're making that up. Give me a break. A few objected to the names he used to describe Voldemort. Liar. How dare you? Silence, the professor roared. Whether you believe me or not isn't at issue. Mr. Potter can prove he's telling the truth with his memories. But we're getting off the subject. At the end of last year, he once more vanquished the Dark Wanker. That means he has vanquished the wizard in fair combat and self-defense, twice. By my understanding of the ancient laws, no other possible cousin heirs can beat that claim. And even if you dispute my claim that he fought him again last year, you can't deny he vanquished him 11 years ago. The class looked stunned at the train of thought. Gilderoy preened as they stared at him. Didn't anyone think of that? I thought of it the moment I heard Mr. Potter had arrived at Hogwarts last year. I thought to myself, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, there he is, the boy who defeated the heir of Slytherin. Shouldn't that make him the heir of Slytherin? If it's true that he defeated the heir of Slytherin in fair combat, then Mr. Potter is, decisively, the heir of Slytherin. He paused and looked over the class, beaming happily at his logic and ignoring the horrified expressions Harry and Hermione now wore. In which case, the heir of Slytherin is now a lighthouse, shining in the darkness, wouldn't you all agree? He chuckled at his pun. In other words, if you are a dark house and you win control of a lighthouse, by right of conquest, that doesn't automatically make you a lighthouse, now does it? And the converse is also true. If you are a lighthouse and win a dark house by right of conquest, you are still a lighthouse. Most of the class was nodding agreement. Got that firmly in mind? Don't forget it. Gilderoy admonished as he resumed pacing dramatically in front of the class. Second, to control Slytherin's monster you have to command it. So if Slytherin's monster really is a snake, being the heir of Slytherin is useless if you can't control the monster. Thus, even if Mr. Potter is the heir of Slytherin, by right of conquest, it means nothing if he can't get the monster to listen to him, right? Again, most of the class was nodding agreement. So, the question is, Mr. Potter, are you a Parselmouth? Can you speak Parseltongue? Harry stared at him wide-eyed. Don't know, eh? Easy way to find out, Gilderoy waved his wand, saying Serpensortia. A small snake flew from his wand. Gilderoy suspended it in the air and studied it as it hissed. My, but you're a pretty one, aren't you? Angry, too. He would have to pretend he could not talk with snakes. Now that he was older, he realized it would be quite useful. The whole class, except Harry, leaned back in their chairs, staring at the snake. Harry was staring at the snake in fascinated horror. Well, Mr. Potter, what does this beautiful specimen have to say? Harry looked at the professor, eyes wide in shock. Come, now, Mr. Potter, I can tell you understood him. Tell us what the snake said. Harry wilted under Gilderoy's stare. He couldn't bring himself to lie, he could tell that Gilderoy knew, just by the look he was giving Harry, that Harry had understood the snake. Harry swallowed nervously. He stammered, he said, who calls me? Put me back or I'll bite you. Ah. Gilderoy looked disappointed at the threat, tell him I'm sorry I disturbed him and I'll return him forthwith. Harry gulped and then hissed at the snake. The snake hissed back. When all the hissing ceased, Gilderoy banished the snake back to wherever he had come from. The entire class was staring at Harry. Those closest were inching away, even Neville. Harry was sinking into his chair. All right, then, the professor said merrily, Harry speaks Parseltongue, just as Merlin the Great did. Half the class jolted from staring at Harry to staring at their professor. And in the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia, Parselmouths are quite admired and sought after all those poisonous snakes, don't you know? Plus, for some reason Parseltongue makes spells more effective. Those few physicians who are Parselmouths are highly sought after and head the most famous hospitals in India and Southeast Asia. As I mention in my book Year with the Yeti, I briefly stayed in Calcutta. While there I hired a Parselmouth to clear a cobra nest out of my garden. Could have done it myself, of course, but I didn't want to traumatize the little fellows with magic. Besides, the snake charmer knew of a place that needed the snakes to help clear up a rodent problem. Quite useful, being a Parselmouth. I wish I could speak Parseltongue. The class didn't know whether to be terrified of knowing a Parselmouth, or envious. So, if you want to declare Mr. Potter a dark wizard for being a Parselmouth, then you must also condemn Merlin, and a vast number of Indians, for the same failing. He gave the class a scathing look. I hope you are more intelligent than that. It is a wizard's actions that determine whether he is dark, grey, or light. From what I hear of Mr. Potter's reputation at Hogwarts, he is definitely not dark. He did save a witch he barely knew from a troll, did he not? He again swept the class with a glance, stopping to look at Hermione. He turned his attention back to Harry. Tell me, Mr. Potter, have you been hearing any hissing around the castle? He shook his head. I don't hear hissing, sir, it just sounds like English to me. Ah. Then have you heard any mysterious voices around the castle lately? Voices that said things like, oh, I don't know, things like, he paused a moment, then growled, come. Come to me. I'm so hungry. I smell blood. Startled at how close the professor had come to what he had heard, Harry could only reluctantly nod. Excellent. Did you hear that, class? Another clue as to the identity of Slytherin's monster. Mr. Potter has been hearing a snake in the castle. Any thoughts on the mysterious monster stalking our school? About a third of the class raised their hands, including Miss Granger. Oh, he had to hear what she had come up with, Miss Granger. She stood beside her desk and recited. Laid by rooster and hatched by a toad. To the basilisk terror is owed. Crumbling rocks with its breath. It stares victims to death. And by cockcrow alone, is it slowed. Excellent, Miss Granger. 5 points. Anything else you have to add? Yes, sir. The basilisk kills with a look, it doesn't just petrify its victims. Several other students nodded in agreement. Good, good. Well, that is a conundrum, isn't it? But maybe we have a semantic problem there. The petrification spell used by wizards merely immobilizes its target. Petrification as alluded to the basilisk and Medusa turn their victims to stone and kills them. Could there possibly be a special circumstance in which the snake petrifies its victim as wizards do instead of killing the victim? A good question, don't you agree? So, we need a bit more research, don't we, before we can conclusively exclude the basilisk. He smiled broadly at the class. Were there any special conditions that might have protected the basilisk's victims from dying while still leaving them petrified? He swept the class again with a glance, noting the frustration evident in the smarter members. Merlin, I love being me. He sighed happily. To summarize, he stopped with one hand on his hip, his robes artfully pressed back as he held up his other hand, index finger pointed up beside his head. Primus, Mr. Potter could be the heir of Slytherin by descent, as could any other half or pure-blood student or adult in the castle. Secondus, Mr. Potter is probably the heir by right of conquest, but that does not make him a dark wizard, any more than Lucius Malfoy inheriting House Potter would make him a paragon of a light wizard. A squawk came from Draco's direction. Tertius, Mr. Potter can also speak Parseltongue and control the monster, which also doesn't mean he's a dark wizard, unless you wish to call Merlin and all those Indian snake charmers, who help people by removing venomous snakes, dark wizards as well. Quartus, being a Parselmouth is hereditary, you can't be taught or learn Parseltongue. Therefore, Harry is either directly descended from Slytherin, or from another wizard who was also a Parselmouth. Hermione had her hand raised again. Gilderoy arched an eyebrow, but finally nodded. Professor, you said Harry. She glanced at Harry nervously, worried that she was upsetting him. Is the heir of Slytherin earlier, but just now you said he is probably the heir of Slytherin. Which is it? An excellent question. 2 points. He swept the room with a glance. I think he is the heir of Slytherin, based on my knowledge and logic. However, only a goblin inheritance test can decisively determine if I am right, therefore, I say he only is probably the heir. Logic, my dears, logic, much better than random guessing. He saw several students nodding in agreement. Gilderoy gave the boy a jovial grin, proud of his conclusions. So, it isn't looking good for you, Mr. Potter, is it? Gilderoy said cheerfully. Harry looked as if he were trying to sink into the floor, his face a solid red in embarrassment, glaring angrily at Lockhart. However, regarding the message enemies of the heir beware and how Muggleborns will be driven from the castle, and this is crucial, Mr. Potter's mother was a Muggleborn. Why would he want to keep Muggleborns out of Hogwarts? It would be rather hypocritical of him, wouldn't it? He wouldn't even be here if his Muggleborn mother hadn't been allowed in to meet his pure-blood father. He turned his attention to the Slytherin half of the classroom. Tell me, Mr. Malfoy, he said, still beaming, would you accept being the heir of Slytherin if it meant you had to either kill your mother, or exile her to live alone with the Muggles? The Slytherins sat back in their chairs while Mr. Malfoy went pale. So, even if Mr. Potter is the heir of Slytherin and could control the monster, that does not mean he is behind the message or the attacks. You cannot conclude he is responsible until you can explain why he would want to chase his girlfriend out of Hogwarts. There were a few startled squeaks from girls at the thought the Muggleborn girl might actually be his girlfriend. And, as he himself is a half-blood, siding with the purebloods on their agenda against half-bloods and Muggleborn would also be hypocritical, wouldn't it? So you have to explain that as well. He stopped and looked across the class. Homework. Explain the reasons why a half-blood such as Mr. Potter would never agree to work for laws that discriminate against his or herself. 1 foot, with a one-sentence conclusion on what you would do if you were a half-blood faced with such a choice. 4 extra credit, reasonable explanations for why a half-blood would work to pass laws that discriminated against his or herself, with the second conclusion on if those reasons would be enough to alter your original conclusion. Class dismissed. There would be some very interesting owl messages sent home this week. _ A week and a half had passed and Rita was no longer getting front-page headlines at the Daily Prophet. Mr. Malfoy had taken quite a beating. When he had attempted to use the Wizengamot to attack the popular blonde-haired wizard, he had discovered that only the votes he bought would back him in what was clearly a personal vendetta. Then the Wizengamot had censured and kicked him out. It was okay to be a Death Eater in private, and several members were slightly barmy, but his public outbursts and rage at the famous and popular Lockhart, coupled with rumors of grave financial setbacks amid incompetence, and his baseless accusations against those he saw as his enemies, were attracting the wrong sort of public attention. Ah, yes, the sharks were not above exaggerating to their fellows in order to bring down a foe. Lockhart had picked up a few more properties from Malfoy as Malfoy vainly attempted to bribe his fellow members into staying on the Wizengamot. The Malfoys were now merely an upper-middle-class family. But that wouldn't last at the rate they were burning through their funds. Gilderoy had already bailed out several light businesses hurt by Malfoy's demand for debt repayment. The more shady dark businesses he had allowed to fail, removing financial support to various Death Eater families. And the ill will those failures had generated towards House Malfoy made Harry smile to think on. If they had to scramble to survive, they didn't have time for extracurricular activities that hurt their fellow wizards and witches. _ I'm sure you're wondering why you and Miss Granger have a detention with me tonight instead of Professor Snape, right, Mr. Potter? They were in his office and it was shortly after tea. They both nodded. Well, he said as if confiding in a close friend, I'm sure you've noticed how the Daily Prophet headlines are no longer focusing on Mr. Malfoy's woes, right? He smiled winningly at them as they nodded again. Harry had a self-satisfied smirk at Draco's difficulties in Slytherin. He was no longer the prince of Slytherin House. I think it's time you started, Mr. Potter, to correct the errors and lies about your life. He noticed both students began to look alarmed. Harry, he said disparagingly, I've told you many times before that you must seize your destiny and embrace it. You must accept that the public is thirsty for stories about you, and if you don't give them stories, someone else will make up stories about you and the public will take them as truth, to your great regret. He switched his attention to Hermione. Miss Granger, you've seen how the press acts towards celebrities in the Muggle world, haven't you? She nodded reluctantly. And you've seen that when a celebrity doesn't talk to the press, they make up stories, right? Again she nodded. So, Miss Granger, what should a smart celebrity do? Take your time. After a minute she said, if the newspapers can get stories direct from the celebrity, they print those instead of making things up. A smart celebrity would make sure that he or she talks with the reporters regularly so they always get accurate stories and aren't likely to make up new ones in a bid for readership. You see, Harry, said Gilderoy happily, I'm not just an egotistical braggart. I always make sure to tell the reporters what I'm doing in order to protect myself from rumors and innuendo. Some may say that I go too far, but unless you are constantly doing something new, the press lose interest in you. And I need press to sell my books. He paused. This wasn't quite going where he wanted. Harry, I know you hate attention, but you are the boy who lived. For 10 years, nobody knew where you were or what you were doing. And people want to know what kind of life their savior leads. There is tremendous pressure on the press to answer those questions. The more you try to avoid it, the more secretive you appear. And the more secretive you appear, the more the press will hound you, trying to get answers to those questions. And as you get older, it will only get worse. You're almost a teenager, so the questions are going to be, what do you like to do? Who are your friends? Are you a git? Are you a hero? What girls do you like? Is there a special girl? Who is she? The wizard turned to Hermione, you can tell him how the press has hounded Prince Charles, Andrew, Edward, and Princess Anne. Yeah, they are pretty relentless. Exactly, cried Gilderoy in triumph. And the way the royals keep rumors and speculation to a minimum is with regular press updates, right? Hermione nodded ruefully. So, Harry, with my help you are going to start managing the press. He stood, come with me, children, he headed for the door. And I will teach you the ins and outs of manipulating the press into printing the stories you want while burying the stories you don't. He led them out of the castle towards Hogsmeade. The headmaster was at the ministry, dealing with that idiot Fudge panicking over the loss of his good friend and private financier, Malfoy. Just as I promised, Harry, Hermione, this is Rita Skeeter, Lockhart said as he ushered the two students into the private room at the Three Broomsticks. He looked over, smiling his trademark smile at the witch. The woman was staring at Harry as if he were a Christmas roast prepared exclusively for her consumption. Whoa, Rita, he said disarmingly. Tone it down a little. Hermione was definitely looking alarmed while Harry looked sullen. The witch blinked and looked down at the table. Right, she said. Now, then, Gilderoy said as he guided the two Gryffindors to their chairs, let me start off with a few bits of information that Mr. Potter here is a bit too shy to come out and say frankly. He grinned at Rita. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, though, have no such qualms. You, of course, know Harry Potter. Rita gave the boy a patently false smile. How do you do, Mr. Potter? Hello. Gilderoy said, Harry, where are your manners? You know better. Harry sighed and then looked up at the older witch. It's nice to meet you, Miss Rita Skeeter. You must excuse Harry's abrupt manner, Rita, Gilderoy said aside to the witch. He was never taught proper wizard manners. Rita's eyes widened slightly at that declaration. Gilderoy pretended not to notice, and this is Mr. Potter's very good friend, Hermione Granger. He added, she's a muggle-born and clearly the smartest girl in her year at Hogwarts. Hermione blushed as she curtsied and said hello. She's with us today because I think she will find this an invaluable learning experience. He paused a second. And before you ask, she is not his girlfriend, he said with an obvious exaggerated wink. At least, not yet, he added with a chuckle. Perhaps someday, right, children? Professor! Exclaimed Hermione, scandalized. Harry sank lower in his chair. Both were blushing almost scarlet. Harry/Gilderoy laughed. Aren't they cute together? He stage whispered to Rita. That got an even louder, Professor. From Hermione. If anything, the two were blushing more. He was sure even their toes were blushing. He rubbed his hands together. He was having such fun. Now then, Rita, I have to set out some rules. Harry is quite shy about his life with the Muggles, and he isn't ready to discuss any details of how they treated him. What I can tell you is that they are his relatives, and no, we shan't tell you their names. Their safety lies in their anonymity. And they must remain anonymous because there are people who would attack them. Let her assume those were enemies of Harry and not people outraged at his treatment by the Dursleys. Both Harry and Hermione were staring at him. And yes, people would attack them. Why, in fact, there have been no less than 3 attempts on Mr. Potter's life last year alone. And that was at Hogwarts. Imagine what they would do next summer if they knew the identity of his magicless Muggle relatives, and that Harry was prohibited from doing protective magic by the Trace. Not that he would have the knowledge or skill to stand up against fully grown Death Eaters for more than a few seconds, at most. Rita was sitting with her arms on the table, leaning forward, eyes narrowed in concentration. Her eyebrows shot up at that revelation. So, I thought that the way we would do this is for Harry, here, to tell you what he thought when he first saw Diagon Alley last year for the very first time ever and his experiences there. Then move on to the Hogwarts Express and the sorting feast. Then you could ask questions. Then, if we have time, Harry could tell you how his first time on a broom got him on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and about his very first Halloween at Hogwarts. Hermione, here, met Harry on the train and she can give you her impressions on first meeting the famous boy who lived and some of the other things she saw him do. How does that sound? 2 hours and several cups of tea later, Harry began describing the Halloween feast and the troll. Both Harry and Hermione were somewhat hoarse an hour after that. Hermione greatly expanded Harry's short description of the battle. We knocked the troll out. Rita had a nice stack of parchment rolls by this time. Amazing, she whispered. Yes, isn't it? Gilderoy said. Well, I think we are done for the night. We need to head back, curfew is coming quick, don't you know? Oh, by the way, here are some official photographs of Harry and Hermione you can use in your stories. He dropped a small bundle on the table. Both separate and together. Be sure to give proper photographer credit to Colin Creevey, as well as a photographer's fee for each photograph used in the paper. He ushered the 2 children out the door, but turned at the last minute to hand her a bottle filled with a silvery fluid. I think you'll find this most informative, Rita. It corroborates everything they told you about the troll, he said in a low voice. You might want to downplay Mr. Weasley's role, he's a bit of a slob and an idiot. Then louder. I'm not one to tell another how to do their business, but I imagine that you could make those notes last for several days, maybe a week, with a teaser about the troll at the end of each to build suspense. Oh, and you might want to ask Madame Bones what she knows about a troll loose inside Hogwarts' protective enchantments, and what the headmaster told her and the other parents of the incident. Harry/Gilderoy smiled happily. Those stories would be like kicking old Dumbledore in the family jewels. _ Rita's articles helped the Daily Prophet set sales records. At first, Harry got hassled by the Slytherins, and especially Draco, about the articles and being an attention whore, as one Slytherin put it. Harry used the lines given to him by Gilderoy, "You're just jealous because nobody cares what you do and I'm just trying to put the truth out to combat the lies that have been told." They worked surprisingly well. And watching Ron's reaction to the first quote, he turned as red as his hair every time he heard it, was quite entertaining. Each time drove another nail into the coffin of their friendship. It was only Harry's good nature and loyalty that so far had prevented its burial. Harry still directed quite a few death glares at Gilderoy for the unwanted attention, but the wizard knew it would pass. On the other hand, Ron was practically frothing at the mouth like a mad dog at the attention Harry received. The fact that Rita mentioned his name, even if it was in a slightly derogatory manner, was not salve enough to soothe his wounded pride and raging jealousy. After all, the articles quoted Harry and Hermione extensively while he appeared as a hapless spectator to Harry's adventures. It was a sharp contrast to his previous boasting to his family and other classmates where he took center stage and Harry was the lackey. Gilderoy took great delight in how Rita started and ended every article with his name, describing how solicitous he was of the famous boy, and how the articles would never have happened without his helpful intercession. It was Harry describing the sorting feast, and that Malfoy was the reason he ended up in Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, that the excrement hit the revolving propeller for Draco. Almost as one, Slytherin House turned on Draco for ruining their chance to get the boy who lived, especially now after the Malfoys' fall from power and there was no fear of retaliation from Malfoy's father. Ron, for once, was the object of much praise and thanks for helping Harry to choose Gryffindor. It did little to assuage his massive amounts of envy and jealousy. The reaction when the story about the troll hit, though, was outstanding, from Gilderoy's point of view. The included pictures of Harry climbing the troll with Ron in the background throwing debris shut up many people. It's hard to call someone a coward when you just saw him climbing a fully grown mountain troll to defend a girl he barely knew. Girls from all houses began throwing speculative looks Harry's way. Hermione, Gilderoy was pleased to see, never let the wizard out of her sight and acted a bit possessive when the other witches tried to separate them. And while some girls taunted Hermione with how she did nothing to defend herself, they always shut up when someone else pointed out that meant Harry saved her. And Ron scowled at the downplaying of his role in fighting a troll. Harry/Gilderoy overheard the twins saying that their parents were equally displeased with that story, though for different reasons. The headmaster hadn't told them the whole story and that failure disturbed them and shook their trust in the venerable old wizard. And Gilderoy's order of a goblin knife, holster, and a tiny half-ounce vial of basilisk venom finally arrived. It was a steal at only 5,500 galleons. The venom was 17 galleons a drop. It took only a moment for the knife blade to absorb all but a dozen drops from the vial. What doesn't destroy a goblin blade makes it stronger. Or, in this case, makes it poisonous in the extreme. Albus Dumbledore stared at the various copies of the Daily Prophet on his desk. He had just returned from a scathing meeting at the Ministry with the head of the DMLE, Madame Bones. The department had been investigating the incident, and many others, on the sly after their interview with Harry the day after his Quidditch match. The articles in the Daily Prophet had just pushed the troll incident to the forefront. She had raked the old wizard over the coals for his actions regarding the troll incident. Yes, it had happened on Hogwarts grounds, but the near death of 3 students, one a pure blood, made the matter a DMLE concern, especially with many members of the Wizengamot demanding answers from her. And his previous explanation that a troll had managed to get quite close to the castle and not that the troll was in the castle did much to damage his relationship with the Ministry and Aurors. His supporters were unhappy at the revelation, but the Wizengamot members who favored the dark arts were incensed at what they termed his blatant lies. She had demanded a full report on how the troll had managed to access the castle, as well as what measures he had put in place to prevent it from ever happening again. Dumbledore was left wondering how Gilderoy had managed to get that insufferable witch Rita an interview with Harry and Miss Granger. When had he done it? This was the 3rd time in as many months that the prancing fraud had managed to surprise him with competency. He was going to have to keep a closer watch on the wizard. Chapter 10. Family and Friends. Ah, Mr. Weasley. Gilderoy stood beside his table in the Ministry cafeteria as the other wizard approached. So, good of you to agree to meet with me, he continued. I am, as you know, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' most beloved defense against the dark arts professor. Arthur shook his hand and returned his beaming smile with a small one of his own. I know you are a busy man, Arthur. May I call you Arthur? The wizard nodded agreeably. Oh, good, thank you for that honor. Call me Gilderoy. They settled back in their chairs. I hope you don't mind, but I ordered dinner for both of us. It's humble fare, I know, but filling, nonetheless, right? Actually, it was the most expensive meal on the menu, with a small bottle of wine for drink. A rich dessert was included. He waved his wand and the noise level around them dropped significantly. Walden McNair, seated at the next table, seemed relieved as the privacy enchantment went up. There now, no eavesdroppers, he said happily. I asked to meet you to talk about your children. I don't normally do things like this. Who am I to tell another how to raise their children? After all, I am one of England's most eligible bachelors. He smiled winningly at the curious wizard. But I like your boys and wish to help you. Arthur was looking a bit alarmed. They aren't in any trouble, Don't fear. He added jovially. I just have some observations for you to think about. The Weasley head of family relaxed. Percy, first. Percy is. Well, there's no easy way to say this. He's a right prat. He worships authority and doesn't understand that rules are guidelines and not carved in stone. That there are nuances to any situation, mitigating factors, and damning facts. That you can be within the letter of the law and still be completely wrong. That you can obviously break the law, but still be right to do what you did. The red-haired man was staring at him. Gilderoy nodded firmly. You need to sit down with the boy and have several nice long chats about the reality of what it's like in the ministry. How many will exploit a young man's naivety and dedication and then throw him to the wolves when it suits their purpose, denying they even know the boy? Use many real-world examples that you've seen in your career. Tell him what warning signs he needs to watch for in his superiors and colleagues to keep himself safe. Make sure he understands that the politician that pats him on the back is concealing a knife in that hand and that in the ministry everyone is a politician, even the interns. He stared back at the wizard levelly. If nothing is done, you will see him turn on his own family rather than think for himself and see that his superiors not only are wrong, but frequently pretend to believe things they know are untrue and hurtful. Arthur cleared his throat. Surely you exaggerate. Sit down and talk with the boy, and you'll see the truth of what I say. After all the time I've spent traveling the world, and all the wizards and witches I've met during those travels, well, I've become a very finely tuned judge of character. I am rarely wrong. I would like to be wrong in this instance, but I doubt I am. Percy's an adult and he's not going through a phase. Unless you help him, I foresee nothing but misery for him and his relationship with your family. And he is a splendid young man with a bright future before him. He needs to learn that kowtowing to your superiors to curry favor is a short-term strategy that will yield long-term difficulties. And once you lose your integrity, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to regain it. And that someone offering him an unearned promotion to responsibility is really looking for a patsy to take the fall when things go bottom up. Arthur looked down at the table, frowning. By the way, Lockhart continued, did you know he's had a girlfriend since last year? It's an open secret at Hogwarts. And yet he doesn't think his own parents should know. Arthur looked up sharply at that. Maybe you should arrange to meet with him in one of the 3 Broomsticks private rooms in Hogsmeade this coming weekend. Discuss a few things with him, Wizard to wizard. Why wait until next summer when it might be too late? Next, we have your son Ronald. And he has many problems, all correctable if something is done now. Unfortunately, almost all his problems are the fault of the twins. The twins? Fred and George. Arthur was astonished. Yes. Let me explain. First, Ron is horribly jealous of his brothers. He feels, and rightly, that no matter what he does it will never be enough. If he gets on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, so what? 3 of his brothers already did that. What if he makes captain of the team? Oh, that's right, Charlie already did that. Well, what if he scores in the top of his class? Oops, Percy, Bill, and Charlie all have that honor. Well, how about becoming a prefect? Oh, Percy, Bill, and Charlie, again, did that. Well, okay, how about head boy? Oh dear, Bill did that and it looks like Percy will, too. And you know what would be worse for him? What if he tries and fails at any of those? Will his mother ever forgive him for not doing as well as his brothers? She already ceaselessly compares him to his brothers, and he always comes up short. Why bother trying if you know it will never be good enough? So, what's the poor boy to do? Nothing he does will stand out and have his parents say, wow, Ron, that's incredible, nobody in our family has ever done that. He's afraid he'll always be in the shadow of his brothers. That would be bad enough, but the twins are making things worse. They continually belittle and browbeat him, and use him to test their pranks. They treat him as a pet to torment, not as a brother they should help. And his friends, true friends they are, make him look positively stupid. Hermione is head and shoulders above him academically, and Harry is always at the center of attention. Nobody notices Ron unless he gets into a fight with Draco Malfoy. And his broken wand isn't helping him. Arthur was looking appalled at these revelations. Broken wand. And there's more. He has the eating habits of a starving werewolf. It's truly disgusting to watch. Except for his 2 friends, nobody will sit near him at mealtime. He paused for emphasis. And that is entirely the twins' fault. They screw with his food so much at home, Mr. Potter tells me, that if he doesn't stuff his food into his mouth as fast as possible, they dose it with a prank. They don't treat him as their brother, they treat him as an test rat on which they try their experimental potions and spells. A test subject to check their potions for harmful effects and who knows what type of damage any hidden side effects may have had on the poor boy? Maybe that's why he seems to always be ravenously hungry. And you do nothing about it. Arthur sat up at that declaration. I do nothing, stated Gilderoy, interrupting and waving his hand imperiously. If you had done something, this wouldn't have happened. Here. He put 2 small vials filled with a silvery liquid on the table. He put a finger on one bottle. This is a memory of an incident Mr. Potter witnessed at your home last summer. He was kind enough to let me copy it. Watch Ron and the twins closely. Watch how you and your wife react. He moved his finger to the second bottle. This is a memory of an incident I saw in the Great Hall at mealtime. Watch them both, then come back and tell me I am wrong. He stared at the wizard challengingly. Send an owl to Hermione and Harry asking them to describe, honestly, Ron's eating habits if you believe I am exaggerating. For the unvarnished truth from an uninvolved third party, do the same with Neville Longbottom. He's a pureblood and knows the proper manners one is supposed to display in public. Far be it for me to tell another how to control his family, but what I suggest you do is tell the twins that they are grounded next summer, all summer, until their brother learns and uses proper table manners, he suggested kindly. And they can't coerce him in any way, shape, or manner. No potions, no spells, no hexes, no pranks to force him to change. They can only encourage him or, perhaps, bribe him. And the grounding means they are banned from their room. They sleep outside in a tent that they put up every evening and take down every morning. It means no pranks, no planning pranks, no visiting friends, nothing. If you hear any loud bangs, smell any strange smells from the tent, then they can spend the summer sleeping under the stars without a tent. Their siblings are not test animals for their pranks. If they want to be productive, they can teach Ron to be the best Quidditch player in the world. That would make him happy. And make sure they include their sister. She's developing quite the inferiority complex from her brothers denying her the right to do things that they and even other witches do. They can spend their copious spare time taking care of the farm. This is their punishment for using their brother and sister as test prank subjects and teaching Ron to eat like a rabid starving dog. Once he starts eating like a proper wizard, you'll rescind the grounding. He stopped and let the other wizard think for a few moments. But they are still banned from using their siblings as test subjects. Gilderoy smiled and turned his charm on full. I'm not your enemy, Arthur, he said kindly. I want you and your family to prosper. I've willingly taken on the mantle of the Dark Wizard Messenger because I want your children to succeed. Please think carefully about what I've said. I know you don't have a Pensiev, but if you go to Madame Bones and tell her that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, gave you some memories that it is vital you see, I'm sure she'll let you use the one the DMLE has. After the tips and help he's given her, his name should have some pull. If she says she can't, owl me and I'll make arrangements to get you access to one immediately. He straightened, pulled out his wand, and dispelled his muffling charm. Now that that's done, let's enjoy this wonderful repast. The rest of the meal Gilderoy nattered on about his books, pretending not to notice that the man was deep in thought. Only occasionally did he directly address a question to Arthur, to which the wizard could reply with a simple yes or no. As they were starting dessert, Gilderoy noticed McNair seemed to be getting ready to leave. He turned to Arthur and said jovially, well, what do you think about those rumors that Mr. Malfoy is talking with the Aurors? I heard that Madame Bones paid a call on him at his manor recently. McNair stilled and leaned on his elbow scowling, as he pulled a parchment from his robes. That it also moved him fractionally closer and let him listen better was merely incidental. With what they say about how he's not that stable mentally, Gilderoy continued, I wonder if she's hoping he'll accidentally reveal information about some of the Death Eaters she knows the DMLE missed 10 years ago. He leaned closer over the table conspiratorially, and loudly said, perhaps she's hoping that he really wasn't Imperioed and has been meeting with others so she can trap them, all together, It would be quite a feather in her cap to prove some of those who cried, it wasn't my fault, were lying, He sat back, and the best part would be that Lucius, in his current mental state, wouldn't even realize he was letting loose things he shouldn't, so he wouldn't even warn his friends he might have slipped up. Why, he might even deny meeting with her and the Aurors completely. Arthur was looking at him, puzzled. No, I haven't heard any such thing. Gilderoy waved his hand, well, it's probably just a rumor. He took a drink from his wine glass. But, you know, as the old saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. The professor studiously attacked his dessert as the Death Eater at the next table slowly stood and left. Harry/Gilderoy had hoped to spread the rumor by merely being loud in the staff dining room. That he managed to secure a table near a known Death Eater had been exceptional luck. Of course, using a discomfort hex on the previous occupants to get them to move to another table had helped. A few minutes later, after a wonderful dessert, they were standing to leave. You know, Arthur, sending a howler to Hogwarts and humiliating your children in front of their peers and professors is a terrible thing to do. Young children can be incredibly cruel, and a howler triggers days of taunts, jokes, and mean pranks at the expense of the recipient. I know it's rather common, but it truly borders on child abuse, I think. Kind of like knowing that dark families beat their house elves is one thing, but teaching your children that they should do that too, is another. Besides, Think how you would feel if Molly sent you a howler about forgetting an appointment and it arrived while you were in a department head meeting? You should ask your wife if she has ever thought of that. How she would have felt at receiving one from her mother when she was a mere first or second year and made a mistake. And, outside of humiliating her, did it really make a difference in how she acted? The look Mr. Weasley gave him indicated that there were going to be many lengthy discussions in the Burrow over the next few days. Harry had his week of headlines and things had once more tapered down to normal at the Daily Prophet, and at Hogwarts. After a rather dull week, Gilderoy decided it was time to stir the cauldron once more. Tomorrow would make it 4 weeks after Halloween and Gilderoy paced the 7th floor corridor opposite a certain tapestry just after breakfast. This time he was thinking he needed the room of lost things. A frustrating 4 hours later, he triumphantly came out of the room with the diadem secured in an acromantula silk bag. Barely able to contain his excitement, he hurried into the Horcrux room and followed the instructions. Harry/Gilderoy could hear a roaring noise beginning, which cut off as the inner door closed. Such was the closeness of the fit of the door to its frame he could hear nothing. So he sat on the floor, his back to the wall beside the door. He almost sat against the door, but realized he might disturb its seal, and who knew what would happen then. To be safe, he waited an extra 10 minutes. He cautiously opened the door and looked around the room. Black scorch marks covered the wall and the cold stone floor was now warm. The diadem, in the middle of the circle, looked unharmed. In fact, it looked clean and polished, so clean and polished that it almost seemed to glow. He slowly approached the circlet and cast a dark detection spell on it. Nothing. He moved closer and hovered his hand just a fraction of an inch from it. In the room of lost things, he could feel the evil emanating from the diadem. In here, right now, nothing. He reverently picked it up. He turned it round and examined it closely. It looked perfect, not a single blemish anywhere he could see. He was tempted to try it on, to see just what it could do for him. But he resisted. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, he read, staring at it. But she still screwed up, didn't she? Ignored her poor daughter until the disregarded girl stole the diadem, determined to get her mother's attention at last. Thus, she could pretend her mother was searching for her and not the diadem. And not long after her daughter stole it, Rowena died. Did she become too dependent on it, I wonder? And didn't her daughter put it on? For if she had, surely the diadem would have allowed her to see that her actions would not yield the results she desired. So, the diadem fails in its mission a second time. And finally, Tom Riddle. You traveled all the way to Romania and discovered the hidden diadem. Did you not once try it on, Tom? If you had, wearing the diadem should have revealed the folly of your chosen course. That it did not means the diadem has failed again. 3 times, it has failed, severely, failed to reveal the fatal flaws in all their plots. 3 times. Perhaps her spell work wasn't as magnificent as she expected. With that record, I fear I shall not attempt to analyze my plans with its help. He pulled the silk bag out of his pocket and dropped the diadem in it. Almost 6 hours total. He sighed. That was far better than the weeks and weeks he and Hermione had wasted searching for the bloody tiara the last time. And the Horcrux's destruction had been so much easier this time. Tomorrow, Monday morning, the last Monday in November, at breakfast, he would present the lost diadem to Professor Flitwick. He left the room, not noticing as the door very slowly disappeared behind him. He headed for the Ollery. He wanted to give Rita a heads up on what was going to happen that tomorrow. Ah, Rita, as punctual as ever, Gilderoy welcomed the reporter and her photographer expansively. He made sure his best profile was always facing the photographer. He had told her to meet him at the Hogwarts front gates at 7. Okay, Gilderoy, what's the big secret? Another interview with Potter. Oh, no, my dear, something even better. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the Dark Arts Professor, guarantee you front page headlines both tonight and tomorrow. He could see that the headline-hungry witch almost started salivating at the prospect. Oh. She replied coolly. It's about something, he half-whispered, that's been missing since Hogwarts was first founded. I have accomplished what headmasters and others have failed to do for almost 1,000 years. He rubbed his hands together gleefully. I have found the lost Ravenclaw diadem. He halted as the reporter stopped dead and stared at him. He grinned broadly. Yes, that's right, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and beloved Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts Professor, have recovered the famed diadem created by Rowena Ravenclaw. He paused, relishing the moment, and then added, and you get the scoop. He watched as the witch stared at him wide-eyed, then she closed her eyes and shuddered. Gilderoy/Harry almost fell over in surprise. Had she just had an orgasm? He shook his head to throw out that image. He reached inside his robes and pulled out the silk bag. Reverently, he reached inside and lifted the diadem out to show Rita. Her mouth formed an O of surprise and she lifted a hand, gently touching the relic. The photographer, Bozo, swooped in for a close-up or four. After letting her run her fingers over the inscription, he dropped it back in the bag. At breakfast today I plan to present it to Professor Flitwick. Just follow my lead. He led the two into the Great Hall and seated them at the head of the Ravenclaw table, explaining to the nearby students, "They are my guests this morning. We'll be doing an interview after breakfast." He looked over at Bozo, "Be ready to get some great shots of amazed professors, especially the headmaster." He told the other professors as they approached the headmaster's table that Rita and her photographer were his guests. The headmaster gave him a sharp look and leaned close to say, "Next time tell me ahead of time when you brings guests into the Great Hall." The twinkle was noticeably absent. Then the old wizard continued to his throne. The old goat apparently didn't like Rita, only Merlin knew why. Lockhart found the witch to be delightful. When the hall was as filled as it was going to get, Gilderoy stood and tapped his goblet with his knife. It was showtime. The sharp ting, 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 echoed through the room. After a few moments, everyone had stopped talking to listen. "I have an important announcement to make." The headmaster did not look pleased. The last time Gilderoy had played to an audience, it had been the Aurors and Dumbledore still felt the backlash from that. "As you all know, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts," there were a few snickers at that, "have been combing Hogwarts from the deepest of its dungeons to the top of its lofty spires searching for clues to the location of the hidden Chamber of Secrets." Rita gave him an incredulous look. Apparently, this was the first time anyone had mentioned the chamber in her hearing. He gave her a knowing smile. "In my thorough meanderings I have come across various clues regarding many lost items, such as Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and Gryffindor's sword, to name just a few. Professor Flitwick, if you would come with me." He motioned the other to follow him as he walked to the front of the headmaster's table. He quickly conjured a series of steps on the platform and motioned Flitwick to step up on them, putting them both at eye level to each other as Gilderoy stood on the floor. They were standing parallel to the headmaster's table to give the students and staff the best possible view. He gave a quick hand signal to Bozo and the wizard quickly positioned himself for the coming photos. The students and professors were watching carefully, whispering to each other and wondering what he was about to reveal. Lockhart carefully reached into his pocket and took out the bag. He conjured a royal blue-colored pillow and placed the bag on it, then lifted and held the pillow between them. "Professor Flitwick, you are the head of Ravenclaw House," he said loudly enough for his voice to carry to the entire hall. "It gives me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, great pleasure to restore to your house, and Hogwarts, this." He reached for the bag and as he touched it, the bag vanished, revealing the gleaming diadem. He had performed a wandless finite, but planned to tell them he had previously placed a word-sensitive finite on the conjured bag. "Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem," Gilderoy concluded loudly. Pandemonium broke out as the photographer's flash went off like a series of exploding Christmas lights as Bozo frantically took pictures. The noise continued as Gilderoy smiled and posed dramatically, beaming happily at everyone. Flitwick stared wonderingly at the diadem on the pillow. Other cameras appeared, and even more pictures taken until finally the headmaster set off a loud blast. He stared at Gilderoy, then at the diadem. "Is that really?" he asked, his eyes twinkling like mad. Gilderoy, delighted to be the center of attention of hundreds of watchers, said, "Well, there is one way to prove it. You do know who the Grey Lady is, don't you?" The entire school knew of the Grey Lady, the haughty and always silent Ravenclaw ghost. The headmaster's eyes widened and he nodded. "Perhaps if you call her," Gilderoy prompted. Moments later, the stately retiring ghost glided into the Great Hall. Her gaze locked on the diadem immediately and she rushed over to stare at it. Lockhart looked over at her. "I think you know what this is, Lady Helena Ravenclaw," he said quietly. The Ravenclaws closest to them gasped and quickly spread the word that their ghost was none other than Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. How could they not have known? She turned her stare to him. "You cleansed it, the evil taint is gone," she half whispered. "It is exactly as I remember it from long ago. I can feel my mother's magic in it." The headmaster looked sharply at the ghost. He would be questioning her later about that taint. The blonde-haired wizard was so happy he wanted to dance. "Yes, Madam Helena Ravenclaw, it is as it was when you originally hid it away," he said loudly. The entire hall gasped at the realization as to the true identity of the Ravenclaw ghost. Her eyes were shining and if he had thought it possible, he would have said she was crying in joy. He turned back to Professor Flitwick. "And so, Professor, I give to you the authenticated Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem." He placed the pillow in the diminutive professor's hands and stepped back. He turned and loudly proclaimed to the room, "At last, the lost diadem of Ravenclaw is returned to its home." He pointed his arm at the pillow as Professor Flitwick proudly faced the Great Hall and held it up high for everyone to see. The headmaster was the first to start clapping, and in moments, the entire hall filled with thunderous applause. Whatever his failings might be, Gilderoy Lockhart had ensured his place in Hogwarts history as the one who had found the famous priceless Ravenclaw diadem. None could ever gainsay that accomplishment. When the applause died down, Harry/Gilderoy said, "I propose that a special display cabinet be placed in the entryway to the Great Hall, so that all can see and admire this great founder's treasure. Perhaps with a plaque describing its history and that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor found and returned the diadem to its rightful place." There was another round of thunderous applause. Monday evenings the Daily Prophet was everything Gilderoy could have hoped for and wanted. No fewer than 6 different articles referenced him, including one that was a biography all about his achievements. Never had he had such exposure in the news parchment. And tomorrow the other magical news parchments would pick up the stories and spread them across the world. He had quite probably doubled the number of people who knew his name. And increased book sales would quickly follow. As Gilderoy/Harry folded the news parchment so that his headline was prominent and placed it face up beside his plate, the headmaster leaned over. "Excuse me, Gilderoy, would you please come to my office after tea tonight?" "Certainly, Albus. I'd be happy to do that for you. Just let me ask the lovely Minerva, here, to tell Ron his detention tonight has been changed to Mr. Filch." He turned to the witch in question and made his request, concluding with a sigh, "It's too bad Mr. Malfoy won't be in detention with him. I heard that Mr. Filch's thumbscrews need oiling." The 2 students could have cleaned and tested their action. She gave him an appalled look. He grinned mischievously, "You know, making sure the heads are nice and firm, that the clamps are good and tight, that the screws go in and out smoothly, that the knobs are properly polished." He arched an eyebrow inquisitively. She stared at him an additional moment, startled at the innuendo, before suddenly smiling back, "Of course, I don't mind, Gilderoy. I'm finished anyway, so I'll tell him now." There seemed to be an odd twinkle in her eye. She stood and walked around the table, her hips swaying a bit more than he usually noticed when she walked in the corridors. In the back of his head Harry could hear Gilderoy giggling, "Oh, she's ready, she is." Harry/Gilderoy closed his eyes momentarily trying to drive out the thought that his former Transfigurations professor was flirting with him. That evening, after tea, he followed the old bearded bastard back to the wizard's office. After offering Gilderoy a lemon drop, which he declined, the headmaster said, "I had an interesting discussion with the Grey Lady this afternoon." Gilderoy smiled, "Yes, she's quite a lovely lady, isn't she? Doesn't say much though. It's a pity because I believe the students could learn a lot from her, especially what the founders were really like instead of what generations of historians have made up. Perhaps you could talk her into giving us a lecture in the Great Hall one evening on the founding of Hogwarts." The headmaster nodded and smiled at the suggestion, half whispering, "Perhaps." They both sat silent. Gilderoy knew this game. Albus loved this passive/aggressive crap. Say something vague and leading, and wait for his victim to get nervous and say something they hadn't intended. Gilderoy just kept a silly vacant smile on his face. If the headmaster let too much time pass, then Gilderoy planned to start talking about his next book, tentatively entitled, Hanging Out at Hogwarts. Fortunately, Albus caved in first. "She tells me you only spoke a few words to her, and never about the diadem." "That's true. I knew she was Helena Ravenclaw the first time I saw her. It's rather obvious, don't you know, she looks almost exactly like her mother's painting in Hogwarts, A History, and her bust in the Ravenclaw common room. And if she hadn't revealed any clues about the diadem in the last 1,000 years, she wasn't about to start with me. I mean, I know I'm personable, I know I'm persuasive, I know people, especially women, tend to adore me and why shouldn't they? I'm a 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But, in spite of that, I decided it would be better to just observe her." He stopped. "Meanwhile, I carefully combed the castle looking for clues, trying to feel the magic of the diadem. And then I found it." The headmaster's eyes had widened. Abrupt explanation. "And where did you find it?" he finally asked. To find the answer to that question, you'll need to buy my next book, Hanging Out at Hogwarts. It will be quite an enthralling tale with much advice on how to maintain your composure and good looks while under tribulations." The headmaster's eyes were not twinkling as much as they were a moment before. "I see," was all he said. "There is one thing that bothers me about the diadem, though." Gilderoy paused and watched the old headmaster, waiting. He could see the Dumbledore's glasses tilt slightly as he raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry. "Well, The diadem had a quite dark curse on it. So powerful a curse, I could feel it while still a step away. And I had the oddest compulsion to put it on. He shifted in his chair, as if uncomfortable. Naturally, my extensive experience in the dark arts allowed me to ignore the compulsion. Many wizards would, I'm sure, have succumbed, but Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor is made of sterner stuff. He declared, straightening in the chair, casting a beaming smile at the old wizard. Thinking quickly, I conjured a silk bag and a long pole. I picked up the diadem with the pole and dropped it directly into the bag. Then I cast a powerful containment enchantment on the bag to protect myself. He leaned forward towards the other wizard. Do you know what a Horcrux is, Albus? The headmaster froze still, only his eyes moving as he watched and listened. Gilderoy nodded. That's what it was, Albus. He leaned back. Fortunately, using my vast knowledge of runes and experience with magic circles, I created a way to destroy the Horcrux without destroying the diadem. The headmaster frowned. Are you sure it was a Horcrux? Absolutely. I found a book in Egypt several years or so ago that described them in great detail, as well as describing how difficult they were to eliminate. And any curse breaker in Gringotts can tell you all about them. They run into them frequently in Egyptian tombs. He sighed and leaned forward again. And the worst thing is, Albus, now that I have first-hand experience with the vile things, I know I've felt the same evil taint wandering the corridors of this school. He nodded sagely at the headmaster's dumbfounded expression. Yes, wandering the corridors. Someone in this school is carrying a Horcrux around as if it were a common book, ring, or locket. The headmaster appeared to refuse to believe him, but he knew he had shaken the wizard to his core. He left not much later after some small talk about the Weasley boys. Underscore. There was one thing that gave him even more pleasure than all the mentions in the Daily Prophet. Buried in the back of Tuesday morning's edition was a story of an attack. Unknown assailants had murdered Mr. Malfoy in his own home Monday afternoon while his wife was out visiting a friend. The Aurors believed it had to be a known associate of the man, or he would never have allowed his attacker inside the protective enchantments on his home. Gilderoy grinned happily at that. The Aurors' questioning was bound to bring up details the Death Eaters would have preferred remained hidden. Draco was devastated, but in all the rejoicing at the return of the diadem, not many people noticed the boy's distress. Perhaps he should suggest to Ron that he console the poor boy in his loss. At the very least he could take a few points and maybe assign a detention or two based on how violently Ron exploded at the thought of actually being civil to his hated enemy. He had struck a mighty blow against the Death Eater organization and Voldemort, depriving them of both a major funding source and a wily strategist. Gilderoy visited the Hogsmeade Post Owl office at Tuesday dinner and sent a brief message to Madame Bones. He suggested she search for a secret room under the Malfoys' drawing room floor. He had overheard Draco mumbling about it during a detention, worrying that his father might have revealed the secret cache and stolen the galleons he knew were stored there as well as other things of importance. The fines for the hidden dark artifacts would severely dent the Malfoy family's remaining financial resources, and their status, and increase Draco's discomfort. After his brief meeting with the headmaster, he gave several interviews to international news parchments. And, incidentally, bragged about his other exploits and repeatedly mentioned how he was mentoring Mr. Harry Potter to follow his example to become a great wizard. Chapter 11. Riddle me this. Yesterday had been Thursday, the week after Gilderoy's revelation of the Ravenclaw diadem, and Gilderoy had made another presentation at breakfast to the headmaster. After attracting everyone's attention just before the house elves served dessert, he had reached into his robes, pulled out a package, and tapped it with his wand. It had grown to a much larger package. He had smiled broadly, and placed the package in front of the headmaster's place setting. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, he had loudly proclaimed, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and beloved Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor, present to you a set of fresh and mature mandrakes, from South Africa. The provider tells me these are more than suitable for making Mr. Colin Creevy's mandrake restorative potion. There is no need to wait until May to find out what he saw and what petrified him, as you had originally planned, headmaster. Bozo had been present, as had Rita. Another perfect photo opportunity for Gilderoy at the expense of the headmaster. Lockhart's perfect smile gleamed, in contrast to the lack of twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes. Professor Snape has assured me it will only take a few days to prepare the potion once the mandrakes were ready, so with these mandrakes Mr. Creevy will be able to join his classmates no later than Monday. He had posed beside the package as the room had burst into applause. The headlines that evening had been exquisite, in Gilderoy's opinion. For the headmaster? Not so much. Why hadn't the headmaster thought of doing that, the news parchments had asked. Why hadn't the headmaster ordered mandrakes from South Africa instead of Lockhart? Why had he waited? What was he hoping to hide? Was he really suited to be headmaster? And now it was Friday. Anything interesting that happened at dinner today would miss the evening news parchment's deadlines. By Monday, it would be old news. And with his news yesterday, no one would expect anything from Gilderoy until late next week. The students were talking animatedly about school matters and the latest rumors. Well, mostly rumors, as Professor Lockhart knew. He slowly strolled past the students as though monitoring them, moving from table to table. Many students smiled as they greeted him and asked him quick questions about things from his classes. Gilderoy was truly in his element. The girls watched him go by with dreamy expressions. If he happened to catch the eye of a witch, she invariably blushed and looked away. Finding the lost diadem had upped his standing among the students and staff. Professors Sinistra and McGonagall were actively flirting with him. Gilderoy was thrilled, Harry, not so much. The wizards weren't so enamored of him, but they had developed a grudging respect for him and his classes. The DADA class was quickly becoming as popular as Professor Flitwick's charms and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classes. Potions, of course, remained as the single most hated class in the school. The only person Professor Snape scowled at more than Harry was Professor Lockhart. Harry/Gilderoy was quite pleased with himself, and he knew it showed. After their spectacular entrance at the sorting feast, Harry and Ron had settled down to having a normal year or, at least, as normal as Harry was ever going to have. Neville had a proper wand and talk of his being a squib was well into the past, a distinct improvement over last year and Harry's future. Gilderoy had managed to prevent Luna from having a miserable Hogwarts experience. She had had a rough start, but was now flourishing with her new friends. Draco was muzzled. His father's death and the family's sharp decline in fortunes had removed whatever influence in Slytherin he might have had. He had transitioned from a top dog to a bottom. Harry, both of them, hoped he enjoyed his new position. Harry/Gilderoy anonymously sent him knee pads, mouthwash, and a hemorrhoid potion. To ensure Draco opened the package in the Great Hall, Gilderoy wrapped the box in the same paper Draco's mother used to deliver his daily chocolate supply. Draco was puzzled as he unloaded the box, but the older and more experienced students, mostly witches, quickly burst into gales of laughter. Gilderoy's return of Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem had greatly increased his standing in the public eye, and book sales had reflected that change. Thanks to Malfoy's arrogance, Gilderoy's vault was packed with galleons, and the new deals for Harry's books, as well as his part of the boys' late-paid royalties, had added even more. His expenditures were minuscule by comparison. His income properties were coming along nicely, and they would give him more galleons than last year's book sales. But from Harry/Gilderoy's point of view, his best acquisition was Dobby. Harry was getting good press and people had a very positive impression of the young wizard. The Lily Potter Foundation was well funded, now, and already had a list of potential candidates to help next year. There would be a substantial increase in new students next year. Ron was almost apoplectic at all the attention the Daily Prophet lavished on the boy who lived. Hearing about how rich Harry was, and that it was increasing, didn't improve his disposition. Gilderoy's constant mentions of the disparity between Ron's low position academically and in Gryffindor for his point loses and Harry's high grades and popularity throughout the school didn't help. He wore an almost permanent scowl. Unfortunately, though, all of Hagrid's roosters were dead and next week Tommy Boy was going to let the basilisk out to play once more. Harry/Gilderoy just couldn't let that happen to Justin again. He needed to nip that flower in the bud. Once more, it was showtime. Pity that the audience this time was restricted to just the school. He strolled casually between the tables, projecting an image of confidence in himself with every step, one hand on his hip sweeping his robes back with a dramatic flair. Today, his robes were the perfect shade of lavender to show off his blue eyes. His winning smile was on display and his hair carefully coiffed to perfection. The girls nearly swooned as he passed them by. He would have looked at home at a formal ball. For the school, he was more than slightly overdressed, but he knew and didn't care. It was all about presentation. If you look important, people will think you are important. He stopped occasionally to provide his audience with an inspiring pose. He acted every inch the brainless peacock, more interested in appearance than substance. It was such fun to hoodwink his opponents. People were looking at him and watching him for all the right reasons. Harry/Gilderoy felt like hiding, but Gilderoy/Harry thrived on the attention. And Harry was slowly coming around to Gilderoy's point of view. He noted, happily, that the group of Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna were talking animatedly. By Hermione's expression, Harry/Gilderoy knew that Luna was once more befuddling her with mysterious creatures. His example of the duck-billed platypus and okapi, and Hagrid's thestrals, had shut down most of her objections to the other girls' imaginary creatures. That and pointing out how all the muggle books she grew up with denied the magic world she was currently experiencing. Now she just listened, and occasionally asked for more information. Instead of participating in their discussions, Ron was stuffing his face as if he thought he never would see food again. At least this time he was showing some proper manners and not trying to talk with food in his mouth. And he was actually chewing his food as well. Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Luna were on one side of the table with the wall to their back and keeping the Slytherin table in sight, while Neville sat across from them. To Gilderoy's amusement, Susan Bones and her best friend Hannah Abbott had bracketed Neville between them. Gilderoy would do his part to ensure that romance had a decent chance. He was pleased to note that several other students were sitting with friends from other houses. He passed them and headed towards the table's end, where Ginny Weasley sat picking at her food. The other Firsties were nearby, but none appeared to be engaged in conversation with her. If he didn't know better, he would have thought they were shunning the girl. They weren't, she had rebuffed their attempts to include her several times over the last few weeks. He stopped at the end of the table and turned around to look at the headmaster's table. He stared intently at Professor McGonagall, knowing she would pick up on the "I'm looking at you" feeling. Sure enough, less than a minute passed before she looked up at him. He smiled and tilted his head to the side, motioning that he wanted her to join him. She stared back a moment, frowned, and stood. As she headed across the hall, he looked down at Ginny, still smiling his perfect smile. Ginny was already looking at him, wondering why he had stopped beside her and yet said nothing. "Miss Weasley," he said cheerily, "you look a bit tired. Have you been getting enough sleep?" Surprised he had noticed the dark marks under her eyes, she said, "Yes, sir. I don't know why I feel so tired this morning." "Are you eating well?" he asked in concern. "Yes, sir, but I don't have much appetite this morning." The nearby girls were listening enviously. If only Gilderoy would talk with them. The boys were trying to ignore him. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfret today to make sure you aren't coming down with something. If you aren't feeling well, you shan't appreciate my class as much as you could. I would be truly disappointed if you didn't get the full benefit of my wondrous intellect and experiences." He radiated a genuine feeling of wanting to help the girl. Professor McGonagall was almost to his side. "Tell me, Miss Weasley, do you keep a diary?" The girl stiffened and a frightened look briefly appeared on her face. Yes, sir." "Very good. I find that keeping a diary, well, actually, wizards like to call them journals, sounds more manly, don't you know anyway, I find keeping a daily journal helps me organize my thoughts." He smiled at her benevolently. "It's ever so useful to be able to go back weeks, months, or years, and see exactly what I was doing or thinking on a certain day. It helps bring clarity to my decisions. And helps combat any attempts at someone meddling with his mind in the future," he didn't say out loud. He looked at her, waiting for a response. Several of the girls within earshot, he saw, were asking their friends if they had a diary to spare. Not knowing what else to say, she said, Yes, sir." She was still on guard, though. "Do you keep your diary with you, my dear?" She frowned. "Yes, sir. It's in my bag." "Wonderful!" he exclaimed. He had been afraid that today she might have left it in her dorm room. That would have delayed things and wouldn't have been as dramatic. "I find that keeping my journal at hand is a marvelous way to jot down the day's events when I have a few spare moments, instead of trying to remember everything just before I retire for my nightly beauty sleep." He smiled at her. "A well-rested wizard is a well-prepared wizard, don't you know? Or which I should say, I suppose." His smile beamed down at her. He glanced at Professor McGonagall standing beside him. She was annoyed that he had called her over and seemed to be ignoring her. He leaned close and whispered in her ear, "Watch her carefully." He glanced around. At least half the Gryffindor table was watching, with a substantial portion of the other houses doing so as well. Percy was walking down the aisle towards them, no doubt concerned for his sister. The twins were standing and watching. He pulled out his wand with a flourish and said, "Oxio Ginny's diary." Her eyes shot wide open and she made a belated grab for her bag as it rustled. A thin black book with gold-colored corner protectors flew up in front of Gilderoy. Gilderoy held it suspended in front of him and slowly rotated it. He said, "Purchased from Winstanley's Bookstore and Stationers, an establishment on Vauxhall Road, London." "That's a Muggle firm, how did you ever find this book? And what's this name, here?" He stopped the rotation and said loudly, "Tom Riddle." He looked up at the headmaster's table to see the old wizard walking quickly around the end of that table. He wasn't wasting any time in getting here. He looked down at the little witch. She was staring up at him in horror and he could see the sheen of sweat on her face. The poor girl was terrified. "Really now, Professor Lockhart, return Miss Ginny's property at once. You have no right to see something so private," said McGonagall, outraged at his presumption. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Minerva, because this book is possessed by the vilest magic you can imagine. Can't you feel it?" She jerked her attention from him to the book. As Ginny started to jump up to grab the book, Gilderoy cast a silent stupefy on the girl with his free hand, dropping her back in her seat where she slumped forward beside her plate, which he magically moved aside. He magically guided her collapse subtly with his left hand until it appeared she was hiding her face in her arms on the table, and not knocked out. The Transfiguration Professor stared at the book, then pulled her wand and cast a strong detection spell at it. The book momentarily disappeared in an inky black cloud. She took a startled step back. "My word!" she exclaimed. She turned her shocked gaze to him. The upper year students close enough to understand what was going on gasped and moved back, pulling their less informed mates with them. The headmaster arrived just then, staring at the diary in disbelief. Gilderoy said, loudly and reproachfully, "I told you, did I not, headmaster, that there was a vile dark artifact being paraded in the halls? Well, here it is. The exact same magic that possessed Ravenclaw's diadem." He could see the headmaster's eyes widen in surprise. He looked down the Gryffindor table towards Harry. Others would think he was just staring into the distance. Then he glanced at the headmaster. "And I have felt another somewhere in Hogwarts," he calmly stated. The headmaster started, but retained enough control not to glance at Harry. Minerva put a hand below her throat in shock. "Another one?" she whispered, "like this?" "Yes," Gilderoy said sadly, shaking his head. "There is still another here." He took a deep breath, then smiled broadly, displaying his magnificent teeth. "Amazing, isn't it, that the castle's protective enchantments seem unable to detect these things? I would think they would be set to detect any dark enchanted items as a threat to the students when they hit the castle's protective enchantments. But I guess they are not. Rather careless, if you ask me." He planted a seed of doubt in the older witch's mind. The headmaster was staring daggers at him. "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor has done it again," he proclaimed loudly. "One more innocent saved because of my superior knowledge and skills." He was like a peacock proudly spreading its tail to attract attention. And he was succeeding. By now, the entire room understood something important had just happened. The ones farther away were asking those closer what had happened. They quickly quieted down as they realized he was speaking. "Children, you can tell your parents that once again I assure them I will keep you all safe while you are here at Hogwarts. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor is on the job here." He brandished the book higher, so all could see it. "There is a vile piece of magic on this book, and it has been trying to possess an innocent witch. She is safe now, as are you all. The book can harm no one. I shall dispose of it. And then I shall find the foul wizard who would try to entrap an innocent witch in a web of evil by giving her what appears to be a harmless book. Actually, the one that gave her the book was already dead at the hand of his compatriots, but nobody else knew that." Percy had made his way to his sister and was kneeling down beside her. "Mr. Weasley," Gilderoy said in a normal voice, "do not touch her." The prefect jerked his hand back as if it were scalded. The blonde-haired professor turned his attention to Dumbledore, who was staring intently at the book still held above their heads. "Headmaster, Albus, I am not one to meddle in another's business, but I think Miss Weasley here needs to have Madame Pomfrey give her a thorough examination, in all particulars." He stared meaningfully at the old wizard, then at Professor McGonagall. "All particulars," he repeated. "Who knows what else a wizard evil enough to have one of these in his possession might do to an innocent underaged witch," he concluded in an undertone only those two were close enough to hear. Professor McGonagall gasped and turned to stare at Ginny. The headmaster continued to stare at the diary, frowning. "I casted a stupefy on her a moment ago to spare her the embarrassment of being the focus of the room. And to prevent Tom from acting, but he couldn't say that out loud. Perhaps you should float her to the infirmary, Minerva." He turned his full attention to the headmaster. "I'm not one to meddle in another's business, headmaster, but maybe you should inform Mr. and Mrs. Weasley of this situation." The headmaster had to force himself to stop staring at the book. "Yes, of course," he said distractedly. Gilderoy guided the book down and into a silk bag that he then placed in his pocket. He looked up around the room. "Mrs. Weasley, would you all attend here please?" He clapped his hands twice. "That's all, children. You may return to your repasts. And don't some of you have a class coming up?" The room quickly dissolved into the dull roar of hundreds of students talking loudly and gathering their things. There would be many discussion about what had just happened. McGonagall was already gone, Percy trailing in her wake worriedly. When the remaining Weasleys had all assembled, Gilderoy said, "Meet the headmaster in his office, your parents will be there shortly." They hurried off. Gilderoy sighed happily and stood posed in triumph. He had done it again. And done it well. Unfortunately, keeping the news of Voldemort's Horcruxes out of the public's knowledge was the only reason he would sacrifice his headlines, and the attendant increase in his reputation, although the rumor mill should work in his favor. After a few minutes of watching the students leave, with the girls all casting looks of admiration at the professor who had just saved the life of a student, Gilderoy turned and headed for the headmaster's office. He expected that by now, Mr. Weasley had collected his wife and was on his way to Hogwarts. Gilderoy should arrive just in time to make a dramatic entrance. And, he expected, a dramatic confrontation. The headmaster was not going to like what Gilderoy planned to tell the Weasleys. He halted a second just at the top of the stairs to the headmaster's office to compose himself. Smiling broadly, he thrust open the door and strode inside, his robes billowing around him. Just as he had thought, the headmaster was greeting the Weasley parents who had not even had time to sit in the provided chairs. "Ah, good!" exclaimed Gilderoy, "everyone except Mr. Percy Weasley is here." Mr. Weasley was watching him, surprised, while Mrs. Weasley was anxious at the thought of one of her brood being in danger. Before the headmaster could say more than, "Professor Lockhart," Gilderoy launched into action. "I am so sorry," the DADA professor said addressing the two parents, "that we had to disturb you today. I know what a trial it is for a working man such as yourself, Mr. Weasley, to escape your busy office on such short notice. And Mrs. Weasley, I know, is just as busy keeping home and hearth functioning so well." Both Weasleys looked a bit taken aback while the twins and Ron rolled their eyes at his smarmy actions. "Never fear, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the Dark Arts professor, an adventurer extraordinaire, have rescued your daughter, Miss Weasley, from a fate worse than death. And I am not exaggerating. But, no farther harm to her shall occur." The adults looked worried now, and the children perturbed. Percy quietly slipped into the room. "First, I must give you a little background. Perhaps you heard earlier this year that on October 31st the Chamber of Secrets was opened and a pet was petrified." The adults slowly nodded. "What you may not know is that the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, some 50 years ago, a child died." Now they did look alarmed, and Molly was wringing her hands together. "Now, I did extensive research on that previous episode and discovered some disturbing facts. Even though no marks of any kind were on the poor girl's body, the headmaster at that time, Armando Dippet, decided that third-year Rubius Hagrid's pet Acromantula was the monster. The headmaster had him expelled from the school and his wand snapped. The evidence used was the word of one Tom Riddle, a fifth-year prefect. That's all, just the word of one student against another, even though everyone knows Acromantula's kill with a venomous bite." The headmaster interrupted, "Surely that isn't important, now, Gilderoy, we need to deal with what happened today." He leaned forward in his chair and projecting an air of grandfatherly concern. "Yes, headmaster, it is important. Miss Weasley's family must understand the awful trial that she has been through, and what they must do to help her recover. Or she, like Hagrid was, will be swept aside and the injustice ignored." The entire Weasley family stiffened in response to that declaration. He turned back to the Weasleys. "What the headmaster wants to keep secret from you is that Tom Riddle, the one who accused Hagrid, used that girl's death, Myrtle Warren, you may know her as Moaning Myrtle." They all exchanged glances. No one who attended Hogwarts left without hearing of Myrtle. "He used her death to create a foul artifact, one of the most vile pieces of magic you can imagine." He turned an ordinary item. Gilderoy pulled the silk bag out of his pocket and slid the opening down far enough for them to see the book, and the name on it. He held it up in his left hand. "He made this diary into a soul vessel." Harry surreptitiously slid his wand into his other hand. "Notice the name here," he tapped the index finger of the hand holding the diary, "is Tom Riddle." The headmaster stood. "I must insist that you stop right there, Gilderoy, this concerns something they do not need to know." The old wizard was furious, his eyes had gone flat without the slightest trace of a twinkle. "Yes, they do need to know," Gilderoy angrily replied. "And unless you intend to have a spell battle in this office right now, I intend to tell them the truth." Harry had his wand pointed at the old wizard. The Weasleys were watching with mouths agape. Harry noticed from the edges of his eyes that the twins had their wands out and ready, as well, and they seemed more pointed at the headmaster than himself. "Someone, the headmaster does not as yet know whom," he said, glaring at Dumbledore, eyes narrowed and daring him to stop the DADA professor from revealing what he knew. "Someone gave this diary to your daughter with the intent that it would consume her soul and give the soul bound in the diary a living, breathing body. And thus bringing back to life the one that used to be known as Tom Riddle and is now known as Lord Voldemort." The Weasleys gasped as one at that name, and Mrs. Weasley collapsed into a nearby seat. The twins, Ron, and their father were staring at him as if he were mad. "Are you ready, headmaster?" Harry's wand was outstretched, pointing accusingly at the wizard and the tip glowing with a potential spell. "Are you ready to obliviate us all?" he yelled. "The entire school? For the battle shall not be an easy one, and I dare say the entire castle shall hear and feel the effects." The headmaster knew Gilderoy had the drop on him. Even though he had his wand at hand, he would not get off a single spell before Gilderoy bespelled him. If they had been alone he might have dared to try. But they weren't. They stared at one another for a timeless period before the headmaster sighed and sat back in his chair. I shall require a wizard's oath that none shall know what was revealed in this room today. No. Harry/Gilderoy said. His wand still pointed at Dumbledore. An oath that their magic will only let them tell those who need to know or already know of the information about Horcruxes, or once Voldemort, Tom Riddle, is decisively dealt with and no longer a danger to people who don't believe in his rule. They again engaged in a staring contest. And that you will not obliviate anyone in this room of this knowledge, nor that you will betray us, Harry/Gilderoy added. The headmaster reluctantly agreed. Minutes later, it was done and their wands restored to their proper places. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat, uncertain of what to say next. He had never heard of anyone going toe-to-toe with the great Dumbledore and winning. He settled on asking, "Are you sure this is one of those soul things? You want proof?" "That's easy to provide," responded Gilderoy jovially, as if the deadly confrontation of a few minutes ago were a disagreement over what tea to serve at supper. "This will be the second one of these I've destroyed in a month." He turned a steady eye on Dumbledore. "Would you do the honors of providing a shield for everyone over there?" He pointed to one end of the office. Frowning, the headmaster joined the others and cast a shield over the Weasleys and himself. Harry/Gilderoy, still holding the diary in his left hand, dropped it to the floor. In one smooth motion, he drew the goblin knife from his thigh holster with his right hand and rammed it through the diary. He wiggled the knife around trying to spread as much poison as possible. A scream came from the diary as Harry stepped back with the knife, the basilisk poison left behind making its way through the diary. Ink poured from the diary in a seemingly endless stream, puddling on the floor. A black smoke rose from the diary, and a face formed that everyone could see was doing the screaming. It spun wildly, looking for escape. Harry whipped his knife blade through the center of the face, parting it into two pieces. The screaming choked to a stop and the cloud dissipated into thin air. It took most of half an hour and several cups of tea to calm the Weasleys. Molly stared at Gilderoy. "That thing was trying to possess Ginny." Gilderoy nodded. She had no idea that every time she wrote in the diary, telling it of her dreams and her woes, that it stole a bit more of her life force and soul. It had a powerful compulsion enchantment in it that tricked her into writing in it and then prevented her from stopping. He was not smiling or glossing things over for them, they needed to know what their daughter had done, and what the diary had done to her in turn. When she slept, he would take over her body and force her to do things, like opening the Chamber of Secrets, killing Hagrid's roosters, writing on the walls in blood, ordering the basilisk in the chamber to attack Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. He was in her mind, forcing her to do those things. "Basilisk?" questioned the headmaster. Gilderoy turned an astonished expression on Dumbledore. "Surely you knew? You've had 50 years to examine the evidence." "I figured it out the night the message appeared on the wall." "Do you mean to tell me that after 50 years, you haven't figured that out? Is that why you never used your position to clear Hagrid of the accusations against him and restore to him his wand? You actually believed that an acromantula killed without venom or touching its victim? Are you senile?" The headmaster looked furious at the accusation. "I mean, for Merlin's sake, Slytherin's emblem is a snake," Harry continued. "The basilisk is the only snake that kills with a look. What else could have killed Moaning Myrtle in the first floor witch's toilets without any injuries? Didn't it cross your mind to ask her how she died? Are Miss Granger and I the only ones in this castle who know how to think?" Myrtle's description of her death, alone, would have cleared Hagrid. The Weasleys were dumbfounded, both at the revelation of what their daughter/sister had done and the accusations of incompetence leveled at the headmaster. Dumbledore flushed. No one had given him such a dressing down since he was a student in this very institution. And he could say nothing to his defense. If he claimed he hadn't known, then he looked incompetent. If he admitted he knew it was a basilisk, people would question his motives for both not helping Hagrid and pretending ignorance when the chamber was reopened at Halloween. And that debacle, unlike this one involving Ginny, he could not sweep under a rug with a wizard's oath. "I thought you knew," Gilderoy continued, "and were merely caught unaware at the creature's reappearance and that you were trying to capture it. If I had thought you didn't know, I would have called the ministry immediately and shut the school down on November 1st before the creature had a chance to slaughter hundreds of students." He shook his head in disbelief. "What did you hope to gain, putting the entire school at risk like that?" Unsaid in all that was his assumption that Dumbledore had allowed Hagrid to suffer all these years without a wand and under a cloud of suspicion. What kind of leader of the light would do that? The Weasleys were staring at the headmaster in horror and betrayal. Gilderoy had just destroyed their faith in the old wizard. Never again would they trust his word. Gilderoy knew that the only good for the headmaster was that they were unable to tell others of his failings. And hiring Gilderoy Lockhart had to be one of his personally biggest mistakes. He had to be wondering how such an ineffectual and foppish fool could have turned out to be so smart and competent. Harry grinned broadly. The headmaster probably thought that now that Gilderoy had destroyed the diary that the basilisk was locked away with no one to provide instructions. Things would return to normal, just as they had 50 years ago. Except this time there wasn't a new ghost added to the castle who could reveal what had happened. Harry/Gilderoy took a deep breath. He didn't hate the headmaster, he just couldn't believe some of the choices the old wizard had managed to justify over the years. For supposedly one of the cleverest wizards in generations, he was incredibly blind to the truth at times. He had forgotten his responsibility to the students in pursuit of a nebulous greater good that never seemed to materialize for the greater part of the wizarding community. In fact, his meddling appeared to have been directly involved in creating the disaster that was Harry Future's past. Harry wondered at times who was the greater Dark Lord, Voldemort or Dumbledore. Well, he said, now that that's sorted, you should know that your daughter really needs to see a professional mind healer, Mr. Weasley. She has had a truly foul wizard living in her mind and body for months and making her do things that are, well, evil. She'll feel guilty, she'll be depressed, and who knows what sort of things that evil wizard did or revealed to her that a child of her age should never know. Ginny had confessed to him well after leaving Hogwarts the fact that she had had nightmares for years, and occasionally strange and horrifying urges to hurt viciously people who offended her. Surely, Gilderoy, you exaggerate the girl's experience. Put in the headmaster, falling back into his familiar well-meaning grandfather persona. All the Weasleys gave him a look of astonished disbelief that he could say such a thing. Harry/Gilderoy, surprised, turned and looked at the headmaster. Albus, are you a professional mind healer? Because only a professional mind healer could possibly understand the damage a possession could do to a child. The headmaster tried to soften that harsh assessment. Well, I am quite knowledgeable of the mind arts. But do you know more than someone who has 50 years of study doing nothing but studying and working with those whose minds have been damaged by spells and possessions? Dumbledore had to admit, no, probably not. Then perhaps we should let a professional mind healer make that determination while you work on getting Hagrid a proper wand and allowing him to finish his education. The Weasley parents shared a long look. Gilderoy could imagine what they were thinking, how could they possibly afford such a healer? He took a deep calming breath. Headmaster, I'm not one to meddle in another's business, said the DADA professor, but I really think Hogwarts should take responsibility for the mind healer helping Miss Weasley. A solicitor could argue, quite effectively, I imagine, that it is Hogwarts' fault that this deadly dark artifact wasn't discovered when it first crossed through Hogwarts' protective enchantments. He continued, after all, I told you last week I could detect a vile dark artifact being carried in the corridors of this school. And if I could detect it, why couldn't the school's protective enchantments? And the unspoken accusation was if I could find it, why couldn't you? If looks could kill. But the headmaster wasn't a basilisk. He sighed and slowly nodded. Yes, Professor Lockhart, you are correct. The school's protective enchantments should have detected that diary. From the expression that fleeted across his face, Harry was positive the protective enchantments had detected the dark artifact and the headmaster had just ignored it, as he had all the dark artifacts the Slytherin students smuggled into the school. He turned to the Weasley parents, Arthur, Molly, I will tell Madame Pomfrey to make the arrangements and have the mind healer meet with Miss Weasley in the hospital wing for as long as it is necessary, at Hogwarts' expense. The Weasleys were profuse in their thanks at that generous offer. That they knew Lockhart had forced the headmaster to that decision reinforced the feelings of betrayal they now felt towards the old wizard. And knew that they would be a staunch supporter of the blonde-haired wizard, it was the least they could do for his saving the life of their only daughter. 12th date night. Headmaster Dumbledore was furious. That dandified Popinjay fraud had somehow managed to find and destroy the Horcrux diary. Everything had been going along so marvelously, the little witch had succumbed to its evil and the basilisk was out. Harry and his friends were on track to solve the puzzle and save the witch before it was too late. The headmaster stepping in at the last minute at save Harry would keep the boy under his influence, building on the fertile ground prepared through the actions of the neglectful Dursleys. The witch would owe a life debt to the little black-haired wizard, ensuring they became a couple no matter what they wanted. The Weasleys would accept the boy as one of their own and reinforce his control of the boy's destiny by proxy. And that idiot, had ruined everything. The Weasleys mistrusted him now, and it would take hard work to regain their confidence. And Harry had done nothing. There was no connection between him and the Weasleys, now, except a minor friendship that was falling apart due to the stupid Weasley boy's jealousy. Luckily, the suddenly competent wizard hadn't noticed that Harry was the source of the evil taint he claimed to detect. And Lockhart's public meddling with the boy only mildly disturbed the old wizard's master plan. The boy still looked upon the headmaster as a grandfatherly figure and appeared to mistrust the DADA professor. In the meantime, he needed a plan to separate the Potter heir from the Mudblood Granger witch. _ As Gilderoy had predicted, Madame Pomfrey released Colin Creevey from the infirmary on Monday. Unfortunately, all he had to contribute was that he had heard a noise as if something were sliding on the floor. He had lifted his camera to take a picture of this new event as he turned, and then nothing except two big yellow circles. No one knew that Ginny's evil wizard diary had controlled the basilisk. And the Weasleys were oath-bound to silence about it. And furious at the headmaster, Lockhart was pleased to see Gilderoy had not so subtly suggested Colin go ask Miss Granger for help. She'll make a schedule for you to catch up with your classmates, and if you ask nicely she might share her notes from last year in those classes. You'll be caught up in not time. You might have to study some over the halls, but it will be worth it. He smiled down at the child and handed him a small bag. I have authorized £1,000 to buy a new camera, at Hogwarts' expense, to replace your damaged camera. The boy's eyes bulged in surprise as he took the bag. For the best camera and the accessories you can get within that budget. The boy was still staring at the bag as Gilderoy left the hospital wing. That it was Gilderoy giving the boy the bag and not the headmaster was something the boy wouldn't notice until later. Colin's parents would notice immediately when he told them what had happened. So, Gilderoy said triumphantly in his DADA classes, we have another fact about our mysterious monster. It has no feet or Mr. Creevy would have heard steps instead of a sliding sound. Mr. Malfoy, what conclusion do you reach from this? It is definitely a snake. Yes, Gilderoy said exuberantly, it is a snake. 5 points, Mr. Malfoy. Gilderoy had promised to return the 200 points he had taken from Malfoy and he intended to keep his promise. He was a wizard of his word. He would slowly return them in class with easy questions to Draco so no one would question why he had reversed his original penalty. He smiled expansively, what else do we know from Mr. Creevy's experience, Mr. Malfoy? The boy thought a moment. He saw the snake through his camera. Yes, Gilderoy again cried out, his camera was what is known as a single-lens reflex camera, which means it uses a mirror to reflect the image to the photographer before he takes a picture. 5 points, Mr. Malfoy. He gazed at the class. Think children, you have all the evidence you need, now. Slytherin's monster is a snake of some kind. Last time it appeared, it killed a student. This time it petrified a student when he saw it in a mirror. But what about the cat? Why was the cat petrified and not killed? There was silence, and then Hermione's face lit up. She had figured it out. She whispered to Harry. He slowly raised his hand. Mr. Potter. There was water all over the floor from Moaning Myrtle's toilets. Mrs. Norris saw the reflection of the snake. Smashing. 5 points, Miss Granger. And that means the monster must be? Mr. Malfoy. A basilisk. Yes. You have it. 10 points, Mr. Malfoy. Congratulations class. He said triumphantly. You have accomplished what the headmaster and the other so-called adults have failed to do in 50 years with the same evidence. And you did it by thinking logically. Logic is rare. Therefore it is upon the logic that you should dwell when faced with a problem. Then he added conspiratorially, don't tell anyone that you know the monster is a basilisk until after the halls start. Some of my other classes haven't figured it out yet. Okay. They all nodded. Excellent. Now open you books to page. _ Gilderoy opened his door to Ron. Ah, excellent. Right on time. Come in, my boy. He stepped aside to allow entry. The redhead stood uncertainly, staring dismally at the pile of photographs and envelopes on the desk. Did you bring your pet, as I asked? Gilderoy raised an eyebrow in query. Yes, sir. The boy started digging in a pocket and a moment later held up the somnolent rat. Why? The boy got no further as the wizard unleashed a stupefy on both the rat and the boy, catching them with a wave of his wand. He guided the boy to the chair and left him slumped there. The rat ended up on his desk. Gilderoy quickly cleared his desk and cast the spell forcing the animagus back into his human form. He carefully put 3 drops of Verita serum in the man's mouth, and then innervated him. He spent the next 4 hours carefully quizzing the man on everything he remembered about the identities of death wizards and other Voldemort supporters. Then he hid the man under a disillusionment charm. He pulled out a rat he had previously acquired and spelled to look like Scabbers. He dropped that rat in the boy's pocket. An innervate followed by a conf undo brought the boy awake with the impression that he had spent the last 4 hours addressing letters and no recollection of any inquiries or requests about his pet rat. The rat would behave just as Scabbers used to do, sleeping most of the day and night. It had a spell on it preventing it from wandering away from wherever the boy left it. Once the boy had left for his dorm, Gilderoy returned to his interrogation of the rat-faced wizard. By the time he was ready to find the evil wizard in second term, Harry/Gilderoy would have a very good understanding of the Dark Lord's financial backing, supporters, and hideouts. The hideouts he would raid, clean out everything useful, then them burn to the ground. The financial supporters he would bankrupt, one way or another. The others, well, he would figure out a way to remove their influence. Just as it had happened in Harry's previous life, the headmaster approved Gilderoy's request for a dueling club. Thursday night, December 17th, most of the student body appeared to check it out, carrying their wands and looking excited. At Lockhart's request, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Sinistra attended, as well. Flitwick, a former dueling champion, agreed to act as a referee in the duels, and coach the students in how to do so. The headmaster had transformed the great hall. The long dining tables had vanished and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. Gilderoy, grinning broadly, walked onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum. A scowling Snape, wearing his usual black, followed him. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. Snape sneered at him. Gilderoy knew that referring to him as his assistant irritated the wizard. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear." He posed dramatically and listened as those closest to the stage murmured that they really wouldn't miss that particular wizard all that much. Lockhart turned to face Snape and both bowed. Well, at least, Lockhart did. Snape merely jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. Notice how we're stand sideways to each other to provide the smallest target profile to our opponent," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course." Snape bared his teeth at Lockhart. For some reason he seemed offended that the seemingly foppish and lackadaisical wizard was as competent as he had appeared this last month. 1 2 3. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and then pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, "Expelliarmus!" There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light. Lockhart tried not to snicker as he sidestepped the spell. He held up his hand in a motion to halt the duel. Snape looked more furious than before. "Notice how I did not attempt to block the spell. Instead I conserved my magical strength by letting it pass me harmlessly," he explained. "Many duels go not to the wizard with the most power or the one who knows the most spells, but to the wizard who uses his strength sparingly and allows his opponent to wear himself down, and then takes advantage of any mistakes." He smiled tauntingly at the potions professor. "Again, Professor Snape." The students watched, stunned, as the two wizards appeared to dance as their spells flew across the platform. Before the meeting, the two had exchanged a list of spells they would restrict themselves to, nothing a fourth-year student did not know. As a result, the students heard many of the spells they knew. Gilderoy emerged triumphant. While Professor Snape had spent several years dueling with Death Eaters, for the last 10 he had only taught potions, he was rusty. Harry/Gilderoy, on the other hand, had spent the last 5 years in almost daily deadly battle. At the end of the first 10 seconds, Professor Snape knew that Gilderoy could take him down at any time, and that he was prolonging the fight to provide the students with an exhibition of his talent. It infuriated the Death Eater, who sorely wanted to wipe that maddening lazy grin from the other professor's face, but knew he daren't resort to the more deadly spells he knew. And if he did, just what deadly spells did the fop know? Snape had never dreamed that the twit was better at dueling than himself. It was a jelly leg spell that started his downfall. A mere misstep, then the leg locker spell, the Lang Lock, followed by a simple Oxio. Professor Snape glared at Gilderoy. "You see, it takes only a moment's lapse in concentration to lose a duel." He finite the spells on Snape. "Let's see how the witches handle duels, shall we? Professor Sinistra and Professor McGonagall? How about a demonstration?" He stepped off the platform to the floor. Shortly after the excited urgings of the students, the two witches were at either end of the platform, glaring half-heartedly at the dandy for putting them on the spot. Gilderoy and Snape watched as the two women exchanged salvos of spells, dodging and blocking as needed. As they applauded Sinistra's win, Gilderoy said loudly, "Ah, Professor Snape, I do believe it might be educational for the two us to challenge the ladies to a doubles duel." Before the other could object, he mounted the steps to the platform and said, "Excellent show, ladies, excellent. Now children," he turned and addressed his audience, posing dramatically. "Not all duels are fought on a one-to-one basis, and in real life it is wise to remember that others might be about on the field that you need to watch. So, ladies," he turned to the two women still panting a bit from their exercise, "what would you say to quick doubles duel, wizards against witches?" The two stared at him while Snape positively glared. "Excellent, I knew you would agree." He plowed over any chance they might have had to object, taking their surprised silence for assent. "Now, then, children. As you all know, Professor McGonagall is an expert at transfigurations, and that last duel rather unfairly handicapped her by restricting her to 4th year or below spells she couldn't really use her talents. So, for the doubles duel the only restrictions will be no dark spells." The hall buzzed with excitement as the students happily anticipated seeing such an unusual duel. Come, Professor Snape," Lockhart said, waving the scowling man to the platform. As the wizard reluctantly climbed the steps, the DADA professor said, "We'll make this simple, the first team to incapacitate one of the other team, or to deprive one of them of his or her wand shall be the winner." He paused just long enough to get a nod from the women. "And to make it a bit more fun, the losing team shall treat the other team to a supper date at the Three Broomsticks this Friday." Gilderoy managed to pop out before Harry could stop him. The students burst into cheers and laughter, making it impossible for the other three to decline without looking petulant. Moments later, the four were at battle. Gilderoy started things off with a quick avis to provide McGonagall with some ammunition. After that, he merely tried to stay out of the way, using his shield far more than he had with Snape. Snape was clearly unused to working with a teammate and thus tried to focus on one opponent, expecting Gilderoy to do the same. The ladies had quickly caught on to the idea of teamwork, and Minerva worked primarily on defense while Aurora worked on offense. Gilderoy worked mostly defense and only occasionally attacked, making it just a matter of time before Aurora hit Severus with a spell and putting him out of the competition. Laughing delightedly, Gilderoy said, "Excellent show, ladies, excellent. So, Professor Snape and I shall meet you in the entryway at, say, 7 tomorrow evening." Blushing slightly, the two women quickly assented. Snape was scowling worse than ever. "Tut, tut, Severus, we just won a date with two lovely witches, you should be smiling," he said as he finite the hex on the other. The closer students, overhearing what he had said, snickered, making the potions professor's scowl deepen. With the headmaster's assistance, they quickly divided the students into rows facing each other, with protection enchantments behind each row. They then had the students practice shielding and using a Jellylegs hex. Gilderoy said, "Any student using a spell other than Jellylegs will spend a detention with Mr. Filch." With that injunction, the next hour passed quickly as the professors helped the students master techniques. Afterwards, Gilderoy happily announced that the dueling club would meet every Thursday. The students dispersed to their dorms, tired and excited over what they had learned. The next evening Gilderoy had almost to drag Professor Snape from his dungeon office. "I did not agree to a date, Professor Lockhart. This is entirely your fault." His scowl, if anything, was worse than the day before. "I have no interest in a tea date." Come, Severus," Gilderoy said with a beaming smile. "It's just a little get-together with a couple of our feminine associates here at Hogwarts. A little chance to let our hair down and have a good time without the worries of students, grading, or schedules. Who knows what might happen?" Snape stopped dead in the corridor. "Are you mad?" he demanded, eyes narrowed as he stared at the DADA professor. "Not at all, not at all. I'm just looking for a bit of fun and relaxation, and a tea with two lovely witches should do just that," Gilderoy replied complacently. He frowned and turned to face the other wizard. "Unless you prefer the company of wizards." He watched with a self-satisfied smile as Snape's eyes widened at the implication. "If you'd really rather not meet with our dates for the night, I'd be quite happy to tender your apologies and say that you are unable to accompany us due to unforeseen requirements on your potion-making abilities. I'm sure they would understand that providing an emergency potion to St. Mungo's would take priority over supper." He winked at the increasingly furious wizard. "I won't mention the real reason, of course. That would be gauche." Snape's hand twitched towards his wand pocket. "I do not prefer the company of wizards," he ground out through clenched teeth. "Excellent." He positively beamed happiness at the other. "I did not like to think I had made such a grievous error in your proclivities. I'm sure the ladies will be most pleased to see us." He turned and headed down the corridor. God, it felt great to take the mickey out of that stuck-up prat. He could almost see the steam coming out of the wizard's ears. They arrived at the entry hall only a few minutes before the ladies did. Tea in the Great Hall was usually over by 7 at the latest, and there were an unusual number of students hanging about. Gilderoy loved an audience, but it was rather clear this audience, mostly witches, were here to spy on their professors. While he didn't care, he couldn't let things stand as they were. The ladies might not like the obvious voyeuristic aspects of their students. "Ah, children, how nice to see you all," he paused and bestowed a brilliant smile upon the gathered students. A number of the witches sighed. "But you shouldn't loiter in the entry hall. Don't you have homework assignments?" "I'm sure I remembered giving out an assignment in my marvelous defense against dark arts class." With a disappointed, "Ah." The hall cleared out remarkably quickly. A few of the smarter witches went back into the Great Hall and peeked around the edges of the two doors. Gilderoy was sure the two ladies understood why they passed a large stream of students, mostly witches, suddenly leaving the area of the Great Hall. While the two women were not dressed to the nines, they were dressed in non-school robes open at the fronts over flattering dresses. Harry was startled to realize that both women had a fair amount of cleavage and didn't mind showing it. Gilderoy was, of course, the best dressed of the quartet while Snape was the worst. Not that he was wearing old or worn robes, they were nice, just not that nice. One got the feeling he didn't usually need anything other than school robes and so had a very small selection in his closet. That his hair looked like someone had dumped a vat of grease on it didn't help his appearance any. Snape had sneeringly refused to use any of the hair products Gilderoy had recommended earlier in the day to tame the potion's professor's stringy hair. Lockhart had reserved 2 tables for the couples, close enough together that they could talk if they wished, yet not so close as to preclude a private conversation should either couple desire it. He steered Minerva to one table, leaving Snape to seat Sinistra. They had a lovely lamb, with wine. Gilderoy discovered that Minerva had once been married. No, really? He said in surprise. Really? She smiled sadly. I used to work for the ministry and became quite close with my boss, Elphinstone. He was quite brilliant, and handsome, too. She momentarily put her hand on Gilderoy's, eyes sparkling. She sat back. I was dissatisfied with the way the ministry worked, and when Albus offered me a position at Hogwarts, I readily accepted. She stopped and took a drink of her wine. Elp visited frequently, and during one visit, he proposed. She paused and smiled, remembering. I said no. I was still in love with Dougal MacGregor. She sighed softly. I met Doug after I graduated, but he was a muggle and I just couldn't see giving up magic. I thought that was the end of my love life. She shook her head. But Elp was persistent. In 1981 Doug died in an accident. She looked down at the table. That summer Elp proposed again during a summertime stroll around the lake here at Hogwarts. We were married in 1982 and bought a cottage in Hogsmeade, which I still have, actually. I rented out. She was silent for a few minutes. I was very happy. We were very happy. Then, 3 years later, Elp died from a bite by a venomous tentacula. She sat reminiscing silently for a few minutes. Gilderoy left her to it. Harry and Gilderoy had learned more about their Transfigurations professor in the past 10 minutes than in the entire combined 13 years they had spent at Hogwarts. Gilderoy studied the woman. She had been singularly unlucky in love. On the other hand, his experience over the years had taught him that widows were much more appreciative of his attentions than the younger witches. The younger ones expected to capture his heart and live a life of adventure with plenty of galleons to spend. The widows were more grounded. They had security in their jobs or estates. They were not looking to hand over control of their lives to a wizard. They had far more freedom if they stayed unattached. Harry was not a virgin. You can't make it through 7 years of war without giving in to base desires. Knowing either or both might be dead by that time the next day added urgency to temporary relationships as both attempted to forget their near-death experience hours before in a celebration of life. A few times, he had not even known the witch's name, although they always seemed to know his. But McGonagall? Fortunately, while Harry took over in matters dealing with conflict, Gilderoy had vastly more experience in dealing with witches. And after 3 glasses of wine, Harry's resistance to Gilderoy's manipulations was not very determined. Minerva looked up. Well, Gilderoy, I must say you have done well for yourself since graduating. Gilderoy smiled broadly, using a bit of Harry's magic to move his hair a bit as if in a breeze. He was all set to launch into a long-winded description, undoubtedly boring, of his books when Harry stomped down on him. He was not going to let Gilderoy make a fool of him in front of his favorite professor. Please, call me Gil, Minerva. And, yes, I'm not nearly as much a prat as I was in Hogwarts 10 years ago. I've changed. While I love to see my name in print, there are more important things than that. She arched her eyebrows in surprise. To tell you the truth, I think I've personally accomplished more since I started teaching here at Hogwarts than anything I did since I graduated. His smile softened. Nothing I've done before can match Mr. Longbottom's expression when he launched that magnificent patroness in the Great Hall. Nor the smile on Miss Lovegood's face when she's with her friends at the Gryffindor table. He paused a moment, his lips quirking into a smirk. And Miss Granger's expressions when Miss Lovegood starts talking about Nargles or Crumplehorn Snorkax are just too amusing. He noticed his tea partner suppressing a smile. And the defense against dark arts classes. I think you'll see the scores at year's end for all the students to be their highest in 40 years. Did you see last night that all the first, second, third, and fourth year students can cast the Protego and hold it for at least 5 seconds? On September 1st, only some of the 4th year students could do that. One of my goals this year is to have all the 4th year and above students cast a patroness. Maybe not corporeal, but better than just a mist. Love is the key to the patroness, you know. Not happiness. A key mistake in teaching that's been happening for 1,000 years. Can you imagine? He shook his head. The Muggles have a saying, Minerva, give a man a fish and he will eat for a day, teach a man to fish and he will eat every day. That's what I'm doing with my class. I'm teaching an entire generation how to survive. And should Voldemort return, or another Dark Lord appear, we shan't have a bunch of spineless timid mice demanding a half-blood preteen save them. For Merlin's sake, each and every wizard and witch is carrying a deadly weapon. A dozen Death Eaters appear in Diagon Alley with 100 wizards shopping there. If all the wizards pulled out their wands and shouted stupefy, the Death Eaters would all be captured. Instead, they scream, run, and end up dead. Half the people in my books could have saved themselves if they only took 2 seconds to think and used their wands. He leaned back in his chair. Sorry, I didn't mean to get preachy. She was staring at him in disbelief. What happened to you, Gil? I remember you in my classes, and you were nothing like this. She shook her head. You were a terrible student, to tell the truth. If you couldn't see a way for a spell to bring you attention, you didn't study it. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. The Gilderoy I knew could never have handled those 2 duels as well as you did. Nor taught a class with nearly the skill that you have. You're like a completely different person. He shifted uncomfortably. She was hitting far too close to the mark. He glanced over at Sinistra and Snape. They were engrossed in their food, Snape sullenly attacking it as if it had cast aspersions upon his mother's fidelity, and Sinistra eating daintily but seemingly miffed at her date's lack of conversation. Perhaps she was listening to them. Perhaps not. Softly, so that only Minerva could hear, he said, I met Mr. Potter this summer. You may recall an article in the Daily Prophet about how I found him in Flourish and Blots, and then mysteriously collapsed. She nodded, intrigued. Something happened. Something touched me. I daren't say more because people would think I am quite mad. He paused, thinking. He hadn't considered telling anyone about what he was doing. He should be able to do it all himself, but what if there was an accident? He sighed. I am not a seer. It is far too a fuzzy discipline with results that are impossible to analyze with any certainty. While a few gifted individuals can foresee the future, what they see is usually so muddy they cannot explain, and only after the events come to pass do we see how their predictions applied. Bulletin that day, in Flourish and Blots, I saw things. What I learned, I am still coming to terms with. Terrible times are coming if I do not act. It forced me to reconsider my goals. I spent the last few weeks of the summer revising my experiences. He smiled ruefully at her. I paid far more attention in class than you professors credited me with. It's just that I didn't see the practical applications of what I knew, so I didn't attempt to impress you with my skills. He looked up at the ceiling for a moment. Last year was just a precursor, Minerva, the troll, the dead unicorns, Quirrell's possession, he said softly. Did the headmaster tell you about the diary? She nodded. That it was aimed at Mr. Potter. She frowned at that. Perhaps he hadn't made the connection. That the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, if unchecked, would have sought him out and brought him to the brink of death, just like Quirrell did last year. Did the headmaster tell you that the creature in the chamber is a basilisk? That it uses the pipes in the walls and floors to move around the school? That it is still there? He watched her expression sift from interested, to surprised, to horrified. And if you ask the headmaster about the basilisk, he will tell you all as well. That the creature is trapped in the chamber, just as it was 50 years ago. That Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. How can that be true, though? Harry Potter almost died 4 times last year. Any school where the protective enchantments fail to detect the presence of Voldemort is not what I would call safe, would you? The diadem that I recovered was another version of him, one hidden in Hogwarts for over 50 years. Hidden in Hogwarts. For 50 years. This year, yet another dark artifact carrying a version of Voldemort made it through the protective enchantments undetected, carried into the school in her robes. Only one student was petrified, unlike the last time someone claimed to have opened the chamber when it killed Miss Warren. But I do not doubt that by June Mr. Potter would have found himself in a life-or-death struggle with that version of Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, if I had not interfered. Can you still call the school the safest place in the England? And what about next year? What horrible disaster is waiting in the wings? Are there going to be flocks of Dementors surrounding the school? Or perhaps a Death Eater whom everyone thinks is dead becomes the DADA? Professor disguised as a retired Auror. She shuddered at each mention of the Dark Lord's name. And there is still an evil wizard concealed within Hogwarts, even as I speak. She gave him a startled look. He nodded. Yes, there is. And I don't mean Professor Snape, either. I shall find him, just you watch. Gilderoy Lockhart's name will grace the front page yet again. And everyone will ask, how can Hogwarts be the safest place in England if an evil wizard, one with the dark mark on his arm, can live there, year after year, without being detected? How is that safe for our children? He shook his head sadly, and then looked up at her beaming proudly, but, never fear, for Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor is here. I will make Hogwarts the safest place in England. I found the missing Ravenclaw diadem, I found Tom Riddle's diary possessing a student, I bought the mandrakes to cure the petrified student 6 months early, I will find the vile wizard hiding in Hogwarts, and I will deal with the basilisk so it can never again threaten the students." She stared at him for a long time, then smiled. "I think I like this new version of Gilderoy." By the time they finished dessert, and another glass of wine, things between them were much friendlier. The carriage ride back to the school was quiet. Lockhart could tell that Snape had bollocksed his part of the date, as Sinistra looked unhappy. He would have to make it up to her later. To his surprise, Minerva, or Min as she asked him to call her, invited him inside her apartment for a nightcap of a small fire whiskey. "If you tell anyone that I invited you in tonight, I'll make your time here in the castle a living hell," she said softly, finishing hers only moments after he had his. Gilderoy had grinned happily. "Min, in all the times you've seen me in the news parchments, have you ever seen a story about me with a witch? Or even a rumor? Maybe the mention of someone I dated once or twice, but never anything more." He scooted closer to her on the couch. "There's a reason for that. I am extremely discreet." He didn't add that he found the Obliviate charm worked quite well the next morning, leaving his conquests with the idea that they had a wonderful time the night before but just weren't quite sure with whom. Not that he would be doing that anymore. She stared at him through lidded eyes. "I'm not looking for anything beyond tonight." "Neither am I. I've never been monogamous. If you wish, we can be, how do the Muggles say it? Ah, yes, friends with benefits, for as long or short a time as you desire. And I will have other friends as well, just so you know. In any case, I'm sure the curse will have me out of here in June, anyway." She chuckled drily. "There is that." Gilderoy demonstrated to Harry that he did indeed have skills when it came to women, that it wasn't just that he obliviated the women of any bad feelings they might have had when dawn arrived. Min had nothing to complain about the next morning. And she was just as appreciative of his attentions as most lonely widowed women were. And she had a beautiful smile that took decades off her appearance. And Harry Potter? He had an average Friday night playing Exploding Snap with Neville, Colin, Hermione, Luna, Susan, and Hannah. 13 Spelunking. Gilderoy watched as the Hogwarts Express disappeared down the tracks. The students, at least those going home for the holidays, were finally out of his way. He had a busy set of halls ahead, and having constantly to dodge inquisitive children would be problematic. And the staff would be wrapped up in end-of-term paperwork and watching for problems on the train, especially the headmaster. By tomorrow, the parents would hear about the Chamber of Secrets monster being a basilisk. By Wednesday, the word would spread to their friends. They would think their children had exaggerated the situation, but the story would linger as gossip. Christmas would interfere a bit in that dissemination of news, but after Boxing Day, he believed the public would be more receptive to the revelation of his exploits. Yes, it was a perfect plan, the children unknowingly providing the groundwork for his headlines. Next Monday would provide a perfect headline to end the year. Everyone would be talking about Lockhart and the basilisk at all the New Year's parties. He expected invitations to many of those parties. But in the meantime, he had work to do. He returned to the castle. "Mr. Potter," he said, catching the boy as he left the Great Hall after a late breakfast. Harry and Hermione, the only ones in Gryffindor staying for the holidays, had slept late, taking advantage of the fact the rest of the students were in a hurry to go home. Fortunately, Ginny's situation had called for the entire Weasley family to return home for the halls, even Charlie and Bill from overseas. Harry/Gilderoy had insisted, not so subtly, that Arthur take the generous bag of galleons he had forced into Wizard's hands and use it to have the best Christmas they had ever had. "This," he had said, "is merely a down payment on what the school owes you for your daughter's suffering and healing." He paused, watching the man's reaction. "Mr. Weasley, if you are hurt on the job, does not the ministry pay the healer's bills for you as well as your regular salary even though you cannot work?" The man nodded, frowning. "Well, consider this to be the same thing for your daughter. It is not charity, but the least that Hogwarts can do to apologize for the headmaster's failure to protect your child." Reluctantly, the Weasley patriarch had agreed. So, Ginny, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy were all absent this Christmas. "Come with me, Harry, I have need of your special talents," Gilderoy said. Harry looked at Hermione, shrugged, and said, "Sure. Excellent." Gilderoy smiled happily. "With your help, we're going to see something that few have ever seen before and live to tell the tale. Walk this way." He turned and jauntily started walking. The two children followed him with justifiably worried expressions. He stopped. "No, Harry," he said, faking exasperation with his hands elegantly on his hips, "walk this way." He demonstrated his jaunty confident walk and drilled the poor boy until he had it down right. Hermione watched with wide eyes, her fear of points loss or a detention all that prevented her from laughing aloud at her friend's predicament, and Professor Lockhart. Gilderoy grinned widely as Harry attempted to stop himself from rolling his eyes at each repetition. Once Gilderoy was satisfied with Harry's confident appearance, he turned to Hermione. "Now it's your turn, my dear." She stared at him like a deer caught in a lorry's headlamps. It was Harry's turn to suppress his laughter as the professor put her through the paces. He told her, I once asked my mum why she swayed so as she walked when others didn't. She told me, honey, if your wrist doesn't hit your hip as you walk, you aren't walking right. So, my dear, let's see you do it right. As she took a few steps, he said, you'll feel horribly self-conscious, at first, thinking you look absolutely ridiculous, but after you make it a habit it will look quite gracious indeed. He made her practice it for several minutes, walking up and down the corridor. It was difficult, really it was, not to burst out laughing at the two kids as they tried to follow his directions. Finally, he led them on a circuitous route through the castle, nattering on about his books and popularity, pausing when they were no longer in sight of paintings, sculptures, or armors. First, he cast a quick detection spell, explaining what it was and how it worked, and then removed all the tracking and listening charms on the two students. Both were suitably outraged at him finding the charms. He didn't mention that one on each of them was his. He not so subtly suggested Hermione learn the detection charms and begin a regular regimen of removing what they found. Second, he cast a disillusionment charm on both and had them follow him to their destination, admonishing them to keep practicing their walks even though none could see them. One wanted the way they walked to be an unconscious habit, didn't one? When he stopped outside Moaning Myrtle's first-floor toilets, Gilderoy could almost feel their sudden panic. Was he about to reveal their polyjuice potion and demand answers? He swept inside and halted in front of the very stall in which the cauldron was simmering. Dobby was keeping an eye on it behind the scenes to make sure the potion turned out properly. There was even a supply in Lockhart's office to switch out the contents of the cauldron in case Hermione's potion was substandard. So far, it was nearly perfect. He dismissed the disillusionment charm and frowned down at them, increasing their obvious agitation. Both Gryffindors were staring at him, pale and wide-eyed, anticipating a severe dressing down. He smiled at them, and turned to face the sink. Have you discussed with Moaning Myrtle how she died? He had hinted enough times during Harry's detentions that they should have managed to do that by now. He would be so disappointed if they hadn't. He watched them from the corners of his eyes as they relaxed ever so slightly. Yes, sir. Good. Then you know that I'd like you to say open in Parseltongue, right Mr. Potter? The boy started sweating and turned to stare at the sink. He wet his lips with his tongue. I need to see a snake. Look closely at the tap, Gilderoy said, I think you'll see one embossed on it. If that is insufficient, close your eyes and picture a snake in your mind's eye. He tapped the special crystal in his pocket, recording what Harry said. Now that he, as Gilderoy Lockhart, officially couldn't speak or understand Parseltongue, he needed another way to gain entry whenever he wanted in. The recording crystal would hide his Parseltongue ability. That it could record vibrations as well as sound made it perfect for his needs. Moments later, the sink and wall had moved to reveal the entrance. A rank musty odor wafted out at them. This, my dears, is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He looked into the inky blackness of the long tunnel. He pointed his wand inside and said, Scourgify. A bright light swept down the pipe before them, leaving a gleaming clean surface. There now, that's better. He didn't want to get his clothes messed up with that gunk lining the pipe. He pulled 3 small items out of his pocket and restored them to their normal size brooms. He handed one to each of them. Follow my lead, we're not in a real hurry here. Don't worry about the basilisk. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor shall ensure you are at all times safe and secure. He could see them trying to prevent themselves from rolling their eyes. Besides, I'm sure it's asleep right now. He watched as they got on their brooms, Harry confidently and Hermione gingerly, and slowly followed him into the pipe. He started down, his wand lit with lumos to light their way. At least, I hope it is, he said loudly before plummeting down. He thought he heard a panicked eep from Hermione as his follow-me spell dragged their brooms behind him. They didn't travel nearly as fast as he had originally, but still probably too fast for Hermione's comfort considering her anxiety regarding broom riding. Still, he was rather surprised that it seemed to take as long as it did. He had always assumed his half-panicked slide had distorted his sense of time. Apparently not. He rather thought that there were stairs built into the pipe as he couldn't see Tom taking the inelegant slide every time, but the slide, and riding broomsticks, was so much faster. And fun. Trying to go down, and back up, over 1,000 feet or more of stairs as they led under the lake to the chamber was not something he would want to do. Not when there was such a fun way to do it instead. The corridor was just as filthy and disgusting as he remembered. And the smell was enough to knock you over. 3 quick bubblehead charms fixed that problem, though. Hermione and Harry were quite relieved. For a moment, he considered cleaning the messy floor, but decided it would be better to leave the skeletal debris for the atmosphere it gave their expedition. Yes, he could work with this. The disturbing crunching of bones under my feet accompanied every step I took as I progressed down the dimly lit tunnel under the lake. Who knew where the dreaded monster was hiding, waiting, Perhaps, to kill us without warning. It also would give Bozo a photo opportunity and added a realism to his book that the others lacked. Ew, 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 Hermione said when she realized what was crunching with her every step. She looked at the broom in her hand, then the floor, and then hopped back on the broom. Some things were just too gross. Harry followed her lead. Gilderoy considered, then did the same. He'd leave that part out, though. He had the feel of it, but now he didn't want to dirty his robes and shoes with it any more than he had to. They moved much faster this way and soon came into sight of the tremendous shed snakeskin. Blimey! Harry said in a whisper, odd, after gulping. Hermione just stared, wide-eyed. Just think, children, the basilisk is even bigger than that, now. He savored the horrified looks they gave him. With them as witnesses, none would be able to gainsay what happened down here. Never fear, though, for I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, will keep you both as safe as if you were in your beds in your dormitories. From their expressions, he could tell that they dearly wished they were in their dormitories and in their beds, preferably under the covers. They were too scared even to roll their eyes at his ridiculously long self-description. Ah, well, onward. A minute later, they approached the wall blocking the tunnel. On it, as Harry remembered, were the 2 entwined snakes with green gems for eyes that seemed to turn to watch their every move. Behold, Gilderoy swept his arm dramatically, posing in front of them. The Chamber of Secrets. He intoned dramatically. Harry audibly gulped. A faint whimper came from Hermione. There really is nothing to fear, my children, the wizard said consolingly. The basilisk is sleeping and completely harmless at the moment, and I, Gilderoy Lockhart, etc., he said, am here to protect you. He turned to Harry. Now, Harry, listen closely. When I give you this signal, he pointed his right-hand index finger at the boy, I want you to say open to the snakes embossed on this wall. It will split in the middle and open. I will look inside the chamber to see if the basilisk is in his sleeping den or on the floor. If the basilisk isn't in the chamber, you and I will walk inside a short ways. When I give this signal, he again pointed at the boy, but this time using his right-hand index and middle fingers spread in a V, loudly say, speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Understand? Hand signals would prevent them from noticing his voice wavering when it came to action time. Harry licked his lips, and nodded nervously. Give it a practice try, Harry. He did. Then turn and walk quickly back to here and close the wall. You and Hermione wait out here until I yell to open the doors, and then you can open them again by saying open, okay? The boy reluctantly nodded again. Gilderoy made him repeat the summoning phrase several times until he said it perfectly. Finally, listen carefully, both of you. If I don't signal you to open the doors in a reasonable amount of time, say 10 minutes, go get the headmaster. After exchanging a look, they both nodded fearfully. Excellent. Gilderoy pulled out the glasses he had made. He had taken 4 right-angle prisms, each long enough to stretch from the tip of his thumb to the tip of his little finger when he spread his fingers as wide as possible, and arranged the prisms into a double periscope, one reversing the other. If seeing a single reflection reduced the death glare of the basilisk to mere petrification, then using 4 reflections should make it completely harmless. The first prism reflected up to the second reflected to the third reflected back down to the fourth, which reflected into his eyes. He used magic to shape the 4 into a pair of wraparound glasses only 1/8 of an inch thick. The glasses looked somewhat odd with the top 2 prisms completely hiding his eyebrows, but they worked just fine. As an additional protection, the prisms only reflected red light and infrared, also known as heat. Everything else they ignored, meaning he never saw anything but reflected heat rays, and red light, converted up to normal eyesight range. Muggle scientists had discovered, Gilderoy knew, that the higher frequency you went in light, the more damage it did to you, hence why people used sunscreen at the beach to protect themselves from ultraviolet, beyond blue, sunlight. Gilderoy assumed that the basilisk's deadly vision was the same sort of situation. At a worst case, only the reflections would protect him. He hoped. They had taken some getting used to, everything was shades of red, but they worked. That was all that mattered. Whether they worked the way he wanted them to, though, was another thing entirely. He put them on and took a deep breath. It was show time, but a very different kind than normal. He pointed his finger at Harry. Harry hissed at the wall. He recorded the boy's command on another crystal. If the wall was soundproof, he didn't want to be trapped inside. The wall split and slowly slid open, accompanied by the sound of stone sliding across stone, the floor shuddering slightly. As it did, Gilderoy motioned the 2 frightened students to move against the sidewall as the one in front of them moved. They could not see into the chamber. He, on the other hand, looked carefully inside as the wall opened. He was standing at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. There was no sign of the snake. The chamber was just as it had appeared in his time. He walked cautiously forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. The hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. He could hear water droplets splashing to the floor, eerily echoing. It was just as spooky as he remembered it being. This is splendid. Even better than I remembered, Gilderoy whispered to himself. At the last pair of pillars, a statue as high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Salazar, when Gilderoy tilted his head back, was just as ugly as he remembered, a face that was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous grey feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. Rather full of himself, he had been, Gilderoy thought. And he could appreciate that. He considered how imposing such a statue would appear in the entry hall of his mansion. The wizard turned and headed back to the kids. "Okay, Harry, Hermione, it's safe to come in," he called out. The two peered around the protruding bump that marked the retracted wall. He waved them inside, smiling broadly and exuding confidence. Come, look." With no small amount of awe, the two students carefully crept into the chamber. "Note the pillars and how the snake's creepy eyes seem to follow you as you walk," he said. The two huddled together as they joined him. Come, see this," he said, acting like a tour guide in London, "walk this way." He suppressed the urge to sway his hips and adopt a mincing walk. They were too scared to appreciate the comedic aspects of his request at this point. "That," he said as they came to the end of the columns, "is Salazar Slytherin. Not exactly a stunningly handsome fellow, wouldn't you agree?" Gilderoy shook his head. He definitely should have used a few beauty charms before posing for that monstrosity. And he would mention those charms in his book, too. They stared around in surprise, gradually separating and examining the columns closer. "Okay, my dears," Gilderoy said joyfully. "This is what we're going to do. Hermione, please go back to the hall outside the doors." He handed her an opaque scarf. "Put this over your eyes when you get there and face the wall." He turned to other Gryffindor. "Harry, I want you to wait with me, and when I give you the second signal, say 'Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four,' just as you practiced." "Okay, off with you, Hermione." He made little shooing motions with his hands. She took off at a fast walk. Gilderoy guided Harry as the two followed behind her about 1/3 of the way back and then stopped. "Okay, Harry," Gilderoy crouched down to be at eye level with the boy. "This is important, Harry. As soon as you say your lines, as loud as you can, I want you to walk, not run. I don't want you to trip in your excitement and join Hermione. Then close the doors by saying 'close,' in Parseltongue. Remember to think about a snake when you say it. Got it?" Harry, wide-eyed, nodded. Gilderoy smiled at him. "Okay, Harry. Take a deep breath, let it out, and..." Harry did as told. Gilderoy checked that Hermione wasn't in sight, and then gave him the signal. Voice quavering slightly, Harry hissed quite loudly as Lockhart again recorded the boy. "Excellent," Gilderoy exclaimed, "here's a scarf, now walk." And gave the boy a nudge. Harry needed no farther incentive and took off rapidly. For once, he had an adult along who seemed in control of the situation. Unlike his adventures last year. Meanwhile, Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving, stone on stone grinding loudly. Gilderoy could feel the floor beneath his feet vibrating slightly at the movement. His mouth was opening wider and wider to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Gilderoy stared, fascinated at the grotesque imagery. It was, actually quite disturbing on a variety of levels. Thank Merlin he had been too scared last time to notice, or the phallic symbolism might have left him scarred for life. Gilderoy licked his lips. This was the nasty part, this was the part that was risky. He watched through the glasses as the snake came out of that hole. Behind him, the wizard could hear the stone wall slowly closing, adding its slight vibrations to the floor. Good, the kids were safe. If everything went completely pear-shaped, he was prepared. The parchment on his office desk had detailed instructions on the locations of the remaining Horcruxes as well as how to destroy them. The basilisk venom-enhanced goblin knife weighted it down. Dobby had strict instructions to take both to Madame Bones should Lockhart die, and to keep Harry and Hermione safe no matter what. There would be no wandering in the wilderness while thousands died as someone fruitlessly searched for the vile things. Similarly, unless he contacted them, the letter with Fleecium, Cheatham and Beedham would be mailed to Madame Bones in 2 days detailing the who, what, where, when, and why of Scabbers and Peter Pettigrew. And the solicitors would begin the proceeding for freeing Sirius. The floor shook as the massive snake hit it. The basilisk's eyes glittered and Gilderoy felt a shock as they focused on him. He tried not to look directly at the creature's eyes, despite his glasses. The creature hissed like the Hogwarts Express getting ready to leave. He thought he had remembered the snake being big, but holy mother of pearl, that thing was stonking. Time to leg it. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a block of wood and dropped it on the ground. As soon as it left his hand, he shot his wand out of its holster and grabbed it. He shouted, "Finite incantatem," while pointing at the block, now several steps behind him as he ran down the chamber towards the closed wall. "Squawk!" cried the surprised rooster that appeared. "Okay, now crow, damn you!" Harry thought. The vendor had guaranteed that the roosters would crow. They had certainly been making enough noise in the stall. Before the rooster could do that though, the bloody damn snake slid across it, not even noticing as it crushed the bird to paste. Bloody hell! Harry darted over to the columns as the snake quickly followed. Thank Merlin, Harry had decided to get more than just one rooster. The wizard pulled out second block and dropped it. Again, he finited it, releasing another rooster. This one went RK. Only Merlin knew why, but it turned and ran at the basilisk just as the snake opened its mouth to hiss. The snake snapped its mouth shut in reflex on feeling something hit its tongue. Harry stared. "Oh, come on." He ran down the columns. The snake was close on his heels. He began weaving in and out of the columns. He wanted to confuse the beast. It didn't confuse easily, unfortunately. It did slow it down some as it wound its way around the columns. He stopped between two columns. He was temporarily out of the snake's sight. He pulled out a third block. He dropped it as he nervously moved away. The snake should appear any second. He cast a finite. This had better work, he did not have an unlimited number of roosters. The rooster appeared and peered around quietly, giving a soft murr. The basilisk's head slid around the column. Squawk! The rooster had fine instincts and lousy planning. It flapped its wings desperately, going for altitude. The snake opened its mouth to strike at Harry. The bird flew straight in its mouth. Oh, for Merlin's sake! The wizard dodged around the column and ran. He reached the front of the chamber and ran out of columns. He crossed the chamber, firing a reducto at the snake to discourage it. It didn't even bother to dodge, although it flinched slightly. He pulled out his fourth block. He dropped it as he hid behind a pillar. This rooster just stared at him, blinking. Gilderoy fired another reducto at the snake's eyes. It pulled back, flinching as the spell bounced off the armor between the eyes. Gilderoy took off down the pillar row, in the opposite direction. He glanced back just in time to see a small rain of rocks land on his rooster. His reducto had bounced off the snake. It had hit the ceiling, knocking loose 3 or 4 stone of rocks. He swore vociferously. Harry pulled out another block, and finited it. He dodged around the pillars and started weaving through them again. He came around one just as the snake came around the other. The rooster saw it for the first time. It swayed a moment, and then fell over stiffly. "Arg!" screamed Harry in frustration. The bloody damn rooster had either fainted or had a heart attack, probably the latter. He took off running again. He pulled out his last block, and cast another finite. Merlin, he had thought he was being ridiculously pessimistic when he had bought 6 roosters, but still. This time he held on to the block as it became a rooster. He stared at it as it stared at him. "Well, come on you bloody bird, crow. RK. Crow, damn you. Squawk. Crow, damn you or your dinner." He dropped the bird and pointed his wand at it. It looked at him reproachfully, shook its wings, stretched its neck, and went cock-a-doodle-doo. The basilisk hissed like a steam locomotive, again. The rooster jumped 3 feet into the air. It hit the ground running at a speed that would have done a roadrunner proud. It disappeared down the columns. "Come back here you coward!" yelled Harry. "Bloody damned bird!" He stared after it. "Well, shite." He put his fists on his hips. "That was my last rooster, too. And conjured roosters just won't do." A noise from above drew his attention. "Shite." He practically threw himself after the bird as the basilisk's head lunged down at him. He couldn't run across the chamber, that snake's bloody long tail still blocked the chamber center. He dodged left as the snake went right. The wizard managed to double back on the snake, confusing it for a moment when he didn't appear around the next column as expected. He took a deep breath. "Fox!" he cried out. "I could use a little help here." Nothing happened except the snake moving closer as it followed the vibrations of his voice. Harry ran down the long chamber. He darted across to the other side, the snake's head turning to follow him, its body's coils still around the pillars slowing it down. "Fox! Bring me the sorting hat." His voice cracked on the last word. Still nothing. He ran back up the chamber on the other side of the pillars. His lungs were beginning to burn with the effort. He swore to himself he would double his exercise regimen. He would need far more stamina in the coming years. Of course, the stamina would come in handy with the witches, too. That would make it easier to keep it up, pun intended, he thought to himself. He had to end this soon. He could feel his hair getting sweaty and stringy, his clothes beginning to stick to him uncomfortably and ruining their perfect custom-tailored appearance. The basilisk followed him. He resumed weaving back and forth between the columns. That forced the massive snake to slow down as it maneuvered behind him. Fox. I need the sorting hat. He was getting a bit desperate. Okay, maybe he would have to go to Plan C. Bloody hell, what was Plan C? Talk to the bloody damn snake? It hadn't even paused before attacking. Then he heard the faint sounds of music. Finally. Moments later the phoenix swooped down to Harry. It dropped the sorting hat on the floor as it landed on a stone snake on a nearby pillar. The wizard scooped up the hat and ran down the chamber. He jammed the hat on his head thinking furiously, sword. I need a sword. To save the school I need a sword. He had no other thoughts. Gilderoy had vanished, terrified into hiding as deep into Harry's psyche as he could get. Even though he knew it was going to happen, the thump as something very heavy and metallic hit his head almost made him see stars. Bloody hell, hat, couldn't you make it a bit lighter? He stumbled as he yanked the hat off his head, and pulled the sword of Gryffindor out. He shoved the hat in a pocket. The distraction was almost his undoing. The basilisk had skipped one weave. It almost got him when he came around the next column. Time to quit fannying around. He again doubled back, using the snake's coils around the columns to help hide him. The coil was moving around him as the snake pulled more and more of its body out of the weave Harry had tricked it into doing around the columns. He stared at the sword. Was it going to be like that again? Would he be able to pull it off a second time? He hoped Fox was still around. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. There was a tremendous hissing. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. There was by a thud and the floor shook. Only his labored breathing and the sound of dripping water broke the silence. Harry almost collapsed in shock. Oh, thank Merlin. He slowly made his way to the wall, taking only a moment to look at the basilisk's head, laying sideways against the columns. Its mouth hung partially open. Its eyes were devoid of the light that had formerly filled them. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Yes. The basilisk was dead. He took off his glasses and stored them in a pocket. He cautiously walked up to its head and examined the fangs. He took the sword and slowly drew it along the closest fang. A thin line of clear venom appeared on the sword and gradually disappeared, soaking into the metal. He paused a moment, thinking, then grinned. He posed as if he were using the sword to attack the basilisk in a last-ditch effort to kill it. He carefully used a banishing charm to drive the sword up through the snake's upper palate and into its brain while he held the grip. He slowly pulled it back out. He turned and started walking towards the wall. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Shut it, already. Gilderoy yelled, it's dead, you stupid cluck. In late January, after the revelation of the Chamber of Secrets, he would announce he had discovered the sword, and garner another headline. Oxyo roosters. He vanished the dead ones, then reduced the live one back to a small block of wood and put it in his pocket. He would make sure it had a nice long relaxing retirement at one of the Potter farms, with lots of hens for company. He stared at the sword for a moment, then shrugged and kept it out. It would be okay for the kids to see it. He yelled at the wall, okay, Harry, open the wall. He waited a moment. Harry, open the wall. Just as Harry/Gilderoy was about to yell again, there was a grinding noise and the wall slid open. He smiled, tiredly. That running had taken more out of him than he had thought. Take a look, children. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the Dark Arts professor has done it yet again. One basilisk, king of the snakes, no longer a danger to anyone. Guess I'll have to add Slayer of Basilisks to my accomplishments, right? They walked over and examined the massive snake. Harry and Hermione stared at the dead basilisk for several moments. He had them turn and look back towards the entrance while he struck a heroic pose behind them, sword prominently held up in triumph. Hermione cleared her throat. Maybe we should go back, Professor. You look tired. Gilderoy looked at her. You're a good witch, Hermione. Harry is lucky to have you by his side. I had as loyal a friend when I was at Hogwarts, I couldn't have survived without her. I lost her in the war. For a moment, the tears almost overcame him. He drew a shuddering breath and struggled for composure. His close encounter with death, Gilderoy's real first, had shaken him more than he had expected. He would pretend the two didn't notice his shaky voice and slightly trembling arms. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a silk bag. He opened it and slid the sword of Gryffindor inside. Gotta love those undetectable expansion charms. He looked at the wizard. Harry, if you know what's good for you, don't let Hermione get away. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you do. He shepherded them out of the chamber. Come, let's go back upstairs. I wanted to get this done while there weren't any students in school who might have been hurt if things had gone wonky. I'll deal with this tomorrow. Please keep it a secret until I say it's safe to talk about. Okay? There are many things that have to be done first before we can tell anyone. He used magic to put a small stone sill the width of the chamber opening, preventing the wall from closing it off from the tunnel. The ride back up the pipe to Myrtle's toilets took much longer than the ride down. Once they reached the top, Gilderoy had Harry close the opening, recording the command as he did so. A notice me not on it would help prevent anyone from experimenting with the broken tap. Myrtle's toilets would become a major tourist attraction at Hogwarts this summer, and in the future, and this would prevent any but those he desired from finding the Chamber of Secrets before then. Another notice me not on the door to the toilets provided additional temporary protection for the secret. Thank you for your help. Both of you. Harry, Hermione, we'll need to come up with a suitably exciting story for our fans. Okay? If we make it look too easy, they won't believe we really did anything special. Think about it tonight, all right? Gilderoy left the two and made his way to his rooms. He planned to keep until supper time. And notify his solicitors that they needn't send that missive to Madame Bones. The sword he would keep in his trunk until later. Rita, he exclaimed, as he entered the Three Broomsticks front door and made his way to the table where she waited. How are you this fine Tuesday morning? Are you ready for another scoop the like of which you have never seen? She watched him approach with narrowed eyes. Scoop. Yes. You know the story behind the Lost Chamber of Secrets and its monster, do you not? He had warned her to do a bit of research on the subject, but to hold her silence until he contacted her again. She nodded. Well, how would you like to see the dead monster? Does a kid want candy? The rest of the meeting went fabulously, as far as Gilderoy was concerned. While Harry hadn't really wanted any exposure, Gilderoy had convinced him that this was the best way to handle the situation, getting word of Harry's Parseltongue abilities out to the wizarding public in the most positive way possible. The boy, after much prodding by Gilderoy, had even provided a memory of their experiences from the toilets to the entrance wall. The picture of the three posed in front of the basilisk's head with the body stretching off to the side guaranteed a sell-out issue. Harry/Gilderoy was pretty sure that Rita was almost orgasmic at recording the story of how the boy who lived had helped the illustrious Lockhart confront and destroy the great beast terrorizing Hogwarts students and staff. The exact details of the battle, of course, were going to be divulged in his forthcoming book Burrowing with a Basilisk. He had convinced Rita that the best time to release the story was Monday, after Christmas. The holiday parties would be over and nothing would be planned until New Year's Day, giving them a fantastic 5-day window to milk the story for all it was worth. Monday to place a teaser with a picture of the Chamber of Secrets closed wall and a giant question mark beside the two embossed snakes and describing the chamber's history, including Myrtle's death and Hagrid's expulsion. Tuesday to mention Potter's significant part with a picture of them in front of the entrance wall describing how they got to that point. Wednesday for the story inside the chamber, suitably exaggerated. Thursday for more pictures of the snake and chamber, and Friday for reactions. As for this week, they could run special advertisements regarding a breaking story at Hogwarts that would rock the wizarding world on its heels. And the stories would have many questions on why the great Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was unable to solve the puzzle over the last 50 years when Gilderoy had figured it out so quickly. I know I'm extremely clever, all you have to do is read my published works about my exploits. However, I find it difficult to believe that I am that much smarter than the headmaster, who has had 50 years to research the question, Gilderoy said. And my D.A. defense classes all figured it out in less than 2 months. Which really made the headmaster look bad. And make the readers ask, just how safe is Hogwarts, anyway? Dumbledore would be in deep shite over that. If he admitted that he knew what the creature was and the entrance's location, then why hadn't he sealed it off to protect the children, at the very least? If he said he didn't know the nature of the creature or the location of the entrance, he looked incompetent. Dumbledore's stock of goodwill with the wizarding public would continue to drop, especially among the parents of students. No matter what he said, his reputation suffered. Yes, it was a good plan. And with the good headmaster currently wrapped up in politicking with his friends in the Wizen Maggots and dealing with the ongoing power vacuum Malfoy's demise had created, he wouldn't notice the goblins rendering a rather large basilisk into its components. 14. Lordy. After Rita and Bozo left Hogwarts and the Chamber of Secrets to work on their story, and with Harry and Hermione off on their own pursuits, Gilderoy sauntered up Diagon Alley at mid-morning to Gringotts, nodding to his many fans, basking in the glory that was his due. All the attention still made Harry nervous, of course, but not nearly as much as it used to. He knew and understood that he would never be just another face in the crowd. On the other hand, it was nice to know that so many people cared about him. Yeah, that could change quickly, but as long as he took the right measures in advance, it would never happen. He had to pace himself and the revelations he made not too much too fast. And this year was turning into quite the goldmine of breaking news stories that featured him. His future security was well and truly assured by things that he had done this year, that were his accomplishments, and not life stories stolen from others. In that vein, Firstie, Cheatham and Beatham had started approaching all the people he had wronged and begun setting things right. The villager who had provided the basis for wanderings with werewolves found himself the recipient of a lost cousin's bequest that significantly improved his home and life, providing a solid old age security that had been noticeably lacking. He was the richest person in his village and would never again know want. He also received a modest sack of galleons from Lockhart thanking him for his assistance in tracking down the werewolf. The man would have nothing to say but praise for Lockhart when someone finally tracked him down and asked some questions. The woman who had inspired holidays with hags had a similar bequest, including providing for schooling for her children and grandchildren, to either Hogwarts or university, whichever was applicable. And a sack of galleons, as well as a personally autographed complete set of Lockhart's books. Gilderoy could easily retire the rest of his debts to those he had harmed with only a small portion of the funds looted from the Malfoys. His next 2 books, Burrowing with a Basilisk and Restraining a Rat, would be bestsellers and easily replace those funds. And push him up the list into the top 5 richest wizards in England. And the revenue from the Basilisk ingredients would only add to his wealth and prestige. As he entered the bank, a goblin looked up from his desk and made a motion to another. Before Gilderoy could even get to a counter, a goblin came up to him. "Mr. Lockhart," he said, before turning on his heel and briskly leading the wizard through a door at the back of the bank into a small room. "Would you like tea?" the goblin asked cordially. "Ah, yes, please." Harry/Gilderoy looked around. Instead of a sparse stone room, this one was richly appointed in wood with animal skin rugs underneath well-crafted tables and chairs. His last visit, while nice, hadn't been nearly as pleasant. The goblins had kept to their reputation as insulting and touchy little bastards that time. But this? Interesting how simply having 10 or so tons of galleons changed their attitude. Or was it the sneaky and underhanded way he had acquired those galleons? It was difficult to tell which they respected more. He had no sooner sat than a goblin hurried in with a tray and set the table beside Harry/Gilderoy with cups, kettle, and a plate of biscuits. Definitely not your ordinary goblin approach to business. The goblin hadn't even reached the door to leave before another came in. "Mr. Lockhart," said the goblin as he came over. "I am Ragnark, your account manager. What can Gringotts do for you today?" "Ragnark, my friend." No, he wasn't. No wizard was a friend to the goblins, according to them, and he hadn't known he had an account manager. "I need a team of professionals to render a rather large magical animal into potion ingredients." "What kind? How large?" The goblin sat and pulled a quill and roll of parchment from his pocket. Harry squashed the Gilderoy urge to wax poetic. The goblins preferred to get straight to business, no dilly-dallying around for them. "A basilisk. 60 feet plus. Dead. Killed yesterday morning. Very little damage." The goblin stared at him. "A basilisk." He stared a bit more. 60 foot. He frowned. "How killed?" Gilderoy beamed happily. "I shan't bore you with the full story, but I finished by giving it a sword thrust through the upper palate of the mouth into the brain." The goblin sat back in his chair. "Gringotts does not take kindly to jokesters or pranksters. I can provide a memory of the creature if you have a pensieve." It took less than 5 minutes to verify his story. Just a short montage of the snake chasing him, no signs of the roosters. Him running with the sword, him pulling the sword out of the snake's mouth, him staring at the dead snake from a distance. The goblin stared almost respectfully at Lockhart. "We can have a team assembled shortly. The split will be 50-50. Harry laughed delightedly. The haggling was long, but ended with a much better 80-20 split. Harry would keep half the skin, 3 ounces of venom, a quart of blood, 5 of the teeth, not venom fangs, and a single 3-ounce vial of each of the other parts of the snake used in potions. All based on his estimate of 60 feet. Shorter would decrease his portions, longer would not change them. The estimate on the value of the snake at today's prices was well over 1 million galleons. Wow! That alone, when added to his current balance, made him the richest wizard in the kingdom. By the time they finished, the team was ready and Gilderoy showed them the Port-Kea destination via pensieve. They appeared directly in the Chamber of Secrets. He left the experts to their job and spent some time talking with Myrtle before heading off to a late dinner. The goblins had said they should be finished by dawn. The castle's protective enchantments did not extend to where the chamber lay under the lake, and thus the goblins could freely Port-Kea back and forth as they needed during the night. Gilderoy was a bit surprised that he managed to pull off the operation without any reaction from the headmaster. Saying that there was no purpose to having the professors and students so widely separated when there were so few around, the headmaster had moved the house tables to sides and placed a single round table in the Great Hall yesterday. The students straggled in. There were only 6 total and joined Gilderoy, McGonagall, and Flitwick for dinner. Snape was eating in his office, the blue-eyed blonde wizard presumed. The other professors were either with family or out shopping for presents. The wizard was still amazed that no one had noticed either Rita or the goblin's presence on school grounds. Dumbledore must truly believe in the effectiveness of the school's protective enchantments to keep dangerous creatures, both monsters and human, from the school. How that fit with the troll and Quirrell-Mort last year was an interesting question. Had the headmaster disabled the protections? If so, that easily explained why he had not noticed Gilderoy's extracurricular activities. Nor noticed so many of the things that had gone wrong in Harry's previous life. And proved the old wizard had little to no regard for the safety of his students. So much of what Dumbledore had done left Harry mystified. Was he testing Harry? Or was he just so sure of himself that it never occurred to him that he might be wrong? The first was infuriating, the last astoundingly stupid. Harry still didn't understand why Dumbledore had hired Lockhart. Was the headmaster so detached from reality that he never realized the wizard's incompetence? Harry knew that the headmaster regularly schemed the minds of his students. Surely he had done the same to the prospective DADA professor. Or was he more concerned with outing Gilderoy as a fraud than he was about the making sure the students received an education? In either case, the headmaster was doing a severe disservice to his students, and neglecting his obligations as a headmaster. Was Dumbledore so caught up in his schemes for the greater good that he didn't see the damage he was inflicting on the wizards and witches entrusted to his care? Was the old wizard senile? Stupid? Or did he simply not care about anything except his schemes? Just as Harry and Hermione were standing to leave, Gilderoy stood as well, saying, "Mr. Potter, you need a new wardrobe. One that befits your status as the heir to an important house. I can't believe your guardians have allowed you to dress the way you do. It is an affront to the dignity of your parents and godfather." Harry was dressed in his regular clothes, no school robes during the halls. Harry and Hermione stared at him in astonishment. "So, this afternoon, I shall take you to get proper attire." He swept aside their objections, and imperiously led them outside and on to Hogsmeade. "Sir," Harry tried to object once again, "you don't need to do this." "Nonsense, my boy, as your professor it grieves me to no end that you disrespect your parents so much by what you wear." Harry glared at the professor. Hermione just watched and listened wide-eyed. "You are the fourth richest wizard in all of England, and to dress the way you do is simply shameful," the adult stated. Malfoy used to be third until Lockhart had raided his vault so thoroughly. Lockhart was 10th, now, but when the basilisk paid off he would move Harry to 5th. And he was 10th instead of higher because of the goblin fees he had agreed to pay in acquiring Malfoy's fortune and properties. Not to mention the galleons spent paying off his former story sources. The Potters hadn't been that rich in 1991, but 10 years of letting their investments grow without any silly chicanery of trying to boost earnings, while making minimal expenditures for upkeep, had seen their fortune grow considerably. Malfoy would have been second, but he had spent considerable sums in bribes over the last decade. Both kids had stopped and were staring at him in shock, mouths open. Gilderoy turned to face them. "Surely your guardians told you this, Mr. Potter? If your Muggle guardians did not, then your magical guardian had to have done so. To fail to do so would be the rankest abandonment of his or her duties I can imagine." He stopped and stared at the boy. "Rich?" Harry managed to squeak out. "Yes. Of course. The Potter house is a very old line and your mother's investments have only increased your vaults." "Vaults?" ventured Hermione, swallowing. Gilderoy adopted a mien of astonishment. "Mr. Potter, we will fix this right now," he said commandingly. He marched them straight to the three broomsticks flue. Moments later, they were walking into Madame Malkin's. The two students were in a state of shock. "Good afternoon, Madam," Gilderoy greeted the proprietor. "Mr. Potter, here, needs a full kit, from underwear to dress robes. Assume he lost everything in an accident at school and only has the clothes he is wearing. Which you will burn when we are done." The surprised witch stared at them. "For right now, prepare him one set of dress robes with the Potter house crest on them. We have an important meeting in a few minutes, so time is of the essence. For the young witch with us, do the same," Gilderoy continued. Hermione was staring at him, her mouth open in surprise. "Me?" she squeaked out. "She doesn't have a house, she is a Muggle-born, so put the Potter house crest on her robes as her protector." He reached into his robes and pulled out a small bag. He set it on the counter and pulled out a wallet, removing a small card from it and handing it to the shopkeeper. "Put everything on this," he concluded. She stared at the card, swallowed, then curtsied. "Immediately, Mr. Lockhart." She turned and called to another clerk, "Miss Watson, call in Miss Likehit and Miss Softbottom, then help me here." She turned to Harry, "Please stand here, sir," she said, pointing at a fitting platform. "And if you would stand there, miss," she pointed at a second platform. Both children protested but complied when they saw that their professor would not be deterred. Mrs. Malkin tisk-tisked when she saw the shabby clothes Harry was wearing, and he blushed, embarrassed. Gilderoy could see that Hermione was surprised at just how shoddy the boys' clothes were. In a remarkably short time, both were wearing new black semi-formal robes. Excellent! Declared Gilderoy. Purchase an apartment trunk for each of them, bedroom, kitchen with dining nook, bathroom, closet, and second room with a library. Make sure they are self-shrinking and restoring, with featherweight charm and the Hogwarts multi-person lockout feature. He faced the two students, who were bewildered by what was happening. That means, only one person can be in the trunk at a time while the trunk is at Hogwarts. I know, he said smiling, waving his hands in front of himself in a placating manner. It ruins your fun. No private snogging. You'll have to still rely on Hogwarts broom closets. He laughed jovially. Hermione squeaked again. Harry looked stunned. He turned his attention back to Madame Malkin. Now, then, Madam, he said while staring at Harry, Mr. Potter has lovely green eyes, so I think wearing plum and purple will make them appear more vibrant. Any shade from rich true purple to misty lavender will work well. Also, a deep wine color, red-based claret or true burgundy would work. The blue and red undertones in those colors will bring attention to his green eyes. The witch was taking notes. I would suggest a range of greens. Green hues intensify the color of his eyes. Sage, olive, mossy green or dark bottle green to add depth to his eye color. I think we would like the effect of pear or any green with a slightly yellow base or a clear grassy green. Both students were in listening, blinking, never realizing that one had to be very good at color coordinating when one is always in the eyes of the public. It had taken Gilderoy years of study to understand how to put it all together. True, he had concentrated on his own needs, but he had to understand how the other colors related to each other as well. Basic black always has its place, he continued, and Mr. Potter's green eyes will positively glow with classic black. Navy is an equally flattering neutral color, but we want to stay away from washed-out blues and bland beiges. He stared a bit more at the boy, before nodding. Yes, I think that's what we should go with. His hair, being black, shan't affect those choices. He looked at the woman. I expect a dozen pre-arranged sets each for summer, fall, winter, and spring. He smiled widely. He's a boy, no color coordination sense at all, you know. The shopkeeper nodded while writing. He turned to face Hermione. She stared back and swallowed, worried about what he would say about her. Blue hues from blueberry and navy to robin's egg and turquoise, he said. They are complementary to her brown eyes and hair. Don't be timid, jewel-toned cobalts and soft denim colors. The blues will make her eyes stand out as the focus of her face. Get her several blue jeans in those colors. If you don't know what blue jeans are, ask a Muggleborn. Also, true reds and warm oranges will complement her dark eyes. As will light greens and clear yellows. Medium pinks and lighter blush colors would be extremely flattering, too. A pastel palette is always a pretty contrast to brown eyes. He stopped a moment to consider. Black is not a good option. I think cinnamon or a rich taupe, instead. Those neutrals are wardrobe basics paired with other flattering colors. No dark browns, choose creamier colors reminiscent of coffee with a generous dash of milk. Khaki colors would work, as will olives and mossy greens. White is always flattering and will make her eyes appear even darker in contrast. Include a dozen blouses and dresses. Warm gold puts sparkle in brown eyes and is always an excellent choice, I believe. Lighten up the purple tones and opt for a misty lavender, plum, or soft raspberry, I think. A reddish orange is a bold choice. Softer versions such as warm peach or apricot would be good as well. They are a cute couple, so please try to coordinate their colors with each other. This time Hermione merely blushed. He sighed. This was going to be an expensive shopping expedition. Just provide the basics on the underwear. I'm sure Miss Granger would like to make her own choices in cut and style to please her wizard. The wizard and witch in question both pinked in embarrassment, with Hermione's face moving more to bright red. She'll also need a dozen sets of slacks, skirts, blouses, and dresses, for each season as well. Arrange them as sets. The sales witch gave a quick, "Ahoy," of understanding as she continued her notes. Add permanent growth adjustment, cleanliness, and water-resistant runes to everything, he added. You shouldn't need to replace these for a decade, at least, he said to the two students. When everything is complete, put it in the trunks and owl them back to Hogwarts. Dressed in brand new clothes and semi-dress robes for the first time he could remember, Harry looked slightly uncomfortable as they headed for Gringotts. Hermione looked splendid in her new robes, as well. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. You can easily repay me for these purchases at a later date, he said consolingly. Miss Granger, as Mr. Potter's protectorate, it is within his responsibilities to ensure you are properly attired and equipped at all times. These purchases fall within that purview. She looked as if she were about to object. Miss Granger, he stopped in the street, flicked his wand to erect a muffling enchantment, and addressed her directly. This is not a game. You are a Muggleborn and many consider you a third-class citizen, at best, and barely one step above magical beasts. That crest on your robes tells them that if they do not treat you as a pure blood, they will offend Potterhouse and will have to defend themselves accordingly. The smart ones will notice and act accordingly. The stupid ones will end up in court at best, or dead at worst. He smirked and looked over at the entrance to Gringotts. And I think you will find that there are other perks to it as well. He looked at her, smiling. She had never seen such fine robes before. He was so used to the way his Hermione looked that he hadn't really looked at the 13-year-old witch in front of him. Her teeth. He had forgotten about her teeth. Her front teeth were longer than the rest, and even with her mouth closed you could see the front two sticking over her lip in a slight overbite. He sighed and pulled out his wand. He crouched in front of her. Go like this, he bared his teeth at her in a parody of a smile. Uncertainly, she did as he asked. He ordered, don't move. And cast a quick charm. Her eyes grew wide as she felt her teeth move. After only a few seconds, he had perfectly aligned her teeth. Don't move, he repeated as he cast a second spell, giving her a smile as beautiful as his own, removing their minor imperfections and making them as white as Muggle writing paper. He didn't add the sparkle charm he normally used, but now the little witch had a physically perfect smile. There now, you have a beautiful smile, he said, standing back up. We'll fix your hair another time. I don't know why your parents didn't fix those teeth ages ago. Such a simple thing to achieve such splendid results. You should look up cosmetic charms in the library, such simple things yet they yield such dramatic results. He cancelled the spell around them and headed to the bank. Hermione had a very introspective look on her face as they walked. And she kept running her tongue over her teeth. Again, as they cleared the doors, a goblin hurried over to Lockhart and bowed before leading them through a door at the back and to an office. Like last time, the room had chairs, a table, and credenza against a wall with a chair nearby. This time there was already a tea set in place. They settled themselves, the kids looking uncomfortable. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Gilderoy said. Always, be polite to goblins. They will never acknowledge it, they will never reciprocate it, but it does make a difference in their attitude. They do not believe in small talk. Always, get right to the point. I made mistakes years in the past and I am still recovering from them. Observe and learn. Do not pretend to know something, admit your ignorance where necessary. Hermione and Harry nodded their understanding. At that moment, two goblins came in at the same. The first was Ragnark, Gilderoy's account manager, and the second was a flunky carrying a plate of biscuits. Ah, Ragnark. A pleasure to see you. Gilderoy stood and bowed. I have a couple of problems for you. The goblin grunted and sat in the chair behind the desk. Gilderoy resumed his seat. First, he waved at the boy. Mr. Potter's guardian has never told him anything of Potter House, his responsibilities, or his vaults at this fine establishment. He has never received any communications from Gringotts, nor has his guardian sent any on to him. I suspect his owls have been intercepted or redirected. He would also like to file his will. Gilderoy sat back to wait for the fireworks. He was not disappointed. While he did not speak the language, it was still quite easy to pick out the profanity that poured forth. Both children listened in wide-eyed amazement, and not a little fright. The goblin screamed something and the door to the room popped open. They didn't understand what he said, but the door closed quickly. The goblin started writing furiously on a parchment he had removed from the credenza. When he finished, he snapped his fingers and the parchment disappeared. Gilderoy said, "Second, Miss Granger, here," he indicated her by nodding in her direction, "needs to have a heritage search. I think she may have an ancestor's vault." Ragnark stared at the two of them a moment, then smiled, a rather gruesome sight considering the number of sharp pointy teeth he revealed. He pulled out a small parchment and wrote something on it. He snapped his fingers and it, too, was on its way. Moments later an elderly goblin came in carrying a rather large book and several files. Gutslasher is the Potter House account manager, the Ragnark. He pointed his chin at the boy. That is Mr. Potter. He has never received any of our communications, nor does he know anything of his estate. This engendered a goodly bit more of goblin swearing. Gilderoy leaned over to Harry and quietly said, out of the corner of his mouth, "I hope you're taking notes." The boy gave him a startled look that slowly slid into a shy smile. Once the profanity stopped, Gilderoy said to Harry and Hermione, "The goblins will do a paternity test, first, to confirm that Mr. Potter is truly the son of James and Lily Potter." Gutslasher pulled a parchment from one of the folders, after he set everything on the table, and muttered a few words over it. "Mr. Potter," Gilderoy said as the goblin was working. "You will need to sign your name on this parchment using a blood quill. It will draw blood from your hand as you write. It will sting slightly, but that is all. Blood quills are restricted to use by goblins and with certain wizarding contracts." Hermione watched closely as the little wizard took the proffered quill from Ragnark and carefully wrote his full name, Harry James Potter. The boy did well, barely winching at the sting in his hand as he wrote. No sooner did he finish than the names of his parents, James and Lily, appeared, followed by his grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter on one side and Graham and Denise Evans on the other. The elderly goblin looked at the parchment, nodded, and added it to a folder tucked inside the enormous book he was carrying. Ragnarok took another parchment out, wrote something, and snapped his fingers to send it away. Gilderoy quickly spoke up, Gutslasher, given that Mr. Potter's guardian has failed so spectacularly at preparing him for his position, would it not be appropriate to consider the guardian unfit and to immediately bestow upon Mr. Potter his lordship so that he might hire his own tutors? Both goblins looked at the wizard. He shrugged, gross negligence at the least, outright line theft at the worst. They studied him a moment, then conferred for a few moments. Finally, they turned back to the three non-goblins. Yes, Gutslasher said. He turned to the little wizard and handed him a parchment and quill. Put in writing that you swear your guardian has not informed you of any rights and obligations as the heir to House Potter. Put a drop of your blood on your signature. As Harry was signing the document, he said, I don't even know who my guardian is, unless it's my Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. And they told me my parents died drunk in a car accident. Are those wizards? No, sir, both are muggles. Aunt Petunia is my mother's sister. And you do not know the identity of your magical guardian? Harry looked embarrassed, no sir. The goblin handed him another parchment, taking the first and tearing it in half. Do it again, and put in that your magical guardian hasn't revealed himself or herself to you and that your muggle guardians have lied to you regarding your parents and the magical world. Harry sighed, but did as requested, handing over the finished document with a drop of blood by his signature. The goblin read it and tossed it on the desk where it briefly flashed in a bright glow. Excellent, Gutslasher, Lockhart said. While we wait for the ring, perhaps you could show Mr. Potter his financial position. He turned to Harry, would you like it do that in private or would you mind doing it here? Harry looked slightly panicked at the thought of leaving the room. Gilderoy turned back to the goblins. Mr. Potter, I think, wishes to consult in here. Harry gave a relieved nod. Gutslasher looked back and forth between them, and then grunted in acknowledgement. He glared at Harry a moment. Mr. Potter knows nothing of finance, Gutslasher, Gilderoy said, so perhaps you should acquaint him with his vault status and a brief overview of his properties. Later you can explain his investments in depth. The glare transferred to Gilderoy, but the wizard kept his face clear and calm, no trace of his normal showy smile. The goblins would find it offensive. The goblin grunted again, and then turned to Harry. He opened the ledger, slammed it down in front of the boy and started talking rapidly. Gilderoy turned to Ragnarok. Now, as I said, the Miss Granger, here, needs a heritage search. Hermione had been listening carefully to Gutslasher and looking over Harry's shoulder. Both of them showed shock at what they were seeing. Harry knew he had money, but to see the actual sums was stunning. There were far more digits than he had ever expected to see. The wizard walked over, took the witch by a shoulder, and guided her over to the credenza where Ragnarok was waiting. She kept looking back at Harry and his account manager. During their conversations, another goblin had come in and dropped off some papers. Ragnarok just handed the blood quill to the witch and pointed to the top sheet. Hermione gave Gilderoy a questioning look but didn't take the quill. Gilderoy smiled at the small witch. Miss Granger, that paper is charmed to match all the blood and magic signatures recorded in Gringotts. When you write your name, it will compare your blood and magic with all those records and if any match, or match close enough to indicate you are an heir to the family, they will list below your name. He chuckled, you might even discover that some of your classmates are distantly related to you via their great-grandparents or even farther back. She hesitantly took it and signed her name. There was a momentary pause, then, House of Dagworth Granger, sole living heir appeared below her name, as if written by her. She looked up at Gilderoy and then the goblin. Excellent, then, Miss Granger. Lockhart said enthusiastically. It appears you are related to the wizarding family of Dagworth Granger and you are the only known living relation. Therefore, you inherit any vaults, their contents, and lands left by the family. He smiled broadly, as if she had done something quite clever. Hector Dagworth Granger was the founder of the most extraordinary society of Podi-Woners, and a famous Podi-Woner. You should find his personal journals quite interesting on the subject. Professor Snape might even be impressed if you were to give him a copy of one of them. The little witch stared at him, still trying to take in that she belonged to a wizarding family. Ragnarok had already addressed a parchment and sent it on its way with a snap of his fingers. Almost at that moment, the door opened and a goblin came in with small box that he took to Gutslasher. They watched silently as Harry opened the box and put on the ring inside. Gilderoy walked over and held out his hands. Congratulations, Lord Potter. You are now your own man, beholden to no one. Harry dazedly shook his hand. Gutslasher, because Lord Potter knows nothing of financial or estate management, would you recommend someone to act as his and Miss Granger's tutor? Charge his cost to Potter House. We can set up something on Sunday afternoons in Hogwarts or Hogsmeade, I'm sure. The goblin nodded. Also, he turned and addressed Harry. Lord Potter, the boy blushed at the title, before you occupy any of your properties, I suggest you have the goblins review and update their protective enchantments. There are Death Eaters still out there who would love to sneak up on you if they could. Whichever property you select to stay at this summer, the boy's eyes widened in surprise at that possibility, I suggest you put it under a Fidelius charm and reveal that only to a select few. He paused, and then added significantly, not the headmaster, who might feel compelled to interfere and force you to your relatives in Surrey. Harry's face darkened at the mention of his aunt and uncle. Hermione gave Gilderoy a startled look and then turned to look at Harry. Harry slowly nodded. If you wish, I can give you advice on which adults you can trust. There aren't many besides myself. The boy nodded again. Would you like the goblins to review and upgrade as needed the protective enchantments on all your properties? Yes, Professor Lockhart. Gilderoy tilted his head towards the goblins. Well then, tell them. Harry hesitantly gave them the orders. Miss Granger, the wizard turned to the girl, before you give such orders to the goblins, please carefully review your finances and the costs. Spending gold you don't have, even by accident, can be quite fatal when dealing with goblins. She nodded as she said, yes, Professor Lockhart. In the meantime, I suggest you send copies of the Gringotts reports to your parents. Lord Potter, I'm sure, would not mind giving Hedwig the exercise. Both students gave him a curious look, wondering how he knew that Harry's owl's name was Hedwig. They spent another hour with the goblins reviewing the financial statements. Like most houses, the Potter had most of their wealth tied up in property, however because there hadn't been any withdrawals in 10 years there was much higher percentage of gold in his vaults than most. Gilderoy suggested he leave it mainly untouched until he had learned more about investing. His income was roughly 20,000 galleons a year, 10 times that of the average witch or wizard. Miss Granger's estate was considerably smaller, with only a single dwelling. Dagworth Granger's income from his potion patents had expired 100 years ago. And while he had founded the most extraordinary society of Podiwaners, that did not provide any income, only bragging rights. If the house had had no upkeep since the last Dagworth Granger had lived there, it might not be inhabitable. It was highly doubtful that any house elves still survived and maintained the place, although it was possible. They would have to set aside a weekend to examine it. As they were wrapping up, Hermione asked, have you done a heritage search, Professor Lockhart? He grinned widely, his charming smile on full display. Why thank you for thinking of me, Miss Granger. I am the only Lockhart. My father is a muggle and my mother a witch whose family disinherited her, so only my family name will list. She looked at him a moment, then said, why not do one anyway, as long as we are here? He shrugged his shoulders. An excellent idea, and a no-result demonstration is as important as one that reveals much. He turned to Ragnarok. A heritage search, Ragnarok. He chuckled slightly. Perhaps there is a secret or two hiding in my ancestry that I do not know. 2 minutes later, he was staring at the parchment in horror, his eyes wide as the print marched down the page past his family name. No. He whispered. The parchment displayed. House of Lockhart, Lord, Founder. House of Black, Lord, by magic. House of Potter, Lord, by magic. House of Peveril, Lord, by magic. House of Gryffindor, Lord, by magic. House of Slytherin, Lord, by right of conquest, by magic. House of Gaunt, Lord, by right of conquest, by magic. 15 A perfect Christmas. How is this possible, Ragnarok? How can I be Lord Potter when he is Lord Potter? Gilderoy pointed at Harry, and wearing the lordship ring. Both goblins stared at the parchment, scowling madly. And Lord Black? I realize the current heir Black is in Azkaban, but how can I be Lord Black? Actually, now that Harry/Gilderoy stopped to think about it, it made all the sense in the world. His complete magical core was resident in Lockhart. And because his magical core was the same as the student Harry's, albeit more developed, as far as magic was concerned they were the same person. And as Potter from the future had been both Lord Potter and Lord Black, magic from now had accepted him as Lord Potter and Lord Black because his magic said he was. His magic knew he was lord of those two estates. That he was also Lord Peveril was a surprise, but considering House Potter's ownership of the coveted Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, that was predictable. The father in each generation probably told his oldest child of the importance of the relic until there came a time when a father died before disclosing that important information and left subsequent generations in ignorance. Slytherin and Gaunt, by right of conquest, those, too, were predictable. He had never bothered with a heritage search in the future, so he had never known. He had been too busy trying to keep himself and his friends alive. And, well, after he finally beat Voldemort, there hadn't been anything left to inherit. But his magic had known. And in this time he had destroyed Riddle's soul fragments in both Riddle's diary and Ravenclaw's diadem, 2 more vanquishes. On the other hand, when he thought about it, Gilderoy being Lord Slytherin would drive all the pureblood old farts barmy. Gryffindor, though? That was a total surprise. Where had that come from? And Gilderoy's mother was a witch. Her family had kicked her out and cut her off from any inheritances for the sin of marrying a muggle. He had had no reason to suspect that a heritage search would reveal anything he didn't already know, so why waste the galleons? And without the addition of Harry's core, he would have been right. But in any case, it meant that magic regarded both him and the child Harry as being the same person. And that his magic and Lockhart's had not intermixed to any real degree, yet. They existed as separate entities that had formed a sharing system. Perhaps someday they might fully merge, but Harry/Gilderoy figured it might take decades. While Harry/Gilderoy was contemplating these possible facts, the goblins had both the adult and the child wizard sign new heritage search parchments. Harry's displayed. House of Potter, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Peverell, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Gryffindor, Lord, by blood inheritance. House of Slytherin, Lord, by right of magical conquest. House of Gaunt, Lord, by right of magical conquest. His matched Gilderoys except for houses Lockhart and Black. That Harry's didn't include Black made sense because Sirius hadn't yet died and made official the inheritance to the boy. At the moment, Harry Potter was only a possible heir. It wouldn't be official until Lord Black made the announcement or Gringotts probated his will. Harry/Gilderoy, though, had been Lord Black for over a decade in the future, so that magic maintained it. Sirius will no longer mattered because Harry/Gilderoy Lockhart was Lord Black according to his magic. The goblins were as mystified as everyone else, though. That should be impossible, said Ragnarok, one of you should list as a member of the house, not the Lord. There is only one way to test this. He turned to Harry. Lord Potter, give your lordship ring to Mr. Lockhart. He turned and scowled at Lockhart. If the wizard can put the ring on his finger, then he, too, is Lord Potter. And what is true for one is true for the others. Harry looked at Gilderoy hesitantly. The wizard smiled at him broadly. I promise that I will return the ring to you post-haste. I have no desire to be Lord Potter. Harry slowly withdrew the ring from his finger and handed it to Lockhart. Gilderoy just as slowly edged it onto his right-hand ring finger. It adjusted as he did so, growing larger to fit his adult-sized finger. When he let go, it resized to fit perfectly. They both looked over to the goblins, who were staring intently. Finally, Gutslasher looked at Ragnarok and shrugged his shoulders. Gilderoy removed the ring and returned it to Harry. Once it was back on the boy's finger, Gilderoy said, Mr. Potter, I swear I will not make any alterations to your House Potter properties or financial estate without consulting you first unless it is an emergency and those alterations are to your or House Potter's benefit. So mote it be. Lumos. Harry said, you don't have to do that. Gilderoy interrupted, yes, I do. These combined lordships are going to be a nightmare when everyone outside this room discovers their existence. He paused and looked at the two children. First, you are Lord Potter. I will not meddle with anything that is House Potter without your express permission first. I do not wish to be involved and will modify my will accordingly. Second, you do not know this, but your invisibility cloak is an heirloom belonging to the Peverell house, of which you are a direct descendant. There is quite a story behind it, the fable of the three brothers and death, perhaps I'll tell it to you someday. Both Hermione and Harry looked shocked, probably at the notion that Lockhart not only knew about the cloak, but that he knew so much more about it than they did. I will investigate House Peverell to make sure everything is proper before I turn it over to you as the rightful heir. Hermione asked, but how do you know you aren't the rightful heir? The goblins were listening intently. He smiled wryly, I know my father's lineage as well as my mother's, nothing in either line provides as solid a link to Peverell House as your invisibility cloak, Mr. Potter. I have my suspicions as to why I am listed as lord of several of your houses, but I cannot speak of them. In any event, I will yield to your superior claims later, after I make sure there are no hidden contracts or claims against the houses that adversely affect you or Miss Granger. They both looked at him questioningly. Such as a marriage contract that circumstances would now activate, he explained. You would be most displeased to discover that in the far past House Peverell made an agreement with House Malfoy, for example, whereby if both houses should have their only children in Hogwarts at the same time, and of the appropriate sexes, they should wed for the continuance of the families. He smirked, Miss Granger might object to that, correct, my dear? The two both had expressions of revulsion, although Hermione still managed to blush a bit. Similarly, I shall vet the other houses Slytherin, Gaunt, and Gryffindor before we make any momentous decisions. He smiled confidently. House Black belongs to your godfather, Sirius Black, who is illegally incarcerated in Azkaban prison. I am working on getting him out, by the way. I think you will want to yield the houses Gaunt and Slytherin to me in the future. In the meantime, I shall hold as regent for you on your other houses until you reach your majority. And you will have your hands full with houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Peveril. That's a wife and a concubine for each, you know. He studied the two stunned children. Clearly, they would accomplish nothing more of import today. Just coming to terms with Hermione's new status would take her the rest of the day. And Harry, poor Harry, was completely lost at discovering that not only was he rich, but that he had a home, his home, he could go to this summer. No more Dursleys ever. Gilderoy would have to bring them back to Gringotts after Christmas to finalize some details. In any case, this certainly moved up his plans for dealing with Slytherin's locket. As Lord Black he wouldn't have to wait for Sirius to get out of Azkaban. He could easily get Creature to fetch the tainted locket, deal with it, and have it ready to present on schedule to Professor Snape. And if he could get the goblins to retrieve the lost house gaunt ring, well, that would save him considerable time and effort. That only left the Hufflepuff Cup to deal with. And as Lord Black, maybe he could get the goblins to allow him access. If that didn't work, then he could try to use his new seats on the Wizenmaggots Potter, Black, Gryffindor, and Slytherin to get a law passed that would allow him access. And in the meantime, his being Lord Black added to his already substantial wealth as Lockhart made him easily the wealthiest wizard in all of Europe, if not the world. Lord Potter, Lady Dagworth Granger, I suggest you keep today's discoveries quiet while we sort these things out. Lady Dagworth Granger, be sure to owl your parents with a copy of that paperwork. See if they can manage to get Monday off from work so we can consult on exactly what all this means for you and them. At the very least, the three of you will want to examine your vault to see what books and journals your esteemed ancestor has left to you. You might also be able to visit the Dagworth Granger homestead on Monday for a preliminary examination. Who knows, you might want to move there if it's nice enough. And seeing her parents' expressions when they discovered she had turned herself into a catgirl was going to be priceless. Too bad they weren't of Japanese descent, the pranking potential would have been out of sight. He turned to Harry, Mr. Potter, I know all this is a shock, but it is imperative you tell no one of your multiple lordships, not even Mrs. Weasley, Miss Lovegood, or Mr. Longbottom. You should also make your ring invisible. Harry looked at him questioningly. Just will that none may see it and it will be. In the middle of all this, a goblin had arrived with a small box. He had handed it to Ragnarok, and now Ragnarok handed it to Hermione. Moments later, she was admiring her new ring, before making it disappear from view as well. He turned to the two goblins. Ragnarok, we will return on Monday to take care of some of this business. If there are other account managers involved, have them at the meeting. Have the property protective enchantment reports available as well as all the relevant financial details on each property. Check for any outstanding betrothal or marriage contracts on all the houses and withhold them until we can carefully examine them. I will expect port keys to all the properties so that we may view them. If there are any encumbrances, provide all the details and our possible courses of action. Put these in logical and complete order, and in language simple enough for muggles and children to understand with only minimal effort. The goblins grimaced, but nodded agreement. Lockhart also got them to agree to withhold the information on the new lordships for as long as possible. I think we have spent enough time here today. Copy the property reports for Lord Potter and Lady Dagworth Granger. We will be here at 9 in the morning. He waited only long enough for the goblins to hand them the duplicated items, then ushered the children back out into Diagon Alley. How about some ice cream at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor? I think we deserve a treat after all that. The castle's reaction to his return was startling. He could feel the protective enchantments as they started to shift to his control. Apparently, wearing the Lord Gryffindor and Lord Slytherin rings had a few additional perks. He managed, however, to delegate control back to the headmaster before the older wizard realized things had started to change. His new situation, though, meant that the castle's protective enchantments no longer held any restrictions for him. It also meant he could monitor them whenever he wanted. The next morning, at breakfast, he received a Gringotts owl. The estimated market value for the basilisk parts, at current prices and after removing theirs and his reserved portions, was 3 million galleons, mostly in the venom sacs, almost 4 liters, eye fluids, 16 liters, and 100 square yards of basilisk skin, extremely valuable because it was almost impervious to all spells, even the unforgivables to a mild degree. The letter also included an offer to purchase all the non-reserved parts for a flat 1 million galleons. Gringotts would take the risk on selling the basilisk parts over several years across the world through their connections to prevent flooding the markets and substantially decreasing the estimated income. The world supply of the venom at present, for example, was less than a liter. They also had the facilities to store the ingredients, whereas Gilderoy did not. He wrote in his counter offer of 2.5 million. He figured they would settle somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million. It was a fair price. And put their part of deal close to the original 50-50 split they had originally offered. Goblins. Funny how that worked out. Harry/Gilderoy didn't care. It was the fame that drove Gilderoy. And Rita Skeeter's articles were doing a fine job of that. He could hardly wait for Monday. That the goblins had made more profit off him in the last 3 months than all their other clients in the last 2 years was incidental. The goodwill he got, though, was worth every galleon. When Harry/Gilderoy got down to going after the Hufflepuff Cup, that goodwill would pay dividends. Plus, the massive payout would place him as the richest wizard in the world by at least triple and easily provide him the gold coin to fund everything he wanted to do in the next year. In the meantime, his deals for Harry ensured the boy was moving up the ranks as well. But it was kind of funny how both Harry and Gilderoy could care less about the money. Gilderoy only wanted to see his name in the headlines. Harry only wanted to get rid of Voldemort. The money was merely a way of counting their success in achieving those goals. Gilderoy thought it was a pity, though, that the wizarding world would never know he had saved them from complete destruction. Harry wasn't disappointed in the slightest. After breakfast, he retired to his office, calling out, "Creaker." As soon as the door closed. There was a long silence, then, pop. "Creaker comes. Who is this filthy half-blood?" Creaker cannot resist. "How?" "Creaker's bad master is in Azkaban and no others can call." The house elf looked around suspiciously. Gilderoy smiled broadly at the little creature. "I am Lord Black." The elf made an ugly grimace. "Impossible. Filthy half-blood cannot be lord of noble and ancient pure-blood House Black. Creaker go." The house elf disappeared with a pop. Harry/Gilderoy laughed. "Charming as ever," he said under his breath. "Creaker, as Lord Black I order you to appear here." Pop. Creaker comes again. How can filthy half-blood command Creaker? Before the house elf could leave a second time, Harry/Gilderoy said jovially, striking a commanding pose, "Creaker, how would you like to finish what your good master Black told you to do?" Creaker stared at him suspiciously. Creaker wonders how detestable half-blood knows of good master. "How I know is unimportant," Gilderoy said with an elegant wave of his hand. "That I do know your good master Regulus ordered you to destroy a certain locket, which you have been unable to do, is all you need to know. Foul wizard is lying to Creaker, to trick Creaker." The house elf scowled, taking a half-step toward Lockhart. "Creaker cannot attack horrible half-blood." "Creaker." Gilderoy hardened his voice, "Creaker, I order you to bring me the locket you were ordered to destroy. Now." Creaker stood there a moment, clearly fighting the compulsion to obey. Then he disappeared. Several minutes passed. Gilderoy was patient. Even a house elf needed time to fetch something under lock and key. Just as he was becoming annoyed, Creaker returned. The only sign of the locket was his tightly closed right hand. "Excellent," Harry/Gilderoy said happily. He looked down at the house elf. "Can you feel the evil taint in that locket, Creaker?" he asked softly. Creaker gave him an uncertain look. "Dark thing is more than just dark," Creaker thinks. "Is why good master told Creaker to destroy it. How does miserable half-blood feel it? Is it a trick?" He mumbled to himself. "Follow me," Gilderoy ordered, flicking his wand and casting a disillusionment charm on the house elf. Moments later, he was walking back and forth in front of a wall on the 7th floor. Creaker watched him scowling. He was only marginally surprised when a door appeared. Once inside the cleansing chamber, Harry turned to the unhappy house elf. "Creaker, the wizard that created the dark spell on that locket is the same wizard who killed your good master. Your good master knew what that spell was and knew it had to be destroyed. He was willing to die to destroy that magic." Creaker stared at him scowling. "This room is specially designed to destroy that spell without harming the object itself. Together, we will complete the task given to you by your good master Regulus." Creaker tried everything to destroy the locket. Fire, acid, beating, everything. Nothing worked. "This shan't work." "Then you have nothing to lose in doing it, right?" Reluctantly, scowling fiercely, Creaker agreed. "Place the locket in the middle of the room." He did, the chain wrapping around the locket. "We have to wait an hour. Tell me about your good master." Gilderoy sat on the floor, motioning Creaker to join him. Harry had never talked with Sirius about his younger brother. He only knew that Sirius had hated the boy for joining with Voldemort. And Harry had been too busy fighting the war to sit and talk with the house elf before he died defending the Black Mansion. And he knew better than to ask the house elf's opinion of Sirius. Finally, an hour had passed. Gilderoy stood and then crouched down beside the initiating circle in the floor and held out his wand. "Put your hand on mine." Tentatively, the house elf wrapped his long fingers around Gilderoy's hand. Gilderoy placed the wand tip on the edge of the circle and said, "Exorcizamus imundus spiritus." He stood and said, "We must hurry," and hustled the elf out of the chamber and closed the door. "And now, we wait again." So, what other pranks did Regulus play on Sirius? 15 minutes passed rather quickly, and they entered the chamber to see the locket gleaming on the floor. Creaker ran over and grabbed it. "Do you feel anything from it, Creaker. Nothing. Creaker looked up at him and smiled, a scary thing to behold. Creaker has done what good Master Regulus wanted. Creaker is happy. Gilderoy smiled, excellent. He stepped over to the house elf. May I see it for a moment, please? I will give it back. Reluctantly, yet oddly happy, the house elf handed over the locket. Gilderoy pressed the button and the locket popped open. Unlike the last time he had seen the evil artifact, this time there were no blood-red eyes staring back at him. The chamber had removed all the enchantments. Voldemort must have subverted the original enchantment by Salazar into becoming a part of his Horcrux. Now it was merely a gold locket with nothing of import inside. He reached into his pocket and removed a galleon. He studied the locket and its chain carefully, then changed the galleon into a duplicate, putting enough magic into it to make it permanent. He held the duplicate out to Creaker. Creaker, this locket is a priceless artifact that I would like to return to Hogwarts for everyone to see. Will you accept this duplicate I created as a remembrance of your good Master Regulus? It will be yours forever, and I swear on my magic as Lord Black that I will not take it from you, nor have anyone take it from you. I further forbid any member of the Black family, in perpetuity, to take it from you, on pain of expelling them from the family. It will be yours and only yours. So mote it be. Lumos. His wand tip glowed. And there's a spell on it that allows you, Creaker, to call the locket to yourself if it ever gets lost. You would do that for Creaker. Creaker had giant tears dripping from his eyes. Harry took the duplicate locket and draped it around Creaker's neck. Gilderoy left Creaker alone for the next half hour as he cradled the locket and cried in happiness at finally completing his master's order, and receiving such a fine remembrance. Finally, Gilderoy interrupted. Creaker, now that you have finished your beloved master's last order, it is time you took care of the mansion. It is so filthy right now, that not even a muggle would want to walk inside, not to mention how revolted a pureblood would be to see it. A pureblood would assume you were a bad house elf and dismiss you immediately. Creaker gave him a horrified look. But I know you were distracted by your last order from your good Master Regulus, so you needn't worry about that. I want you to clean the house from top to bottom, so that it looks as if it were brand new. Take a spare trunk from storage and place all the dark or cursed artifacts you find in that trunk. Get a second trunk and put all the cursed books in it. I want the house so safe a muggle or child could walk through it without fear of anything bad happening. Not that I plan to have any muggle children wandering in it, but still, it's the thought that counts. Creaker leapt to his feet about to pop off his new mission. Wait, ordered the wizard, you are an important member of the Black family. That means I want you to take care of yourself. He stared at the surprised elf. You are not to work yourself into exhaustion. When you are hungry, get a proper meal to eat. When you are tired, rest. You can use your resting time to plan what needs to be done next and the easiest way to do it properly, if you want. When you are sleepy, I want you to sleep. Most importantly, do not punish yourself. If you feel you need punishment, you will tell me, and why, and I will decide. Is that clear? Creaker nodded, staring at him and frowning. You cannot do your job properly if you are tired, hungry, or hurt. I will not be pleased, he said imperiously, his hands on his hips and dramatically posed looking down his nose at the diminutive house elf, if I call for you and find you too tired to do what I need because you overworked yourself. If you need help, you will tell me and I will see about getting you more help. Is this all clear? Again, Creaker nodded. Excellent. We have an accord. He was about to dismiss the house elf when he had another thought. Is the portrait of Mrs. Black in the main hall? Yes, Creaker answered. Excellent. Please remove it and place it in storage with the other portraits in the black vaults. Getting that insane biddy out of the house would go a long ways to making the place habitable once more. Off you go now, he waved his hands genially, motioning the house elf away. Creaker poked off. Harry/Gilderoy sighed. Maybe by the time Sirius got out of Azkaban and St. Mungo's the house at 12 Grimmauld Place wouldn't be so miserable a place to live. He headed back to his office. He was expecting delivery of his basilisk parts this afternoon. He planned to get the skin to an armorer as soon as possible. Wearing that during a battle would make him almost impervious to any magical spells. And as tough as it was, even common swords and knives would have difficulty making an impression on it, never mind actually penetrating it. The armorer would have quite a chore ahead of him. But that was all right. He would give the wizard enough skin for 2 outfits, let him keep the extra, and Lockhart would get the work done free. Thursday, and Christmas Eve, came quickly and the staff had a small Christmas party after tea. Gilderoy had been unhappy to hear that Professor Snape had been an absolute cad on his date with Sinistra. He had been sullen and rude to the poor woman. Humph. See if he ever did any more favors for the stupid git. He had situated himself between Sinistra and McGonagall at the tea and flirted shamelessly with both. Afterwards, at the party, he had sent a Hogwarts elf to his room to retrieve his record player. It was a Muggle device, but he had substituted a spinning charm for the motor. A sonorous charm on the needle had supplied the amplification. As a result, he spent the evening dancing with the witches, but spending most of it with Sinistra and McGonagall. Somewhere along the way, the butterbeers became shots of fire whiskey. The next morning, Christmas morning, Harry woke to perhaps the best Christmas presents he had ever received: two very accommodating witches. The three missed most of the morning feast, but none of them felt unhappy about that in the slightest. The few students in residence were shocked to see the three walk in together, laughing and in very good moods. Professor McGonagall's magnificent smile instead of her normally stern visage was what startled them the most, Harry/Gilderoy thought. Harry/Gilderoy surprised the two witches when he gave them presents at the table: a wand holster each, with automatic sizing, comfort, invisibility, and anti-summoning runes. He had explained that they never needed to worry about not having their wands available when needed, as he had worn his all night and they had never noticed. They had both apologized profusely for not having anything as nice a gift for him. "I merely wanted you two fine ladies always to be safe, and the holsters are appropriate for your positions as professors at this fine institution," he had happily explained. He didn't mention that Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna also received the same gift. In addition, those three had received their special duplicate wands and holsters. The note included had advice on where to wear the new wands tied to their legs at all times, with a stern warning that they were not to be used at Hogwarts unless in an emergency. At home, they could use them as much as they wanted. Neville would get his when he returned to school. Dobby had been quite busy trying to capture their expressions, without anyone seeing him, when they opened them. After breakfast, the three made their separate ways to their rooms to put away their gifts. The students never noticed that the three then met again at his room, leaving only for tea and then returned. How he had managed to talk the two witches into such a marathon game of exploding snap left both witches wondering and laughing for days. The variations he had come up with as extra penalties for holding the exploding card might have had something to do with it, though McGonagall still chuckled at the memory of watching Sinistra trying to pat her head, rub her stomach, and hop on one foot, all at the same time. And that karaoke singing had been hilarious, especially after the third fire whiskey. And the Monopoly game. What a strangely engrossing Muggle game it had been. Who knew Sinistra was such a cutthroat capitalist? Dobby, of course, was keeping track of the golden duo. Their third and fourth were spending the halls at home. Dobby had a wizarding camera to catch all the highlights of their expedition into enemy territory. And while Hermione was distracted, he carefully decanted the rest of the polyjuice into potion bottles and dropped 2 into her pocket for future reference. He kept the others in stasis against a future need. Late that evening, both Dobby and Harry/Gilderoy had spent an hour laughing at the pictures of Harry discovering too late that he should have resized his underwear, shoes, and belts before drinking the polyjuice. And while Hermione would probably never find the situation funny, seeing her change into a cat girl was simply too hysterical for words. Plus, Cat Hermione was just so cute. He definitely was going to blow that one up into a poster for his office. Harry/Gilderoy visited the hospital wing shortly after visiting hours were over. "Ah, Miss Granger. How delightful to see you are in fine health after your accident," he said as he walked over to her. He flicked his wand and moved some screens into place so that casual lookers in the morning would not see the poor witch. She whimpered slightly. He studied her with a critical eye. "I must say, you are quite a cute cat girl." He paused a moment as she stared morosely at the bedspread. He couldn't tell if she was blushing. As depressed as she was, probably not. "Do you know that no one has ever studied what happens when someone accidentally ingests an animal hair instead of a human hair in polyjuice?" She gave him a horrified look. How had he guessed? "I should think," he continued, "that an in-depth thesis on all the symptoms and how they fade through time would be a potions article of some fame. It would make quite a splash with the most extraordinary society of Podiwaners, I'm sure. Especially coming from someone with the surname Dagworth Granger. You could start by cataloguing all the changes and, most importantly, what didn't change. Of course, you would have to provide pictures of the progression. I suggest a front and back picture at the start of every day, with close ups of certain features such as the ears, eyes, tail, fingers, toes, and chest. And a sample of the potion you actually used, vetted by a master Podiwaner, would be most helpful." He carefully placed 2 vials on her nightstand, one with a potion in it and the other with a cat hair. "Once you have all your material, you can then select which pictures to use. You'd have to study doucely hard, but you could take your potions owl at the end of next year. Because this is a newt level potion you brewed, publication of the article shortly thereafter would get you your newt, especially considering the groundbreaking nature of your thesis." He grinned at her shocked expression. "We can explain the accident as a special project approved by Professor Snape, and that the hair was just an unexpected contamination. A second year, who shall remain nameless, gave you the cat hair as a prank, not realizing the seriousness of messing with polyjuice." The cat girl looked at him, eyes wide and ears slightly bent back. That was the cat equivalent of astonished disbelief, Harry decided, based on the way her emotions spiked. He smiled. "Leave the git to me." He will see operate. The or else was left unspoken. I'll be here first thing tomorrow morning, at 7, with Mr. Potter, and we'll start the first series of pictures. As he turned away, he said, don't worry about the goblins and Monday. A glamour will suffice for your appearance in public. Good morning, Miss Granger, Gilderoy said, a yawning Harry following him around the rolling curtains separating Hermione's bed from the others in the ward. Hermione blinked at them sleepily, their arrival awakening her. I have the camera. He held up the item. He handed it to Harry and quickly showed him how to operate it, including loading a new film, while Hermione rubbed the sleep from her eyes and sat up. He pulled her from the bed and had Harry take a picture of them, with Gilderoy smiling broadly and Hermione looking confused. Excellent. Miss Granger, I took the liberty of drawing up a list of the pictures we'll need for your thesis. He moved one of the screens over to provide a neutral backdrop. You stand there, he directed her. Turn your back to us. Yes, just like that. Now take off your gown. At her hesitation and horrified look, he added, not to worry, my dear young witch, you are furred. We cannot see anything that you might consider embarrassing at this stage of the game. In fact, you are far better covered than any of the times that you visited the French Riviera with your parents. At the mention of the Riviera she gave him a sharp look. How had he known they had been there? But somewhat mollified, she complied. Gilderoy wanded the gown to her bed. Excellent. Harry, take the first picture of her. Okay, Miss Granger, turn 45 degrees to your left. Picture, Harry. Excellent, now another 45 degrees for a profile. Picture, Harry. Now, Miss Granger, turn to your right so we see you at a 45-degree angle. Picture. Another 45 to the right for a profile. Picture, Harry. It was at this point that Madame Pomfrey interrupted, Professor Lockhart. What are you doing? After his explanation and a subtle confonduous spell, she returned to her office mollified with the understanding that this was all in the name of advancing their understanding of magic. Nothing naughty going on here. Now, Harry, a close-up of her tail. Now the tip. By the time they finished with close-ups of her ears, as well as her eyes, nose, mouth, teeth, hands, fingers, feet, and toes, the little witch so used to his commands that she didn't even bat an eye when Harry took full frontal pictures and then moved in close for her chest. That she now had 6 instead of 2 simply provided a few more pictures, and outside of a moment of stunned surprise from Harry, they finished up rather quickly. All told, Harry used up 2 rolls of film. As Gilderoy explained, they didn't know exactly which pictures would be most useful, so it was better to have too many than too few. Be prepared was his motto, after all. Harry would develop the pictures and put them in a well-warded filing case for Hermione's thesis. He taught them the notice me not and silencing spells so they wouldn't be disturbed while taking the pictures. Gilderoy snickered as he left Harry and Hermione having their breakfast. By the end of January, both children wouldn't even realize that the final week's pictures would be of the witch completely without fur. And neither would think anything unusual about it, and that should help move their relationship along. 16 Surprise. Ah, Severus. Just the wizard I wanted to see. They were in the dungeons. Professor Snape hadn't been at breakfast, apparently taking it in his rooms. Gilderoy met the man just as he was leaving his office. The wizard scowled. He was nearly as unhappy to see Lockhart as the other was pleased to see him. Unfortunately, it being a Saturday and the holidays, he couldn't beg off claiming a class or other pressing matter. Gilderoy steered the potions master back towards his office. I have a proposal for you, one which I'm sure you will see great advantages in accepting. And you know that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor would never steer you wrong. He paused for the expected funning that most of his fans rendered unto him, but the other professor only scowled. Lockhart pretended to ignore that reaction. The pompous professor continued as if he had received the anticipated response, and raising an eyebrow in inquiry, said, What would you say if I told you a second-year student has successfully brewed a perfect cauldron of polyjuice? The other sneered at him, I would call you a liar. That is a newt-level potion and quite out of the skill range of any non-old student. And I know none of the dunderheads in my second-year classes could even come close to doing it. Disgusted, he made to move around the DADA professor. Lockhart lifted a small vial out of his pocket and held it before Snape's eyes, grinning widely and showing off his beautiful teeth. Snape sighed and glared at Lockhart in a manner indicating he felt much put upon, but he took the vial and pulled out his wand. After a diagnostic spell, he looked over to Gilderoy and frowned. He cast another. Then he removed the cap and looked at the fluid. He waved his hand over the open vial and took a delicate sniff from a safe distance. Some potions were too dangerous to risk sniffing directly from the mouth of their vial. He gave a measured look at the other professor as he resealed the small bottle, skepticism clear. He sneered, From whom did you buy this? Gilderoy gave him another broad smile and struck a pose as he lifted his wand. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, adventurer extraordinaire, swear on my magic that the vial of polyjuice I just gave you was brewed by a second-year student in Hogwarts, brewing completed yesterday, unassisted by any older student, adult, or other magical creature. So mote it be. Lumos. The wand lit up brightly. Snape's expression changed to one of incredulity, and he again tested the vial. Who? He demanded. If what Gilderoy had said was true, then this was a talent that he wanted to train. Ah, that's the rub, my dear fellow. Before I reveal that student's identity, I need your promise to listen to the complete story in my offer before making any rash decisions. Professor Snape studied the dandy standing before him, scowling, glancing at the vial in his left hand. This had to be a trick, he just knew it. He gave a small sigh, but any student capable of such a remarkable job of podiwondering was a genius. It would be a real joy to have someone of that caliber in his classes. But how? How had he not noticed such an extraordinary talent? Gilderoy steered the man into his office. After sitting, he placed the vial prominently in the center of Snape's desk, and then pulled a tiny box out of one of his pockets and put it on Snape's desk. He tapped the box with his wand and it quickly grew to a reasonable shoebox size. He leaned back in his chair, put his elbows on the arm supports, and laced his fingers together in front of him. This whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco has incited 4 students to search for the so-called heir of Slytherin. They decided that the only thing to do was to sneak into Slytherin House and spy for information, under the mistaken impression that one Draco Malfoy was the hidden heir. He could see that Snape anticipated where this was going. Harry Potter. The potions professor's face reddened in anger. In their infinite wisdom, they decided that the solution was to brew polyjuice. They set up their cauldron in a remote location and one of them took on the task of brewing the difficult potion. The brewing started the day after Mr. Creevey was petrified. For 6 weeks and 6 days she brewed and yesterday it was completed. He waved at the vial. My stolen boomslang skin. The professor started to get to his feet. Ah. Wait until I finish, Gilderoy chided, you promised. Glaring, the irate professor subsided, slumping back into his chair. It was only his promise to listen to the whole story that prevented him from immediately raging out of the room and tracking down Harry and his posse, and tossing them out Hogwarts gates. I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor immediately noticed something was going on when they started. Oh, yeah, he was laying it on thick. I did not survive my many remarkable adventures by not being observant, don't you know? For details, refer to my many books. I have quite the eye for detail, you know, finely honed by years of tracking deadly monsters in their own home ranges. He was laying it on a bit thick just to annoy the other professor. I have been watching the brewer at work this entire time. A simple alert charm on their hidden cauldron warned me whenever she, or anyone else, approached it. He smiled. My house elf watched them quite closely to make sure nothing went wrong with her potion, with strict instructions not to interfere. He paused. Dobby. The potions professor barely changed expression as the named elf poked into the room. Dobby was dressed quite spiffily for an elf. Instead of a ragged towel, he had what appeared to be a lavender towel worn as a mid-back length cape and another teal thigh-length towel set tailored as robes, with pockets, all meticulously ironed. In addition, he wore one sock of aqua blue and the other a deep reddish brown. The edge of a pair of gloves were artfully protruding from a side pocket and a handkerchief from a breast pocket. Even for a wizard he would have been rather nattily dressed. Gilderoy knew that this revelation of his owning Dobby would provoke some serious thinking on the other wizard's part. But it was necessary. Yes, I hired the house elf that Malfoy released. He gave the other wizard an aloof expression. The house elf is no longer affected by the insanity of his previous owner and is quite an efficient fellow. He turned his attention to the creature. Dobby, is that the vial of polyjuice you decanted from the cauldron in Myrtle's toilets? He pointed at the vial on the desk. Toilets? Snape exclaimed, shock overcoming his anger. This was brewed in a toilet stall. He sat upright. Dobby gave the vial a close look without touching it. Yes, Master Lockhart, it is. And did you watch the brewer of this polyjuice potion every time she checked on the potion, and stirred in added ingredients? Yes, Master Lockhart. Dobby was good behavior today, not nearly as excitable as he was around Harry Potter. If he only knew. Did you assist the brewer in any way, shape, or form in brewing this polyjuice potion? No, Master Lockhart. Were there any others besides the brewer and her 3 companions who approached the cauldron while it was brewing, and did they do anything to it? Only the ghost moaning Myrtle saw the cauldron, and she merely looked at it, Master Lockhart. The brewer's companions sometimes checked it while she was not there, but they never did anything to it. They had carefully rehearsed what Dobby would say, only the truth, but in syntactically complete sentences without the hyperactivity he normally displayed. Gilderoy smiled at the house elf. Return to your duties, please. Yes, Master Lockhart, Dobby said, popping out immediately afterwards. Now, don't get your knickers in a bunch, the blonde-haired dandy said to the fuming potion master. This, he continued, tapping the box on the desk with his wand, contains all the ingredients required for polyjuice, including boomslang skin. Enough to make 12 doses. He smiled broadly as he lounged back in his chair. Everything in the box is, of course, under a stasis spell to preserve its freshness. Granger. Sneered the still irate potions master. I'll see her and Potter expelled for this. He almost smiled at the thought of finally tossing Potter out on his ear. That know-it-all mudblood would go with him made it all that much more satisfactory. This had always puzzled Harry. Snape knew that Harry was essential to Dumbledore's plans. Yet he persisted in this fantasy that Albus would punish Harry by forcing him to leave. Was the wizard so far removed from reality that he couldn't see his hopes would never see fruition no matter how terribly Harry might act? Why, Harry/Gilderoy suspected Harry could kill Draco and the headmaster would dismiss it as an unavoidable accident and allow him to escape serious punishment. I doubt that, Gilderoy said, disparagingly. After all, you now have your private stock replenished with double what she took, so you can't claim that as a reason. In addition, when word gets out just how good of a potionist she is, others will ridicule you for allowing such a talent to escape your training. Not to mention for failing to recognize what was right in front of you. He smirked at the wizard. And it would be like cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, I believe not even the incomparable Miss Evans could have accomplished that potion in her second year. It was a calculated risk, mentioning her in this context, but it should jolt the immature git into thinking twice before rejecting Gilderoy's offer outright. Professor Snape scowled, seething inside, barely containing his fury at the Popinjay daring to mention Lily. But he was right, Snape had to admit to himself. Lily, talented though she was, would have had a great deal of difficulty brewing polyjuice as a second year. Lockhart could practically read his mind just from his expressions. Severus hated to admit it, but that soft-hearted old goat shagger of a headmaster would see the return of the ingredients as leveling the account. In fact, he would probably award her points for doing it. And while he disliked the mudblood, if it was true that she could brew a perfect batch of polyjuice as a second year, to ignore her talents would call into question his abilities. Now, instead of giving her detentions forever, as I'm sure you burn to do, you should make her your assistant instead. Not apprentice, though. There are many reasons for not doing that, as you well understand. For the rest of the year, though, give her all the homework assignments from the first-year students to correct. Snape looked ready to explode. Just imagine how much private research you can accomplish now that you no longer have to waste 3 or 4 hours every week correcting the dunderhead blatherings of incompetent and venial first years. Snape still looked angry, but now there was a bit of thoughtfulness in it. That was an enticing offer. More time for his projects. Less time wasted on incompetent and troll-like idiots. And you can foist off some of Madame Pomfrey's potion requests onto her, giving you more private time still. I imagine that if you kept the total time to under 5 hours a week, no one, least of all her, would complain. 5 hours to devote to your own work, every week. 5 hours you don't have to waste monitoring detentions, she can watch them clean cauldrons as easily as yourself. Which was how the wizard normally conducted his detentions, grading homework assignments while the students scrubbed cauldrons. And when your Slytherin students object, pick the best pody oneer to grade some of the other years. Once word of the tedium, and lost study time, gets out they will stop complaining. Snape sat silent for several minutes. It wasn't hard to follow his thoughts just by observation. While he hated Harry Potter, and by extension, anyone he associated with, he didn't really hate those others except for how they wasted his time. Clearly, Granger had a talent. A talent he could use to give himself more time for his projects and research. And next year, you can give her both first and second year assignments to correct, giving you even more time while destroying what little free time she has. Snape stared coldly at the DADA professor. Why? Why are you doing this? He paused a moment. You didn't have to tell me this, nor replace the stolen ingredients. Nor place such a hard sell on the witch's talents. If you had said nothing, I never would have suspected. But never known. Gilderoy gave the other a chagrined smile. Well. Things didn't go as smoothly as they should have. He shrugged elegantly. While the polyjuice was brewed to perfection, their plan did not go as efficiently. He sighed. One impersonated Mr. Crabbe and snuck into the Slytherin common room behind Mr. Malfoy only to discover that the wizard knew as little as they did about the heir. Snape was impressed in spite of himself at their success. And farther infuriated him that they had defiled his Slytherin house. Lockhart smiled ruefully. Miss Granger, on the other hand, failed to acquire a hair from Miss Bulstrode, instead getting a hair from the witch's cat. What? That did bring a startled expression to the other professor's face. Yes, she is now in the hospital wing. A quite cute cat girl, if I say so myself. Snape leaned back in his chair, smirking. Serves the little thief right. Harry/Gilderoy waved his hand dismissively, that doesn't matter. Nothing a glamour can't hide until it wears off. However, what I need from you is your cooperation in fabricating a story to back her up. You see, she plans to write a thesis on her human-to-animal polyjuice accident. Isn't it interesting that polyjuice, which normally wears off in an hour, appears to go for weeks when an animal hair is used? When the witch takes arithmancy, I'm sure she'll get another thesis out of analyzing what happened and discovering why. Between the two, I'm sure she'll easily acquire both her potions and arithmancy and .E.W.T.S in 6th year. I thought we could say you had a client request some polyjuice and drafted the girl to brew it as a test, having noticed her remarkable talent in the classroom. The cat hair was just a bit of accidental contamination, and is a cautionary tale on verifying your materials before using them. That she is now your assistant would provide additional evidence. And why should I cooperate in your little plot? The angry professor sneered, looking for any reason to deny Lockhart his objective. Gilderoy smiled broadly and drew out 3 small vials. Would 2 ounces of basilisk blood and a 1/4 ounce each of basilisk eye fluid and venom be a sufficient incentive to procure your agreement? He placed the 3 vials on Snape's desk. The value of the 3 easily totaled more than Professor Snape earned in 2.5 years at Hogwarts. And certainly far more than the school's yearly ingredients budget. Professor Snape, it seemed, was more than willing to be of assistance. He did insist that Harry suffer a week's detention for the ingredients wasted when their pyrotechnics disrupted their class and gave Hermione time to pillage his private stock. He, of course, would change his protection enchantments so that such a tactic would fail in the future. A small price to pay, Gilderoy thought. And wasn't Hermione going to be surprised when Professor Snape walked into the hospital wing and dropped off all those ungraded scrolls with the orders that she was now his grading assistant? One day of training her in what Snape expected, and Snape would get many days of fruitful private pody-wondering in exchange. And the girl would be deliriously happy at the prospect of being a professor's assistant. The greasy-haired git was already planning how to use his newly created free time, the blonde Ponce noticed as he left the Doer Wizard's office. A visit home to his family took the rest of the day. His mother was overjoyed to see him and quizzed him relentlessly on his new position. He told her of his adventure with the basilisk and the coming news story next week. He also told them he was moving them to a new home that better suited his position in life. Lord Black. His 2 older sisters were also visiting, and he extended his offer of new homes to them, as well. They made plans to visit several House Black properties in Muggle areas, as well as contingency plans to build anew if they didn't like any of those. Nothing said they had to move to an existing residence. And they were delighted to hear that they wouldn't have to take care of their new homes themselves, as he planned to make sure each had a house elf to handle the cooking and cleaning. That this also allowed him to put up protective enchantments to keep them safe from Death Eaters and others jealous of his fame and fortune wasn't mentioned. Gilderoy planned to see more of his family in the future, now that he had assured his future, and he wanted nothing to interfere with that goal. Mr. Potter followed through Sunday morning with visiting Hermione and getting the daily pictures, according to the list Gilderoy provided. It took longer this time because they both kept referring to the list, but soon it would become a rote procedure, done automatically without much thought. Madame Pomfrey at first opposed the idea, but after consulting with Gilderoy, had no objections to Harry being the lone thesis photographer. He was, already, one of her favorite patients, with unfailing manners, always following her orders to the letter. He would never do anything inappropriate, she knew, especially after Gilderoy casted a suitable conf undo on her, of course. Madame Pomfrey decided that Hermione, with a bit of a nudge, no spells from Harry/Gilderoy, could attend her classes under a glamour during the day. She had to spend the nights in the hospital wing, though. Harry/Gilderoy was sure Harry would sneak in under his cloak for many of those. Nothing naughty would happen, they'd just talk and study, he was sure. Harry in 2nd year was far too passive and afraid of rejection to initiate anything that others might even remotely consider naughty. No, to mention he would be terrified of bollocksing up his friendship with the little witch. And he knew Hermione had a solid grounding in sex education and would keep things under control. Sunday night, well after curfew, found Gilderoy sauntering up Diagon Alley towards the offices of the Daily Prophet. Rita was surprised to see him arrive, but relaxed when he explained, "I wanted to see tomorrow's paper tonight. And make sure we both are happy with what appears." She had smirked, she knew he would heartily approve of her blockbuster articles. While waiting for the first copies to roll off the press, Harry/Gilderoy had talked an enthusiastic Rita into giving him a tour of the printing plant. It was a simple enough matter to get her to leave him to watch over the typesetter as he laid her article to bed. With the notice me not in place, he quickly carved a few runes into the press's ink barrel. Trust, believe, and a set that made you want to read the entire paper. Why he had never thought to do this for his books, he couldn't understand. Sure, he would have had to research the runes, but the payoff was well worth the effort. Harry wouldn't let him do it now, but still. The runes, powered by Gilderoy's initial charge and without a charging rune of their own, would run down in about a week. By then, everyone would be praising him and distrustful of the great Dumbledore. He would have to make it a habit to recharge them whenever an appropriate article appeared. Eventually, he would remove them lest someone find and abuse them. And put a few self-charging runes on the presses to remove any enchantments should any others with questionable moral try to repeat his trick with the ink. After taking a couple of copies of the freshly printed news parchments, he returned to Hogwarts. He debated just staying awake but decided to nap the 5 hours before his next appointment. At 5 a.m., he arrived in the ministry's atrium and found his way to the Auror's offices, where he accosted a tired wizard filling out paperwork at his desk. "Excuse me, my good wizard," he grinned his brilliant smile. "But I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, need to speak with Madam Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The man stared at him, shook his head, and said, "She shan't be in until 8. "Ah, well, that just shan't do." He pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet and showed the man the news parchment. The man stared, astonished, at the picture and headlines dominating the front page: "Lockhart kills deadly monster." And below that, "Mystery monster stalked Hogwarts students, 1 confirmed dead." And below that it said, "Headmaster befuddled for 50 years, did nothing to protect students." A side article's headline asked, "Is Dumbledore senile or incompetent?" The wizard reached to grab the paper to read it, but Harry put it back in his pocket. He was pleased to see his runes worked. "I think," he continued, "that Madam Bones will be most upset if you tell her you could have warned her of this before the public saw it. And didn't." 10 minutes later, he was sitting in her office, watching as she scowled while reading the news parchment. It was loaded with articles about the chamber, monsters that could kill or petrify with a look, the 4 founders, and an absolutely brilliant piece, in Gilderoy's opinion, about him and his accomplishments, including his tenure so far at Hogwarts. It was by far the best piece in the entire news parchment. Rita had done a masterful job researching the history of the chamber. She had the entire fiasco involving Hagrid down pat, ridiculing both the ministry and the previous headmaster, Armando Dippet, for ignoring the facts and going for a simple scapegoat. Harry's memory of what Tom had shown him had helped considerably. She had then pointed out how Dumbledore, as headmaster, had known, or at the very least, suspected the truth. And yet failed in every particular to correct the injustice as well protect the students in his school from being at risk from the basilisk in the future. When he became headmaster, the least he could have done was seal up the known access point for the beast, the witches' toilets on the 1st floor. But he had done nothing for Hagrid or the students. He had just wasted 50 years with his wand up his. Well, Rita let the readers finish that sentence themselves. She had then pointed out how he had done nothing this year to protect the students from what he clearly knew was a dangerous beast, not even closing the toilets that he had to know hid the entrance the beast had used. He had played fast and loose with their lives. Only by the most incredible luck was a student petrified instead of killed, unlike the previous time with Myrtle when someone had opened the chamber. And how he had been oh so content to wait until spring to cure the petrified boy and find out what had happened. It had taken the intervention of the skilled and expert professor of the school's DADA to acquire the proper ingredients to cure the student, at the professor's own expense, no less. The famous Professor Lockhart was more concerned with the welfare of the students than the school's headmaster. The headmaster obviously put money ahead of worry about a student's education. Then she had gone into a rant about how little he seemed to protect the students, using last year's 4 attempts on Harry Potter's life as an example. Her concluding paragraph pointed out that it took a newly hired Gilderoy Lockhart to deduce the identity of the monster, find its lair, and deal with the threat. And Gilderoy Lockhart, brilliant world-famous celebrity though he might be, had only graduated from Hogwarts 12 years before. He was a new hire, for Merlin's sake. What was the great headmaster Dumbledore, the so-called greatest wizard of the century, doing during the last 50 years that he couldn't manage this? Was he incompetent? Was he senile? Or did he know and simply not care about the students? It seems, Rita wrote, that Dumbledore can't be so great if a new hire, Gilderoy Lockhart, can do what he hadn't been able to do in 50 years. Does that mean that Gilderoy is a greater wizard than Dumbledore? Finally, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement slammed the paper down on her desk and glared at him. He smiled wryly. Considering that the headmaster never told the parents that a basilisk has been running around in Hogwarts since Halloween, I thought you might be interested. Bearing in mind that Dumbledore is also Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizen Maggots, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, perhaps it's just a matter of one man being stretched too far. From my understanding, each of those jobs would take the full-time attention of one wizard, yet he is trying to do them all himself. Perhaps he should pass up on 3 of those positions and devote his full attention to just one? In any case, while I am not one to tell someone else how to do their job, perhaps you should interview the headmaster and the Hogwarts staff today as to the situation there over the last few months. Find out what they knew, when they knew it, and what they did to safeguard the lives of your niece and the rest of the students. From the sour expression on her face, he knew that the headmaster was not going to be given easy, simple questions to answer. You know from the memories you took from Mr. Potter last November how dangerous the castle was last year to him. This year the danger seems to have expanded to include all the students. Can you imagine the loss to the wizarding world if the basilisk had happened into the Great Hall during a feast? An entire generation wiped out in mere seconds. And Headmaster Dumbledore never seemed worried in the slightest. He paused, as if a new thought had struck him. Is it possible the headmaster was in control of the beast? He stood as if horrified at the thought. No, that couldn't possibly be true, he is the leader of the light, after all. He sighed. Maybe he is a grey wizard and has managed to fool us all this time. He paced back and forth across her office for a minute before sitting back down. The head of the DMLE looked distinctly unhappy at that thought. Because it is the halls, you needn't worry about disrupting the school's schedule. The headmaster always is at breakfast, and if you arrive before the owls do, at 8 a.m., you can catch him before he has seen the Daily Prophet or received a warning from a friend who has seen it. Don't give him time to think up a suitable explanation and tell the rest of the staff what they should say. When he does see the Daily Prophet he will already have told you his version. If his explanations are lacking when compared with the known facts. Well, need I say more about trusting his veracity in the future? To start things off, he withdrew a small vial from his pocket and placed it on the edge of her desk. Here is what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. I skipped some of the more mundane aspects of my confrontation. I'm sure you'll understand I do want to put out a book of the entire experience, you know. He knew she would have several others view the memories with her, and they would spread rumors across the country, raising anticipations at seeing the rest of the week's The Daily Prophet. And spreading his fame that much farther. She nodded slowly while looking at the vial of memories. He stood. Well, now that that's all sorted, I'll get back to Hogwarts. You should have plenty of time to review that memory and prepare an investigative team for the staff. I would suggest that the headmaster be interviewed here at the ministry while the staff is interviewed at the school. You might want to dispatch some Aurors to interview a few of the more important Hogwarts children at their homes, preferably before the Daily Prophet arrives to complicate things. Perhaps Mr. Longbottom, Miss Abbott, the Weasley children, Mr. Malfoy, your niece, and so forth. You needn't bother with Mr. Potter or Miss Granger, you will see them in the memories I left you. Besides, I will be conducting them to Gringotts for some unfinished business today. If you would like to speak with them, I would be happy to escort them here on Tuesday. He started towards the door. I expect I'll see you around 7 HMM. He stopped at the door. Oh, by the way, that hidden room under the drawing room in the Malfoy's manor, was it everything you had hoped to find out about Malfoy Sr.? Perhaps you should set an alert and tag spell on the flues to the ministry watching for the dark mark to see if you can detect any Death Eaters that you might not know about. Monday morning at Hogwarts was everything Gilderoy Lockhart wanted. The Aurors, and Madame Bones, arrived at 7 just as breakfast appeared on the round table the headmaster had prepared for the holidays. Gilderoy was sure she used a time-turner to arrange everything and still get here on time. Gilderoy was the only one in attendance and he graciously invited them to dine with him while they waited for the headmaster. Half an hour later, Albus Dumbledore strode confidently into the Great Hall. He knew, of course, the moment the Aurors had crossed the protective enchantment lines that they were here. He was unaware of any problems in the school that might require the Aurors, so he was not in any hurry to dress and meet them in the hall. Ah! Madame Bones, he said as he entered, what brings you to my illustrious school? He smiled at her genially, eyes twinkling. The head of the DMLE put down her tea and stood. Headmaster Dumbledore. Something has come up of extreme importance regarding the safety of students at Hogwarts and I wanted to discuss the matter with you at the ministry. Oh? Really? He paused a moment, his grandfatherly aspect in full force. I assure you, Madame Bones, that all the students are completely safe at Hogwarts. Hogwarts' protective enchantments are second to none in Europe. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, he quietly affirmed, smiling reassuringly at her. Interesting, she said, because I have it on good authority that there has been a basilisk wandering the halls of Hogwarts since September. That certainly doesn't sound safe to me. Especially when we know for a fact that the creature has killed a student in the past. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to look at Gilderoy before staring at Witch. I assure you that the students are safe, Madame Bones. There have been no student fatalities in the school in many decades, and certainly none this year. She tilted her head slightly. True, no student fatalities, but you have lost a distressing number of defense against the dark arts teachers over the last 2 decades. Not even the ministry has had as many wizards die in the building as has Hogwarts. Doesn't sound too safe to me. Besides, how can you call Hogwarts safe after the 4 attempts last year and 1 this year to kill Mr. Potter? A safe environment does not include regular attempts to kill a student. The headmaster sighed in the manner one does when being put upon by others for matters that really are trivial. May I break my fast first? He waved his hand at the table. Certainly, headmaster. After all, we aren't here to arrest you, we'd just like you to enlighten us about certain events. The other professors, and several students, wandered in for breakfast over the next half hour, looking nonplussed at seeing the Aurors at the now slightly larger table. 25 minutes later, the 4 wizards and 1 witch headed out of the great hall towards the headmaster's office. They intended to use his flu to go to the ministry. Dumbledore had wanted to do the interview here, at the school, but Madame Bones prevailed upon him, stating there were a number of people who would be in on the interview and it was easier to move one of him than several of them. Unstated was that there would be unspeakables at the meeting, and they were notorious for not wanting to leave their headquarters. Barely 10 minutes later, several owls came winging into the great hall. Gilderoy placed an entire platter of bangers in front of the owl, delivering his copy of the Daily Prophet as he snatched the paper from Owl's leg. The picture dominating the top of the page was almost perfect for Gilderoy. The 3 adventurers were standing in front of the serpent doors to the chamber, with a giant question mark floating to the side. Proper preparation is the key to success, and he had made sure the 3 of them had faced away from the wall/doors back the way they had come, while he had pointed to the snakes over their heads. A perfect pose for a picture he knew the paper would use from the memories they provided. He made it look as if he were merely pointing out their progress so far. My word! Professor McGonagall exclaimed while staring at her copy of the rag. Professor Sinister was staring at him over her copy. Similar exclamations came from the rest of the staff. Harry and Hermione, after a quick look at the cover picture, had both blushed bright red. The other students were soon oohing and ahhing, as they shared reading the 2 copies they had received. Moments later a squad of Aurors came in and confiscated the news parchments, explaining to the protesting professors and students, "Sorry, but these are part of an investigation into things here at Hogwarts. We need to question you all before you read the Daily Prophet to prevent it from accidentally affecting your interviews." They grumbled, but agreed to finish their breakfasts and begin the interviews. The Aurors would interview the students only in the presence of their head of house, after they had interviewed heads. Gilderoy, of course, preened under the attention. He started nattering on about how dangerous it was and how he had ensured that his 2 students were always perfectly safe. When pressed for more details about what was in the chamber and what had happened, he demurred and said he didn't want to taint their testimony. Instead, he told them more details would appear in tomorrow's edition. Likewise, he mentioned nothing about what had happened previously in the year. He didn't want to prejudice the statements the others would be making. It was a bit of a tease. Tomorrow's edition was about how he had reasoned out what the creature was and how to get at it. And how the great boy who lived had helped. Wednesday would be an in-depth story about the history of the chamber and events this year, with the teaser showing part of the inside of the chamber. Thursday would showcase his battle with the basilisk in chamber, with Friday as a follow-up on the reaction of Wizarding England. 17 manipulations. While he would have preferred a much larger audience at Hogwarts, knowing that all his students were at home telling stories to their parents of his exploits made it easy to let that go. Reading about the monster while their children extolled his virtues would boost his popularity out of sight. Actually, it being the halls, it was better than if school were in session. The attention he attracted while escorting Hermione and Harry through Diagon Alley did a double duty of showing the flag and acknowledging his fans while simultaneously providing a visual of how he was mentoring the boy who lived. And feeding those rumors that the 2 children were dating. The normal 5-minute walk took almost half an hour. Poor Harry looked as if he wanted to melt through the ground to escape. The Grangers, having met them outside the leaky cauldron, were suitably impressed with Lockhart, and their daughter's new station in life. Her new robes were quite impressive. They had been stunned at the financial and property statements they received by Owl from Hermione on Wednesday last. It turned out that Lord Dagworth Granger had invested in a few businesses that were still operating, or other companies had taken them over them and were obligated to continue paying dividends. There was a modest 10,000 galleons in her vault. It would be more than sufficient to renew the protective enchantments on her properties, should she desire. Gilderoy had already noticed that while Hermione's hands retained most of their human characteristics, except the nails more nearly resembled claws and were retractable. Her feet, however, seemed more feline patterned. That is, she walked on her toes with her heels elevated. This made her a bit taller and gave her a rather elegant slinky cat-like walk, while her hips had an exaggerated and very sexy roll as she moved. Harry had also taken note, and suggested in a whisper when they had left Hogsmeade that they should take a few pictures of her walking for her thesis. Gilderoy snickered. Hermione was just going to have to get used to Harry staring at her bum as she walked, not to mention all the other male students. And probably invest in a few high-heeled shoes to explain her sudden height increase when the transformation finally wore off. He had already altered her current shoes to fit, to accustom her to wearing that style. Fortunately, the crowd at Diagon Alley distracted her parents too much for them to notice the changes in their daughter. Gilderoy planned to correct that during the day by accidentally finiting the glamour. He was sure Sirius would wet himself laughing when he saw the Pensieve memory. Harry's first property was a modest 20-room London townhouse. The second was a 40-room mansion and country estate in Wales. The country estate had a full potions workshop, a pool, and an extensive library that required they bodily drag Hermione out of it. The French estate was another 40-room mansion not far from the French Riviera, with several hundred acres of vineyard surrounding it. The income from the wine sales easily maintained all the properties and their needs, and kept his vaults growing. At Gilderoy's suggestion, Harry gave the Grangers several cases of the best year's wines, delivered to the Grangers' home by house elf. It was at their noon dinner that Gilderoy started slowly removing the glamour. They were almost to dessert when Mrs. Granger said, "Hermione. What's happening to you?" Hermione looked down at her furred hand and dropped her fork, giving her mother a wide-eyed look of astonishment. Mr. Granger was staring just as wide-eyed. "Ah," Lockhart said nonchalantly, "nothing to worry about, Mrs. Granger. That's just Lady Granger's glamour wearing off. I'll restore it later. She had a minor potion accident on Christmas that temporarily changed her into a cat." He smiled winningly at the startled parents. "Rather fortuitous, actually. No one has ever attempted a human-to-cat potion transformation. It was considered too dangerous as the potion was designed only for human-to-human." Her parents looked even unhappier at this declaration. "It's quite an opportunity for the young lady to establish herself in the potions community," he continued, smirking at their expressions. "First, because she is just a second year and has yet managed to brew a potion normally only taught to 7th-year students, and many of them cannot succeed with it." He quirked an eyebrow at them to give them a moment to grasp her skill. "Second, because the thesis she is planning to write about her transformation and her experiences will be a true groundbreaker in an area no one has ever researched." He smiled proudly. "I expect that her success in brewing this most difficult potion will give her opportunities she had never foreseen." He leaned back in his chair with an air of satisfaction, as if he were responsible for her achievement. "For example, her potions professor, Master Pot1 Severus Snape, has made her his assistant. Something he has never done before." The parents' expression were slowly changing from alarmed to confused as they tried to sort the implications of both danger and reward. And the fact that their daughter was a cat. Hermione's expressions were difficult to read during this explanation, but her emotions ranged from horror, to pride, to embarrassment. "Yes, you can see a cat blush under all that hair," Gilderoy discovered. Her mum delayed their dessert by dragging Hermione off to a bathroom to check things out. Her father just ate his dessert, shaking his head periodically. Whether to clear his thoughts or in shock, Gilderoy wasn't sure. Mrs. Granger returned with a shocked expression, switching to a little smile at odd moments. She even managed to look wistful one time while looking at her husband with a crooked smile. She also kept petting her daughter. The Dagworth Granger estate was a much more modest 15-room building with a potions workshop that filled the entire basement. Unfortunately, while some of the potions were under a stasis charm, the majority were age-ruined. The equipment, however, was perfect, and Hermione pillaged a complete set of potion preparation tools from the stock for use at Hogwarts. If she was going to be Snape's assistant, she'd better have the best tools possible. Again, they had to drag her out of the library. She did snag a duplicate original first edition to give to Snape. Gilderoy was correct, the Dagworth Granger estate protective enchantments were in dire need of upgrading. The day passed quickly, and Hermione's parents adjusted to seeing their cat daughter with varying degrees of astonishment, gradually easing into curiosity and pride at their daughter's accomplishment. Before they returned to Gringotts, Lockhart restored the glamour, and they spent the rest of the afternoon examining their finances. They decided that selling selected books from the Dagworth Granger estate, after copying them of course, would easily fund the upgrades to the protective enchantments. They left it to the goblins to arrange both. They finished with tea at a Muggle restaurant not far from the Leaky Cauldron. _ The headmaster was in his office, staring at the stack of daily profits lying on his desk. That pompous Popinjay fraud Lockhart had somehow turned into an accomplished hero at his, Albus's, expense. Dumbledore knew the man was a fraud. 2 of his acquaintances had had their memories stolen from them for his books. He had discovered this when he noticed that one of the memory thief's books bore an uncanny resemblance to a story a friend had told him several years before. When he had old that wizard with questions, the man had denied any memory of the event. He remembered Lockhart visiting him, but that was all. The other friend reported a similar experience. A bit more research had revealed the wizard to be a complete fraud, all of his stories based on experiences of other people. He had stolen their memories for profit, which seemed to fit in perfectly with his work in Hogwarts as a student, nearly failing in all subjects and only learning those things that would make him look good to his peers. But this was beyond the belief. Almost from the first day, Lockhart had behaved differently than before. Yes, he still seemed to be a self-centered rake, turning every conversation into a platform for bragging and self-aggradation. But there were jarring instances where he was stunningly competent. His interactions with Harry had been laughable, as he seemed to interpret everything the boy did as Harry trying to copy the grown wizard's fame. And his detentions had been just as farcical, with long diatribes about Lockhart's books and successes, and how to curry favor with the media and public. But then there had been Neville Longbottom's patroness. Never in all his years had the headmaster heard of someone so young successfully casting that spell. Yet Lockhart had taught it to him, and delivered a very effective lecture on magic in the process. Totally out of character. But then he had accused Ron of being a sadomasochist. When that was pointed out as foolish, he had suggested that Draco and Ron were somehow attracted to each other. While there was nothing wrong with such proclivities, the political damage to both families, should a rumor about the two associating with each other gain wide circulation, was incalculable. And it was patently obvious that the two were not romantically involved. But the Pawns insisted on spreading that rumor. But while he and Snape could look into their minds and know the boys hated each other, the rest of the staff and school had no such assurances. And rumors of the two having a dalliance could ruin his plans for Harry, simultaneously separating the friendship of Ron and Harry while lessening the antagonism between Harry and Draco. But it was such a typical thing for Lockhart to blurt out. But his involvement with this Lily Foundation was another story. How he had convinced Potter to cooperate was a mystery. And having the proceeds go to students at Hogwarts brought the boy positive press and put the boy in a good light for the public. That was a problem. He had to keep the boy isolated and dependent upon him. Unfortunately, he couldn't object publicly without compromising his position as magical guardian. People would question why he had allowed the Muggles to abuse the boy. Claiming he never thought to check, and being unable to explain why he hadn't taught the child about his heritage, would get his guardianship revoked for incompetence. And that would turn into a major political fight as every heavy hitter in Wizarding England would demand and fight for custody. The only positive to that situation was that he didn't have to worry about Malfoy getting his hands on the boy. And Narcissa seemed completely uninterested in the famous boy. Albus knew that Lockhart was somehow involved in the destruction of the Malfoys. From the third richest family in Britain to barely above commoners was a breathtaking plunge in financial fortunes in a mere few weeks. How Lockhart had done it was a mystery, but, before his death, Lucius had insisted the man had tricked him into ruin over house points, and that made no sense whatsoever. And so his favourite foil in the Wizengamot was gone, leaving many of his plans in disarray. And amid his buffoonish attitude, Lockhart still managed to garner headlines. Accusing Draco of murder, and then sneaking Harry out to an interview with Rita Skeeter. The bad press for Dumbledore wasn't anything he couldn't handle, but it wasted his time dealing with those piddling problems and reassuring his followers, especially those at the edges. Then the nitwit actually found the lost Ravenclaw diadem. That was great press for Hogwarts, but Rita had managed to turn it into asking why the great Dumbledore hadn't found the diadem first. As if he had time to waste searching for a useless artifact such as that. He had more important things to do. The fiasco with that cursed diary had cost him the support of the Weasleys, perhaps permanently. Lockhart, anticipating his actions, had prevented him from hiding the facts before anyone noticed. And while Dumbledore was a master at wandless silent magic casting, staring at the tip of Lockhart's already glowing wand had denied him the time for any reaction at all except acceptance. And once given, the vow prevented him from acting immediately to retain his most devoted followers. Their daughter hadn't been that badly damaged by the possession, but his hesitance to assist her had further alienated the Weasleys. And had them call into question his competence. It would take time and effort to recover his position with them, but he could do it. A few compulsion charms, a bit of help here and there, and sooner or later they would fall back into his control. But in the meantime, he was without their unconditional support. And every time he spoke with Arthur about things in the Ministry and the Wizengamot, the wizard kept him at a skeptical distance, questioning his reasons for every little proposed action. While Albus started repairing his damaged reputation, Gilderoy had once more appeared an incompetent, oblivious idiot. Except he had shown a rather remarkable dueling ability during that first dueling club meeting. That he had managed to secure a tea date with McGonagall had been surprising, but then Dumbledore had never understood the dynamics of how witches and wizards interacted. Voldemort he could easily predict, witches? Not at all. And now this. The Chamber of Secrets. He had thought that a secret well kept. No one else knew where the entrance was, nor the creature contained in it. Lockhart's pretensions to knowing both had been laughable, and he knew the wizard had never been even close to Myrtle's toilets in his so-called investigations of the castle. But now? Lockhart had found it, entered it, and apparently killed the creature. Dumbledore had already been to the entrance this morning, to find still sealed but now concealed behind a simple notice me not spell as well. The pictures in the Daily Prophet proved he had been down there. And the fallout from the Daily Prophet articles continued relentlessly. Not a day went by that didn't record several howlers berating him for endangering the students so recklessly. Even his so-called allies were keeping their distance and not responding to his flu calls or owls. In a matter of days, he had lost much of his prestige and influence. Madame Bones had been thorough, and damn her for getting to him before he had a chance to see those bloody articles in the Daily Prophet. Only after the interview, which had taken all morning, did he see a copy of that worthless rag. And by then it was too late, people had already started talking with each other and comparing experiences. By Friday, he had managed to retain his position as headmaster only after promising to resign his positions as chief warlock of the Wizengamot and as supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. and the former had beaten a vote removing him from the office by only a few hours. A deadly blow to his influence both internal to England and to the world. Especially as everyone saw it as a rebuke of his handling of Hogwarts. Fools, all of them were fools. They didn't understand that the being headmaster of Hogwarts gave him the power to control the future generations of the wizarding world. Just look how he had so masterfully arranged things to become the most influential wizard in the world, looked up to by almost the entire wizarding world. He couldn't have done that if he were simply the supreme mugwump or chief warlock. It had taken several generations of convincing Hogwarts students of his greatness that had led to his establishing himself as a great wizarding statesman. And now, here was that fraud Lockhart undoing decades of work in a matter of days. Well, appearances were deceiving. While to the public he had lost influence, to the movers behind the scenes he was still a powerful force, crossed at one's own peril. He would claw his way back into power, just you wait. In another decade, he will have regained those lost positions and be even more powerful. Lockhart was a dangerous wizard, hiding behind a facade of incompetence as a dandy. The headmaster couldn't directly attack the man without doing damage to himself. After all, he had hired the man. And just look at how well the wizard was finding things and saving students. If he tried any attacks at this stage of the game, direct or indirect, they would come off as jealousy or revenge for perceived slights and harm only himself. He would have to wait for the furor to die down. In the meantime, he would start rumors about the wizard's book being stolen memories from other wizards and witches. For some, it would ruin their reputations, for what wizard or witch wants everyone to know they were the victim of a fraud and cheat? But it was for the greater good, after all. In all the fuss and bother of the basilisk and the resulting scrutiny of his actions, or non-actions, he missed the small ministry announcement towards the back of one of the daily prophets declaring that houses Slytherin, Black, Gryffindor, Peveril, Gaunt, and Potter now had sitting lords in the Wisengamot. _ Gilderoy waited outside the hospital wing doors and watched as Harry reluctantly left. Curfew would hit in a few minutes and Gilderoy knew Harry planned to hide in a classroom and sneak back to visit with Hermione some more after Madame Pomfrey went to sleep in an hour or so. It was all harmless petting at this stage, literally. Gilderoy knew from his passive legilimens that Hermione loved Harry's attention, especially when he scratched her between her ears and on the back of her neck. She wasn't sure what to think about the feeling she got when he scratched at the base of her tail, but they sure were nice. As were the feelings when they compared how her new chest accessories compared to her originals. She resolutely decided not to think about those feelings, and only recorded the results of their investigations in her journal. They spent most of their time in the hospital wing with her telling him about her family and their vacations. He told her only a tiny fraction about the Dursleys. Harry/Gilderoy waited until Harry was out of sight before removing his disillusionment spell and slipping into the hospital wing. He walked quietly to her bed hidden behind screens to provide her privacy. He didn't quiet his actual footsteps, so she wasn't startled when he knocked politely on the edge of one screen stand. "Good evening, Professor Lockhart," she said, surprised that he came to see her. "Good evening, Miss Granger." He studied her in the soft candle light. She was reading a book, of course, preparing for the upcoming classes when they started tomorrow. She looked back at him questioningly. The glamour had worn off, so she was her catty self. She and Harry were reapplying the glamour throughout the day every day, as practice for when the other students returned. It would tire them out doing that spell, but it would be good exercise for their magic cores. They both would come out of this stronger than their peers. He hoped to have them doing it silently and wandlessly by the end of the month. If someone hit her with a finite and accidentally revealed her form, they planned to explain it as a prank by the twins. He sat at the bottom corner edge of the bed facing her, eschewing using the chair. He gave a discreet wave of his wand and put up privacy charms around them. Now, no one could listen, or would even realize he was there talking with her. "Did you feel those, Miss Granger? You should. You certainly can. It will come with practice. The next time you see someone cast a spell, look for the feel of it on your skin. Some spells will leave a taste in your mouth, others a smell, the result of your brain trying to describe sensations for which it has no references. Most will make your skin seem to move ever so slightly, telling you what was cast and from where. At first, have friends cast the spells on you with your eyes closed. Wait for the feel of the magic. Mr. Potter does that instinctively." She nodded, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to write down what he had said. He sighed, a stab of jealousy hitting him. For all the fame and money he had and was going to get in the future, he would never again possess what Harry and Hermione would have. He missed his Hermione. And McGonagall and Sinistra could never measure up, not even together. Hermione's devotion to Harry was unlike any witch's regard for Gilderoy. On the other hand, if he succeeded, this Hermione and Harry would have the life they deserved. And with her newfound house and his houses, they would have an interesting life. Not as interesting as Harry/Gilderoy's, rather boring by comparison, he thought. But boring was the life that Harry had always wanted. The life Harry/Gilderoy would have would be a compromise, neither quite pleased with the result, but preferable to the alternative, especially after he revealed to the pompous poser, the original Gilderoy Lockhart stuck in his head, what would have happened to him at the end of this year. Anything was better than being a permanent nobody in the spell damage ward at St. Mungo's. He smiled at her wryly. "Ah, Miss Granger, how I wish I were your age. I would be giving Mr. Potter a real run for his money. You are a prize well worth pursuing." He extended a passive probe to pick up her emotions. He wanted to do this very carefully, her emotions would provide him the guide he needed. She stared at him wide-eyed, stunned that anyone would regard her as someone worth chasing, blushing furiously at the idea her idol would feel that way towards her. "Oh, come now, Miss Granger, did you really think no one realizes how knowledgeable and powerful you are? You understand spells faster than anyone else. You're always the very first to cast a new spell. And while not as powerful as some, knowing how to use the spell correctly is better than sheer power in many situations. And now you're Professor Snape's assistant. Even Mr. Potter has noticed." She gave him a disbelieving look. "Speaking of Mr. Potter, in case you haven't realized, and I think you suspect it, he is quite taken with you. As you already know, he is more than willing to risk his life for you. No greater devotion can be possible. And, in fact, he's going to sneak in here shortly just to be with you, although he will pretend it is just because you are friends and you're in the hospital wing, and not because he fancies you." She blinked up at him from the bed. Reading her expressions was difficult under all that fur, but at least the forward tilt to her ears indicated her interest in what he had to say. That and her emotions clearly revealed her interest. "What I am about to tell you is in the strictest of confidences. I shan't ask for an oath, just your promise that you shan't reveal what I'm about to tell you." "Of course, Professor Lockhart," she said, eyes shining and pride growing at the thought he would confide in her. He was, after all, her favorite teacher, surpassing even Professor McGonagall. He was a great teacher, he cared about his students, and he was an accomplished author. He had fought a basilisk just last week. As an idol, he was perfect for her. And she was starstruck on him something terrible. But she also knew he was an adult and would never see her as anything other than a child and a student. Harry, on the other hand. "Do you like Mr. Potter?" She cast her gaze down on the bedspread. "Professor Lockhart," she said, slightly scandalized and no doubt blushing. She was definitely feeling embarrassed at being caught. She looked back up at him. It was easy for the witch to separate her admiration for her professor from how she felt about her very best friend who had risked his life for her. He raised an eyebrow. Finally, she said, "Yes, albeit quietly. But just as a friend," she added quickly. She liked him more than she was willing to let on, he could feel. He grinned at her. "Would you be opposed to being his girlfriend?" She stared up at him, clearly caught in a quandary, wary hope spiking in her emotions. "But he doesn't like me like that," she said by way of reply. "But he does." She narrowed her eyes. "How do you know that?" she half whispered. Her emotions swirled, happy at the possibility, worried he was wrong. And while she looked up to the accomplished and published Gilderoy, Harry had saved her life. And treated her like a real person. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "Mr. Potter has not had a good childhood." She blinked, frowning at the apparent non sequitur. "His family, if you can call it that, actually detest the very sight of him. They have abused him, both emotionally and otherwise." She leaned back in shock, outrage present in her emotions. How could a family do that? She had suspected things were not as they should be with him, but to have it confirmed. He does not know the meaning of love, having never seen it nor experienced it. The only emotion he knows how to show is anger, with which he has plenty of experience. Think back to how he stiffens up when you hug him, how he avoids direct contact with anyone, how he keeps distance between himself and everyone else. If someone is within arm reach, they are close enough to hit him, so he carefully keeps just outside that reach. To him, close means pain is coming. You and Mrs. Weasley are the only two who have ever hugged the boy. No loving mother has ever kissed him goodnight on the forehead, no loving father has praised him for doing well. No parent had ever hugged him and told him he is loved. Instead, his aunt has always coldly ordered him to bed and his uncle violently reprimanded him for achieving better scores than his idiot cousin. There's nothing like being hit with a frying pan or beaten until you can't stand to dissuade you from doing your homework or outscoring your cousin on a test. You know he isn't stupid, but he's been trained to never do better than his cousin, and that fear of excelling has now extended to Mr. Weasley. You are an excellent student that anyone smart would use as a model for success, but Mr. Weasley is a lazy, selfish, arse. And that is what Mr. Potter is limiting himself to out of reflex. Mr. Weasley, even though his envy has put him at a distance. Harry's afraid that if he does better, that if he were to challenge you for status as top student, well, he firmly believes that his only remaining friend, you, will leave him. You can fix that, if you want. Her mouth fell open in shock. He loves you, but he has no idea that he does. He has no yardstick with which to measure it. But, Really now, how close do you want to be to someone that you would sneak into the hospital wing nightly just to talk with her? To him, like and love have little meaning, emotionally. If he understood what it was to like someone, he would tell you how much he likes you. Unfortunately, as you may have noticed, he has no social skills at all. His cousin saw to that, chasing away and beating up any who showed the boy kindness or offered friendship. Her emotions roiled in outrage. You are, quite literally, the first girl he has ever had as a friend, and he has spoken more to you in the last month than to all the girls, and boys, he has ever known. And you are only the second person ever to accept him as a friend. The first was Mr. Weasley. And so he treats you the way he would treat another boy, because he doesn't know any better. He divides people into those he trusts and those he does not. He trusts you as he trusts no one else. And while Mr. Ron Weasley is his best friend and he trusts him, he already knows the boy is jealous of his fame and his money, so he downplays and hides both so as not to lose the very first friend he has ever had. And you can see how well that is turning out. But Mr. Weasley is a bad influence on Mr. Potter, as you know. Skiving off studying and homework just to play chess or exploding snap is not how you become a great wizard or witch, but it is what the lazy Mr. Weasley wants to do. And so he drags Harry down to his level by distracting him from schoolwork. And Harry, afraid to lose his only male friend, endeavors to stay at that level instead of excelling as he could do if he tried only a little bit. He has even remained quiet in the face of some of Mr. Weasley's criticisms of you in order to keep the peace with the other boy. Lockhart shook his head sadly. Please forgive him for those lapses. She half nodded, mulling over what he had said and seeing the truth in his description of Ron's friendship and its impact on Harry's studies. Anger at his relative's treatment echoed in the background. What you must do is wean him away from Mr. Weasley by providing incentives to stay with you, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Lovegood. Simply telling him he needs to study or do homework shan't do the job. Ask him to teach you how to fly, and then make that the reward for doing well. You'll spend time with him flying. He will love you for it, even if he doesn't know that's what you call that feeling. She was shaking her head. Fear of flying almost overcame her hope at being with Harry. He smiled at her. I know you dislike flying on a broom, Miss Granger, but you should regard it as a necessary life skill. You don't have to be able to do a Wronski feint, but you should be able to ride well enough to escape an attack by a dark wizard. You wouldn't want to watch Harry die just because you couldn't fly a broom, now would you? And as to dark wizards, remember that Voldemort possessed Professor Quirrell last year. Next time he might just succeed in returning, putting all your lives in danger. One day, being able to fly well on a broom might save both your lives, because Harry will never willingly abandon you. She nodded her head again, still wide-eyed. In fact, Miss Granger, I shall make that a DADA homework assignment for the class. By the end of the term, I want you to be able to fly well enough to be a Quidditch chaser. Failing to fly well will knock your grade down. At her horrified and appalled look, he added, for a quick pick-up game, not as for a professional or house team. He paused, unless you want to, that is. And Mr. Potter will be thrilled to help you do that. He enjoys flying as a truly liberating experience, where all his worries go away. Just watch his face sometime when he is flying and you will soon understand. He plays Quidditch for the excuse to fly. He doesn't understand that he has the right to go flying whenever he wants. I suggest you ask Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood to join the two of you, if Mr. Potter agrees, that is. They, too, could do with the practical aspect of learning how to fly properly. Tell them I suggested that they join you. He stopped and thought a moment. Well, we seem to have gotten off track a bit. He smiled at her again. What I really wanted to tell you is that if you want Mr. Potter to be your boyfriend, you will have to tell him that he's your boyfriend. He will never believe that a girl would want to be his girlfriend, so he will never think to ask, no matter how obvious you make it to him what you want. In matters of the heart, Mr. Potter is blind. It is up to you to show his heart how to see. She frowned, but hope was filling her heart. Remember, he has never seen any examples of how a true couple should act, and his relatives have beaten into him the belief that he is not good enough for anything good or nice to happen to him. It's why he is so reckless with his life, rushing in where others fear to tread to him. His life is always worth less than the one he is trying to save. He feels no one would miss him should he die, yet he knows he would be upset and unhappy if someone else were to die when he could have prevented that. And he fears everyone would blame him for the other's death because he didn't prevent it. You must counteract that by showing him that his life is worth just as much as anyone else's. Show him that he is just as valuable a person as anyone else. She nodded slowly, determination evident. Watch his expression carefully when you grab his hand tomorrow morning on the way to breakfast and you tell him he is your boyfriend because only he is good enough for that position. He will try to tell you that you are mistaken. He shan't understand why anyone would want him as a boyfriend. Don't take no for an answer. You can tell him that if he wants, you will be his girlfriend until the end of term, and then if he doesn't want to continue, well, you can both call it off. He could feel the spike of fear from her when he said that. But that shan't happen unless you drive him away with jealousy. Other girls will vie for his attention, and put you down as unsuitable. Especially when they discover his multiple lordships. They will be jealous of you, so ignore them. And should anyone, no matter how highly placed, tell you not to write to him over the summer, ignore them. They are trying to make Mr. Potter feel that he has no friends. Remember what Dobby did to his mail over the summer? And how you felt when your letters went unanswered. Whatever you do, do not believe any rumors you may hear. Always talk with Harry first. Remember, he has no social skills. He may make a mistake, or 10, because he simply doesn't know any better, so be ready to forgive him. That will be especially hard to do considering he is the head of house for 3 important houses and it will be expected of him to have wives to supply heirs for those lines, or to blood adopt children for the same. And when the other witches hear about the other houses, well, you'll have your work cut out for you. Unless, of course, you select those other girlfriends before someone you dislike imposes themselves. Perhaps Miss Lovegood and Miss Weasley? Both are impressionable and you would find both rather easy to live with. And Miss Lovegood's creatures? She sees auras and apparently likes to name certain transitory features, the child in her thinking them separate magical creatures. Or perhaps they really are pure magic creatures that only she can see, who is to know the truth. But, remember, no matter what happens you will always be first in his heart. She was watching and listening to him carefully. Maybe you should tell him tonight when he sneaks in here to be with you that you want to be his girlfriend. A kiss on the cheek would not be out of order. Perhaps a kiss every morning when he takes your thesis pictures. In week, move from his cheek to a quick peck on his lips. And a warning about what the other witches will do when they discover his house situation. And you needn't worry about him taking advantage of you, he will be too terrified of ruining your friendship, of chasing you away forever. So, you will have to initiate things every step of the way. You want him to kiss you on the lips? You will have to kiss him first so he knows it's okay. You want him to hug you? Tell him that's what will make you happy. He has no idea how to treat a girl, so you will need to coach him in the particulars. Be patient and let him know the real decisions are up to him. Do tell him that if he brags to his friends about private things you do together that you will be extremely disappointed in him. All those things he hears the older boys saying about their girlfriends should be private, and it shows that the boys have no regard for their girlfriends. Plus, and most importantly, it shows that they are incapable of being trusted to keep secrets. Be sure to point that out, explicitly. Trust me, it will work out as long as you take the forefront in matters of emotion and let him make his own decisions on how to follow through. Use rewards to get him to improve in school. No bossing around. Use please a lot. And let him go off with Mr. Weasley when he feels he must. You do not want to force him to choose between yourself and Mr. Weasley. Never, ever, give an ultimatum about anything unless you are willing to accept that he might choose against you and you lose everything because of his pride. And make sure Mr. Potter knows when Mr. Weasley has hurt you with his words. He left the hospital wing behind, headed for his rooms. He left Hermione in a mess of conflicting emotions, fear that her professor might be wrong, hope that he wasn't, fury with Harry's relatives for damaging the boy so much, and determination to do what she could to help him. Harry/Gilderoy would monitor the two closely for a while, nudging the witch as needed, restraining her if she became overbearing. No matter what, it would be better than what he had gone through with Ron and Hermione in his future. And he was right, he received quite a few party invitations for the New Year's celebrations. He graciously attended several, fluing between them, before midnight struck. It was a very profitable evening, from Gilderoy's point of view. Harry Lockhart was almost bored to tears. 18 secret too many. It was mid-January, 3 weeks after the story broke about the basilisk, and things had quieted down at both the school and elsewhere. He was amazed that no one had noticed the ministry announcement about the lordships. Or, perhaps, the smart ones were merely waiting to see why the announcements were so low-key. Usually, houses made a big deal, with lots of pomp and circumstance, when investing a new lord as head of house. It was time, Lockhart decided, to stir the cauldron once more. As he had known would happen, Hermione's fur was slowly disappearing. She had taken his advice and acquired high-heel shoes to explain her sudden increase in height, but hadn't yet realized she no longer needed them. The constant catwalking on her toes had transitioned to wearing the high heels out of habit. Harry was not the only one to notice the way her robe swayed as she walked, and how her hands hit her hips. And the fact that she now had a beautiful smile of perfect teeth. Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley was not one of those to be so observant. He persisted in arguing with and insulting her. His relationship with Harry was almost as tumultuous. Already, they were drifting apart and Harry was finding it difficult to keep his friendship on an even keel. Gilderoy's talk with Mr. Weasley at the ministry had apparently made its way to the twins because they suddenly took to sitting with Ron between them, carefully monitoring, and correcting, his eating habits. When questioned during a detention taken from Snape, Harry told Gilderoy that the twins had sworn an oath to their younger brother to cease using him as a test subject for their pranks. Otherwise, the poor Burke would have been terrified to eat anything in such close proximity to them. The twins pulling their brother aside at meals also put a barrier between the two erstwhile friends. It had also given the red-headed boy something to complain about to Harry that didn't involve Hermione. The Weasley parents had also given Percy a dressing down, it appeared. He was much less officious during his rounds as a prefect. And he seemed to be writing home much more frequently, making it a point that Ginny included a message every time his owl headed that way. Hermione's assistantship to Snape had stunned the school, and she had spent the entire afternoon and evening that first day after the other students returned from holidays correcting homework assignments the Firsties had all turned into Professor Snape. Not knowing exactly what to expect, she had read them all first, then sorted them into piles separated by how much the homework actually said compared to what Professor Snape had told her he expected. He had written a sample perfect assignment for her reference. Only then did she start grading them, rereading them again. Continuing that would cut quite heavily into her time with Harry, so Gilderoy had pulled her aside the next afternoon as she and Harry headed to supper. "Ah, Miss Granger. A moment of your time." The witch had looked up at him, Harry stopping at her side. Gilderoy had been pleased to see they were holding hands. The school knew that Harry and Hermione were an item, as they went everywhere holding hands. Ginny, of course, was not pleased at this development. She had even made a few snarky comments about which broom closet they preferred. She didn't seem to make the connection that the witch she was criticizing was grading her potions assignments. Or maybe she thought Hermione was too professional to let such comments affect her grading. Lockhart doubted it. The Weasley girl was at the age where she had not yet connected that her current actions had consequences she would have to deal with later. It also made it difficult for Hermione to believe Gilderoy that she would make a good addition to their potential marriage. "Yes, Professor Lockhart." The witch had been carrying a much larger load of parchments than normal, the homework assignments. Lockhart had bestowed on her a generous display of his beautiful smile, striking a pose in his resplendent mauve robes. "Because you are new to grading homework assignments, I thought I would give you a few pointers." In his future life, he had sheltered with a Muggle teacher for a couple of weeks. Somehow, the subject of grading papers came up. Harry hadn't understood how one got through them without losing one's mind. The woman had explained it quite simply, and so now, Harry/Gilderoy passed it on to Hermione. Or was that back, considering this was the past? First, take a parchment and write the name of the assignment at the top. Then make a list of the important details mentioned in lecture or in the textbook that are required in the assignment. Not mentioning those details shows that the student either doesn't understand the assignment or doesn't understand the subject. Failing to mention those details is a failed assignment. How many are left out indicates just how much of a failure it is, he said. Draw a line, then list the details you expect the paper to mention to show that the student actually read the textbook, listened in class, or researched as instructed. Draw another line and list the details that only the most diligent student will discover. Count how many details you have in the important list, and divide them into 70. That becomes your passing grade, or acceptable, if they get them all in the paper. Count the details in the second list and divide them into the remaining 30 points. Each detail you see in the paper you add that amount to the total score. The third list are extra credit details that can fill in for missed details in the second list, or to give a bit of extra credit. So, if you have 4 details that must be mentioned, they each are worth 18 points, 72 total. If you have 6 details in the second list, each is worth 5 points, for a total of 102 for a diligent student. So, someone who gets the 4 main details and 2 of the secondary details gets a score of 82, or and exceeds expectations. Extra credit details are worth the same as the secondary, so if a student included 2 of those as well, the score would go from 82 to 92, an outstanding. Any score over 102 is an outstanding plus. See? Easy. Then, on a second parchment, you just make a grid chart of the students down the page and 1 column for each detail across the top, and then scan each assignment looking for those details. Check the boxes, and when you're done just add up the scores for a grade. That will cut your reading time dramatically because you only need to read an assignment once. It also makes it much fairer. And if someone writes short or long homework, you take off points based on how much they missed. The required length part of homework is learning to write to the length specified. If the student can't write to the length assigned, it means they are not following directions and need to be penalized. Both had stared at him wide-eyed. Gilderoy nodded happily. Yes, that's all there is to it. It's so simple you might even get Harry to help you occasionally, just don't let anyone see him doing that. Plus, once you have the assignment detail sheet, you never have to do it again, and that saves you time as well for next year. He had grinned happily. Once more Gilderoy had bestowed important life-changing information to his students. There now, that's sorted. Off with you, don't want to miss supper. He had made a shooing motion with his other hand. And the two had taken his advice. It had helped that Hermione was a speed reader. And far more organized than Snape ever would be. Now it took her less than an hour to grade a class's homework instead of the 2 to 3 hours that Professor Snape usually used. With her penchant for scheduling, that meant she still had plenty of time to devote to helping Harry. Which she did. Everyone had quickly settled into their new routines. Harry spent almost all his time with Hermione. His goal this past month had been to prevent anyone from actually touching her hands or arms. While the glamour hid her appearance, someone touching her arm or hand would feel the fur and know something was wrong. Others interpreted it as him being an overprotective boyfriend. The girls thought it was cute while the boys his age thought it rather creepy. Some of the more intelligent older students noted their girlfriend's reaction and began mimicking him to a degree. Gilderoy noticed that Hermione did a lot of touching of her own, running her fingers through his hair when he sat beside her on a couch or touching his arm with her hand to attract his attention or just when talking. They tended to bump together frequently when standing or walking, even when they weren't holding hands, a rare event. Based on some of Harry's expressions, Gilderoy could see the little wizard was amazed that anyone, especially a girl, would want close contact with him. And the smile he had whenever she reached over to take his hand gave Harry/Gilderoy a stab of jealousy. Mr. Ron Weasley, it seemed, was a bit jealous of the attention the two bestowed on each other, and considered it an affront that Harry might want to spend time with someone other than himself. And he was very offended when Hermione refused to let him copy her assignments anymore. That Harry often allowed him to copy his work didn't seem to help, especially when he noticed that Harry was doing much better than he was on those assignments. In fact, of the group of 5, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ron was always at the bottom of the assignment scores for their classes. And always did the worst in the practicals, as well, his new wand only making a small difference because the lazy git just didn't practice anything. So it was that on the third Monday of the month, at breakfast, that Rita Skeeter once more sat with her photographer Bozo at the head of the Gryffindor table. The headmaster was once more giving Gilderoy an unhappy glare. The students were once more staring at the flamboyant professor, excitedly wondering what new surprise he was about to unveil. The other professors watched with expressions ranging from undisguised glee, Professor Flitwick, to happy anticipation, the witches at the headmaster's table, to boredom, Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall, if you would please. Harry/Gilderoy invited the puzzled professor to step to the front of the headmaster's table. He pulled the sword of Gryffindor from his robes and dropped to one knee. He presented the sword to her with the blade resting on one hand and the hilt in his other. He said, "Professor McGonagall, it is with great pleasure that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor return to your house, Gryffindor House, the lost sword of Gryffindor. Not seen for many centuries and believed lost forever, only a true hero of Gryffindor may call the blade to his or her side in time of danger. While I am not a member of Gryffindor House, the sword came to my hands while I fought the basilisk for the safety of Hogwarts students just a few weeks ago. I hereby return it to your hands so that it may join Ravenclaw's diadem in the entryway display case for all to see." To say the staff was stunned was an understatement. By the way, some basilisk poison splashed on the blade, so be very careful. Being a goblin blade, it has absorbed the poison. Even the slightest cut will be fatal, he explained as the staff, and especially the headmaster, inspected the treasure. As you all may remember from the articles in the Daily Prophet, I killed the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with a sword. This is that sword. The sultry look the older witch gave him as she left the headmaster's table with the sword in hand to place it in the entryway display case promised him a reprise of their frolic from their date night. Gilderoy was doing a little happy dance in his head while Harry was not sure what to think. Professor Sinister was giving him a welcoming look, as well. The headmaster, for some reason, did not appear as happy about the sword's return to Hogwarts as one might suppose. Harry wondered how long it would take the old fart to realize that the sorting hat was missing. He still had it in his robe pocket. The hat seemed to enjoy being out and about in the castle. It was in no hurry to return to the shelf it usually resided on in the headmaster's office with only Fawkes and portraits for company. He sometimes wore the hat during his nighttime patrols and activities for the conversation and relief that he had someone to confide in about his projects. They both appreciated the situation, and the hat occasionally bemoaned having to return to its shelf for the summer. The witches had not yet noticed the hat hanging on his wooden elf in the bedroom. The hat never complained about his having company over, no matter how late. The hat, Harry decided, was the perfect discreet roommate. Rita had another 2 days of headlines, and told Harry/Gilderoy she was now the highest paid reporter on the staff. And his reputation took another climb. Soon, as many people would know his name as did Harry Potter's. Valentine's Day, Sunday, was a hoot, as far as Harry/Gilderoy was concerned. It had taken only a slight encouragement on Gilderoy's part to get the Harry Potter fan club to send Valentine's Day cards en masse rather than a single card with all their names telling Harry that he could depend on their support. The dwarfs brought him just as much amusement, and he made sure that the little wizard received several singing cards in the Great Hall at dinner and supper to maximize his mortification. Hermione was almost as embarrassed. The dwarves were grumpy, but he rewarded them well with generous bonuses for not going on a rampage and slaughtering the clueless students. He did, however, sneak a private tea and scones picnic for the two children in the come-and-go room in the middle of the afternoon. That took a bit of effort on his part, but coordinating with Dobby the two were able to set up a special and romantic tea room with a hidden entrance on the first floor and keep the C&G room's 7th floor location a secret for just a bit longer. From their smiles, he presumed the couple enjoyed their private together time quite a lot. Gilderoy found it interesting that Harry's little group had grown and rearranged itself. Luna had switched to sitting by Neville at the meals. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones had taken to sitting and studying with Harry and Hermione. The two girls alternated with each other on who actually sat beside him. At meals, the twins had kept Ron isolated from Harry as they concentrated on teaching the disgusting pig table manners. Recently, they had started letting him eat most of his meals away from them as a test, with the warning that if he fell back into his bad habit of eating like a starving dog, they would dragoon him into more proper eating etiquette lessons. Ron was upset at having lost his prime seat beside Harry to a couple of girls who steadfastly refused his subtle requests that they move the bloody hell over. Instead, he found himself seated beside Hermione. Based his listening charms, Gilderoy knew the boy again blamed Harry for not treating his best mate better. Hermione seemed to be taking the new arrangements on Harry's other side rather calmly. He did notice, though, that she sometimes allowed a quick expression of uneasiness when one of the other girls put her hand on Harry's arm or brushed up against him while they were eating, studying, or walking. Was it possible Susan's aunt had ferreted out that Harry was indeed now Lord Potter, with at least 2 other house lordships? Hopefully, she hadn't discovered that he had 5 total and Gilderoy was going to take 2 off his hands. He would have to take Hermione aside on Monday and give her advice on how to handle the situation. To tell her that the best way to deal with the other girls was to become best friends with them, rather than to treat them as rivals to be outwitted or outmaneuvered. The only way a successful group marriage could work was if they were all good friends and not constantly trying to gain an advantage over each other. The previous week, Gilderoy had spent a bit of time with Harry one evening during a detention explaining to him about witches and their expectations regarding boyfriends and dating. He told him that flowers were always a good way to show one's appreciation for a witch, and that there was even a language of flowers that assigned a meaning to them when they were given. Things such as single full-bloom red rose meant I love you or I still love you, whereas a yellow rose meant joy and friendship. You could even use monk's hood to say beware, a deadly foe is near. Hopefully he would never need that last. Jewelry, such as bracelets, necklaces, and earrings, were also always a good idea, especially considering one could embed powerful protective spells and enchantments into them. Based on Hermione's reactions on Valentine's Day, and the new bracelet with book and broomstick charms that she wore, Gilderoy felt it had been a very productive detention. At supper, the other 2 girls noticed and immediately started admiring the new bracelet, complimenting Hermione profusely in the process. It didn't take a seer to see that the 3 girls would have a conversation regarding Harry in the near future. _ Ah, Madam Bones. So good of you to give me a few moments of your time. The head of the DMLE nodded at the wizard as he entered her office. She had mixed feeling about this meeting. So far this year, every time the wizard's name came up, something major happened in the wizarding world. He had had an interesting career before his placement as the DADA professor at Hogwarts, but he was now quite the gadfly. On the one hand, previously he had appeared very ineffectual, regardless of what his books said. Yet since November, he had set the wizarding world on its head, with something new every few weeks. First, there was the claim of attempted murder on Harry Potter, and the revelations about the boy's first year that no one had suspected. Then, somehow, he was involved in the fiasco with Lucius Malfoy and had sent a tip regarding a hidden room in the wizard's home that had yielded a veritable bonanza of dark artifacts. That alone guaranteed she would see him when he asked. What other tidbits might he know? That he next recovered the lost Ravenclaw diadem, slew a basilisk in Hogwarts, and thoroughly humiliated the headmaster in the process merely enhanced her curiosity. Then he announced he had recovered the lost sword of Gryffindor. And, seemingly by accident, over the last few months he had managed to discredit Dumbledore and force him to give up several politically important positions. And Dumbledore, while still a powerful figure in wizarding politics, wasn't the unassailable figure he had been. Their discoveries during his disposition at the ministry following the furor over the basilisk had damaged his credibility severely. He was clearly no true figure of light. And now many in the ministry and Wisengamot knew this, even if the public didn't yet. He had managed to keep his position as headmaster only with difficulty. Bones was sure that blackmail of some sort was involved. For an ineffectual wizard, Lockhart was either incredibly lucky or incredibly underhanded and sneaky. And if the reports she had received from Gringotts were correct, he was the richest wizard in the world. Hence her immediate agreement to this meeting when he had told her yesterday. With that kind of record, she couldn't say no. Besides, he was very rich. And single. And rich. Did she mention single? I understand how difficult it is to work an unexpected visit into your schedule, Madam Bones. Between my classes at Hogwarts and working on my new book, I barely seem to have time to eat. And the new book, Burrowing with a Basilisk, is shaping up nicely, too. I expect it to be one of my biggest sellers, outperforming my last book, Magical Me, by a large margin, as impossible as that may seem, Gilderoy said enthusiastically. The chapter on my duel with the giant serpent is the most exciting thing I've ever written, I'll have you know. Of course, all the mundane investigating and searching I had to do beforehand isn't nearly as thrilling. Mr. Lockhart, interrupted Madame Bones, not pleased with his meanderings about his book and beginning to understand why he was still single. What did you want to tell me? Oh, yes. Lockhart smiled, not perturbed at being interrupted. Well, I have come across some information that seems to indicate that one of your ministry personnel was involved in Lucius Malfoy's death, poor man. He shook his head in sadness at the senseless loss of life. She nodded, acknowledging his statement and encouraging him to continue. Well, I was dining with Mr. Weasley last November here at the ministry. I had some concerns about his sons and I was giving him advice on how best to remedy the situation. His twin sons, Fred and George, both fourth-year students, are quite a handful, I must say. They are creating problems for his youngest son, Ron, a second year. Percy, who is a prefect and a sixth year, is becoming a right prat, more interested in following rules and authority than thinking for himself. He shook his head sadly at that assessment. Percy is a bit of a problem, but with close attention by his father over the next 2 years I think we can get him back on track to being a decent wizard instead of a self-important self-aggrandizing twit. He smiled broadly, wondering if she would notice his self-description prior to this year. Ron is going to require quite a lot of attention. He has feeling of inadequacy because of how exceptionally successful all his brothers are at school, and is immensely jealous of his friends. The twins are contributing to that with their constant teasing and pranking. Madame Bones cleared her throat loudly, interrupting the wizard. She was beginning to understand why so many wizards had little regard for him. What? Oh, yes. Gilderoy smiled at her, not at all embarrassed at rambling. Well, we had finished our discussion and were passing a few harmless remarks back and forth at dessert. I noticed that Mr. McNair, seated at the next table, seemed rather agitated when I asked about a rumor that Mr. Malfoy was talking with your Aurors that he was meeting with you on a regular basis about possible Death Eater activities after the war. Madame Bones shifted in her chair. Mr. Malfoy was doing nothing of the sort. I understand that, now. It was just a rumor. I wonder how it started? Perhaps an enemy of the wizard started it hoping to cause Mr. Malfoy problems with his former associates. He paused, arching his eyebrows inquisitively. In any event, Mr. Weasley denied hearing the rumor, so I dismissed it. She stared at him unblinkingly. Well, what brings me here is that I was planning to ask Mr. Weasley to another luncheon meeting to discuss the changes in his son since the last time we talked. Reviewing my notes on our previous conversation, I remembered that Mr. McNair had overheard us. And that not too many days later Mr. Malfoy was murdered. An odd coincidence, wouldn't you say? Then I remembered that both Mr. McNair and Mr. Malfoy claimed they had been improvised into being Death Eaters. However, we both know from your prisoner interrogations at Azkaban that you can only receive the Dark Mark if you give your complete and uncoaxed assent. Of course, I know you can't arrest any released Death Eaters based on old evidence because of the double jeopardy laws, but what if one of them were to commit a new crime? Then you could interrogate them properly, correct? Well, I'm not one to tell someone how to run her department, but maybe you could place a truth-detecting spell on the chair here, and then ask Mr. McNair in to see if he had heard that rumor or knew anything about Mr. Malfoy's death. If the spell indicates he is lying when he denies having any knowledge of Mr. Malfoy's demise, well, then you have a reason to apply Veritaserum. Gilderoy reached into his pocket and put a small vial on her desk. There's a memory of the end of the conversation in question and Mr. McNair's reaction. The head of the DMLE nodded slowly, still expressionlessly. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I hope it gives you some assistance in solving Mr. Malfoy's murder. He stood, gave her a beaming smile, and said, again, thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns. I'll not take any more of your precious time. He headed for the door as she stood at her desk. Oh, he said, no need to get up, I'll see myself out. He put his hand on the doorknob. Oh, by the way, did you know that Mrs. Yolanda Travers is a marked Death Eater? And no one ever investigated or interrogated her. She's just been quietly hiding. He beamed at her as he opened the door and walked out, closing the door carefully. A few days later he read in the Daily Prophet that Mr. McNair had been arrested for being involved in Mr. Malfoy's death and would be placed on trial the following month. Almost as an aside, it mentioned he had identified 3 other wizards as being active Death Eaters, all now in custody and undergoing interrogation. It was the Ides of March and Gilderoy, under a disillusionment spell, snuck over to the edge of the Hogwarts wall closest to Hogsmeade. Harry and Hermione were having a picnic there instead of eating their noonday meal in the Great Hall, as was everyone else. All the witches in Gryffindor had been jealous of the romantic luncheon Harry had planned. Harry and Hermione were celebrating the witch's return to fully human status, except for a slight vertical angling in her pupils and the ability to purr. Actually, she had returned to fully human status at the end of January, but Gilderoy had only recently suggested that they too celebrate the event. Lockhart had the suspicion that Harry missed Hermione's extra chest accessories but wasn't about to mention that. It was also the farthest point from the castle and just barely inside the protective enchantments. The house elves had been more than happy to assist. Only Harry and Hermione knew that Gilderoy had set everything up, but he had waited until they finished eating before joining them. "Good afternoon, Professor Lockhart," the two chorused as he appeared walking towards them. Once he had their full attention, Rita Skeeter appeared. She had flown over the wall as an animagus, and simply changed back. To the two students, it appeared as if she, too, had been hiding under a disillusionment spell. Gilderoy knew the protective enchantments had been set to ignore Animagi, so her presence was undetected. The headmaster didn't want the constant reminders that Peter was in the castle. "Good afternoon, Rita," Gilderoy said as he set up Notice Me Not and silencing spells around them. The runestones that Dobby had placed earlier kept the air temperature well within a comfortable summery range while leaving the snow untouched. A large rug was atop the snow, with the table and chairs placed for their comfort. Roses were in a vase. "I'm so glad you could come, Rita," he continued. "I thought you might like to hear a bit more about Harry's first year. How he smuggled a dragon out of Hogwarts, battled an evil monster in the Forbidden Forest, discovered that the headmaster had hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the school, and that there was an evil wizard after it." Once more Harry and Hermione talked themselves almost hoarse, and Gilderoy left her with a few memory vials of Norbert, the monster in the Forbidden Forest, and their adventure under the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy. This series of articles, coming only a couple of months after the basilisk and demonstrating that the dangers at school were not just this year, would farther devastate Dumbledore's public standing. And the best part was that the headmaster would have no idea how Rita got the stories. As far as he knew, Harry and Hermione had never left the grounds. Rita had never come to Hogwarts. And Gilderoy had no visible connection to the articles, except for copious comments about how he was mentoring both Harry and Hermione this year and keeping the school safe from dangers that the headmaster never noticed, or worse, simply ignored. _ Gilderoy strode confidently into Gringotts, nodding to the goblin guards at the door. As in the previous times, he was quickly ushered to his account manager. Ragnar's office had undergone a bit of a transition. First was an antechamber with several doors, each with the crest of one of his houses: Lockhart, Black, Potter, Slytherin, and Gryffindor. Plagues on the wall represented the houses Gaunt and Peveril. His escort led him directly to the Lockhart door, the most ornate, and Ragnar. He smiled broadly at the goblin, as he crossed the expansive room to the plush chair awaiting him. "Ah, my friend, I trust our gold continues to flow into our vaults." As he sat, a goblin brought in a tea service and a platter of scones. The goblin glared at him. "More today than yesterday." "Excellent," exclaimed the admitted fop. "I have discovered that Gringotts might have a problem with one of its accounts." The goblin sat up straight and stared at him. "You are familiar with soul anchors, Horcruxes?" The goblin scowled. "Vile things, yes. One of your vaults, I fear, is the repository for such an item. And one capable of pouring out the soul contained into anyone one foolish enough to touch it." The goblin sat back. "Our vaults are sacrosanct, nothing can be removed without the permission of the vault key owner. And such items do not violate any of your rules. Unless the item violates the integrity of Gringotts security, no. Don't your people periodically inspect the vaults? And might not such an inspection accidentally result in the soul anchor taking over a goblin? Wouldn't that threaten the security of Gringotts?" Ragnar grinned viciously. "Any goblin stupid enough to fall to such an item deserves the fate he gets. And if he attempts to break the security of Gringotts, or steal from the vault, we have measures in place to deal with such subterfuge. If he simply leaves, we could care less what he unleashes upon the wizards." Harry sat and thought. While Gilderoy would like to retrieve the Hufflepuff cup, if the only other alternative was its destruction, Harry could settle for that. "The item," he finally said, interrupting the goblin who had gone back to work on whatever it was he had been doing previously, "is in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. Then you need her vault key, or her presence, to enter the vault and retrieve the item," the goblin said without looking up. "I am Lord Black and Bellatrix is a daughter of House Black, can I use that to gain access?" "No. You gave up that right when she became a Lestrange. What if I don't want the item, I just want the soul anchor destroyed in situ? The cup can remain in the vault." Ragnar looked up a moment, frowning. "No. You still need the vault owner's permission to decrease the value of their vault by destroying anything of value in it." After a few minutes thinking, Harry stood. "Well, then, I apologize for wasting your time, Ragnar. I take my leave." The goblin ignored him as he left. _ April Fool's Day L1 once again featured Lockhart presenting a trophy to the school. This time Rita sat at the head of the Slytherin table, to the intense dismay of the older students, and Professor Snape. The headmaster's eyes were not twinkling very much this morning, either, for some reason. In fact, he looked quite put out to those who knew him. Just after the Owls' Parliament, when the most students possible were in the Great Hall, Gilderoy once more stood. "I have an announcement to make," he stated majestically, projecting his voice across the hall. He walked to the front of the headmaster's table. "Professor Snape, if you please," he waved an invitation to the surly wizard to join him. For a moment, Harry/Gilderoy could see the desire to tell him off flicker across the potion professor's face, but finally, he stood. The witches at the headmaster's table, and most all in the student population, were all eagerly awaiting what new discovery their favorite professor was about to unveil. With his usual sneer in place, the greasy-haired dungeon bat stalked around the table to stand in front of Lockhart. Gilderoy, resplendent in his lavender robe set, conjured a velvet pillow and placed a small bag on it, then presented the pillow to Snape. "Once again, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, your beloved defense against the Dark Arts Professor, and Slayer of Basilisks, have recovered a priceless treasure long thought to be lost to Hogwarts and wizard kind. It is with great joy and pride that I present to you, Professor Snape, head of the Slytherin House here at Hogwarts, this long-lost founder's artifact." He paused dramatically and posed with teeth gleaming brightly as he loudly proclaimed, "Lord Salazar Slytherin's locket." He vanished the bag, leaving the gleaming locket out for all to see. It can now join its fellows, Ravenclaw's diadem and Gryffindor's sword, in the founder's display case in the entryway. While the rest of the school enthusiastically applauded, Gilderoy was careful to note that Professor Snape merely held up the pillow with the locket and kept his face carefully blank. And the headmaster had a decidedly sour expression as Gilderoy Lockhart once more publicly upstaged him. 19 That rat. The evening after he had presented Slytherin's locket to the school, Gilderoy stopped in front of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. He held his right hand before the stone creature's eyes and flashed his Gryffindor and Slytherin rings. The gargoyle quickly moved aside. He took the moving staircase up to the office and barged in without knocking. The headmaster, of course, knew he was there. The wizard wasn't stupid. Any time his office guardian moved, it told him who was entering and gave him plenty of time to prepare for his guest. Making them knock on the door as if he didn't know they were there was his passive-aggressive way of establishing dominance. He always waited several moments before calling for them to enter. "Ah, Albus, I was hoping to catch you when you weren't busy," he said jovially, ignoring the stacks of paper on the old wizard's desk and the slightly irritated look on the wizard's face. "I thought I should warn you that Slytherin's locket was a Horcrux, just as the diary and Ravenclaw's diadem. It appears that he never found Gryffindor's sword, or that, too, would have been used." The headmaster sat back in his chair in surprise. "That makes 3 Horcruxes I've found, and I fear that there are still more. As I told you, I can still feel one, faintly, wandering the corridors on occasion. Do you suppose it's Hufflepuff's cup?" Actually, now that the castle recognized him as Lord Slytherin and Lord Gryffindor, he had complete access to the protective enchantments over the school. And the protective enchantments not only pinpointed Harry as carrying a very dark artifact Voldemort's soul, they pointed out that there was a rat animagus in the Gryffindor Tower. There were also several minor dark artifacts scattered throughout the various Hogwarts houses, but most were in the Slytherin dungeons. "My word!" exclaimed the old wizard, pretending surprise and astonishment. "Yes, my feeling exactly. Just how many of these did he make?" "Counting the one I occasionally feel, which I am sure is Hufflepuff's cup, and himself, that would be 5. If he were using just the founder's artifacts and he settled for his personal diary when he couldn't find the sword, that would make sense. But what if he made more? The next most felicitous number is 7, after that is 13. I doubt 13, as that would fracture him into too many pieces, and I don't think he would remain sane if he had done that. 11 is possible, of course, but it doesn't have quite the punch that 13 does, but that would still be almost a 50% increase in soul pieces. I don't think he would use 9, because that would require 3 sets of 3. He could do 3 things of the founders, 3 of his own, and 3 of something else, but that would be chancy, as it would require he know he could find all 3 sets of 3 before he started any one of them. And even then, 9 might be too much for a soul to bear, and it could destroy him instead. A much better choice is 7. If I were interested in such things, well, then, that's what I would have chosen." He paused and stared at the headmaster. He had thought long and hard about this, before deciding to see if the old goat was willing to cooperate. Just how much was the plotter willing to share? Did he consult with anyone while he was at Hogwarts? It's obvious he knew about the Horcruxes while still a student, as the diary and Moaning Myrtle demonstrate. And were there any personal items other than his diary that he might have invested as one of his Horcruxes? The headmaster stared back at him, the twinkle gone from his eyes. He was quite close to one professor when he was here as a student. "I fear, though, the man will refuse to tell us what he knows out of terror that Voldemort's followers might set out after him if it were to become known he had told others of Voldemort's secrets. Gilderoy nodded. That isn't a problem, I am quite skilled at getting reluctant wizards and witches to trust me enough to tell me things that they might not otherwise want to discuss. He smiled disarmingly at the headmaster. You locate Mr. Slughorn and let me convince the wizard it is in his best interests to tell us what he knows. He practically exuded confidence and sincerity. I am, after all, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, and Basilisk Slayer. If the professor can't trust me with his secret, who can he trust? The professor stared at the headmaster, eyes shining, teeth bright, his entire bearing radiating candor and honesty. And looking like a simpleton. But how had he known it was Slughorn the older wizard had been talking about? Are there any other personal effects of Tom Riddle that he might have used besides the diary? A ring, a necklace, or even a favorite quill? Would the old goat shagger notice his slight emphasis on ring? Tom Riddle had had the gaunt ring during his 7th year. The old wizard looked pensive and stared down at his desk. Slowly he shook his head. No, not that I am aware of. I shall have to peruse my memories of him to see if I can spot any clues. That will take some time. Ah, Gilderoy said. Well, before you go gallivanting off around the countryside, give me a call and I'll go with you. Backup is always a good idea. Besides, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Slayer of Basilisks, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. If I can't keep you safe, who can? Harry knew precisely what and where the next Horcrux was, the gaunt ring in Little Hangleton. He could retrieve it himself, but this would be a test. Was the headmaster willing to work with others? Or did he still see himself as infallible? Would the wizard stupidly attempt to retrieve the ring on his own, and ensure his death? If he hadn't learned yet that he needed to work with others, then maybe it would be better remove him from the playing field. It was a harsh judgment, but Harry had learned that lesson the hard way in the war. No matter how loyal they were to the cause, it was better to cut someone out of the loop when their actions and secrets became too dangerous to others to trust. And if that meant consigning them to an early death by allowing them to do something fatally stupid, then so be it. No matter how much it hurt to watch it happen. You just can't protect people from their own stupidity, no matter how smart or clever they were. Underscore. Gilderoy walked into the Perth Palliative Care building and looked around. It had the feeling all such buildings did and reminded him of a hospital, which, in a way, it was. A few minutes later, he was meeting with the director of facility. Decked out in an obviously expensive grey conservative 3-piece silk suit, Gilderoy just reeked of refinement and money. The other stood as the wizard came in the office, and they shook hands. Thank you so much for seeing me so quickly, I know you must be a busy man, Lockhart said. Through that connection, he sent a silent imperio and the man's eyes glazed over. Gilderoy closed the door behind them and raised muffling charms that included only the two of them. Anyone listening via an electronic device would hear only a faint buzzing unless the man was wearing one. He wasn't. Harry/Gilderoy checked. I need an old lady who has no kin and is expected to pass on soon, Gilderoy said. Do any of your patients here fit that description? The man smiled, pleased to have the answer. Yes, there are several, poor dears. The wizard handed the man a pocket watch. When you open the watch, you'll see that there is a small disc inset into the cover. When such a woman passes on, remove that disc and step on it. I will come and claim the body as next of kin. Don't let the body leave here before I arrive. Keep the watch with you at all times until this happens. After that, keep the watch as a present from a relative pleased with the excellent service your establishment provides. When I leave, you will only remember that we discussed how my very ill grand-aunt was doing. You will act normally in all things, and, after stepping on the disc, you will amend the woman's file to reflect that you notified her nephew. Here's the information. He handed the man an index card with the appropriate information. After that, you will forget I was ever here or what you did for me. The man listed on the card would have a vague recollection of the incident, completing the cover story should anyone try to backtrack it. Gilderoy and the man spent a few minutes discussing the facilities, and how they dealt with the newly deceased, and then he left. The wizard could have conjured a corpse for his purposes, but the spells would eventually fail and reveal the masquerade. This way, all he had to do was alter the features of the corpse and those magics would remain stable until the corpse had decayed enough so that it no longer mattered. Now all he could do was wait. Underscore. It was April 30th, a Friday, 6 months since the message on the wall announced the Chamber of Secrets was open. The Hogwarts student body had almost forgotten that incident, especially because both Colin Creevey and Mr. Filch's detestable cat, Mrs. Norris, were both now prowling the corridors with great joy, none the worse for their experience. There were far more interesting things to discuss. Harry a Parselmouth and Draco's fall from power in the Slytherin house were just two topics of gossip. The students also debated just what Neville Longbottom found interesting enough about Luna Lovegood to be holding her hand. And in public, no less. And the witches were all aghast that Hannah and Susan were both chasing Harry Potter and even had said that they were willing to share. And Hermione hadn't done anything to dissuade them yet. There was a betting pool run by the twins on when she would declare enough and start hexing them. Gilderoy had placed a bet that all three would agree to share. Gilderoy had taken one of Professor Snape's detentions assigned to Harry. While addressing the seeming endless supply of autograph requests, he had touched on the subject of witches, dating, and the fact that in the wizarding world it wasn't unusual for pure-blood witches to share a husband in order to preserve a bloodline. Gilderoy managed to convince the little wizard that witches considered him quite the catch because of his bloodline and his lordships. Hermione, of course, didn't care about those, but others would, and he should just learn to accept it. As long as Hermione agreed and he genuinely enjoyed being around the other girls, he should just accept the situation for what it was. In time, he might find the idea less frightening than he did currently. If anything, that talk seemed to drive him closer to Hermione. Yes, there were plenty of things to occupy their interest instead. Such as Gilderoy, their DADA. Professor, finding Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Slytherin's lost locket, and Gryffindor's lost sword, that he thwarted murder attempt by Dobby the house elf, revealed that a dark artifact was trying to possess the Gryffindor Ginny Weasley, and discovered the lair of the basilisk and killed it. The Weasley twins had set up a betting pool on when Gilderoy would announce his recovery of the next lost item, and what it would be. And the biggest point of discussion during meals was that the end of term was only 6 weeks away. While the 5th and 7th years looked at the coming Owl and Newt deadlines in horror, the others were in eager anticipation of going home for the summer. For Gilderoy's classes, at least, he knew his students were well prepared. The 7th year students would easily pass, he knew, and all the rest were at least 3 months into next year's lessons. Just as he did nearly every day, Lockhart strolled the aisles between the house tables at dinner, looking for problems before they became problems. He looked magnificent in his mauve robes with their lavender trim. In his wake, he left sighing witches and disgruntled wizard friends. If Harry would let him, Gilderoy could have bedded most of the 6th and 7th year girls by now. Harry had made a deal, either the girls or more publicity. Gilderoy, of course, had chosen the publicity. So far, he was quite happy with the results. That the deal did not cover the female staff helped. Sinistra and McGonagall were surprisingly compliant and flexible. When he stopped behind Ron and frowned at him, the other students immediately noticed and a circle of quiet began to spread. He stared hard at the boy. It took a moment for Ron to notice Neville's frantic hand motions from across the table. Ron swallowed what he had in his mouth and very nervously slowly turned to look back and up at the wizard behind him, as did Hermione, Harry, Susan, and Hannah seated beside him. The other witches were also watching. The professor suddenly said, "Mr. Ronald Weasley, please bring out your pet rat." A simple detection spell as the boy walked by him this morning had confirmed he had his rat with him. The boy gulped, but quickly complied, pulling the rat out of his pocket where he had just dropped a small chunk of chicken. The rat was happily nibbling at the morsel and it took the rodent a moment to notice he was the center of attention. And the attention of one professor in particular. "Oh, boy, Lockhart is going to deduct points from Weasley this time. Bet how many he will remove," said a 7th year Hufflepuff loudly to another. The Gryffindors were looking unhappy at Ron losing them more points. He had lost them more points, so far, than anyone in their house, ever, even his twin brothers. The other houses were watching the scene with amusement. McGonagall rushed around the end of the headmaster's table, trying to save her house points. The other professors watched quietly, wondering what had attracted the DADA professor's attention. The headmaster watched, eyes twinkling, perhaps hoping to see the professor make a fool of himself as he was supposed to be doing this year at Hogwarts. Which had not happened, yet, to the headmaster's intense dismay. He also had the vague feeling that once more he was going to take a blow to his family jewels, figuratively speaking. I was keeping him my pocket, sir," said the boy tremulously, "he wasn't on the table or anything. I'm not breaking any rules." The rat, beginning to suspect something was wrong, began squirming in Ron's hand and dropped the chicken chunk. Ron covered the rat with his other hand to prevent his escape. Smiling happily, Gilderoy placed his left hand in his pocket and gave a mild innervate to the rat in his pocket. Then he casted a switching spell replacing the fake rat for the animagus. He stunned the one in his pocket to keep it quiet and motionless. Nobody noticed the change in rats, although the one now in the boy's grasp wasn't squirming, still recovering from the stunner Gilderoy had hit him with that morning. Lockhart beamed happily at the boy, his rat huddled in his hands but beginning to struggle as it woke up. The wizard pulled out his wand and pointed it at the boy. McGonagall pulled her wand on seeing what Lockhart was doing. Gilderoy silently casted a blue-colored spell at a horrified Ron. McGonagall quickly disarmed Lockhart thinking he was attacking her student. She found her eyes widening in horror as when the rat began to glow and change. Ron dropped his pet on the table in horror. The rat grew rapidly larger and knocked dishes and food to the floor. The students jumped to their feet, knocking their benches over as they scrambled to get away from whatever was happening on the Gryffindor table. The Transfiguration Professor's mouth dropped open in shock as the rat transformed into a man, a wizard, actually. And one she recognized easily, even if it had been 11 years since she last saw him. He, and his 3 friends, had been the mischievous bane of her existence for almost 9 years before that. But you're dead, was all she could squeak out. The man said, confused at the sudden change in his circumstances. Harry and Hermione were learning from his class as Gilderoy was pleased to see. Both already had their wands out and pointed at the strange man. Lockhart deftly plucked the wand from Harry's hand and casted a stunner followed by a petrification spell on the animagus. The less the previously hidden wizard said the better. Isn't this man Peter Pettigrew? Isn't he supposed to be dead? He said in a clear, ringing voice that rang out over the great hall. I think he is the one who saw to Mrs. Norris and Mr. Collins' petrifications, and the ugly scribble on the wall outside Myrtle's toilets about the Chamber of Secrets. None but the Weasley family knew that it had been Ginny, possessed by Voldemort, who had done all that. And this would keep it so. And look, he added, a flick of Harry's wand removed the rat-faced man's left sleeve, revealing Voldemort's dark mark on his arm. He's a Death Eater. The students that could see gasped and rapidly spread word. No one remarked on his easy handling of someone else's wand, nor its ready acceptance of his actions. Within moments Flitwick, Snape, and Dumbledore surrounded the bound wizard. Gilderoy handed Harry back his wand, then retrieved his wand from a stunned McGonagall. He turned back to the shocked Harry. Mr. Potter, that was an excellent show of reflexes, but you need better situational awareness as I took your wand from you far too easily. The boy blinked and slowly nodded, examining his wand as if looking for damage. Prefects, lead all the students to your common rooms, Dumbledore ordered. Classes are cancelled for this morning and no students should be outside their houses. Prefects, do a head count. The headmaster quickly levitated the bound body and started to his office with the professors following him. Ah, Professor Vector, said Lockhart to his adjacent professor, could I trouble you to call the press, please? I believe Albus will take care of informing the DMLE of today's events. If he doesn't, you can remind him when you arrive there. Ah, sure thing, said Professor Vector and dashed away towards the flue in her nearby office. Lockhart leisurely exited the Great Hall and headed for his office on the first floor. The other professors headed to the headmaster's office. Gilderoy was whistling happily. His owl last night to Rita had said she should be ready for something very interesting to happen in Hogwarts at dinner today regarding a wizard known as Peter Pettigrew, and to be waiting for a flu call from the school. It was amazing how a little preparation can make such a big difference. Rita came through his flu as soon as he called her. Everyone would think she arrived after Professor Vector's alert. Bozo followed her. If things were true to form, Lockhart could expect the Aurors to show up in 15 or 30 minutes through the headmaster's flu. Fools. They should always have a rapid response team on hand, much like a Muggle fire department, ready to fly at a moment's notice. He would pass that suggestion on to Madame Bones the next time he visited. Could you please tell us how you managed to find the supposedly dead, Order of Merlin holder, Peter Pettigrew? Asked Rita Skeeter eagerly, after he briefed her on what had happened in the Great Hall. Well, Rita, I was really perturbed that somebody had the audacity to try to scare my students. In fact, I took it as a personal affront and devoted myself to the cause of finding and bringing to justice the criminal who petrified the noble Mrs. Norris, and then later, the first-year student Colin Creevey. You might remember that Mrs. Norris is the valuable feline companion of our own Mr. Filch. Mr. Filch is the caretaker of Hogwarts and Mrs. Norris is vital to the school's internal security, as most any student will tell you. The students' dislike of the cat was in direct proportion to how much trouble the cat created for them. So, I started carefully monitoring the students and other creatures that inhabit this grand institution. I found the activities of Mr. Ronald Weasley's pet very suspicious. The rat behaves in a manner that is just too intelligent for a rat. Plus, I found out that the Weasley's rat. Lockhart stopped speaking. And? Asked Rita in a hungrier voice. Well, you'll have to find it out in my next book, Restraining a Rat. Seriously, though, Peter Pettigrew, as a rat, was under Professor McGonagall's constant surveillance for at least the last 5 years. He stopped and shook his head sadly. It's really a shame that she, a cat animagus, was unable to catch the wizard, literally a rat. Although I suppose I can't really blame her. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore is far more powerful than she is, with far more experience in battling dark wizards. Not to mention that he controls Hogwarts' protective enchantments. And if he didn't notice the rat animagus, why should I expect her to? But she will be devastated, I am sure, and blame herself relentlessly. She is very protective of her young lions, don't you know? Even more amazing to me though, is that the castle protective enchantments, which are supposed to be the best in the world and only allow wizards accompanied by staff to cross them, are apparently incapable of detecting and stopping a wizard in animagus form. Why, any dark wizard could sneak into the castle and do who knows how much harm to our children here without us being any the wiser until it is far too late. How can the headmaster call Hogwarts the safest place in the world when this can happen? And let's not even mention the troll or the possessed Professor Quirrell incidents from last year. I think it is high time Hogwarts' protective enchantments were given an independent and thorough inspection and upgrade, don't you? He stopped and gave a very theatrical and heavy sigh. I was sorry to learn the sad story of how the purportedly vile Sirius Black killed this man, Peter Pettigrew, both supposedly the best friends of James Potter, Harry Potter's father. I discovered all that in my research when I decided to mentor the young wizard as I have this year. And then later, when I discovered I was Lord Black, I did more research. It never made any sense to me that someone who was such a close friend, as Sirius was to James Potter, would so suddenly and without remorse turn to the Dark Lord and betray his friend. He had already told her about being Lord Black, but had promised an exclusive at a later date for her silence till then. But it now appears that Peter Pettigrew deceived everyone and framed his other best friend for the act. Very skillful indeed to set a trap for another that leaves everyone thinking the other wizard is guilty of your dirty deed. He shook his head in wry admiration for the villain. And I just know he was the one responsible for leaving that message about opening the Chamber of Secrets on the wall here at Hogwarts, and guiding the basilisk into attacking Mr. Filch's cat and the student Mr. Creevey. Fortunately, I was able to nip that horrific plan in the bud before any other students came to harm, such as what happened to poor Myrtle Warren 50 years ago. He flashed her a confident smile. I am sure justice will be brought to the notorious Sirius Black, because unlike when he was first thrown in Azkaban, we are fortunate to have a great minister of magic, Mr. Fudge. And Mr. Fudge has shown himself to be strong and courageous, with a solid affinity to justice and righteousness. I am sure he will see to freeing Lord Black, personally. Especially now that there wasn't a Malfoy pumping galleons into his pockets to prevent that very action. That and Harry/Gilderoy's solicitors would be hounding him using as blackmail the bribery schemes they had uncovered involving the wizard. And doing a bit of bribing themselves. After all it will take is the application of a little Veritaserum to prove his innocence on the spot. And everyone should demand that prisoners receive Veritaserum to prove their guilt before sending them to Azkaban. After all, innocent people have confessed to crimes in order to protect a loved one. But if the ministry can pick up the scion of an ancient and noble house such as Black and toss him in Azkaban without a trial, or even charging him with a crime, why, then what's to prevent them from doing the same to any of our children, or even ourselves? With Sirius Black's precedent, they could simply pick you up, Rita, and toss you in Azkaban and no one could object. All they would have to say is that you belong in Azkaban for your crimes, such as being an illegal animagus, without ever verifying what those crimes might be, or even mentioning what the charges are. He stopped and pretended to be reflecting on his statement. Right. Excuse me now, Rita, but I must now console the grieving Minerva about her failure. But let me say this to your readers, Rita, parents, there is no need to fear for your children, because the great Gilderoy Lockhart is here. Your children are safe as long as I am here. And with that, Lockhart turned towards the photographer and struck a pose brimming with confidence and showing off his broad smile for the Daily Prophet. Then he said, perhaps you should go to the headmaster's office, you might be able to get a few photographs of Mr. Pettigrew as the Aurors question him. The reporter and her photographer quickly exited his office. Not quite at a run, but definitely a very fast walk. The two should arrive well before the Aurors had a chance to come through the headmaster's flue, if he had even remembered to call them. The Aurors hadn't had any warning that there was a game afoot this afternoon and it would take them a ridiculously long time to get things together. As soon as the door closed behind them, he sent a messenger patronus to Mr. Weasley at his office. Ah, Mr. Weasley, something has come up here at Hogwarts with your son, Ronald Weasley. He's not hurt or in any trouble, for once, but you and your wife's presence are urgently needed. Flew directly here to my office from your home, as soon as you can, if not immediately. Then he gave the name of his flow connection. Mixie. Pop, Mixie comes, Professor Defender. Excellent, would you please inform Mr. Percy Weasley that I am in need of his presence in my office immediately. Mixie tells stuck-up Weasley that Hughes needs him. Pop. Hey, even the house elves considered Percy to be a rule-bound prat. It took only a few minutes for the two anxious parents to arrive. It probably would take longer for Rita and Bozo to make it to the headmaster's office. Ah. It's a pleasure to see you Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Welcome to my humble office. Come, take a seat while we wait for your son, Percy. They had no sooner seated themselves than an out-of-breath Percy arrived. Ah, Percy. I see that you have come too, as per my instructions. Lockhart said. Percy slowly walked in and sat cautiously. He was still somewhat stunned at the revelations about his former pet. Gilderoy sighed. I am very sorry, there is no easy way to say this. He tried to project a steady calm comforting air to the worried parents. You son's pet rat, Scabbers, I believe he is called, was not just a rat. He was a wizard hiding out in your home as a rat. And he wasn't just any wizard, either. He was the supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew, a confirmed Death Eater. For a moment, the older Weasleys looked puzzled. But Peter is dead, objected Arthur. Harry/Gilderoy shook his head and smiled ruefully. Reports of his death appear to have been greatly exaggerated. He is, at this very moment, in the headmaster's office waiting for the Aurors to take him back to the ministry. Isn't that true, Mr. Percy Weasley? Yes, that's true, Percy said earnestly. I saw him transform, myself, from Scabbers to a middle-aged man. He fell silent, thinking. And he had that Death Eater mark on his left arm. They sat there, stunned. The implications of a wizard hiding in their home as a rat hadn't set in yet, just the fact that their son's pet rat was a wizard left them breathless. Gilderoy continued after a moment, saying consolingly, it must be terrible to learn that a monster, a Death Eater with dozens of murders to his name and who knows how many other nefarious crimes he has committed, has been boarded in your house, close to your children, sleeping their beds for over a decade. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley nodded their heads slowly, still trying to come to terms with what they had just learned. Time to set the charge for the explosion. Mr. Weasley, said Lockhart, I have to ask. Have you had any of those mornings where your wife shows a lot of affection for you for no apparent reason you can remember? At the blank, not understanding look on Arthur's face, he continued, Mrs. Weasley, has Percy Weasley ever had complaints of pains in his bum or blood in his stool? A not uncommon occurrence in small children as they grow, especially if they are active. When he was a child of 7 or 8, Mrs. Weasley said. There was a very brief pause and then she shouted angrily, what do you mean? Gilderoy probably didn't need to add his anger-increasing spell but he wanted her infuriated beyond common sense. There can be a few side effects to sleeping with an adult man, you know. Lockhart answered delicately, with concern in his voice. And with an accomplished obliviator, such as Peter, the boy would never remember he had a reason to complain. Mrs. Weasley slowly turned her head towards her perfect son, lunged from her chair, and grabbed him into a fierce hug. She rained kisses all over his face, crying repeatedly, not my boy, not my Percy. Then she turned and roared, where is that bastard? There is no creature more terrifying, or violent, than the female of a species defending her young. I believe he is still in Dumbledore's office. If we are lucky, we can confront him before the Aurors take him from the school, and get the truth from him. Lockhart answered in a calculating tone. Molly immediately stalked out of the room, knocking her chair to the floor as she did so. She knew the way to the headmaster's office. The twins had been the cause of more than one visit over the last few years. She had her wand out with murder in her eyes. She was an enraged mother and she was going to fix the wizard who had dared harm her son. Mr. Weasley's expression changed to one of horror as he slowly understood the implications of what Lockhart said. He grabbed hold of his son's arm, whose pale face indicated he, too, understood what Gilderoy had implied. Both rushed after Molly, wands in hand. Percy was still a bit confused, trying to think if anything bad had really happened, and terrified of what that might mean. Were there blank spots in his memory of the burrow? Gilderoy followed fleetly, quickly catching up with the family. Where the hell is that bloody bastard? Molly yelled as she stormed down the corridor ahead of them and up the stairs to the headmaster's office, her magic rolling off her in waves. And she found the rat still there, the Aurors having just placed magic inhibiting cuffs on him to prevent him from escaping, either with magic or as an animagus. Apparently, they had responded a bit more quickly to the famous Dumbledore calling for assistance than they did regular wizards and witches. Poppy, Sprout, and Minerva tried to restrain the irate mother after she charged into the large office, while Rita watched, stunned. Bozo took pictures, just as he should. However, despite their combined strength, they could not hold the berserk witch back. She threw them off as a bear shakes off dogs and pointed her wand at the accused. Before she could speak a suitable spell, Minerva managed to snatch the wand from her grasp. Molly stood there, her hand outstretched, and screamed wordlessly in blind rage. Magic poured out of her and hit Peter Pettigrew. There was a blast of flames. In an instant, he was reduced to a pile of dust, not even having time to cry out in horror and pain. The two Aurors holding him were untouched, their hands not even warmed. The dust blew away in a wind that appeared to be coming from Molly Weasley, leaving only his worn clothes, 2 wands, and the magic inhibiting cuffs on the floor. Everybody stared, shocked. No one had ever seen or heard of such a powerful bout of accidental magic from an adult. It was as if she had more magic than she possibly could contain, and it finally found an outlet in the cowering wizard. Lockhart, standing in the doorway, watching from behind the shocked Arthur Weasley and his son, said, speculatively, I think we now know how Voldemort died. He wandlessly and silently finite the anger spell on the woman, not that she noticed, swaying in the after effects of transmitting so much magical energy. This had worked even better than he had hoped. Her outrage had focused everyone's attention on her. No one had noticed him augmenting her magic with his own as they hurried down the corridors behind her, filling her with the raw power she needed to do what she could never have done on her own. Pumping magic into her so that it bled out invisible waves around her as she hurried to the headmaster's office. The other two Weasleys, wrapped up in their own concerns, didn't notice the colorless beam of energy he kept on her back as they ran behind her. Even a pensieve memory wouldn't reveal his meddling, as it all took place outside the headmaster's office. Fortunately, Bozo managed to capture the event for posterity. No one could accuse Molly of killing a wizard with her wand. And when, subsequently, the Aurors confirmed she was incapable of wandless magic, they wrote it off as a massive burst of accidental magic brought about by stress of the situation. A mother's love, after all, was a very powerful force, indeed. And no court, especially a wizarding court, would convict her, a pure blood, of killing a half-blood, especially considering the circumstances. 20 werewolves? Werewolves. That afternoon Gilderoy had a short meeting with Harry. He had called the boy out of Gryffindor Tower and walked him a short way up the corridor before setting silencing charms. He was pleased to note that Harry's old hand-me-downs were long gone, and the boy was taking a bit more pride in his appearance and walking with confidence instead of that furtive crouch and sticking to the edges of the corridors he had had at the beginning of the year. He explained, briefly, what had happened in the headmaster's office and why Ron and Ginny had so mysteriously been called to the headmaster's office. That they would be out of the school for a few days as they dealt with the issues brought about by Pettigrew's discovery. He went on to point out how the startling event at dinner was going to affect Harry's future. You see, Mr. Potter, now that the truth is known, Mr. Sirius Black will be given a trial as Lord Black, I promise he will. I will free him from Azkaban, but it will have its implications upon you, especially as he is your godfather. For all these years people thought your godfather was the one who betrayed your parents to Voldemort. The Aurors caught him the very day you arrived at your relatives, at the scene of a great explosion that killed 12 Muggles. They thought that he had also killed Peter Pettigrew. The reason for that was that the surviving witnesses told a tale of how Peter accused your godfather of betraying your parents and killing them, then there was this great explosion, and all that was found of Peter was a single finger. But nobody ever checked the facts. Nobody ever questioned the implausibility of only finding a finger after a great explosion. Nobody ever asked Sirius Black what had happened. Everyone just assumed he was guilty, so they sent him to prison. Remember this for the future, Harry, the Ministry is not your friend, they will never act in the best interests of the public, only in their own self-interest and who provides the most bribes. Just look at all the Death Eaters who escaped punishment after the war. But now we know the truth. I am very sorry that you have to hear the terrible things that happened to your parents all over again. To know that the traitor was in the same room with you most of the time here at Hogwarts must be sickening. But you should know that if Sirius Black, as your godfather, asks for his right to act as your regent until you reach your majority, you may have to go live with him. Your emancipation as Lord Potter does give you many rights, but if he was selected by your parents as your godfather, then he does have the right to review your decisions to make sure you aren't making any gross mistakes or squandering property and money through ignorance or ill-thought plans. You might have to face the awful choice of choosing between who you are staying with, the Dursleys, or Mr. Black. It would be terrible for you, I'm sure, but I think, if presented properly before the Wizenmaggots, they would remove you from the Dursleys and force you to live with your godfather. But I promise to pay you a visit wherever you are. And, if you want, for the time being we can neglect to tell your godfather of your other lordships. That would be a great prank, wouldn't it? Now, you and your friends need not serve detentions for a week. Seeing that you have a Quidditch match against Slytherin very soon, use the time well. Lockhart said to Harry Potter. _ The following Wednesday Harry paced in his office, furious. He had been so pleased that he had successfully diverted attention from the diary, transferring the blame for the attacks on Mrs. Norris and Colin to Peter Pettigrew. No one but the headmaster knew that Peter was innocent of controlling the basilisk, but he daren't say a word or it would reveal he had known about the basilisk and the diary's possession of Ginny and the fact that he knew Peter was hiding with the Weasleys all those years. Not to mention that he hadn't done anything to protect the students from what he knew was a deadly threat. No, the headmaster had to go along with the story, in fact, promote the story, or look like a senile old fool at best or a dark wizard at worst. As it was, he had taken quite a few lumps in the press as they blasted his not knowing about Peter being in his castle for the last 5 years. But for the headmaster that was better than the alternative. In fact, in view of his tenure as DADA professor this year and his newly discovered access to the castle protective enchantments, what he had discovered about Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore made him quite angry. The old wizard had known far more about what was going on in the castle than Harry had ever conceived. The more he considered his years at the school, the more certain he became that Albus had been the worst sort of manipulator. Especially as he was the only wizard Harry knew who had 4 names before his surname. He had to have invented them himself to make himself look more important, as neither his father, brother, or sister had had so many names. And why would a parent lavish all those names on one child but not the others? Dumbledore's excuses in 5th year for not warning Harry about Voldemort planting visions and reading his mind were laughable. He had known what might happen. Certainly, Snape's attempts to teach him occlumency had been a joke and only made him far more susceptible to a mind attack. All it would have taken was one simple note dropped on his pillow by a house elf to explain the old goat shagger's reasons for his avoidance. And looking back at his first year, the clues fell into his lap. Every time he thought he was hopelessly confused, something happened to clear up the confusion. And the traps. They took no time at all for Quirrell to conquer once he got past Fluffy. And that had slowed the wizard down only because he hadn't wanted to be obvious when he started his assault for the stone. That 3 first-year students could solve the puzzles proved how ineffectual they were. Either the wizard was senile, or it had all been nothing more than a rat's maze to test Harry. And Harry now figured it was the second choice. And second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth years had been the same. The old wizard had led Harry around by the nose, kept him in the dark and prevented him from doing anything effective, dropping clues when and where Albus wanted. Had he been hoping Harry would die along the way? Flush Voldemort out, have him waste energy fighting Harry, and then Albus the Great would step in and save the day? Well, the Deathly Hallows Stone sure put paid to the old fart's plans, didn't it do just that? And suddenly there was a real danger that everything would fall apart. But the secretive R still didn't seem to care, neglecting to teach Harry anything valuable. Did he want Voldemort to win when he realized he was going to die instead of living to control the wizarding world in the UK as he had always planned? Harry had concluded Dumbledore was an enemy back at the start of April when he refused to share what he suspected about the Horcruxes. And now this. That idiot Fudge had grabbed the quaffle and instead of freeing Sirius Black, had arrested Hagrid. Somehow, that twit's minuscule brain had decided the little play in the headmaster's office was a mistake, that hadn't been Peter Pettigrew. He had concocted some strange scenario in his head where it hadn't been Peter in the headmaster's office but someone polyjuiced as him. Never mind they had several eyewitnesses to his unveiling as an animagus. Never mind he had been in the sight of half a dozen professors the entire time afterwards. Never mind that you can't create a polyjuice potion using a dead man as a source. Never mind no one even knew where to find anything that would provide a source to create a polyjuiced Peter. Never mind that you can't polyjuice an animagus to appear as anyone except himself when he changes into a human. Harry wondered if maybe the headmaster had suggested the idiotic idea to Fudge. Erg. Harry was almost literally pulling his hair out. Fleecium, Cheatham, and Beedham had already started a full frontal assault on the incompetent dweeb. With the money he was throwing at the wizen maggots Fudge wouldn't last a week. But a week was an eternity in Azkaban. And Harry, Neville, and Hermione. Just as he had done in his second year, they would follow the Great Oaf's clues in an attempt to prove him innocent and end up in the Forbidden Forest facing off with Aragog and his children. And if Gilderoy told them everything was under control, they would ignore him as Harry always ignored adults. To hope he had gained the little wizard's trust was too much. Hermione might trust him more than any other wizarding adult, but she wouldn't be able to convince Harry, not after the continual bashing by Snape, the way McGonagall had blown him off in first year, and all the other professors turning a blind eye to the awful things happening to the little wizard. Plus, this was the one time Harry/Gilderoy wished Ron would accompany Harry. Fortunately, their friendship had fallen to the point where if Hermione was involved he wanted nothing to do with them. Instead, the arachnophobe would hide in his bed. The spiders did not know that the basilisk was gone. The scent of the snake was strong throughout the castle and it would take months to air it out. In the meantime, the spiders infesting the castle were making their treks to the Forbidden Forest as its scent reached them and drove them out. Or the egg cases hatched and the tiny spiders detected the basilisk scent for the first time. Harry/Gilderoy would have to double his charms on the group to prevent them heading out without his supervision. Now that he thought about it, this would be a fine time to do a little clean up in the forest and make it somewhat less forbidden. Harry/Gilderoy happened to look out the window towards Hagrid's hut as he was patrolling the 7th floor a week later and was just in time to see 3 figures and a large dog disappear into the Forbidden Forest. Damn it! Hermione was getting too good at finding and removing his alert and tracking charms. He took off at a dead run for his office. He paused only long enough to grab his broom and then he was flying out the window, around the castle, and soon over the forest. For a moment, he thought he saw something moving below him, but when he looked, he saw nothing unusual and especially not the children. He held up his wand and said, "Point me Harry Potter." It quickly indicated the direction he should go and he took off after them again. He had lost precious time running in the castle, and if he remembered correctly, they were probably already in the claws of Aragog's offspring. Last time, it had been just Fang, him, and Ron. This time it was Fang, Neville, Hermione, and Harry. And Gilderoy wasn't sure if the additional third person might affect the outcome of their frantic escape. The gibbous moon provided enough light to make it easy to spot the center of the acromantula nest in the hollow. The dead trees and webbing strung everywhere were a silent but highly visible giveaway. He halted above where he thought the children were and listened closely using a hearing enhancement charm. He could faintly hear Harry's voice and the clicking from Aragog's. He moved until he was directly over them. "We'll just go, then," he heard Harry call desperately to Aragog. That was his cue. He pulled his wand and pointed to the side of where he estimated the children were huddled. Incendio, he cried, pushing the biggest possible flame he could from his wand. It was like a giant flamethrower, a swath of flames easily 10 feet wide splashed to the ground. The dry webbing and long dead trees went up in blaze of fire, rapidly spreading as the fire used the webbing to leap from dead tree to dead tree. He swung his arm in an arc, putting a flaming semicircular barrier between the children and Aragog, and most of the spiders as well. The spiders screamed and scrambled away from the conflagration, all thought of the chasing the children and dog driven from their minds by the directive for self-preservation. Even the spiders behind them were beginning to flee. He heard the long lonely sound of a car horn echoing up from the hollow, the headlights almost unneeded in the glare of the swiftly spreading fire. He sent a second blast of flames alongside of where the children were running. While that might drive a few spiders into their path, the Weasleys' former car would easily plow through them on the way out. The rest were scrabbling frantically to run away from the wall of fire, which the children and car were skirting. In the meantime, he shot over to the opposite side of the hollow and began a circle around the perimeter, lying down a curtain of fire and trapping the fleeing spiders between the fire at the center of the hollow and the one at the perimeter. Aragog, he was sure, would hide and survive in his cave, but the vast majority of the spiders would perish in the flames, he hoped. At the very least, he would decimate the horde. Before he could complete more than half of his circuit, the entire hollow was an inferno. And he had caught a large percentage of the spiders in the blaze, easily half of them. He turned and headed back to the castle, the glow of the fire lighting the sky behind him. It would take a long time for the spiders to regroup and recover. Spiders store their egg cases in their webbing, and the fire had destroyed all the webbing. He managed to arrive at the edge of the forest nearest Hagrid's hut just as the car did. He watched, amused, as Fang practically flew to the hut as he exited the car and ran. He was much less amused when he saw several figures rise up from the cover at the edge of the forest and grab the three children as they tried to follow Fang while the car took off back into the forest. From their stealthy actions, it was clear the attackers were up to no good. He quickly fired a series of stunners, hoping they wouldn't not notice until it was too late. Unfortunately, although he did hit one of their number, the others nimbly dodged out of the way. It was interesting that none of them made an effort to innervate their fallen comrade or responded with magical spells. "Try that again and we'll kill them," called a voice from the group. "Try to escape and we'll do the same." Interesting, they still weren't trying to hit him with any spells. Harry/Gilderoy drifted down to the ground and closer, stopping only a dozen feet away from the group. They spread out, 4 men it seemed, 3 were each holding one of the children. Harry was the farthest to the right, then Hermione, and then Neville. The 4th man stood to the side of the man holding Harry. Under the cover of getting off the broom, Gilderoy cast a quick Serpensortia spell at his left hand and called forth a coral snake, catching the small snake on his broom by his hand. A second wandless silent spell from his left hand magnified the potency of the snake's venom by 100. What would normally take 45 minutes to take man down to a coma would now do so in less than 30 seconds, incoherency and loss of muscle control would set in less than 10 seconds. While the apparent leader said, "If you come quietly, we shan't kill you," Harry/Gilderoy hissed quietly under his breath to the snake, "Get close and attack the man with the girl when I say the word." Now he dropped the broom, and the snake, to the ground. "You can't escape, you know," he said in a conversational tone, as if they were discussing the weather. "Professor," started Hermione, clearly recognizing his voice, but the man holding her jerked her up, cutting her off and showing Gilderoy the knife at her neck. "Hogwarts' protective enchantments prevent portkeys and apparition," Harry/Gilderoy continued blandly, ignoring her outburst. "And if you harm any of those 3, you will take a long time to die. Why don't you just let them go, and I'll let you walk out of here alive." It had been at least a few years since he had last dealt with a hostage situation, but the tactics were easy to remember. It was dark, moonlight notwithstanding, and even he had a hard time seeing the small snake as it slithered through the high-cut grass here at the edge of the forest. "Professor," said one of the men to the others. "Which one are you?" demanded their leader, the voice he had heard first. "The one holding Harry," he said. "What?" Acting offended and sweeping his right hand, he silently conjured another coral snake in his left, also amplifying its venom's potency. Their eyes would follow his moving hand and not notice his left behind him, hiding any slight flashes of light. "You don't recognize me?" He shook his head and pretended to be laughing ruefully while hissing, "Attack the man holding the boy farthest on the left when I say the word." Now then he dropped the snake. "Why, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor. To truly appreciate what that means, I suggest you read my books. You can start with Break with a Banshee and then read Gudgeing with Ghouls. In fact, if you release those 3 children right now, I will be happy to give each of you a complete and personally autographed set of all my books, including my latest when it is released later this year, Burrowing with a Basilisk." I'll even include some autographed photos for your lady friends. He paused, as if waiting for them to accept his generous offer. It is much better to read about my great exploits than to be involved in them, I assure you. Those that become involved usually have very bad endings. The four men stared at him blankly, before breaking into laughter. Their leader said, actually, you're just the man we want. Tell you what we'll do. You drop your wand right there, and your holdout, and come over here. We'll set these kids free as soon as we secure your hands. The lone man pulled a rope out of his cloak pocket. It was too bad that no one had ever told the kids the best way to deal with being a hostage to faint. Trying to hold up and use an unconscious hostage as a shield is almost impossible, as anyone who has ever tried to support a passed-out drunk will attest. Even with kids, it was like trying to lift a child-sized water balloon. Harry/Gilderoy looked at them, puzzled. What the bloody hell did they want with him? Why, gentlemen, if you had wanted an interview all you had to do was contact my agent and he would gleefully have set it up for you at the earliest opportunity. There is no need for all this drama. He tried to project the air of a celebrity delighted to meet a fan in an unusual situation. Well, I suppose now that we are all here, perhaps you could tell me what this is about. And he gave them one of Gilderoy's brilliant smiles. Not going to happen. Drop your wands and get over here or the kid gets cut. The man shifted slightly so Gilderoy could see his blade glint in the moonlight. Gilderoy saw Hermione startle. The first snake had arrived and apparently decided to use the girl as a climbing post to get a bit closer to his target. Her captor gripped her tight and said, "Stop wriggling or I might accidentally cut your throat." Gilderoy sighed as if much put upon and not realizing the deadly seriousness of the four assailants. "Well," he said lightly, "if you insist." He made a production out of reaching down to his leg and pulling out his second wand, leaving him with a wand in each hand. He placed both wands in his right hand. Then he started walking towards the leader. "No, Professor!" came the exclamation from Neville. "Shut up!" came the immediate gruff response. He gasped as his captor did something. Gilderoy looked up. "Tut, tut, we'll have none of that, my good man," he said. He held his wands by their middles. The leader spoke up quickly. "No closer. Throw the wands over there." Gilderoy stopped and placed his hands on his hips. "Make up your mind. Come here, don't come here, drop the wands, toss the wands. Are you sure you should be in charge?" The leader growled aha. He was a werewolf. That made things simpler. He didn't have to worry about wands. He smiled at the leader. Then he threw the two wands in a long arc to his right. At the same time he hissed now. The leader's gaze followed the wands. He jerked his attention to his accomplices as two screamed. One yelled, "Shite! Something bit me!" The other just cussed loudly. The werewolf watched his companions as one grabbed his neck, the other his hand. A long thin rope-like object dangled from each. In that instant, Gilderoy disapparated to behind the man. He fired off a reducto into the middle of his spine. The werewolf collapsed like a puppet with the strings cut. He knocked Harry down in the process. Harry hit the ground, but rolled away immediately. The fourth man belatedly realized Gilderoy had moved. He jumped forward. He managed to dodge the stunner from Harry's right hand. Then he dodged one of the two simultaneous reductos Harry then sent. The second caved in his chest. Harry spun to check on the students. They were all standing and pointing their wands at their former captors. "Excellent show, children," Gilderoy said. Then he cast quick stunning and binding curses at all five assailants, using both hands. The students were quick to notice him using his hands with no wands in sight. Neville and Hermione both had taken advantage of their captor's shock at being bitten and escaped without injury, except for an accidental shallow cut on their necks from the knives. Hermione had stomped on the man's foot while Neville had just spun away. The two werewolves, though, were already incoherent from the poison and would be comatose in under a minute. Without immediate medical assistance, they would be dead in 10 minutes. "Oxio my wands," Harry said, catching them as they flew to him. He turned to the two students. "Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, are you all right?" "I think so," Hermione said shakily, Neville echoing her a moment later. "Check each other for cuts, the spell is episky while concentrating on healing the cuts. Repeat as often as necessary." He was walking over to check on Harry as he said this. He heard them saying Lumos. Harry was unharmed, standing and holding his wand on the prone werewolf. "Excellent, excellent," Harry/Gilderoy said. "You all did an admirable job not panicking and keeping your wits about you." He walked back to the erstwhile leader of the kidnappers and flipped him over. He didn't recognize the man. He heard a set of episkis in the background. "Mixie. Mixie comes when called, Professor Defender." Sigh, ever since he had dispatched the basilisk, and the Sorting Hat gave him the Sword of Gryffindor, the house elves had started calling him the Defender of Hogwarts. It was all a bit much, coming from them, because he knew they truly meant it. He couldn't tell them to stop, they would be deeply hurt and they wouldn't stop doing it anyway. Would you be so kind as to bring me my Verita serum from my office? The house elf vanished. Did you apparate? You can't have apparat! Exclaimed Hermione, coming over to Harry and Gilderoy with Neville following. No one can apparate on Hogwarts grounds. Gilderoy grinned broadly, of course, I didn't apparate, Miss Granger. Everyone knows that Hogwarts protective enchantments prevent both apparition and portkeys. Unless you are the one controlling the protective enchantments, that is. Forestalling her barrage of questions on what he did do, he said, the experienced fighter that I am with years of dealing with dangerous creatures, my reflexes are such that I moved so quickly that it merely looked like I apparat. She closed her mouth. He could see her frown clearly in the moonlight. She couldn't really argue with him, though, he had agreed with her. But nobody could move that fast, so he had to apparate, but he said he hadn't. It was like watching someone work through the logic of the statement, I never tell the truth. The little wizards looked worried. They were sure that they were about to get into a ton of trouble for being outside after curfew, and in the Forbidden Forest to boot. Hermione's logic puzzle kept her distracted. She would panic later. Mixie returned at that instant and held out the vial of Verita serum. Gilderoy kneeled beside the semi-paralyzed werewolf and, after forcing his mouth open, carefully placed 3 drops in the creature's mouth. Then he innervated him. What is your name? Fenrir Greyback, came the somewhat snarled reply. He must be truly enraged to get that much emotion into his reply. Or maybe it was his nature as a werewolf coming through. Why were you here? I came to kill Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy exchanged surprised glances with the 3 students. Why? The Carrows think you arranged Malfoy's troubles and exposed McNair and 2 others in the Ministry. Why did you grab these kids? I thought I could use them to get you out of the castle to the forest, where we would ambush and kill you. 5 werewolves can easily take out a wizard. What would you have done with them afterwards? Had a bit of fun with the girl, then eat them. What are the names of all the Death Eaters you know? It was a short list and added no names he didn't already know. Gilderoy re-stunned the werewolf. Harry looked at him questioningly. Children, Gilderoy said quietly, these men are the worst sort imaginable. You heard what these men planned to do. Do you think they would have not done what they had planned if I hadn't subdued them? The 3 slowly shook their heads. Fenrir has a large bounty on his head, the older wizard continued. He is responsible for the deaths of dozens of children and turning scores of others into werewolves so he can add them to his army. He is wanted dead or alive. Do not concern yourselves with what has happened to these parodies of humans, you are blameless and they are not. Unlike many werewolves, they chose to be evil. They will never be able to bother you, or any others, again, that I swear. They stared at him silently. By the way, he added, if I were to officially report these men to the headmaster, your other adventure tonight might come to light and complicate your lives more than they are now. You have enough detentions already, Harry. Any more and Hermione will have to draw up a color-coded schedule just so we can figure a way to leave you time to sleep. Hermione huffed while the other 2 boys tried to hide grins. He looked over the 3 students. I think it is well past your bedtime. I think you should retrieve your cloak from Hagrid's hut, Mr. Potter, that got a long narrow-eyed look from the boy, and all of you go to bed after a nice hot shower. I will take care of these men and deliver them to the Ministry. Now, go, shoo. He made hurrying motions with his hands. The children slowly started off. Oh, by the way, he called out, I will ensure that Hagrid will return to us forthwith, you needn't worry about it too much. I already have my solicitors savaging Minister Fudge for his precipitous actions. He will not be minister for long, just you watch. Harry waved an arm in acknowledgement and turned back towards Hagrid's hut. Gilderoy sighed. Are my friends still here? He called out in Parseltongue, startling the 3 into looking back at him. Ah, he called out to them, if you could keep it secret that I am a Parselmouth, I would appreciate it. As you can see, it makes for a powerful weapon if your enemy is unaware. Yes, Speaker, I am still here, came the twin answers. The children resumed their march to bed. Gilderoy said softly, so Harry wouldn't hear, excellent, would you be so kind as to bite the bound-up men several times each? Yes, Speaker, with pleasure, Speaker, came the twin answers. And when you're done, make yourselves at home in the forest, just never bite a student. Yes, Speaker, I can do that, they each answered. Gilderoy stopped and thought a moment, then conjured up a couple of fat rats from the Hogwarts kitchens. And here are 2 nice, juicy rats for your hard work this night. He laid the stunned rats beside Greyback. Surprised, the 2 snakes replied, thank you, Speaker. And that was the most fun I've had in 1,000 years, said Sam, the name Harry/Gilderoy had decided to call the Sorting Hat in lieu of just Hat. Harry blinked, startled, he had forgotten he was still wearing Sam from his night patrol in Hogwarts. He shrugged, at least Sam got see a bit of adventure. 15 minutes later, a pile of 5 bodies spilled out of the phone booth elevator entrance into the ministry atrium. Stuck to one of them was a note. I'm terribly sorry about the mess. Just a short while ago I saw these men attack some children walking home close to the edge of the forest near my abode. When I interrupted them, they told me it was none of my business and threatened to kill the children unless I cooperated. I managed to surprise them. During the duel they fell into a snake's nest, were severely bitten, and died. The children were unharmed and I sent them on their way after making sure they wouldn't tell their relatives or friends of their adventure. No need to call the obliviators. If there's any kind of reward for these men, please have it donated to the children's ward at St. Mungo's Hospital. Fenrir Greyback dead, screamed the Daily Prophet's Thursday headline. Below was a concise story about how a pile of dead werewolves arrived at the ministry in the dead of night under mysterious circumstances. Following that was a very long and very lurid article on Greyback's life and crimes. Several other articles detailed the fate of some of his victims. Unfortunately, there were no stories about Gilderoy, and after the great battles of the night before, he was more than a little restive. Harry consoled him with the thought that the Hufflepuff Cup would soon be in their hands and his name generating more headlines. And that call came the next day in the morning. At dinner, he sent an owl to Madame Bones. At 4, after his last class let out, he apparat to the palliative care building in Perth and 10 minutes later walked out. As far as anyone knew, the old woman's next of kin, funny that they hadn't known she had any, had arrived and removed the body for burial. As she had died of old age heart failure, there would be no need to go through the coroner's office. The next day was the beginning of the hard part. Ah, Madame Bones. A pleasure to see you, as always, Gilderoy said as he entered her office. He was dressed in his finest lavender robes, upgraded to a chromantula silk after the goblins had paid his basilisk ingredients buyout price. And you, too, Mr. Lockhart. Excellent news, is it not, that Fenrir Greyback is dead, don't you think? But what a strange way to die. Poisoned to death by snakes not native to Scotland, how strange. He paused a moment as if to think. I heard a rumor that some disgruntled Death Eaters commissioned him to kill me, don't you know? The werewolves must have been on their way to find me when Greyback ran afoul of his desire to cause mindless mischief and mayhem. It was just a stroke of luck that he ran up against someone capable of sorting them out before they had a chance to do any real damage. The children involved, I'm sure, are thankful for their selfless protector. I'm sure they would be telling all and sundry if only they could. 5 werewolves against 1 wizard and rescuing 3 helpless children from certain death. The skill and talent it must have taken rivals my own, I dare say. I wish I could claim such a fantastic battle for one of my books. It would be another bestseller, I'm sure. He sighed theatrically, his gaze roving over her office. Anyway, the rumor says the Carrows, Amicus, and Alecto, think that I, somehow, was involved in Lucius Malfoy's death, as well as the unmasking of McNair and a few other hidden Death Eaters here at the Ministry, can you believe it? He shook his head sadly. How they could think that is beyond me. Why some people seek a scapegoat for their own incompetence, I do not understand. After all, is it not the case that it is a mistake to attribute to malice what might simply be the result of incompetence or stupidity? He looked directly at her. By the way, has the Dark Mark alert and tag spell on the Ministry's flues yielded any interesting finds? I should imagine that if someone arrived whom you didn't know was a Death Eater, that would mean you could safely administer Verita Serum to them. After all, they were never given a trial and therefore you don't know if they were forced to take the mark, do you? Even if you can't do that, it would be nice to know whom to watch for. Shall we say? Underhanded activities, wouldn't it? Not to mention whom they associate with and whom might share their proclivities. And no one except perhaps the unspeakables need ever know how you came upon such information. After all, we both know Voldemort is trying to come back. It would be better to know who his allies in the Ministry are before that happens so you can plan accordingly. Gilderoy knew they hadn't yet put up such a spell or he would have felt it today. A gentle reminder was in order. Plus, his preceding monologue let her know in no uncertain terms that he was claiming to be the source of the gift of dead werewolf fugitives. She just stared back at him, her face carefully blank. Damn, he was coming across as too competent, he had expected her to roll her eyes at the very least. Well, at least one person in authority would take him seriously when he made suggestions in the future. Finally, she said, what brings you to my office today? I want to go to Azkaban. He left off, to rescue Bellatrix Lestrange.